Heat waves rolled across the training field, dust swirling in the air. At Jiangcheng No. 14 High School, the preliminary martial arts assessment for the senior year was in full swing. A shrill electronic beep pierced through the commotion. Next, Class 7 of senior year Lin Feng. A thin boy in a faded overwashed school uniform silently walked toward the giant Qi and Blood stone at the center of the field. His name was Lin Feng. A name well known in No. 14 High School, not for excellence but because he was branded a useless waste. The surrounding gazes instantly converged on him. Mockery and derision utterly unrestrained. Lin Feng's face remained expressionless as he extended his slightly skinny right hand and pressed it onto the icy surface of the Qi and Blood stone. A low hum sounded. The Qi and Blood stone trembled faintly, red light flaring as a line of glaring numbers surfaced. Qi and Blood 99 cards. Evaluation unqualified. Silence. After a brief deathly silence came an explosion of raucous laughter. PFF, ha ha ha. 99. 99 again. Told you anything from Lin Feng is guaranteed trash, consistently pathetic. 3 years. A full 3 years. His Qi and Blood has never once broken 100. He's a disgrace to the martial world. Martial world. He hasn't even touched the threshold of a martial disciple. Just call him Lin 99 already. The ridicule surged like a tide crashing against Lin Feng. He lowered his eyelids, lips pressed into a rigid line. The calloused fists hidden in his sleeves, quietly clenched fingernails nearly digging into his palms. Lin Feng. A shrill female voice rang out, laden with impatience and contempt. Following the voice, everyone looked over to see a middle-aged woman with a sharp, mean face and gold-rimmed glasses walking toward them. She was Wang Feng, the homeroom teacher of Class 7 in the senior year. Wang Feng stopped before Lin Feng, arms crossed over her chest as she looked down at him from on high. You again, Lin Feng? Out of hundreds of students in the entire grade, you're the only one whose Qi and Blood has failed to reach 103 years in a row. Her voice rose, dripping with disgust. I've said it before, you're simply not cut out for martial cultivation. You're nothing but a waste of the school's resources and your own time. Wang Feng adjusted her glasses, a cold gleam flashing behind the lenses. My advice is to give up as soon as possible. On the martial path, talent reigns supreme. With your great aptitude, you don't even qualify to become a martial disciple, yet you still dream of entering a martial arts university. That is pure fantasy. Take my advice, apply for withdrawal at once, go home and help your grandmother plant sweet potatoes, or go to a factory and tighten screws. Isn't that 100 times better than embarrassing yourself here? At least you'd earn a bit of money so your frail, sickly grandmother won't have to worry herself over you at her age. Every word struck where it hurt most. The surrounding laughter grew even louder. Lin Feng lowered his head further, his body trembling slightly. Grandmother. She was his only weakness. Teacher Wang is absolutely right. An arrogant voice suddenly cut in. The crowd automatically parted and a tall, heavily muscled boy with a defiant face swaggered over with several lackeys in tow. He was Zhao Hao, the school tyrant. With Qi and Blood reaching 160 cards, the first level of a martial disciple, he was a so-called genius and one of those who most enjoyed bullying Lin Feng. Zhao Hao stepped up to Lin Feng, towering over him by a head. He reached out and patted Lin Feng's head as if petting a small dog. Lin the trash, did you hear Teacher Wang's words of golden wisdom? Go home and plant sweet potatoes. So honest and down-to-earth. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hao bent over, laughing, nearly doubling up. Or you could come sweep the front of my family's martial hall. I'll pay you 10 federal coins a day, how about it? That should be enough for 2 steamed buns, right? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hao's lackeys instantly began to hoot and holler. Brother Hao is so generous. Lin the trash, hurry up and thank Brother Hao for feeding you. I doubt he can even plant sweet potatoes properly, he'd probably manage to kill them. Trash should act like trash and stop daydreaming all day long. The grating mockery pierced Lin Feng's heart like steel needles. He suddenly lifted his head, eyes bloodshot, glaring at Zhao Hao. In his eyes was the look of a wounded lone wolf. Zhao Hao was momentarily stunned by the stare, then flew into a rage out of embarrassment. Oh! You dare glare at me? Zhao Hao raised his hand, pretending he was about to strike. What? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, then hit me. Trash. Lin Feng's chest heaved violently. Yet in the end he unclenched his fists and slowly bowed his head. He could not strike. If he did, he would be expelled from the school. His grandmother still needed his care. He could not lose his only chance to study, no matter how slim that chance was. Coward. Zhao Hao spat on the ground in contempt and swaggered off with his lackeys. The mocking around them gradually subsided, but those scornful and pitying gazes still stabbed into Lin Feng's back like thorns. Lin Feng stood there numbly. He felt a complex gaze fall upon him. Instinctively he turned his head. At the edge of the crowd a graceful figure stood poised and still. Lu Ruoxi. The class beauty of Class 7, the acknowledged school goddess and the secret crush of countless boys. Her aptitude was a great, her chi and blood long since surpassing 200 cards, the second level of a martial disciple. She was a true heaven's favored daughter. At this moment Lu Ruoxi was looking at him. In those clear beautiful eyes there was no mockery but a trace of faint pity, a hint of helplessness, and also a sliver of disappointment that was hard to discern. She seemed to want to say something but in the end only sighed softly and looked away. It was like a blunt knife slowly sawing across his chest. Even she thinks I'm a hopeless piece of trash. Lin Feng's lips twisted into a self-mocking curve, his smile bitter. The testing continued. Name after name was called, score after score, high or low, was announced. Excited cheers and disappointed sighs intertwined. But none of this had anything to do with Lin Feng anymore. Like an outsider he stood quietly in a corner, allowing the gazes and chatter to drown him. All right. Testing for Class 7 of senior year is complete, the teacher in charge of recording announced loudly. The crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Feng silently walked to the edge of the field where a canvas knife bag, washed pale and patched in many places, was lying. He bent down and hoisted it onto his back with effort. The bag was heavy. Inside was his only companion, a battered old alloy practice knife he had used for years. The handle had long been polished shiny by sweat, covered with fine cracks and the thick callus marks left by his constant grip. Ignoring the faint pointing and whispering behind him, Lin Feng set off toward the school gate, step by step, firm and unhurried. In the blazing sunlight his back looked somewhat thin, yet carried a streak of unyielding stubbornness. All those jeers, that humiliation, that unwillingness, they had all turned into a surging undercurrent roiling within his chest. Trash. Go home and plant sweet potatoes. Lin Feng's teeth ground together audibly. His steps grew faster, more resolute. Sweat slid from his temples, soaking his clothes, but he paid it no mind. He had a clear destination, the back mountain behind the school. Few ever went there, it was his secret place of bitter training. For 3 years, through wind or rain, freezing cold or scorching heat, he had never swung his blade fewer than 50,000 times a day. Others mocked him for swinging a blade just for exercise, said he was doing pointless work. He did not care. He only knew this was the only hope he could grasp. Even if that hope was as faint as a dying candle in the wind. As he stepped out of the school gate, the noise of the city rushed toward him. Lin Feng drew in a deep breath, his gaze becoming incomparably sharp. Today he would defy convention. Those jeers and contempt would only drive him into greater madness. He raised his head and looked to the sky. The clouds were heavy and dark, as if heralding a coming downpour. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth lifted into a resolute arc. He quickened his pace, speeding toward the back mountain. The wind began to blow. His clothes snapped and rustled. The storm is coming. Today Lin Feng will break the limit of 100,000 swings. Boom. A muffled peal of thunder tore through the heavens, and bean-sized raindrops suddenly crashed down without warning. Jiang City, behind No. 14 High School on the back mountain. In the abandoned training field, Lin Feng stood bare-chested under the torrential rain, wildly swinging an old alloy practice blade in his hand as guttural shouts tore from his throat. Rain mixed with sweat rolled down his skin. Muscles bulged, veins stood out, and every slash was delivered with full strength, tearing the air with a sharp screech. 99,991. 99,992. His eyes were bloodshot, jaw clenched, as the mockery from earlier that day echoed relentlessly in his mind. Trash. Go home and grow sweet potatoes. Zhao Hao's arrogant face, Wang Feng's mean and twisted expression, Lu Ruoxi's pitying yet disappointed gaze, each scene sliced across his heart like a knife. Aw! Lin Feng roared, the muscles in his arms swelling to their very limits. Faster. Stronger. Rain blurred his vision, yet the blade in his hand still struck out with precise, ruthless arcs. This was the bitter cultivation he had persisted in for 3 years. 50,000 swings every single day without fail come wind or thunder. Today he would break 100,000. He would shatter this damned fate. His stamina had long since been exhausted and his arms ached as if they were about to snap. Every swing of the blade was an extreme trial of his will. Yet he could not stop. Nor did he dare to stop. This was his only hope. 99,998. Darkness crept at the edges of his vision and his lungs burned like fire. 99,999. Lin Feng let out a beast-like roar, mustering the last shred of his strength as his body spun fiercely. The alloy blade carved a mournful arc through the air and hacked down viciously. 100,000. Thud. The knife slipped from his hand and crashed heavily into the muddy ground. Lin Feng's legs gave way and he fell flat on his back, splashing up muddy water. His consciousness receded like an ebbing tide. So tired. Grandma. I've let you down. Just as he was about to completely black out. Ding. A cold mechanical chime yet as wondrous as heavenly music exploded in the depths of his mind. Unyielding will and the extreme achievement of 100,000 blade swings detected in host. Divine blade swing system binding successful. Each blade swing increases blade swing EXP. EXP can be converted into free attribute points: strength, agility, constitution, spirit, vitality. What is that voice? Lin Feng jolted violently, his scattered consciousness dragged back a little. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids. Rain still drummed relentlessly against his face. An illusion. Because he was too exhausted. Novice gift pack has been issued, please claim host. The icy mechanical voice rang out again, incomparably clear. It wasn't an illusion. Lin Feng's heart clenched hard. A system. The kind of heaven-defying cheat from online novels. He struggled, propping his muddy body up with his elbows. System, he tried calling out in his heart. Host, I am here. The mechanical voice replied without a ripple, yet Lin Feng's whole body trembled with excitement. It was real. It was actually real. 3 years of humiliation, 3 years of frustration, 3 years of bitter persistence. At this moment he finally seemed to glimpse the first light of dawn. Claim the novice gift pack. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, trembling with disbelief. Buzz. A pale blue virtual light screen suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Only he could see it. The screen was simple, suffused with a sense of advanced technology. At the very top were a few large words: Divine Blade Swing System. Below, a gift pack icon pulsed with golden light. Novice gift pack opening. Congratulations to host, all attributes 10. Congratulations to host, temporary strength doubled, duration 24 hours. Congratulations to host, rank alloy warblade, Qihangs, obtained. Effect strength 5. Congratulations to host, divine art, Guai Shiju, introductory chapter obtained. Effect cultivating this art can increase vitality regardless of innate talent. Slowly enhance all attributes. When circulated it can restore consumed vitality and stamina. Host's current status: vitality 109, initial 99, attributes 10. When vitality exceeds 100, every 5 points grants 1 to all attributes. When vitality surpasses 150, breakthrough to martial disciple first rank. Strength 24, initial 1, attributes 11, strength doubled, agility 12, initial 1, attributes 11, constitution 13, initial 2, blade swing training 1, attributes 11, spirit 12, initial 1, attributes 11. A series of prompts rang out like the most beautiful celestial music in Lin Feng's mind. Boom. An indescribable warmth surged from the region of his heart, rapidly flooding through his limbs and bones. His body, exhausted and aching to the extreme, felt as though it had been infused with inexhaustible vitality. Every cell in his body seemed to be cheering wildly. Lin Feng could clearly feel his strength, speed and reflexes all soaring in an unbelievable way. The vitality he had overdrawn through training at the very limits now brimmed full once more. This is all attributes 10 and strength doubled. Lin Feng tightened his fists, savoring the unprecedented explosive power coursing through him. It was too strong, several times stronger than his previous peak state. Especially that temporary strength doubled notification. He snapped his gaze toward his own hands. So this was what true power felt like. With a thought, withdraw, Qihangs. Yes. Whoosh. A streak of flowing light flashed past. A warblade of pitch-black metal, sleek in design and shimmering with a cold metallic luster, materialized in Lin Feng's hand out of thin air. The blade was 3 feet long, its body straight, the edge glinting with a chilling gleam that made one's heart tremble. The hilt felt slightly heavy in his grip, yet carried a strange sense of perfect fit, as though it had been forged solely for him. What a blade! Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. This Qihang's was countless times superior to the cracked practice knife he had used for 3 years. Next, a stream of information poured into his mind, precisely the cultivation method of Gui Shiju. The method was not complicated, yet incomparably profound. As the technique circulated in his mind, Lin Feng felt his breathing grow long and steady, and his rate of physical recovery seemed to hasten ever so slightly. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Lin Feng was so excited he wanted to throw his head back and howl. He suddenly turned, fixing his gaze on a dark green boulder at the edge of the training field, taller than a man. He had always used that boulder to test his strength while practicing his blade. Once, even when exerting himself to the utmost, he could only leave a faint shallow white mark upon it. But now... Lin Feng took a deep breath, rain sliding down his resolute cheeks. He tightened his grip on Qihang's. The surging power within him roared like a raging river, wildly turbulent. No form, no technique, just a simple straightforward strike. Break for me. Lin Feng growled, arm muscles knotted as he exploded with force. The black Qihang's turned into a streak of jet-black light, shrieking as it tore through the air and chopped down toward the dark green boulder. SSHK. There was none of the thunderous impact he had imagined. The edge of Qihang's slid into the hard boulder as easily as if it were cutting tofu. Thunk. The edge plunged several inches deep. A perfectly smooth cut appeared on the surface of the boulder, stone chip spraying. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. He stared blankly at the scene before him, then looked at Qihang's in his hand. This. I did this. With a single strike. Just one strike, yet the power was this terrifying. One had to know this was rock that even ordinary martial disciples could hardly damage with ease. And he had not used any blade techniques at all, pure unadorned strength. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng could no longer hold back. He threw his head up and burst into wild laughter. His laughter pierced the curtain of rain echoing across the empty back mountain. Years of pent-up humiliation and resentment were unleashed in full at this moment. Host moved. Have you been shocked by the generosity of this system? The cold mechanical voice sounded at just the right time, laced with a faint, almost unnoticeable hint of teasing. Lin Feng froze, then broke into a wide grin. Moved. I'm deeply moved. System bro, you're practically my second set of parents. This system doesn't have a son that old. The system seemed to puff itself up in pride. The novice benefits are just an appetizer. Host, are you ready to accept the loving discipline of this system? Discipline? What kind of discipline? Lin Feng asked with keen interest. Very simple. The system's voice suddenly took on a somewhat meaningful tone. Let's start with a small goal, for example. First, earn 100 million. 100 million. Lin Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Federation credits. Then wouldn't he instantly be able to give grandma the best life? Ahem, system credits. The system mercilessly shattered his fantasy. System credits can be used in the system mall to purchase all kinds of divine manuals, legendary weapons and heavenly treasures, anything you can imagine. There is nothing this system cannot provide. Of course, the premise is that you have enough system credits. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. As expected, it wouldn't be that simple. Still, 100 million system credits, just hearing it felt like a challenge, and it set his blood boiling even hotter. He tightened his grip on Qihang's once more. The cold edge of the blade reflected the razor-sharp light in his eyes. At some point the rain had already ceased. The dark clouds scattered and a waning moon hung at the horizon, pouring down a wash of cool light. Mud and rainwater drenched Lin Feng from head to toe, leaving him in a wretched state. Yet his spirit had never been more exalted. I'm about to take off. He growled low, his voice brimming with boundless confidence and heroic fervor. Power. This was what power felt like, an unprecedented strength. He suddenly recalled Zhao Hao's arrogant face from earlier that day, Wang Feng's mean expression, and all those mocking, disdainful gazes. A long-suppressed fury fused with his newly born strength blazed fiercely in his chest. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled into a frosty arc. Zhao Hao. Wang Feng. And all those who once looked down on me. He spoke each word through clenched teeth, his voice squeezed out from between his molars. Your good days are over. The icy tone of his voice spread outward, mingling with the faint steam rising from his body. The qihangs in his hand seemed to sense its master's battle intent as well, emitting a faint low hum. The next morning. Dawn broke with a gentle glow, the air crisp and fresh. Lin Feng strode confidently out of his modest rented apartment. A night's cultivation of the turtle-breathing art combined with the formidable physique granted by the system had completely erased the exhaustion from yesterday's grueling sword practice. He now felt an explosive surge of power coursing through every fiber of his being, utterly transformed from the frail hollow-eyed youth of yesterday. He still wore his faded school uniform, yet it could not conceal the unshakable confidence and razor-sharp aura radiating from within. "Grandmother, I'm off to school. Be careful on your way, Xiao Feng," came his grandmother's warm, affectionate voice from inside the house. A faint smile curved Lin Feng's lips as he strode purposefully toward No. 14 Middle School. As usual, the school gate bustled with students coming and going. Yet today's atmosphere felt subtly different. Many students pointed toward a single direction, their faces flickering with fear, and a quiet morbid excitement. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the scene and his brows lifted slightly. Zhao Hao, the school bully, stood nearby with his cronies blocking the entrance. They lounged idly, arrogant and insolent, whistling lewdly at passing girls who glared back in fury, but dared not speak out. Well well, if it isn't our Lin Jiujiu. Zhao Hao spotted Lin Feng immediately and let out a mocking cackle before leading his gang forward. He towered over Lin Feng by a full head, his bulging muscles taut, gazing down with contemptuous amusement and malice in his eyes. Lin wasted another 99 points yesterday. Ha. Ha ha ha, consistently pathetic, just like a dog. His lackeys erupted into raucous laughter. What's the point of wasting words on trash like him? Exactly, wasting breath. Zhao Hao waved dismissively, then rubbed his chin with a sly predatory grin as he fixed his eyes on Lin Feng. Say, Lin Feng, I heard your dying grandmother finally secured a scholarship for you. He extended his hand, thumb and forefinger rubbing together in the universal gesture for money. Hand it over, pay your respects to Brother Hao. Might even earn your grandma a little karmic merit, maybe she'll cling to life a day or two longer, he he he. Bystanding students exchanged looks of disgust and outrage, but none dared intervene. Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. He believed he'd grown indifferent to such scum. But Zhao Hao's words struck directly at his most sacred boundary, his grandmother. A cold, lethal intent seeped silently through his heart. Ping. At that moment the familiar mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Detected severe campus bullying targeting the host, activating temporary quest The Waste's Reckoning. Objective: confront and defeat school bully Zhao Hao and his accomplices, make them truly understand why flowers bloom so red. Reward 100 system coins, 1 random basic skill enhancement target selectable. Failure penalty: host will endure Zhao Hao's humiliating counter-retaliation package, and permanently lose 1 point from all attributes. System analysis: Zhao Hao, Chi Blood 160 units, Martial Apprentice Tier I. Host status: all attributes 10, strength doubled, qihangs equipped. Assessment: total domination. Friendly reminder: you may consider sparing him one hand, to preserve what little martial dignity remains. A cold razor-thin smile curled Lin Feng's lips. I like this quest system. He raised his head, his obsidian eyes like bottomless frozen abysses locking onto Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, say that again. His voice was low yet laced with a bone-chilling frost that sent a tremor through the air. Zhao Hao faltered, just slightly, under that gaze. Why does this waste stare feel unnerving? An illusion, surely an illusion. A 9-unit weakling couldn't possibly pose any threat. Hey, I said it. So what? Enraged by Lin Feng's glare, Zhao Hao lunged forward, arm cocked to slap him across the face. You dare talk back to me, trash? Want me to snap your doglegs today, and send you and your decrepit grandma begging together? An outright insult, blatant and vicious. Old wounds. Fresh grievances. In that instant fury ignited like wildfire in Lin Feng's chest. Dare to die? Lin Feng roared, and hesitated no longer. Just as Zhao Hao's palm descended. Schwa. A blinding flash of cold light erupted from behind Lin Feng. It was the Kihang's, drawn from its scabbard on his back. Too fast. So fast that Zhao Hao couldn't even register Lin Feng's movement. All he saw was a blur of steel, then a crushing irresistible force surged up his raised arm. Crack. A sickening sound of bone snapping echoed clearly. Aaaah! Zhao Hao shrieked like a slaughtered pig hurtling sideways as if struck by a speeding truck. Thud. He crashed hard onto the ground 8 meters away, kicking up dust, clutching his grotesquely twisted arm and rolling in agony. What? Holy! Zhao Hao's lackeys stood frozen in disbelief. 1 second, unassailable tyrant. Next, flying through the air. What had just happened? They hadn't even seen Lin Feng move. Lin Feng stood motionless, Kihang's held low at his side, its blade gleaming with lethal coldness beneath the morning sun. Step by step he advanced toward the remaining thugs. Those who once swaggered under Zhao Hao's shadow now trembled violently, teeth chattering, knees knocking like sieves. Don't come near me. A blonde punk screamed shrilly, his voice cracking. Lin Feng, you've injured Brother Hao. We won't let this go. Lin Feng scoffed, cold, disdainful. Noisy. In a flicker of motion he vanished, then reappeared directly before the blonde punk. The punk's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to retreat, but a streak of dark light flashed. Slap. The flat of the Kihang struck his face squarely. Oof. He held, spewing blood and broken teeth, spinning wildly before crashing to the ground, exactly where Zhao Hao lay. Next. His voice was calm, yet carried the weight of a death sentence. The 2 remaining lackeys exchanged terrified glances, souls fleeing their bodies. Run. They shrieked and bolted. Running. Too late. Lin Feng pushed off, his speed eclipsing theirs effortlessly. Schwa. Schwa. 2 more streaks of dark light. Slap. Slap. Crisp impacts, 2 short choked cries. Both thugs crumpled simultaneously, clutching cheeks or stomachs curled into fetal positions, too dazed even to whimper. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a dozen breaths. 4 bullies, arrogant and untouchable seconds before, now lay strewn across the ground unconscious or worse. Students around them gaped, mouths agape, eyes bulging. Silence. Deafening absolute silence. All were stunned speechless by this sudden brutal spectacle. Was this truly the same Lin Waste, once bullied without resistance? His strikes were ruthless, precise, merciless. 1 blow, 1 collapse. That speed. That raw power. Utterly unrecognizable from the boy they knew. Lin Feng walked forward, expressionless, Kihang's in hand, toward the writhing Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, drenched in sweat and pain, stared up at him, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. You, why, you, Lin Feng. You dare strike me. My father is. Slap. Lin Feng cut him off, swinging the flat of the blade across Zhao Hao's other cheek. Zhao Hao's threat died mid-sentence, replaced by another shriek as his opposite cheek swelled, instantly mirroring the first, a grotesque symmetrical pig's head. Your father could be the celestial emperor himself, it changes nothing. Lin Feng's gaze turned glacial. Then, his foot slammed down, grinding Zhao Hao's swollen face into the dirt. Zhao Hao, weren't you magnificent yesterday? Didn't you demand I sweep the floor for you? Didn't you say my grandmother was on her deathbed? With each word Lin Feng pressed harder. Zhao Hao's vision blurred with stars, blood oozed from nose and mouth, breath choked off, terror and regret flooding his eyes. He tried to beg, but could only emit pitiful muffled whimpers. All debts, today I collect them, with interest. Lin Feng's voice was frigid as winter ice. From now on, you see me once, you deter once. Understood? Zhao Hao nodded frantically, tears and snot streaking his face. He only prayed Lin Feng would lift his foot, now. This Lin Feng was terrifying. A true demon. Lin Feng, stop. What are you doing? A sharp, furious female voice cut through the silence, laced with shock. All turned. Principal Wang Feng hurried forward, her expression stormy. Behind her a graceful figure followed, Lu Ruoshi. Wang Feng froze upon seeing the carnage, especially Lin Feng's boot pressing Zhao Hao's face into the earth. Was this really the timid, submissive Lin Feng, the one who endured abuse without protest? How dared he commit such violence, at the school gate. Lu Ruoshi's clear beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at the youth standing tall, crushing the school bully beneath his foot, radiating icy unyielding authority, and for a moment lost herself. This Lin Feng bore no resemblance to the hunched silent boy she remembered, always bowing his head, absorbing every blow. That upright silhouette. Those glacial eyes. That relentless ferocious resolve. Strangely unfamiliar, yet stirring something unexpected deep within her. Wang Feng rushed forward, pointing accusingly. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? Lift your foot, immediately. You're utterly lawless. She trembled with rage. Lin Feng glanced at her, cold, detached, and didn't budge. Teacher Wang, he tried to steal my scholarship. And he insulted my grandmother. That's called self-defense. Self-defense. Wang Feng laughed bitterly. Is this self-defense? Look at what you've done to Zhao Hao. This is intentional assault. Where's your respect for school discipline? For rules? Do you even acknowledge this institution? Lin Feng's lip curled in scorn. Rules. Discipline. Teacher Wang, when Zhao Hao tormented me before, why didn't you cite rules or discipline then? She choked, face flushing crimson and pale by turns. Indeed, she'd turned a blind eye, or even encouraged Zhao Hao's cruelty, because she too despised Lin Feng. She never imagined this waste would fight back, let alone with such terrifying ferocity. Ping. Temporary quest, the waste's reckoning completed. Evaluation flawless. Host exudes overwhelming dominance, executed with style and mastery. Reward distributed 100 system coins, 1 basic skill enhancement token added to inventory, ready for immediate use. The system's chime eased Lin Feng's mood considerably. Slowly he lifted his foot, gazing down at Zhao Hao, now a broken, whimpering wreck. Leave. One word, casual yet heavy with unchallengeable authority. Zhao Hao scrambled away like a man released from hell, dragging his equally battered lackeys with him, fleeing under the stunned judgmental stares of classmates. Before vanishing, he shot Lin Feng one venomous glance, silent, seething, you'll pay for this. Lin Feng didn't care. A mere clown. He sheathed the kihangs in one fluid motion, blade sliding home with elegant precision. Lu Ruoshi watched, her gaze shimmering with deeper fascination. Wang Feng's face flushed purple with rage. Lin Feng, you'll pay for this. I will handle it severely, you're finished here. Expect expulsion. She stormed off toward the academic office. Lin Feng shrugged, indifferent. Expulsion. He no longer feared it. With the divine-level sword practice system at his command, no. 14 middle school could no longer contain him. Classmates' gazes had utterly transformed, from mockery and contempt to awe, curiosity, and even reverence. Especially those who'd suffered Zhao Hao's tyranny, now they looked at Lin Feng as if he were a hero. Lin Feng ignored them all, walking straight toward the teaching building. Lu Ruoshi watched his retreating back, biting her lower lip, hesitating, then choosing not to follow. She sensed that today's Lin Feng was fundamentally different. That confidence. That strength. It felt distant. Just as Lin Feng reached the threshold of the teaching building. Ping. The system's voice returned, this time grave and deliberate. Main quest activated, the novice's first cry. Objective: within 1 week elevate Qi blood beyond 150 units, attain martial apprentice tier I. Achieve grade B or higher in the upcoming graduation practical assessment, grade CBA excellent supreme. Reward 1000 system coins, unlock skill enlightenment, draw basic function, 1 mysterious newcomer advancement gift pack. Activate level 1 system shop. Failure penalty: host must wear a designated style cat ear made miniskirt, perform the classic otaku dance, Gokuraku Jodo, flawlessly, once, before the entire school assembly at the central flagpole. Live HD broadcast, no censorship, ensuring viral fame citywide. Lin Feng froze mid-step, his expression locking into rigid horror. He nearly spat blood. Pfft, system. Are you serious? Cat ear made skirt. Gokuraku Jodo. And live-streamed. This penalty is utterly unhinged. Host, this system never jokes. Its mechanical tone held a faint, unmistakable note of teasing. Friendly tip: the skirt comes in many styles, lasso-trimmed, puff-sleeved, even tail-equipped. Which would you prefer? Pre-order available, we offer bespoke customization dear. Lin Feng's jaw twitched violently. He already envisioned his utter social annihilation, his reputation obliterated forever. Damn it. He clenched his fists, knuckles popping. You want me in a dress system? Just wait. Martial Apprentice Tier 1, I will attain it. Grade B, I will secure it. An unprecedented surge of urgency, and fierce burning resolve, ignited deep within his core. The morning's conflict that shook the campus ultimately concluded with Lin Feng, Zhao Hao and others each receiving a week-long suspension notice. The school probably considered the imminent graduation practical assessment and didn't want to complicate matters, which is why they issued a light punishment, merely suspending them. In response, Lin Feng was utterly unconcerned, feeling it was just what he needed. Didn't this provide him with the perfect opportunity to focus on completing the system tasks? Just thinking about that damn cat-eared maid's short skirt sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. Absolutely not. That image was too beautiful for him to dare imagine. Lin Feng remembered that there were many beast hunting zones established by various nations around Jiang City, and one beginner hunting zone was just right for him now. System, take me to the beginner hunting zone, the quickest route to enhance my vitality and combat experience. A fierce fire burned in Lin Feng's eyes. Damn it, the medical expenses for my grandmother are still far from covered, and the martial arts assessment at the end of the month is looming. I must grow stronger. Right now. Immediately. Ding. Navigation function activated, loading the beginner hunting zone map. The map has been optimized and the best monster farming route along with potential danger zones is marked. A light blue translucent screen unfolded before Lin Feng. It clearly displayed the terrain around Jiang City, with one area specially marked as beginner hunting zone LV1-LV5. Even more impressive, the map showed numerous red and yellow dots moving around. Orange dot level 1 monster aggressive type. Yellow dot level 1 monster gentle type or passive aggressive. Green zone relatively safe. Red zone signs of level 2 monsters, host should proceed with caution given current strength. Wow. This map is amazing. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. With this thing it was like having a god's perspective. Where there are many monsters there is danger all laid bare before him. System, you really are my reincarnated parents. This system refuses to acknowledge any parent-child relationship. Host, stop dawdling. If you don't hurry, your grandmother's medical expenses will really depend on you jumping into pure land of ultimate bliss to earn them. The system's voice remained cold, but Lin Feng could sense a hint of mockery. Got it. Lin Feng strapped on his sword bag and headed toward the beginner hunting zone. The beginner hunting zone was located on the outskirts of Jiang City, a deserted industrial park adjacent to desolate mountains. Here the spiritual energy was thin and the levels of monsters were generally low, making it the top choice for martial arts apprentices and low-tier martial artists to train. Of course, dangers were not absent. Every year some unfortunate souls lost their lives here due to carelessness or encounters with mutated beasts. Following the system's map guidance, Lin Feng quickly arrived near a derelict factory marked as the high-density activity zone for iron-skin pigs. A faint fishy smell lingered in the air. A low growl accompanied by heavy breathing came from around the corner of the factory. Lin Feng's heart tightened and he gripped the handle of his sword, the Voyager. It's coming. He held his breath and peeked around the corner. There stood a monster the size of a small calf, covered in a dark blue keratin layer with tusks jutting outward, using its strong snout to rummage through the garbage on the ground. Iron Skin Pig. A creature renowned for its defensive capabilities among level 1 monsters. Monster name Iron Skin Pig. Level lower tier. Level 1 characteristics: tough skin, strong impact. Weaknesses: eyes, soft underbelly, difficult to attack. The system provided timely notifications. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Though the temporary doubling effect of his strength had worn off, his current physical condition was far superior to yesterday. Vitality at 99. That was a thing of the past. He felt he could now punch a cow to death. You're the one. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed, and with a sudden burst of energy he shot forward like a cannonball. Kill! He shouted, and the Voyager swung down with a whoosh toward the Iron Skin Pig's head. The Iron Skin Pig clearly hadn't anticipated a human's appearance. It was momentarily stunned before letting out an angry roar. It suddenly tossed its head and rammed its massive skull toward Lin Feng's blade. Clang! A muffled sound. Lin Feng felt a tremendous force transmit through the blade, causing his hands to tingle. The blade only left a shallow white mark on the iron-skinned pig's forehead. What the hell? So hard? Lin Feng was astonished. This strike at the very least should be able to chop down trees as thick as a bowl. Before he could react, the iron-skinned pig's hooves dug into the ground, its sturdy body charging forward with a ferocious wind. Its speed was astonishing. Not good. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. He tried to dodge but was half a beat too slow due to his inexperience. Bang! He was knocked back like he had been hit by a small truck. His chest constricted and he flew 7 or 8 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Pooh! He struggled to catch his breath, nearly suffocating. His entire body felt as if it had fallen apart. Cough cough. Damn it, I was careless. Lin Feng gritted his teeth as he propped himself up, feeling as though his internal organs had shifted. The power and defense of the iron-skinned pig exceeded his expectations. Host, do you call this a battle? A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, filled with disdain. Even kindergarten kids fighting over lollipops are more organized than you. With your level you want to complete the task. I suggest you research which cat-eared maid outfit shows off your figure better. You might just make a debut and lead a new fashion trend. Lin Feng's face darkened instantly. That struck deep. Old iron. No, it was striking the system. Shut up. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He endured the pain, sat cross-legged and silently operated the turtle breathing technique. A faint yet pure warm current flowed through his limbs, nourishing his injured body. The feeling of constriction in his chest and the soreness in his body began to alleviate at a visibly rapid pace. 10 seconds later, Lin Feng exhaled a long breath of turbid air and his gaze regained its sharpness. His stamina had mostly recovered. This turtle breathing technique was indeed miraculous. The iron-skinned pig, having landed a hit, did not immediately press the attack. It trotted over slowly, grunting. Beast, dare you come closer? A cold glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Having learned from his previous mistake, he would not fall for the same trick again. He suddenly leapt from the ground. This time he didn't choose to clash Hedon. Speed. My advantage is speed. Lin Feng's thoughts raced. The iron-skinned pig let out another low roar and charged. Its massive body brought with it a stench unstoppable. Now's the time. Lin Feng did not retreat but advanced. Just as the iron-skinned pig was about to collide with him, he swiftly sidestepped. His body slipped past the iron-skinned pig at a tricky angle. Man and pig brushed past each other. Beast, look this way. Lin Feng hissed, and with a reverse grip on the Voyager aimed straight for the iron-skinned pig's eyes. The iron-skinned pig let out a mournful howl. Its massive body, caught off guard, surged forward several meters due to inertia, crashing into a crumbling low wall. One of its eyes was already a bloody mess. Effective. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He no longer hesitated and seized the opportunity to strike. He pushed off the ground and pursued. The iron-skinned pig, enraged from its injury, became even more frenzied, crashing wildly, trying to toss Lin Feng away. But Lin Feng remained exceptionally calm at this moment, dexterously avoiding the iron-skinned pig with agility far beyond its own, like a matador toying with a bull. With each dodge he left either deep or shallow wounds on the iron-skinned pig. Although the Voyager's damage to the iron-skinned pig's thick keratin layer was limited, it accumulated over time. Pooh! Finally, after a precisely timed dodge, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to thrust the Voyager deep into the previously inflicted wound on the iron-skinned pig, twisting it forcefully. Ah! The iron-skinned pig let out a desperate wail, its massive body crashing to the ground, twitching a few times before falling silent. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a lower-tier level 1 monster iron-skinned pig. Gained Blade Experience 10. Probability of gaining free attribute point 1. Gained iron-skinned pig tusks materials x2. Gained iron-skinned pig hard skin materials x1. Who? Lin Feng leaned on his sword, panting heavily, sweat soaking through his clothes. Although it was merely a low-level level 1 monster, this battle had drained him significantly. Looking at the iron-skinned pig's corpse on the ground, an indescribable joy and sense of accomplishment surged within him. This was his first time truly slaying a monster relying on his own strength. Blade Experience 10. Free attribute point 1. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He rested for a moment, simply processing the iron-skinned pig's materials. Though they were not worth much, even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. Following the system's guidance, Lin Feng began to wander in this area. He encountered a few more iron skin pigs as well as some faster but weaker level 1 monsters called swift rabbits. With the experience from the first encounter, Lin Feng's combat became increasingly methodical. He no longer blindly clashed but learned to leverage his speed advantage, seeking out the monster's weaknesses to attack. Each battle was a valuable accumulation of experience. From initially being flustered and thrown about to gradually becoming composed, he could even anticipate some simple attack patterns from the monsters. His swordsmanship also became more precise and ruthless in actual combat. Although it remained basic, slashing, chopping and stabbing, its power was no longer comparable. As the sun set, the blood-red twilight spread across the land. Lin Feng, dragging his exhausted body, stumbled back. His old-school uniform was torn in several places and he bore numerous new wounds on his face and body. Yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Like stars in the night. Host current status Vitality 114150 Practicing Turtle Breathing Technique 5 Strength 19 Voyager 5 Practicing Turtle Breathing Technique 1 Vitality Increase 1 Agility 14 Practicing Turtle Breathing Technique 1 Vitality Increase 1 Physique 15 Practicing Turtle Breathing Technique 1 Vitality Increase 1 Spirit 14 Practicing Turtle Breathing Technique 1 Vitality Increase 1 Blade Experience 78 Free Attribute Point 1 System Currency 100 Looking at the slowly increasing attributes on the system panel, Lin Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Although his whole body ached as if it were about to fall apart, this feeling of gradually getting stronger through his own efforts was incredibly exhilarating. This bit of experience and attribute points isn't enough to fill a gap. Lin Feng licked his cracked lips, his eyes shining with an even hotter intensity. Tomorrow I'll continue grinding. Maid outfit. To hell with it. I want to become the strongest man. The night was as dark as ink deep within the novice hunting zone. Lin Feng panted heavily, kicking aside the twitching corpse of a mutated wolf dog. Successfully slain a level 1 mid-grade monster, rampant black dog. Obtained Blade Experience 15. Obtained Black Dog Claw Material X4. Obtained Black Dog Fur Material X1. Huff. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his face, a mix of beasts and his own. It was already the third day since the school suspension notice came down. During these 3 days, aside from eating and sleeping, he had almost spent all his time in this abandoned industrial park. Swing the knife. Swing the knife. Swing it again. Current status of the host: Health 124150 Tortoise Breathing Technique 10 Strength 19 Tortoise Breathing Technique 2 Agility 14 Tortoise Breathing Technique 2 Constitution 15 Tortoise Breathing Technique 2 Spirit 14 Tortoise Breathing Technique 2 Blade Experience 433 Free Attribute Points 5 System Currency 180. Looking at the slowly but steadily increasing attribute panel, a smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. There was still a long way to go to the 150 health points required for the task. The shadow of the maid outfit still loomed over his heart. Not enough. Far from enough. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Voyager. System, are there any nearby high experience targets? Lin Feng licked his cracked lips, the battle intent still burning in his eyes. Scanning the map. 300 meters to the southwest, detected a group of level 1 monsters. Gale rabbits, quantity 57, aggressive type. Gale rabbits. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The name sounded nothing like the clumsy, bulky ironhide boar. Let's go take a look. Without hesitation, he dragged his somewhat exhausted body following the system map's guidance. He passed through a collapsed factory and ahead lay a relatively open abandoned playground. Several rabbits about half a meter long with gray-brown fur, long ears and strong hind legs were gnawing on mutated grass on the ground. They occasionally raised their heads warily, their ruby-like eyes scanning the surroundings. Monster name: Gale Rabbit. Level 1 mid-grade. Characteristics: extremely fast, group action, sharp claws, weakness, low defense, head. Extremely fast. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to sneak closer, one of the Gale rabbits suddenly lifted its head, its long ears standing upright. Squeak. A sharp cry rang out. In the next second, 5 Gale rabbits turned into 5 gray streaks of lightning, pouncing towards Lin Feng from different directions. Damn. So fast. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Their speed was a significant leap over any level 1 monster he had encountered before. He instinctively raised his knife to block. Clang. 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 A series of piercing, scraping sounds echoed. The claws of the Gale rabbit fiercely raked against the Voyager, sparking a few points of fire. Lin Feng felt a swift yet not too powerful force strike him, numbing his arm. Before he could adjust his posture, one Gale rabbit had already circled to his side, its sharp claws swiping towards his calf. Damn! Lin Feng cursed inwardly and hurriedly twisted his body to evade. Slash! His pants were ripped open, a searing pain shot through him. Fortunately he dodged in time, suffering only a superficial wound. The other Gale rabbits followed up with their attacks in quick succession, working together like a well-trained squad. Lin Feng swung the Voyager, temporarily forced into a passive defense, struggling to keep up. These rabbits were too slippery. Several times his blade barely grazed past them, but always missed by a hair. Damn it, they're like loaches. Lin Feng felt increasingly alarmed. Individually these Gale rabbits might not match the ironhide boar, but together they posed a significant threat. Their attack angles were cunning and their speed was quick. A slight mistake could lead to injury. Pfft. One Gale rabbit seized an opening and bit down on his left arm. Sharp teeth pierced his skin, a wave of piercing pain surged through him. Get away! Lin Feng shouted angrily, his right hand's blade flashing as he struck fiercely at the rabbit's head. The rabbit reacted quickly, releasing its bite and leaping away just in time to avoid a fatal blow, but the blade grazed its back, drawing a stream of blood. Squeak! The injured Gale rabbit let out an angry scream, its attacks growing even more frenzied. Lin Feng's situation became increasingly dire. He had already sustained several wounds with blood flowing down his arms and calves. The Voyager felt somewhat cumbersome in this high-speed melee. I can't keep going like this. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He took a deep breath, quietly circulating the tortoise breathing technique within him. A faint warm current flowed through his limbs, slightly alleviating his muscle soreness and fatigue. I must find an opportunity to take them down one by one. Lin Feng stopped trying to chase after them. Instead he changed his footwork, beginning to use the surrounding abandoned obstacles to maneuver against the rabbit group. His agility attribute, already not low, erupted fully at this moment. A Gale rabbit charged at him from the front, but Lin Feng did not dodge, waiting until it was close before suddenly crouching and sliding to the side. The rabbit missed its target and, due to its high speed, crashed headlong into a nearby half-buried concrete pillar. Boom! With a muffled sound the rabbit fell to the ground, dazed. Good opportunity. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed as he took a quick step forward, the Voyager stabbing unhesitatingly towards its neck. Pfft! The blade tip penetrated, blood gushed forth. Successfully slain a level 1 mid-grade monster Gale rabbit. Obtained blade experience 12. Obtained Gale rabbit claw material x2. He took down one. The remaining 4 Gale rabbits seemed momentarily stunned, their offensive slowing. Lin Feng seized this brief moment to launch another attack. He no longer aimed to take on too many, focusing solely on the one nearest to him with a fierce assault. Basic knife techniques: chop, slash, lift, stab. Each movement was concise and effective, infused with an indomitable fierceness. Clang! Swish! Another fierce battle ensued. Lin Feng was once again injured, a Gale rabbit's claw leaving 3 bloody scratches on his right shoulder. But he gritted his teeth, relying on his greater strength and constitution. He forcefully knocked the second Gale rabbit to the ground. Successfully slain a level 1 mid-grade monster Gale rabbit. Obtained blade experience 12. Obtained Gale rabbit hind leg meat material x1. Only 3 left. Lin Feng gasped heavily, feeling his stamina rapidly depleting. But that stubborn spirit kept him going. The remaining 3 Gale rabbits seemed to sense that this human was troublesome, becoming somewhat agitated. Their coordination was no longer as seamless. Now's my chance. Seizing the moment a Gale rabbit attacked empty air, Lin Feng charged forward. The Voyager in his hand turned into a cold light, striking down. Pfft! The third Gale rabbit fell to the ground. The last 2 Gale rabbits, seeing the situation turning dire, actually turned and fled. Trying to run. Too late. Lin Feng growled, forcing back the pain as he chased after them. His current speed was no less than that of these rabbits. Moments later. On the abandoned playground, the 5 corpses of the Gale rabbits lay sprawled in disarray. Lin Feng leaned on the Voyager, half kneeling on the ground, sweat thoroughly soaking his old school uniform. Damn! These rabbits are really a pain in the ass. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, feeling his whole body on the verge of falling apart. Congratulations to the host for successfully annihilating the Gale Rabbit squad. Extra reward Blade experience 30. System currency 50. Detected that the host displayed unwavering will and resilience in battle. Part of the System Mall level 1 has unlocked early. System Mall. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. This was a good thing. He struggled to sit up using his mind to open the System Mall. A light blue interface unfolded before his eyes. System Mall Level 1 partially open Alchemy Section 1. Low-grade health pill price 100 system currency each. Effect restores a small amount of health too. Low-grade healing spray price 300 system currency per bottle. Effect stops bleeding quickly, alleviates pain, accelerates healing of minor wounds 3. Hemostatic grass powder price 20 system currency per bag. Effect basic hemostasis weapons Section 1. A grade alloy practice knife brand new price 50 system currency each. 2. Grade alloy battle knife windbreaker defective price 800 system currency each. Note slightly inferior to the Voyager and has defects skills Section 1. Illustrated guide to basic knife techniques price 100 system currency. Note an ordinary introductory book on knife techniques 2. Gale step fragment price 500 system currency. Note learning has a chance of failure. His gaze immediately fell on the low-grade healing spray. Stops bleeding quickly, alleviates pain, accelerates healing. This was exactly what he needed right now. Looking at the price, 300 system currency. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. After working hard for 3 days plus this time's annihilation of the Gale Rabbits, he had only a total of 230 system currency. The beginner's gift pack did contain 1,000 federal currency as starting capital, but the system had clearly stated that federal currency could not be directly exchanged for system currency. Damn. So expensive. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. This system was truly good at business. He couldn't afford it. He sighed and shifted his gaze to the hemostatic grass powder. 20 system currency per bag. This one was affordable. Fine, having it is better than not having it at all. Lin Feng used his mind to select purchase. Ding. Purchased, hemostatic grass powder, X1 consuming 20 system currency. A small bag of brown powder appeared in his hand. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, sprinkling the powder on the wounds on his arm, shoulder and calf. A sharp sting made him gasp. Fortunately the bleeding had indeed slowed significantly. He tore off a piece of his clothing and hastily bandaged the wounds. This little injury is nothing. Lin Feng stood up, his gaze still sharp. Although he was in a sorry state, he had succeeded. Moreover, the opening of the System Mall meant more possibilities. However, earning system currency was far too difficult. The night had fully enveloped Jiang City. Lin Feng dragged his exhausted body limping back to his dilapidated rental apartment. He tried to make his walk appear normal. Creak, the door opened and his grandmother came out with a bowl of steaming noodles. Seeing Lin Feng all dirty with dark red stains on his clothes, the old lattice brows immediately furrowed. Xiao Feng, what happened? Where did you go wild again? How did you end up like this? The concern in his grandmother's voice warmed Lin Feng's heart and he quickly forced a smile. Grandma, I'm fine. The school is suspended, so I found a part-time job moving things to earn some money. I accidentally scraped a bit of skin, but it's nothing. He hid his injured arm behind him. This was the explanation he had long prepared. He spoke truthfully about the school suspension, but he dared not let his grandmother know about the hunting zone, fearing it would worry her. Moving worker. You child, your body isn't fully well yet, why show off your strength? His grandmother tenderly grasped Lin Feng's hand, seeing the calluses and new scrapes on his hand, her eyes turned red. Quick, wash your hands and eat. Grandma cooked you 2 eggs. Lin Feng nodded vigorously, feeling a bit choked up. Under the dim light it seemed that the white hairs at his grandmother's temples had increased again. Her coughing had also become more frequent than before. Lin Feng rummaged through the noodles in his bowl, eating without taste. Grandma's medicine is about to run out. He silently thought. That special medicine was expensive and the family's savings had long been depleted. The previously received scholarship was merely a drop in the bucket. I must earn money quickly. Lin Feng's gaze turned incredibly determined. Increase my strength. Earn more money. Cure grandma's illness. Made outfits and the like could go to hell. He wanted to grow stronger. For Grandma and for himself. The monsters in the novice hunting zone were still too low-level, yielding too little system currency and experience. Within a week, 150 health points graduate practical assessment with a grade B. Lin Feng put down his bowl and chopsticks, his eyes burning with flame. System, is there any quick money-making path? Detected the host's strong desire to grow stronger and earn money. The main quest updated to newbies counterattack road, current health 124150 points. Time remaining for the task, 4 days left. Friendly reminder, level 1 system mall has unlocked the material recycling function. Monster materials obtained by the host can be directly exchanged for system currency. Material recycling. Lin Feng was taken aback, then overjoyed. The monster materials he had collected in these days were still piled up in the system space. Lin Feng gazed at the 4 large characters material recycling on the system panel, a thought stirring in his mind. Iron-skinned pig Fong material X50 can be exchanged for 100 system coins. Iron-skinned pig hard skin material X25 can be exchanged for 50 system coins. Black dog claw material X24 can be exchanged for 120 system coins. Black dog fur material X6 can be exchanged for 60 system coins. Swift wind rabbit paw material X8 can be exchanged for 32 system coins. Swift wind rabbit hind leg meat material X3 can be exchanged for 15 system coins. These monster materials can indeed be exchanged for a bit of system currency here. Damn it. The medicine for Grandma requires federal coins. And a large amount of federal coins. Currently the system shop has only opened a portion and there is no medicine that can treat Grandma. No matter how fragrant system coins are, they can't buy special medicine. Official collection points. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He knew that those official monster material collection points had extremely low prices. The materials scavenged from a first-level mid-grade monster would at most be worth dozens of federal coins. A drop in the bucket. Black market. A thought burgeoned within Lin Feng's mind like wild grass. In Jiang City No. 14 high school, the mix of fish and dragons was evident. He had heard some classmates from similar poor backgrounds privately discussing a secret black market over by the slums. There the prices of monster materials were significantly higher than the official ones. Of course the risks were much greater. Black eating black was a common occurrence. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Feng's eyes hardened. For Grandma and for that damn task he had no choice. The shadow of the maid outfit made him shudder. He quickly cleaned the bloodstains from his body and changed into a clean but still tattered tracksuit. He slung the knife bag containing the Voyager over his shoulder just in case. After doing all this he quietly pushed open the door. Grandma was still sound asleep, her breathing steady. Lin Feng tiptoed away, blending into the dim streets of the early morning. Jiang City West District slums. This is the forgotten corner of the city. Sewage flowed freely and garbage was strewn everywhere. The low dilapidated shantytown resembled a maze of jagged teeth. An unpleasant smell, a mixture of dampness, decay and despair wafted through the air. After donning a mask, Lin Feng followed the fragmented information he had heard and took a winding route into a darker, narrower alley. At the end of the alley a ragged, greasy-haired figure was crouched in the corner, furtively counting a few scattered federal coins. The person appeared to be in their 30s or 40s with thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes, a true human-shaped rat. "Excuse me, are you Brother Mouse?" Lin Feng lowered his voice, trying to keep his tone calm. The person was startled, nearly dropping the money in their hands. He suddenly looked up, his small eyes warily scanning Lin Feng. "Who are you? What do you want?" His voice was high-pitched, tinged with a barely perceptible wariness. Lin Feng pulled out 50 federal coins from his pocket and handed them over. "I want to inquire about something." Upon seeing the money, Mouse's eyes brightened, quickly stashing the coins in his pocket, his wariness dissipating somewhat. "Go ahead, what do you want to know?" "In this area there's nothing I Mouse don't know." He patted his chest, appearing as if he could handle anything. "I want to sell a batch of monster materials I need away." Lin Feng got straight to the point. "Monster materials?" Mouse sized up Lin Feng, his gaze turning somewhat playful. A kid who hasn't even grown hair yet speaks quite boldly. "Kid, do you know how deep the black market is? You could drown without even making a sound." He spoke in a sarcastic tone. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, quietly observing Mouse. After 3 days in the novice hunting area, although it hadn't transformed him completely, it had left him with a trace of a vague killing aura. That was the aura of someone who had truly shed blood and taken lives. Mouse, who had been mingling at the fringes of the slums and black market for years, had sharp vision. From Lin Feng's calm eyes he sensed a hint of ruthlessness that belied his age. This kid was not as simple as he appeared. Hee, you've got guts. Mouse rubbed his hands together, his lewd smile growing wider. I can take you, but you understand the rules, right? He extended 2 fingers. 20%. Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. 20%. This mouse had quite the appetite. The black market was already deep, and taking away 20% would cut the profits by a large margin. He fell silent for a moment. Ding. Detecting the host's current situation, a temporary task is issued. Task name: Black Market Exploration. Task objective: successfully complete the first transaction in the black market worth no less than 500 federal coins and escape unscathed. Task reward system: coins 100. Black market reputation 1. Black market reputation can affect merchants' attitudes and transaction prices. Task failure: the system will randomly deduct one of the host's life skills such as cooking, laundry, sewing, and it will be permanently forgotten. What the hell? Forgetting life skills? Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. This punishment, while not as socially deadly as the maid outfit, was still enough to disgust someone. What if he forgot how to cook? What would happen to Grandma? System, you're ruthless. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. He took a deep breath and looked at Mouse. 1%. That's all I'm offering. He tried to bargain. Kid, are you trying to haggle with me? Mouse squinted his eyes, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. 20%, not a cent less. Take it or leave it. He assumed an air of having Lin Feng firmly in his grasp. Lin Feng's thoughts raced. He was currently weak and knew nothing about the black market. If he recklessly barged in, it would be just as Mouse said, he could be swallowed whole without a trace. Although this Mouse was greedy, he seemed to be a local bully here. Spending money to buy a guide was the only option for now. Alright, 20%. Lin Feng finally nodded. You're smart. Mouse immediately showed a proud smile. Come with me, kid, let me show you the real underground world of Jiang City. He turned and deftly slipped into a narrower crevice. Lin Feng followed closely behind. The two of them navigated through the spiderweb-like alleys, turning left and right. The surrounding light grew dimmer. The air became increasingly murky. From time to time he could see some suspicious figures whispering in the dark corners. Most of those people displayed a mix of wariness or flattery upon seeing Mouse. It seemed this Mouse indeed had some connections here. After walking for about 10 minutes, Mouse stopped in front of a dilapidated wall covered in moss. He cautiously looked around, then reached out to feel along the wall. Click. A soft sound. A nondescript brick on the wall unexpectedly recessed inward. Immediately the entire wall slid open silently to reveal a dark hole leading downward. A mixed wave of stench, tobacco, alcohol, and various unknown odors rushed out from the hole. Faintly the sounds of a noisy crowd shouting and metal clashing could be heard from within. We're here. Mouse chuckled and was the first to dive in. Kid, stick close, it doesn't recognize people inside. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. He could sense that beneath the hole was a place entirely different from the world above. It was filled with opportunities but also fraught with dangers. The black market is indeed deep. Lin Feng thought to himself. I hope to gain something. Without hesitation he stepped into the dark entrance. The passage sloped downward, and after walking for about several dozen meters, a vast underground space suddenly appeared before Lin Feng. This place was far larger than he had imagined and even more chaotic. Dim lights flickered, barely illuminating the makeshift stalls. The stalls displayed a variety of goods, many of which were explicitly banned on the market. Unknown ores emitting ghostly light, grotesquely modified firearms, gene potions bubbling with a strange aura, and even some dismembered monster organs exuding a strong scent of blood. People in all sorts of bizarre attire moved through the stalls. There were muscular mercenaries with scars on their faces and mysterious figures shrouded in black cloaks, their faces obscured. Some shifty-eyed individuals clearly up to no good prowled the crowd as if searching for prey. The cacophony of hawking voices, bargaining, and crude curses formed a chaotic symphony. So how's it going, kid? Are your eyes open now? The rat cast a smug glance at Lin Feng as if this sinful place belonged to him. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, but he felt a sense of vigilance rising within. Every person here exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. A slight misstep could lead to being devoured without a trace. Follow me, I'll introduce you to an old customer, Butcher Zhang, who buys various monster materials at reasonable prices. The rat skillfully navigated through the crowd, bringing Lin Feng to a stall in a corner. Behind the stall sat a muscular man, shirtless. He was at least 2 meters tall with bulging muscles like an iron tower. A grotesque scar ran from the corner of his left eye down to his chin, his gaze fierce like a hungry wolf. He was leisurely scraping a leg bone of an unknown monster with a greasy bone knife, and a heavy smell of blood filled the stall. Brother Zhang, business is booming, the rat said with a flattering smile. Butcher Zhang lifted his eyelids, glanced at the rat, and then looked at Lin Feng with a scrutinizing gaze. New here? His voice was rough like sandpaper rubbing together. Hee, I brought him. This little brother has some good stuff and wants you to take a look, Brother Zhang. The rat rubbed his hands together. Lin Feng wasted no time directly pulling out the monster materials he had accumulated during his time in the novice hunting area. Black Dog Claws X24, Black Dog Fur X6, Swift Rabbit Claws X8, Swift Rabbit Hind Leg Meat X3. Butcher Zhang put down the bone knife, casually weighed a pair of black dog claws, and then looked over the Swift Rabbit's hind leg meat. His expression was disdainful, as if he looked down on these low-grade materials. Tisk, just some worthless items. He curled his lip and casually offered a price, 300 Federation coins for the lot, no more. 300. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. This price was hardly higher than the official purchase point and might even be lower. System prompt: Black Dog Claws common average buyback price in the black market is 1,520 Federation coins per pair. System prompt: Black Dog Fur common average buyback price in the black market is 2,535 Federation coins per piece. System prompt: Swift Rabbit Claws sharp average buyback price in the black market is 812 Federation coins per pair. System prompt: Swift Rabbit hind leg meat with tendons average buyback price in the black market is 1,015 Federation coins per serving. System evaluation: total value of host's materials reasonable black market price is estimated to be between 600,000 and 800 Federation coins. The stall owner's quote is severely undervalued. The cold prompt from the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Indeed, this Butcher Zhang was trying to fleece him because of his youth. Boss, this price seems a bit low, doesn't it? Lin Feng spoke assertively. Oh. Butcher Zhang squinted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Kid, do you understand the market? Even taking this junk is a favor to you. A fierce pressure bore down on Lin Feng. In the past, Lin Feng would have probably been too intimidated to speak. But now he simply met Butcher Zhang's gaze calmly. Although black dog claws are common, my pairs have intact tips with almost no wear and decent hardness. Lin Feng picked up a pair of claws and pointed at the glint of the tips. Black dog fur may be ordinary, but the pieces are complete and can be used as good material for protective gear after some tanning. He picked up a piece of fur again. As for these Swift Rabbit claws, see, each pair has intact phalanges and they're sharp enough to make good arrowheads or throwing darts. And this hind leg meat is the prime part, with tendons valued higher than ordinary meat for both consumption and medicinal use. Lin Feng analyzed clearly and unhurriedly. With each sentence he spoke, the disdain on Butcher Zhang's face diminished while surprise grew. This kid doesn't seem like a rookie visiting the black market for the first time. The rat beside him looked somewhat taken aback. He thought Lin Feng would be easily intimidated by Butcher Zhang's words, but he didn't expect the kid to be so articulate. Butcher Zhang fell silent for a moment, examining a piece of Swift Rabbit hind leg meat, closely squeezing it in his hand. You speak well. Then tell me how much. His tone remained unfriendly, but the initial condescension had faded. Lin Feng had already made his calculations. 700 Federation coins. At this price, I believe, boss, you won't be at a loss. He quoted the average price evaluated by the system, leaving some room for negotiation. 700. Butcher Zhang's eyes widened as if he had heard a great joke. Kid, are you trying to rob me? At most 500, take it or leave it. He slammed the table, causing the bone scraps to jump. Lin Feng stood his ground. Boss, the black market has its rules and you know the value of these materials. One price only 620 Federation coins. If you think it's not suitable, I'll go ask someone else. Saying this, he pretended to put the materials away. Butcher Zhang's gaze flickered. He truly hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary student to be so difficult. The price Lin Feng quoted was indeed higher than he had anticipated, yet it was still within the normal profit range for the black market. His business at the stall today was average. Even a mosquito is meat. The rat quickly intervened, trying to smooth things over. "Oh, Brother Zhang, this little brother is here for the first time. Please be accommodating. Little brother Zhang's stall always offers fair prices for large quantities, so just say less." Butcher Zhang snorted coldly, considering it a way to save face. 600. No more. Kid, I'll give you this price for the rat's sake. Lin Feng quickly calculated in his mind. 600 Federation coins was nearly half higher than the official purchase price, meeting the system task's requirement of a transaction value of not less than 500 Federation coins. Although it was 20 lower than his psychological expectation, it was already a good result for a newcomer. Deal. Lin Feng nodded. Butcher Zhang counted out 600 Federation coins from a drawer and tossed them onto the stall with some displeasure. Lin Feng counted carefully before pocketing the money. Ding. Temporary task: initial exploration of the black market completed. Task reward system: coins 100, black market reputation 1. Black market reputation 1, newcomer. Improving reputation can slightly enhance your trading experience in the black market. The system's prompt resonated at the right moment. Finally completing a task. Lin Feng felt a slight relaxation in his heart. However, before he could rejoice, the rat had already approached him, rubbing his hands with a lewd smile on his face. "Little brother, congratulations on your wealth. According to our agreement, 2%, 120 Federation coins." He extended 2 greasy fingers. Lin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. This rat really was a feather plucker. He gritted his teeth and counted out 120 Federation coins to hand to the rat. The rat took the money, beaming with delight. "Pleasure doing business, pleasure doing business. Little brother, if you have good stuff in the future, don't hesitate to come find me." With 600 Federation coins, only 480 remained. This money is really hard to earn. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. However, this amount was already a fortune for him. Damn it, the medical fees at last have some resolution. Moreover, he had more important matters to attend to, purchasing blood essence pills to break through to the first stage of a martial apprentice. "Brother rat, where can I buy pills in this black market?" Lin Feng asked. "Pills?" The rat's eyes brightened. "Little brother has connections. Follow me, I know a place with good goods and reasonable prices." Lin Feng followed the rat, somewhat skeptical, as they wound through the crowd to a relatively secluded stall. The stall owner was a black-cloaked person wearing a bronze mask, exuding an air of mystery. The stall displayed some jade bottles within which the outlines of pills could be faintly seen. "Boss, we have customers." The rat nodded and bowed to the black-cloaked person. The black-cloaked man merely nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Lin Feng with a hint of scrutiny. "What do you want?" His voice was hoarse, making it hard to tell his age. "I want to buy a few low-grade blood essence pills." Lin Feng stated his intentions directly. The black-cloaked man retrieved a small jade bottle from under the stall, pouring out 4 thumb-sized red pills emitting a faint bloody scent. Low-grade blood essence pills are 50 Federation coins each. 4 for 190. Lin Feng picked up 1 blood essence pill and scrutinized it. System identification: inferior blood essence pill, low grade. The efficacy is about 70 of a standard low-grade blood essence pill, containing some impurities, and long-term use may slightly harm the body. Black market reference price: 3,545 Federation coins per pill. The system's prompt made Lin Feng frown slightly. This pill was indeed problematic. "Boss, your blood essence pill seems to be of poor quality." Lin Feng laid the pill down, his tone calm. The black-cloaked man's movements paused and his gaze seemed to chill a few degrees beneath the mask. "In the black market you get what you pay for. If you're not satisfied, you can go buy from the official pharmacy, where a standard low-grade blood essence pill costs at least 80 Federation coins if they even have stock." His tone carried a hint of mockery. Lin Feng remained silent. He had been to the official pharmacy. Low-grade blood essence pills were often out of stock, and when available the prices were outrageous. 160 for 4. This is the highest price I can offer. Lin Feng attempted to negotiate. The black-cloaked man sneered. 180, not a penny less. Kid, don't waste my time. Lin Feng looked at the 4 pills, quickly weighing his options in his mind. Though they were of inferior quality, they were better than nothing. As long as they could help him break through to the first stage of a martial apprentice, he could endure this level of side effects. Fine 180. He counted out 180 Federation coins from his pocket and handed them to the black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man accepted the money, placing the 4 blood essence pills back into the jade bottle and handing it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng carefully stowed the bottle in his pocket. With 480 Federation coins, he now had 300 left. Money really does disappear quickly. "Little brother, you've bought the pills, is there anything else you need?" The rat asked from the side, seemingly wanting to squeeze out more profit from Lin Feng. "No, I should head back now." Lin Feng shook his head. He just wanted to leave this place of troubles as quickly as possible. "Alright then, if you have good goods next time, remember to find me." The rat seemed disappointed but did not press further. Lin Feng nodded and turned to walk toward the exit of the black market. He navigated through the crowded crowd, carefully avoiding those who looked like trouble. Just as he was about to reach the hole he came from, he sensed several malicious gazes behind him, locking onto him like venomous snakes. Lin Feng's heart tightened and he quickened his pace. He didn't look back, but he could clearly feel that the owners of those gazes seemed to have followed him. Trouble. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. It seemed that the money in this black market wasn't so easy to acquire after all. Wealth should be hidden, he had been careless. I must quickly absorb the blood essence pills and break through to the first stage of a martial apprentice. Lin Feng had only one thought in his mind. Only by improving his strength could he handle these potential dangers. He quickened his steps and swiftly dove into the dark hole leading to the surface. A chill surged up Lin Feng's back, causing him to unconsciously quicken his steps. The cold, sinister gazes from the black market were like venomous snakes, flicking their tongues, tightly locking onto him. Damn it! It's still due to my lack of experience. He cursed inwardly as his feet nearly brought forth a gust of wind. The familiar alleys rapidly receded before his eyes, and finally the entrance to the dilapidated rental apartment appeared at the end of his sight. He rushed up to the 3rd floor in one breath, his hand trembling slightly as he took out the key to unlock the door. Click. The door lock emitted a faint sound. He swiftly dashed inside, locking the door securely behind him, leaning against the cold door panel as he gasped for air. The room was engulfed in darkness. Only the steady and even breathing from his grandmother's room could be heard. Lin Feng's taut nerves finally relaxed a little. He tiptoed, trying his best not to make a sound. Feeling his way to the bedside, he cautiously took out the jade bottle containing 4 inferior chi and blood pills from his pocket. Along with it were 3 crumpled federal coins stained with blood and the smell of copper. Grandma's medicine. He pressed the money deep into the most hidden corner beneath the pillow. The chi and blood pills were stuffed into an inconspicuous gap between the bedboard and the wall. After doing all this, he finally felt the sense of being watched gradually recede. He wiped his face haphazardly, the sweat mixed with the unique filth of the black market sticky and uncomfortable. He didn't even take off his clothes, collapsing onto the bed fully dressed. He was utterly exhausted. It was not just the physical fatigue but also the high mental tension. Almost as soon as his head touched the pillow, Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep. Morning. The first glimmer of dawn struggled to pierce through the curtain's gap, casting mottled shadows in the small room. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide. There was no trace of drowsiness or confusion. He nimbly rolled out of bed, stretching his slightly stiff limbs. The fatigue from last night seemed to be blown away by the morning's cool breeze, replaced by a deep-seated desire to become stronger. Immediately. Right now. He quickly walked to the narrow living room, picking up the practice knife that had accompanied him through countless days and nights from the corner. The worn-down patterns on the handle and the thick calluses on it silently spoke of his persistence day after day. He exhaled a long breath of stale air and his gaze instantly became sharp and focused. Basic knife techniques. Once. Again. Slash. Chop. Flick. Stab. Smash. Each movement sought precision, striving to channel every bit of energy into the blade. Sweat quickly soaked through his faded, worn-out sportswear. Scenes of life and death struggles with iron-skinned pigs and swift rabbits in the novice hunting area replayed in his mind. The desperate dodges and the missed opportunities for attacks. With every swing of the knife it was as if he was silently correcting every flaw from the past. Knife swings 1, knife experience 1, knife swings 1, knife experience 1. In the void on the system panel visible only to him, the numbers steadily climbed. He could distinctly feel that with each swing of the knife his muscle control was experiencing extremely subtle improvements. His utilization of strength became more refined and adept. This was the invaluable experience gained from real combat. 1 hour. 2 hours. Lin Feng seemed to transform into a tireless precise machine repetitively performing the monotonous actions. Grandma had woken up. Seeing her grandson practicing in the morning again, she simply smiled lovingly before turning to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She had long since grown accustomed to her grandson's stubbornness. Yet she vaguely felt that today's Lin Feng seemed a bit different from usual. With each stroke of the knife there was an indescribable force, as if the air itself was vibrating slightly. After breakfast Lin Feng did not rest for a moment. He once again plunged into frenzied knife practice. The sunlight outside gradually grew more intense. Bean's-sized drops of sweat continuously slid down from his forehead, splashing onto the cracked cement floor, quickly evaporating into wisps of white vapor. Knife swings 18753220000. Next stage achievement reward free attribute points 5. Looking at the continuously flickering numbers on the system panel, Lin Feng's heart surged with excitement. Less than 13,000 swings to go. He would achieve the milestone of 200,000 knife swings. He wondered what kind of surprise reward the system would grant him this time. System, what good things are there for 200,000 knife swings? He couldn't help but inwardly ask. The system's cheeky voice immediately chimed in. Host, meals need to be taken one bite at a time, paths walked one step at a time, and knives swung one cut at a time. Don't always think about making a leap, be careful not to stretch too far or you might get hurt. Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. This crappy system still spoke so frivolously, lacking any semblance of the demeanor of a master. But the system deliberately elongated its tone, creating a bit of suspense. Given your diligent training and considering you are one of the more hardworking few among this system's numerous hosts, it wouldn't hurt to reveal a little internal information. This reward will definitely make you feel ecstatic. I guarantee it will be even more enjoyable than the time you beat that little brat named Zhao Hao to tears. Humph. Lin Feng scoffed dismissively, but the anticipation in his heart involuntarily intensified. He no longer hesitated, concentrating his thoughts and unhesitatingly allocating all 5 of his precious free attribute points to strength. Boom! A scorching warmth surged forth like a flood, breaking its dam, instantly flowing from his dantian, rushing towards his limbs and bones. He could distinctly feel the muscle fibers throughout his body slightly swelling, filled with explosive strength. Strength 21-26. Awesome. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a low shout, swinging the practice knife once more. Whoosh! The wind from the knife whistled, carrying a faint sense of pressure. The speed of the strikes became faster. The power grew more fierce. He could even hear the extremely faint shushu explosive sound as the air was sliced apart by the blade. Not enough. Far from enough. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with near-manic enthusiasm. He could feel the qi and blood within his body surging at an unprecedented speed. Time passed relentlessly, second by second. Swing the knife. Swing it again. In his mind there was only one thought: 200,000 times. Knife swings 190,000, knife swings 195,000, knife swings 199,000. Getting closer. Only a thin line stood between him and that goal. The blade sliced through the wind, leaving only 10 final strikes. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng felt a thunderous roar in his mind. At that moment the entire world seemed to fall into silence. Only he remained, along with the cold practice knife in his hand. And that increasingly close within reach target. Strike count 199990. Strike count 199995. His eyes were bloodshot and his breathing was as heavy as a worn-out bellows. Every muscle in his body trembled violently under the unbearable strain, as if it would completely fall apart at any moment. Yet his gaze was frighteningly bright, like 2 burning stars in the night. Last 5 strikes. He squeezed out a deep roar from between his gritted teeth, summoning the last remnants of strength from his body. First strike. The force was immense, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. Second strike. Swift as lightning. Like a fleeting glimpse of a startled swan. Third strike. Crafty and unpredictable. Like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. Fourth strike. Returning to simplicity. Effortless mastery. As he swung out that decisive final strike, he felt as if he and the knife had merged into one. Strike count 2000000. In an instant. Ding. An exceptionally clear and melodious system prompt echoed in his mind like celestial music. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the extreme achievement of 200,000 strikes. Detecting the host's indomitable steel will and initial comprehension of the true essence of the sword technique. Special rewards are being issued. Lin Feng's body jolted as if the overwhelming fatigue that threatened to crush him had been evaporated by an invisible force in that moment. He widened his bloodshot eyes, staring intently at the system panel that only he could see in the void. It's here. It has finally arrived. A golden light more brilliant than any before suddenly erupted from the system panel. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a skill reward, Wind-Splitting/Active Attack Skill. Wind-Splitting/Level D with slight potential for growth. Type Active Attack. Sword technique effect consumes a small amount of the host's vitality to instantly condense sword chi, launching a sharp crescent-shaped wind-splitting sword chi attack at a designated target. The power of the sword chi is closely related to the host's current strength, attributes, vitality limit, and understanding of sword techniques. Note, kid, this is merely the first small step among the first 10,000 steps toward the supreme path of swordsmanship, so don't get too cocky and embarrass this system. Wind-Splitting slash. Lin Feng's heart almost leapt out of his chest at that moment. An active attack skill. And it could directly unleash sword chi. This is a leap to the heavens. When he was mingling in the novice hunting area, he had witnessed those so-called senior martial apprentices who, despite exerting all their strength, could barely leave a faint white mark on the surface of their weapons. Yet now the wind-splitting slash he had obtained could directly unleash materialized sword chi. This was an entirely different realm, a qualitative leap. Ha ha ha. Damn. I finally have a proper attack skill. Lin Feng could no longer contain his inner joy, throwing his head back and laughing heartily. The long-suppressed frustration and indignation seemed to dissipate like smoke with that laughter. Calm down. Must remain calm. Lin Feng took several deep breaths, forcing his heart, which was racing from excessive excitement, to settle down. He was now eager to experience firsthand just how powerful this wind-splitting slash truly was. In the corner of the backyard there were some discarded wooden stakes and stones he usually picked up. Those were his targets for practicing chopping and venting emotions. Lin Feng quickly walked to a wooden stake about half a person tall and the thickness of a bucket. This stake was made of hardwood he dragged back from an abandoned construction site, extraordinarily sturdy and heavy. Previously, when he exerted all his strength with the practice knife, he could barely leave a shallow white mark on it. This one will do. Lin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened and the grade alloy knife Voyager appeared in his hand. He carefully recalled the information about wind-splitting slash from the system panel. Consuming a small amount of vitality condensing sword chi. He tried to summon the vitality within him, which had become more robust due to his enhanced attributes. Following a mysterious sensation that had inexplicably appeared in his mind, he slowly infused it into the blade of a Voyager. Buzz. The blade of a Voyager suddenly emitted an extremely faint tremor. A faint blue light flickered across the sharp edge like a firefly. Now. Lin Feng, feeling a surge of inspiration, didn't hesitate for a moment and fiercely swung forward. Wind-splitting slash. Whoosh. A visibly crescent-shaped blue sword chi about a foot long with a sharp piercing sound of slicing through the air shot forth from the tip of a Voyager. The speed was astonishing, almost beyond imagination. Just as the thought arose in Lin Feng's mind, the blue sword chi had already crossed several meters. Thud. A dull light sound. That incredibly hard wooden stake, which was difficult for even an axe to cleave, was as fragile as if made of paper before the fierce blue sword chi. It was cleaved cleanly in two. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and one could even clearly see the dense texture inside the stake. Hiss. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp in surprise, his eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. This power. He looked incredulously at the neatly split wooden stake and then glanced down at the Voyager in his hand, which still glimmered with a faint cold light. It felt as if he was dreaming. And this was merely a grade skill. If he could later obtain grade or even higher a grade and grade sword techniques, how terrifying would their power be? Too strong. This wind-splitting slash is simply too strong. Lin Feng was so excited that he danced with joy, eager to find an iron-skinned pig to test his blade. With the wind-splitting slash as this great weapon, his overall combat power had skyrocketed by more than just one level. Now when encountering tough first-level monsters like iron-skinned pigs, he was absolutely confident that he could severely injure them with a single strike or even kill them outright. System, you're amazing. This reward is simply divine. Lin Feng expressed sincere admiration for the system in his heart. The system remained silent for several seconds before speaking in its characteristic slightly arrogant electronic voice, "Host, please mind your wording. The level of this system's prowess is not something mere mortals can imagine. There's no need for you to make a fuss about it here." After a slight pause it added in a tone of exasperation, "Moreover, I advise you not to celebrate too early. This so-called wind-splitting slash is merely a common item among the countless grade skills recorded by this system, not worth mentioning. Compared to those true top-tier sword techniques mastered by your predecessors who could destroy the heavens and cleave the galaxy with a single strike, it's at least 100,000 universes away." Lin Feng's radiant smile instantly froze at the corners of his mouth. Did this broken system have to hit him every time it opened its mouth? However, he was in a good mood now and didn't bother to argue with this sharp-tongued system. Although he was ruthlessly mocked, he felt an unprecedented surge of power in his heart. So what if it's a grade common item? To his current strength this was undoubtedly a divine skill. He could clearly feel that his path to the pinnacle of power was just beginning to unfold. System, I should be able to exchange the experience I accumulated from those 200,000 strikes for free attribute points now, right? Lin Feng calmed his excited emotions and asked. 200,000 strikes must have accumulated quite a bit of experience points. Ding. 200,000 strikes extreme achievement has been completed and the experience points accumulated by the host have been automatically reset and converted into special rewards. Current total strikes by host 200,000. Next stage achievement goal 500,000 strikes, current strike experience 0. Special rewards. What special rewards have been converted into? Lin Feng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. The system replied, in view of the host exceeding the expected goals for this phase and demonstrating commendable willpower under extreme conditions, a reward of sword technique comprehension week has been granted once. This reward has been automatically integrated into the host's understanding and application of the wind-splitting slash skill. In simple terms, when you cast wind-splitting slash now it will feel a bit smoother than theoretically and the skill's power will be slightly enhanced, probably by about 0.01. Hearing this, Lin Feng carefully felt it. It seemed, that really was the case. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with the wind-splitting slash as if he had practiced it countless times. Better than nothing, Lin Feng muttered to himself. What he cared about more now were those 4 inferior vitality pills and how to quickly break through to the first tier of martial apprentices. With the wind-splitting slash as his formidable skill, his efficiency in obtaining cultivation resources and hunting monsters in the novice hunting area would surely skyrocket. Those expensive medical fees. And that damned main quest issued by the system. Within a week he must raise his vitality to 150 cards and officially break through to the first tier of martial apprentices. Moreover, he must achieve at least a second-class excellent evaluation in the upcoming graduation practical assessment. The punishment for failure would be to wear a humiliating female outfit and dance to Pure Land of Bliss in front of the entire school. Just thinking about that terrifying scene, which could be considered social death, made Lin Feng shudder violently. No matter what, I must break through quickly. Lin Feng tightly clenched his fists, his knuckles turning slightly white from the effort. With the wind-splitting slash my hunting efficiency will surely improve dramatically. The first tier of martial apprentices is already within reach. His eyes burned with 2 blazing flames filled with endless longing and desire for the future. At the edge of the novice hunting zone, Lin Feng's figure darted like lightning. Swish. In his hand the Kihangs trembled, sending forth a crescent-shaped blue blade of energy that pierced the air. Ahead 2 armored pigs were hunched over, gnawing at the roots of grass, suddenly freezing in place. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows of blood shot forth. The tough hide was as fragile as paper before the wind-break slash. Ding! Killing a level 1 demon beast, the armored pig granted 5 sword experience. Ding! Killing a level 1 demon beast, the armored pig granted 5 sword experience and 1 system currency. The successive prompts echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Refreshing. A broad grin stretched across Lin Feng's face. This efficiency was a world apart from before. In the past it took him immense effort just to barely handle 1 armored pig. Now from several meters away he could effortlessly take down 2 with ease. The wind-break slash is indeed powerful. He felt the minimal consumption of qi and blood within him filled with great ambition. Previously when hunting demon beasts he feared being caught up close. He had suffered greatly from the charges of armored pigs and the claw strikes of swift rabbits. Now with long-range attacks at his disposal his safety was greatly enhanced. Onward! Lin Feng's eyes flashed with determination as he darted forward again. As he activated the turtle breathing technique he quickly restored his consumed qi and blood. For the next few hours Lin Feng was like a tireless hunter. Blue blade energy flickered through the forest. One by one armored pigs and swarms of swift rabbits fell under his sword. Ding! Killing a level 1 demon beast, the swift rabbit granted 8 sword experience and 1 system currency. Ding! The materials from the demon beasts in his backpack were visibly bulging. Host, it seems you have finally found the feeling of battle. The system's irritating voice chimed in, however, compared to those who can obliterate stars with a single strike in the system database, you're merely playing with a big knife at the kindergarten gate. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. I know I'll work hard to avoid embarrassing you. He had already become accustomed to the system's sharp tongue. Without pausing his actions he unleashed several more wind break slashes, slicing down a group of swift rabbits that tried to surround him. Huff! Lin Feng let out a breath, a slight sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. Continuously casting wind break slash took a toll on his qi and blood. He found a relatively safe spot and sat cross-legged. He took out a small jade bottle from his pocket. Inside were 4 inferior qi and blood pills he had bought from the black market. He poured them out and swallowed them without hesitation. The pills dissolved instantly, sending a wave of warm energy coursing through his limbs. Lin Feng immediately activated the turtle breathing technique. With the aid of the pills his qi and blood were slowly yet steadily increasing. On the system panel the numbers in the qi and blood column began to rise incrementally. Qi and blood 125150 cards. Qi and blood 130150 cards. Qi and blood 135150 cards. Qi and blood 140150 cards. Not enough. Lin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. He was still a short distance from the 150 cards required by the system task. He organized the materials from the demon beasts in his backpack. The tusks and hides of the armored pigs, the claws and soft tendons of the swift rabbits. All of these could be sold for money. That should be enough. Let's head to the black market to sell these and buy medicine for grandma. Lin Feng stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Earning money, getting stronger, allowing grandma to live a good life. This was his most simple yet steadfast goal for now. In the slums the familiar dark alley still remained. Lin Feng once again found the informant known as Mouse. Yo little brother, it's you again. Mouse's small eyes darted around and a hint of unexpected surprise flashed upon seeing Lin Feng. After a few days apart the aura around this kid seemed to have sharpened considerably. Lead the way, the usual terms. Lin Feng spoke succinctly, his tone calm. He no longer carried the tension and unease he had last time. All right. Mouse chuckled, refraining from further unnecessary chatter. However, as he turned to lead the way a hint of seriousness crept into his eyes. After winding through several twists and turns the familiar underground entrance reappeared. Just as he stepped into the black market. Hey kid, stop. 3 rough-looking delinquents suddenly jumped out from the side, blocking Lin Feng's path. The leader was a blonde holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking down at Lin Feng with disdain. New here. Do you know the rules? If you want to enter my territory you need to offer some respect first. The other 2 delinquents also grinned maliciously, cracking their knuckles. Seeing this, Mouse shrank his neck, wanting to retreat. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He did not want to cause trouble, but that didn't mean he was afraid of it. Get lost. The word rolled off Lin Feng's tongue, carrying a hint of icy chill. Huh? What did you say? The blonde laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke digging in his ears. Kid, I think you're tired of living. He threw the cigarette but harshly to the ground and reached out to grab Lin Feng's collar. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. His hand instinctively rested on the grip of the kehangs at his waist. Buzz. An indistinct sharp aura suddenly radiated. Although he did not draw his sword, the fierce blade intent that stemmed from the wind break slash made the surrounding air seem to freeze for a moment. The hand extended by the blonde froze midair. The arrogance on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of fear. The two delinquents felt the shift as well, their malicious grins turning into horror. Though they were weak, having spent years in the black market, they had a keen eye. This seemingly ordinary youth was definitely a tough nut to crack. That aura made them feel as if they were being targeted by a ferocious beast. I'll say it again, get lost. Lin Feng's voice remained calm, but the invisible pressure made the three delinquents' legs go weak. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. The blonde forced a smile that looked worse than crying, waving his hands repeatedly. We didn't recognize the mountain, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us. Get lost. Lin Feng barked. Yes. Well, get lost right away. The three delinquents looked as if they had received a pardon, scrambling away into the crowd. The gazes of the onlookers and stall owners who had originally come to watch also shifted towards Lin Feng. There was a hint of respect. Mouse watched in astonishment. After a few days this kid had become so strong. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead and his attitude became increasingly respectful. Lin, please, this way. Lin Feng ignored his change in address and followed him toward the stall that bought demon beast materials last time. It was still the fierce-looking burly man at the stall. The burly man looked surprised upon seeing Lin Feng, clearly recognizing him. You again, kid, what good stuff have you brought this time? The burly man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Lin Feng dumped the demon beast materials from his backpack onto the stall. These, name your price. The burly man's eyes lit up. The quantity of materials this time was much more than last, and their quality was also better. He rolled his eyes, planning to haggle like last time. These, well, the quality is average, I can give you. He hadn't finished his sentence. Swish. A faint sound of slicing the air rang out. The burly man felt a flash of blue light before him. On the wooden stall beside him a deep gash appeared silently. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The burly man's pupils suddenly constricted. Blade energy. This kid could actually release blade energy. This was at least the strength of someone nearing a breakthrough to a martial apprentice, if not already at that level. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Cough, cough. This little brother, I misjudged you just now. The burly man forced a flattering smile, his tone much more courteous. These materials are of excellent quality, he'll offer you this amount. He made a hand gesture. Lin Feng quickly calculated in his mind. The price this time was much fairer than last and even slightly higher than the market rate. It seemed that strength was indeed the hard truth. Deal. Lin Feng nodded. Soon a stack of brand new federal currency was in hand. Mouse watched enviously from the side but dared not ask for a cut this time as he had last time. Lin Feng shot him a glance, casually tossing a few bills over. Your guiding fee. Thank you, Lin. Thank you, Lin. Mouse caught the money, nodding and bowing with a smile. Lin Feng did not linger and turned to leave. He needed to hurry and buy medicine for Grandma. At the pharmacy in the center of Jiang City, Lin Feng walked straight to the counter. Hello, I would like an A-level nutrient solution along with these medicines. He handed over a prescription he had written earlier. The pharmacist behind the counter was a middle-aged man with glasses who looked up at Lin Feng at his words. When he saw the names of the medicines and the A-level nutrient solution on the prescription, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. These items weren't cheap. Especially the A-level nutrient solution, which cost 3,000 federal currency for one. Young man, the total for these medicines comes to 4,200 federal currency. The pharmacist quoted the price. Lin Feng did not hesitate, directly pulling out a bundle of cash from his pocket, counting out 4,200 and placing it on the counter. Please hurry. The pharmacist was even more astonished. Looking at this youth's ordinary attire, he didn't expect him to be so generous. He did not dare to delay and quickly packaged the medicines and nutrient solution. Here are your medicines, please take care. Thank you. Lin Feng took the medicine bag and turned to leave. He did not want to delay for a moment. Holding the medicines, Lin Feng walked briskly back towards his home in the old district, feeling a weight lift off his heart. Finally, Grandma's medicine was secured. Moreover, the quality of this nutrient solution was far superior to the previous ones. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng knocked on the door. Who is it? A familiar yet slightly weak voice of Grandma came from inside. Grandma, it's me, Xiaofeng. The door opened quickly. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Grandma's face broke into a kind smile. Xiaofeng is back, coming quickly, it's cold outside. When Grandma noticed the medicine bag Lin Feng was holding, she paused slightly. Xiaofeng, did you buy medicine again? A hint of pain flickered in her eyes. Grandma, don't worry about the money. Lin Feng placed the medicine bag on the table and helped Grandma sit down. I've had a good harvest recently and earned some money, so I bought you some better medicine and nutrient solution. He took out the A-level nutrient solution. This is the A-level nutrient solution, which is beneficial for your recovery. Grandma looked at the beautifully packaged nutrient solution, her eyes misty. Silly child, wasting money again. Grandma doesn't need such good things. Grandma, what are you talking about? Lin Feng grasped Grandma's wrinkled hand. It wasn't easy for you to raise me. Now that I have grown up and can earn money, I should take good care of you. In the future I will make sure you have the best life. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with strength. Grandma looked at Lin Feng, her eyes shimmering with tears. She could feel that her grandson seemed to have changed a lot in these past few days. His gaze was brighter and he exuded a newfound confidence and aura. Good child, good child. Grandma choked, gently patting Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart. For Grandma he must become stronger. After settling Grandma and having her take the nutrient solution and medicine, Lin Feng returned to his room. He opened the system panel. Host Lin Feng, Realm Preliminary Martial Apprentice, Chi and Blood 140, Card Strength 31, Agility 21, Constitution 22, Spirit 21, Sword Strikes 205870. Next Stage Achievement 500000. Sword Strikes, Sword Experience 17532. Free Attribute Points 5. Skills: Wind Break / D Grade Turtle Breathing Technique. Beginner System Currency 950. Main Task: Rookies Counterattack. Path in Progress. Task Objective: Increase Chi and Blood to 150 cards within a week. Officially break through the first level of martial apprenticeship and achieve a grade of B or above in the graduation practical assessment. Task Reward System Currency 1000. Officially unlock the Skill Comprehension Drawing Beginner function and receive a mysterious Rookie Advancement gift package. Unlock the System Shop Level 1. Failure Punishment. The system will force the host to wear women's clothing and dance Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss in front of the entire school. Remaining time for the task: 2 days 5 hours. Chi and Blood has reached 140 cards. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Just a step away. The graduation practical assessment. Wait for me, Lin Feng to make an astounding entrance. In the cramped room of the rental apartment the air was thick and stifling like a steamer. Lin Feng was bare-chested, his sweat thoroughly soaking his shorts, dripping down along the lines of his muscles to form a small puddle on the floor. Huff. Breathe. Huff. Breathe. His breathing was heavy like a worn-out bellows, and each swing of the knife was accompanied by a splitting pain in his muscles. The blade of the navigator cut through the air under the light, leaving behind phantoms so swift they were nearly invisible. Number of swings 324,513. Number of swings 324,514. The numbers on the system panel were jumping wildly, but Lin Feng's gaze was fixed intently on another line of data. Main task: remaining time 2 hours. Time was running out. The punishment of dressing as a woman to dance Pure Land loomed over him like a sword of Damocles. He could not fathom that scene. It was worse than death. Just a little more, just a little more. Lin Feng's eyes burned red, his arms were numb from fatigue, and he was holding on solely by his willpower. In the past 2 days, besides delivering medicine to his grandmother and taking necessary breaks, he spent all his time frantically hunting and training. The money earned from the black market was mostly exchanged for the cheapest blood recovery pills, leaving only a little as reserve. The energy from the pills combined with the hunting experience accumulated from swinging his knife steadily raised his blood value to 148 calories. Just 2 more calories to go. Those 2 calories felt like an insurmountable chasm, and no matter how many pills he swallowed or how many times he swung his knife, they remained stubbornly unchanged. Is this the bottleneck? Lin Feng gritted his teeth, feeling as if the blood within him was boiling like water, surging violently but unable to find an outlet. I refuse to believe I can't break through you. With a low roar he squeezed out the last bit of strength from within. The navigator in his hand seemed to merge with him, transforming into a streak that tore through the air as it slashed down fiercely. Virum. This strike seemed to drain all of his vitality. Just as the blade fell, a crisp crack sounded out. Snap. A faint sound that seemed to come from the depths of his soul made Lin Feng tremble. The blocked river had opened a small breach. Now's the time. Lin Feng's eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance. Without hesitation he crossed his legs and sat down right where he was. System. Allocate all free attribute points to blood value. Ding. Detecting a total of 10 free attribute points accumulated by the host, confirm to use them all to enhance blood value. Confirm. Lin Feng did not hesitate. Ding. Attribute point allocation completed. Boom. A vast warm current appeared out of nowhere, flooding into his limbs and bones. At the same time, Lin Feng immediately began to operate the turtle breathing technique, guiding this new surge of power to merge with the turbulent blood within him, launching a full-scale assault on that invisible barrier. By the way, system, didn't I have one more basic skill enhancement opportunity? At this critical moment of breaking through the bottleneck, a flash of inspiration struck him. Yes, host, the reward for the revenge of the useless task random basic skill enhancement opportunity X1 has not been used. Use it. Immediately apply it to wind breaking slash. Ding. Enhancing skill wind breaking slash. Enhancement successful. The proficiency limit of skill wind breaking slash has increased. Power slightly enhanced. Prerequisite for advancement unlocked. Almost simultaneously with the system's prompt, the torrent of blood that had gathered to its peak slammed against the bottleneck. Boom. A dull roar exploded within him. The indestructible barrier crumbled in an instant. An unprecedented force several times more powerful than before surged through his every meridian, every bone and every inch of flesh, like a flood breaking through a dam. Refreshing. An indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout his body. Unable to contain himself, Lin Feng let out a long howl towards the sky. The air in the room seemed to be stirred by this momentum, and the window glass hummed ominously. He could clearly feel his body undergoing a tremendous transformation. Strength, speed, physique. All aspects were soaring. This is the power of a first-stage martial disciple. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a terrifying light flashing momentarily. He spread his palm and clenched it tightly. Snap. The air exploded under his grip, producing a crisp sound. He eagerly opened the system panel. A series of system prompt sounds rang in his mind like the most wonderful symphony. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through and advancing to first stage martial disciple. Ding. Host's blood value has significantly increased. Ding. Main task, the rookie's road to revenge progress updated, blood value increased to 150 calories completed. Task objective, increase blood value to 150 calories within a week. 199150 officially break through to first stage martial disciple completed. And receive a rating of B or above in the graduation practical assessment not completed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the phase goal. The system mall level 1 is now fully opened. Lin Feng's gaze finally fell on his attribute panel. Host Lin Feng, realm first stage martial disciple, peak blood value 199 calories, strength 42, agility 32, physique 33, spirit 32, number of swings 324,515. Next phase achievement 500000 swing experience 136700 skills wind breaking / degrade enhanced turtle breathing technique beginner. System currency 2650. Main task, the rookie's road to revenge in progress. Task reward, system currency 1000, officially unlocking skill comprehension extraction beginner function and a mysterious new player advancement gift pack. Failure punishment, the system will force the host to dress as a woman and dance Pure Land in front of the entire school. Task remaining time updated 2 days 1 hour, 199 calories. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had thought breaking through to 150 calories was good enough, but unexpectedly, with the dual effects of attribute points and the remaining pills, he had jumped straight to the peak of first stage martial disciple. Just 1 calorie short of reaching second stage martial disciple. This rocket-like speed of improvement was simply astonishing. Host, congratulations, you've finally upgraded from kindergarten to middle class. The system's infuriating voice echoed. You're just a small step closer to becoming the pride of this system, probably. Just a hair's breadth away. Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, too lazy to argue with it. His mind was filled with the joy of his breakthrough. But the system still needs to remind you that the task isn't completed yet. The system continued, graduation practical assessment B rating or above. If you mess it up, dressing as a woman and dancing Pure Land will still be waiting for you. Got it. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes filled with unprecedented confidence. Now would he fear a mere graduation assessment? His thoughts shifted to the now fully opened system mall. Whoosh! A brand new virtual interface unfolded before his eyes. A dazzling array. Completely different from the previous mall that had only a few low-grade items. Product categories: weapons, pills, skills, miscellaneous weapon area, A grade alloy, practice knife, brand new 50 system coins, pieced grade alloy, battle knife, navigator system, newbie gift, already bound, non-tradable grade battle knife, Jingja 10,000 system coins, piece effect, strength 15, agility 5. The blade contains weak lightning power 3, chance to cause target to be briefly paralyzed upon attack, pill area, hemostatic grass powder 20 system coins, bag effect, basic hemostatic, low grade blood. Recovery pill 100 system coin, spill effect, recovers a small amount of blood, medium grade blood. Recovery pill 200 system coin, spill effect, recovers a moderate amount of blood, low grade. Healing spray 300 system coins, bottle effect, rapid hemostasis, alleviates pain, accelerates healing of minor wounds, medium grade. Healing spray 500 system coins, bottle effect, rapid hemostasis, alleviates pain, accelerates healing of moderate wounds. First grade body strengthening liquid 1000 system coins, bot. He clicked on the skills area and immediately felt his breath catch. Breath convergence technique, it grade auxiliary, price 4000 system coins, effect converges one's blood fluctuations, suitable for stealth and assassination. Mastery of basic sword techniques, grade passive, increases power of all basic sword techniques by 20, price 6000 system coins. Swift wind steps, grade movement technique, allows for rapid maneuvers within a small area, speed increase of 15, price 5000 system coins. 3 layers of waves, grade sword technique, can continuously slash out 3 blades of increasing power, price 2000 system coins. Burning blood secret technique, it grade forbidden technique, price 10,000 system coins, effect burns one's essence blood, drastically increasing power for a short time afterward, plunging into a state of severe weakness. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. Any one of these skills would be enough to make ordinary martial disciples fight tooth and nail. But the price made him wince in pain. So poor. Looking at his balance of 2,650 system coins, he felt for the first time like a pauper. However, he quickly rallied. As long as he completed the main task, he would receive a reward of 1,000 system coins along with a mysterious big gift pack and a brand new skill comprehension extraction function. At that time his strength would surge once again. Lin Feng slowly stood up, feeling the powerful force coursing through him. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze brushed against him, taking away the heat from his training and bringing a hint of coolness. His gaze drifted towards the direction of Jiang City No. 14 Middle School. In his mind, the harsh face of his homeroom teacher Wang Feng and the arrogant face of the school bully Zhao Hao involuntarily surfaced. Home to plant sweet potatoes. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold arc. He extended his right hand, slowly closing his fingers as if he wanted to grasp the entire night sky. Wang Feng, Zhao Hao. Are you ready to welcome the surprise? Graduation assessment, here I come. Lin Feng. The next day in the early morning. The last day of the suspension quietly passed and Lin Feng changed into his faded school uniform, pushing open the door. Returning to school, the stern face of the head teacher in the office was the first barrier. Lin Feng and you, Zhao Hao. The head teacher's gaze swept across the two like a knife, his tone icy cold. The graduation practical assessment is just around the corner. This is your last chance. I don't care what grievances you have between you. If you cause any trouble again, it won't be as simple as a suspension. You'll be expelled directly and no one will be able to save you. Do you understand? After a round of scolding and warnings, the storm seemed to settle for the time being. Only 2 days remained until the assessment that would determine countless destinies. For these 2 days Lin Feng was like a sword sheathed, his sharpness concealed. In class he listened quietly, as if he had reverted to that inconspicuous student in the corner. After school he abandoned the hunting area where risks and rewards coexisted, focusing solely on the familiar clearing behind the mountain to engage in the purest practice of wielding his sword. He was settling down, honing his skills. He gradually integrated the surging power into his body, forging the intent of the wind-breaking slash into his instinct. With each swing of the sword he became more steady, more restrained and more dangerous. He was like a lurking beast, quietly waiting for the moment to strike. Time flowed and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The graduation practical assessment arrived as scheduled. Jiangcheng No. 14 High School, on the playground. The crowd was bustling, a surge of heat. Hundreds of senior students gathered here, their faces filled with tension, anticipation and unease. Today was an important day that would determine their future, graduation practical assessment. In the center of the demonstration arena, a huge silver light gate floated quietly, its surface shimmering with colors radiating mysterious spatial fluctuations. This was the entrance to the simulated secret realm maintained at great expense by the school. On the high platform, the principal held a microphone announcing the assessment rules in a loud voice. Students, quiet. Today's assessment will take place in the simulated secret realm. Inside the secret realm there are various demon beasts projected through technology, from iron-skinned pigs to swift rabbits, everything you can imagine. Your goal is to hunt these projected demon beasts and earn points. Hunting an iron-skinned pig counts as 1 point. Hunting a swift rabbit counts as 2 points. The assessment time is 8 hours and your ranking will be determined based on your points. Those rated A will have the opportunity to directly receive a recommendation slot to a key martial arts university. Those rated B and above can receive substantial bonus points in the college entrance examination. Every word from the principal was like a boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up waves among the students. Recommendation slots. Bonus points in the college entrance examination. These 4 words instantly ignited the enthusiasm of everyone, with countless students breathing rapidly, their eyes bursting with fiery light. Lin Feng stood in the crowd, his expression calm. He felt the blood and energy surging within him like a rushing river, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely noticeable arc. Peak of the first stage of a martial disciple, 199 points of blood energy. Such strength was a rarity even among the entire senior year. Oh, isn't this our Lin the Waste? A harsh voice rang out nearby, filled with unabashed malice. Lin Feng couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. Zhao Hao, accompanied by a few lackeys, swaggered over, staring at him with a mocking expression. What? You got lucky and ambushed me once, and you really think you're capable now? Zhao Hao looked Lin Feng up and down, his gaze filled with disdain. Today is the practical assessment and no one will give you the chance to ambush. I advise you to go home quickly lest you end up being chased by an iron-skinned pig, getting a 0 in points and making a fool of yourself. His lackeys laughed along. Ha ha ha, brother Hao is right, the Waste should know their place. Lin the Waste, today is your day of embarrassment. Get ready to come in last again. Many students around turned their attention to Lin Feng, pointing and whispering. Is that Lin Feng? The perennial laggard. I heard he beat Zhao Hao a few days ago, is that true? Who knows, Zhao Hao probably got careless. How much ability can a Waste with 99 points of blood energy have? Faced with these taunts and discussions, Lin Feng's heart was as calm as still water. He merely glanced at Zhao Hao, his eyes as if looking at a clown. Get lost. One word, simple and direct. Zhao Hao's smile instantly froze, then turned into anger. What did you just say? He stepped forward, the aura of a martial disciple erupting fiercely, attempting to intimidate Lin Feng with his presence. But this aura fell on Lin Feng like a mud cow entering the sea, causing not a ripple. Lin Feng couldn't even be bothered to look at him again. This kind of disregard was more humiliating to Zhao Hao than any counterattack. You. Just wait. Zhao Hao's face flushed with anger, but this was the assessment site and he dared not really make a move, so he could only leave with a harsh word, sulking to the side. Not far away, the class teacher Wang Feng witnessed this scene. She shot Lin Feng a cold glance and gave a disdainful smile to another teacher beside her. Did you see that? That's the student Lin Feng. Her tone was filled with contempt. Some people just can't see reality. They think that winning once by chance against a bully makes them a genius. All day long not doing anything serious, just knowing how to act tough. The teacher next to her also looked at Lin Feng and shook his head. Wang, don't be angry. Students like this are destined to have no future. After graduation they will just end up carrying bricks on a construction site. Wang Feng snorted coldly. I just feel it's a waste of the school's resources. People like him shouldn't even qualify to participate in the assessment. Their conversation was not loud, but Lin Feng's hearing was incredibly sharp, catching every word clearly. His expression remained unchanged, but his heart was icy. Wang Feng, Zhao Hao. Very well. The more you look down on me, the louder the slap will be when the time comes. At this moment he sensed a worried gaze. Lin Feng turned to look. On the other side of the crowd, Lu Ruoxi was quietly watching him, a hint of concern on her delicate face. She had clearly heard the gossip as well. Noticing Lin Feng looking over, Lu Ruoxi was slightly taken aback, then made a gesture of encouragement towards him, her clear eyes carrying a hint of support. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He slightly nodded in Lu Ruoxi's direction, his face revealing a confident smile. Don't worry. Today I will not disappoint anyone again. Lu Ruoshi was momentarily stunned by Lin Feng's confident smile. For some reason she felt that today's Lin Feng was completely different from the silent, slightly self-deprecating boy from before. His eyes were bright and sharp like a blade that had just been unsheathed. The assessment begins. Students whose numbers are called, please enter the simulated secret realm in order. The principal's voice rang out again from the high platform. The crowd began to stir, each student stepping forward in order, filled with excitement or nervousness, entering through the huge light gate. As the light flashed, their figures disappeared. Next, from Class 7 of Senior 3, Zhao Hao. Upon hearing his name, Zhao Hao adjusted his collar and cast a smug glance at Lin Feng. He walked to the light gate and turned back to loudly say, "Lin the Waste, watch closely and see how Brother Hao earns an A rating." With that he proudly stepped into the light gate. Soon it was Lin Feng's turn. From Class 7 of Senior 3, Lin Feng. As this name was called, a wave of suppressed laughter erupted in the crowd. Wang Feng crossed her arms and wore a smirk of derision, ready to watch Lin Feng's good show. Lin Feng ignored all the gazes. He stepped forward, walking steadily and powerfully toward the giant light gate. With each step he moved with confidence. The voyager at his waist gently swayed with his stride, as if longing for the upcoming battle. He took a deep breath. The power of blood and energy within him had already begun to operate quietly. The simulated secret realm, huh? Perfect, I'll use you to test the strength of my peak first stage martial disciple. And that move. Wind-breaking slash. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp as a blade. He took a step forward and his figure was instantly engulfed by the dazzling light. The world turned upside down. Before him the light portal transformed into an endless jungle. Lin Feng steadied himself as a wave of damp air mixed with the scent of grass and decaying matter rushed towards him. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, massive vines twisted like dragons, and the light in the forest was dim. The occasional sound of unknown beast roars echoed. Is this the simulated secret realm? Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, his expression calm. Ding! New environmental data detected. God-level map module activated. Scanning surrounding area. Scan complete. Instantly an incredibly clear three-dimensional map unfolded in his mind. The map covered a radius of 5 kilometers, clearly detailing the terrain and water source distribution. More importantly, it marked moving light points. Most were white light points representing other students who huddled together in small groups, cautiously exploring in one direction. Scattered about were red light points representing the beasts. The brightness of the red points indicated the strength of the beasts. This map is incredible. Lin Feng silently praised. While other students stumbled around like headless flies, he already possessed a god's perspective. For him this assessment was not exploration but hunting. The nearest red point is 800 meters to the left front with average brightness. It should be something like an iron skin pig or a swift winged rabbit. Lin Feng wasted no time. He pushed off the ground, his figure darting like a ghost, quietly weaving through the dense forest. With a first-class peak physique, his speed and endurance far surpassed his peers. Be careful. Stay close to me. Zhao Hao, wielding a brand-new grade alloy knife, nervously shouted at the few followers behind him. He had just entered when he nearly got bitten by a venomous snake hidden in the grass, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. This simulated secret realm was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Brother, how should we practice on a few iron skin pigs first? A younger brother stammered. Shut up. Iron skin pigs are only 1 point. I need a first-class rating, so I must hunt something stronger. Zhao Hao spoke sternly, but his heart was pounding. Just then a chilling wolf howl came from the jungle behind them. What was that sound? Zhao Hao and his team jumped quickly, taking defensive postures back to back. It sounds like the call of a thorned wolf. One of the more knowledgeable followers turned pale. A thorned wolf. That's one of the toughest first-level beasts, fast and aggressive, even fiercer than a swift winged rabbit. Zhao Hao, having heard of the thorned wolf, felt his scalp tingle. Damn it, who is so unlucky to encounter such a tough opponent right at the start? Just as he was relieved it wasn't him, suddenly the wolf howl stopped abruptly. Everything fell silent once more. Wah! What happened? Is it over? It must have been killed instantly. What a poor guy to lose their head right at the start, Zhao Hao said, curling his lip, feeling slightly relieved. Just as he intended to leave with his team, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure slowly emerging from the jungle where the howl had come from. It was Lin Feng. He appeared calm as if he had merely been out for a walk, not even ruffling his clothes. Is that useless piece of trash? How did he come from that direction? Could it be he just encountered the thorned wolf? Impossible. If he had encountered the thorned wolf, he would be nothing but a pile of minced meat right now. Zhao Hao and the others exchanged glances, finding the thought absurd. But at that moment Lin Feng's assessment bracelet flickered lightly on his wrist. A faint electronic synthesized voice rang out. .3 The sound was not loud, but in the stillness of the forest it distinctly reached Zhao Hao and the others' ears. Points. +3. Zhao Hao's eyes widened instantly. The assessment rules were very clear. Iron Skin Pig score 1 point, Swift Wind Rabbit score 2 points. And the Thorned Wolf being stronger was worth 3 points. Could it be? An unacceptable thought surged wildly in his mind. Let's go. We need to check it out. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and cautiously led his team forward. As they passed through a thicket, the sight before them left them collectively stunned. On the ground lay a robust thorned wolf covered in bone spurs, lying in a pool of blood. Its body had been nearly cleaved in two at the waist by a massive wound. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. One strike and it was dead. Damn. One younger brother couldn't help but curse, his voice filled with horror. Is this really a thorned wolf? One blow. And it was killed. Zhao Hao stared at the horrific wound, his hand gripping the knife trembling slightly. He questioned himself. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could never achieve such a clean kill. What kind of terrifying power and razor-sharp weapon did that require? What baffled him even more was Blade Chi. This wound was caused by Blade Chi. The more knowledgeable follower screamed, pointing at the burned edges of the wound. Only warriors can initially master Blade Chi. How could he? How could he possibly? Zhao Hao's head buzzed, leaving him in a daze. Blade Chi. That useless piece of trash with a blood chi score of 99 can use Blade Chi. What the hell kind of international joke is this? He suddenly turned around, staring at Lin Feng's departing figure, feeling the first hint of fear in his eyes. That silhouette was calm and steady, yet it loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. No. It can't be. He must have taken some banned drugs. Yes. That's definitely it. Zhao Hao mumbled frantically, convincing himself that this was the only explanation for the scene that overturned his understanding. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already left them behind. A one-hit kill, not bad. He felt the surging chi within him, very satisfied with the power of breaking wind slash. At the moment he killed the thorned wolf, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Host detected to be undergoing graduation assessment. Combat assistance analysis module activated. Target thorned wolf, first level beast, comprehensive strength assessment. D weakness analysis, soft underbelly, lowest defense, eyes, fatal weak points, lumbar joints can cause paralysis, system suggestion, utilize speed to dodge sideways, attack its waist for a guaranteed kill. There's this function too. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was simply a cheat code tailor-made for him. Mapping enemies, analyzing weaknesses, suggesting attacks. How could he possibly lose? System, you're truly my little warm blanket. Host, please mind your wording. This system is a magnificent god-level system, not a leaky, heartless cotton. The system's annoying voice rang out. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to respond, his gaze returning to the map in his mind. Next target at 3 o'clock, 1200 meters away. There are 2 red points gathering. He smirked as his figure took off again. For the other students in the secret realm, the following time was filled with suffering and exploration. But for Lin Feng it was a one-sided slaughter. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped blade chi flashed, and the 2 swift wind rabbits attempting to surround him were split in 2. Points 2, too weak. Lin Feng didn't even glance at the corpses as he vanished from the spot. Boom! He cleaved a giant brute bear's charge with a single stroke, then with a reverse strike of breaking wind slash precisely slammed into its gaping mouth. The blade chi exploded inside the giant bear, turning its organs to mush. Points 5, next. In the jungle, Lin Feng resembled a tireless god of slaughter. The system map guided his direction, and the combat assistance module analyzed weaknesses for him. All he needed to do was swing his blade. Then collect points. His movements became increasingly adept, and the use of breaking wind slash grew more fluid. From needing to gather strength at the beginning to now being able to execute it effortlessly, the energy consumption became smaller. The prompt sound from his assessment bracelet hardly ever stopped. Points 2, points 1, points 5, points 3. Outside the secret realm, a massive electronic screen was continuously updating the point rankings of all students in real time. At this moment only 2 hours had passed since the assessment began. Most students had pitiful single-digit scores, with many even scoring 0. Leading the rankings were several renowned martial arts top students with scores fluctuating between 100 and 200 points. On the platform, the principal and several teachers nodded with smiles. Not bad, this year's students are of high quality. Indeed, Lu Ruoshi has already scored 130 points, worthy of being the Lu family's young lady. Zhao Hao is also impressive, having scored 32 points. The head teacher Wang Feng wore a proud smile as if their achievements were her accomplishments. She glanced at the names ranked at the bottom, her gaze lingering on the name Lin Feng, her lips curling up in a hint of mockery. As expected, 0 points. Trash is trash. He must have hidden away in fear after entering. Just as she finished mocking in her heart. The next second. On the leaderboard, the name that had been stuck at 0 suddenly jumped wildly. Lin Feng 3 points. Lin Feng 4 points. Lin Feng 9 points. Lin Feng 11 points. In just a few seconds that number skyrocketed like a rocket. 20. 30. 40. 50. Before the teachers could react, that name shot up to the 25th position on the leaderboard. Lin Feng 58 points. Everyone's eyes widened, staring intently at the glaring name and number on the screen as though they had seen a ghost. 50. 58 points. Am I seeing things? What the hell is going on? Did the system have a bug? The teachers were dumbfounded, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Wang Fang's mockery froze into a comical astonishment. She rubbed her eyes hard and looked again. No mistake. 25th place Lin Feng. Points 58. Higher by a full 20 points than Zhao Hao in 50th place. This is impossible. Is this still that trash with a blood chi score of 99? Wang Feng screamed, her voice cracking. Meanwhile, deep in the secret realm, Lin Feng cleaved off the head of an iron-armored rhino, glancing at the points displayed on his bracelet. 58 points. He frowned slightly. This amount of points is not enough. His gaze pierced through layers of dense forest, focusing on the most profound and brightest red point on the map. There, a powerful being far exceeding the other beasts lay in wait. Target stronger beasts. The assessment began 4 hours later. Outside the simulated secret realm, the playground was already packed with crowds. All eyes were intently fixed on the massive electronic screen at the center of the playground. On the screen, names and numbers flickered densely, continuously updating the scores and rankings of hundreds of candidates. With half the time gone, the battle had entered a frantic phase. Look! Chen Fan scored again. He has reached 500 points. My goodness! As expected of the top genius from Arno. 14 Middle School. With the strength of a mid-level second-tier martial disciple, he is simply dominating in the simulated secret realm. Indeed, the second-place Li Yue is barely over 400 points far behind. On the high platform, the school leaders and teachers looked at the leaderboard with satisfied smiles on their faces. The principal pointed at the leading name at the top of the screen, praising it. This child Chen Fan is indeed a great talent, with vitality reaching 260 calories and his thunder fist mastered to perfection. This special rating is guaranteed. Class 1's Li Yu is also impressive. Although she is only a beginning second-tier martial disciple, her movement technique Phantom Steps is extremely elusive, achieving a high hunting efficiency. And then there's Zhang Mang from Class 2, whose Mountain Splitter Axe technique is strikingly powerful, firmly holding onto a top 3 position. All of them are excellent candidates for key martial arts universities. The teachers exchanged words enthusiastically. Wang Feng, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, wore a smug expression. Clearing her throat, she feigned modesty and said, "Our class Lu Ruoshi is also quite good, currently ranked 6th with 348 points, very stable." The Lu Ruoshi she mentioned has a vitality of 210 calories and her Dawn's light is pure and flawless, recognized as a school beauty and one of the top contenders for the championship. As for Zhao Hao, Wang Feng shifted her tone, glancing at Zhao Hao, who ranked 38th, though he started a bit slow, he has been steady with 82 points, showing great potential. Her words deliberately elevated Zhao Hao while cleverly brushing over the other poor students in the class. A nearby teacher seemed to recall something and casually asked, "Ms. Wang, wasn't there a student named Lin Feng in your class who was also quite impressive? How is he doing?" Lin Feng. Wang Fang's mouth twitched, her voice suddenly sharper. "Him. Humph. Don't mention him." Her words trailed off as if being choked by an invisible hand abruptly stopping. Her eyes were fixed on the enormous electronic screen. Not just her, the entire high platform and the playground fell into an eerie silence at that moment. All gazes were focused on a name on the leaderboard that was rapidly ascending. Rank 24 Lin Feng, points 150. Rank 23 Lin Feng, points 173. Rank 22 Lin Feng, points 195. The name burned itself into everyone's eyes like a hot iron. Its ascent speed was simply astonishing. 21st. 20th. 19th. What the hell? Is the system malfunctioning? Who is this Lin Feng? Has he hacked the system? This is insane. Absolutely insane. His score is skyrocketing faster than a rocket. The crowd erupted in an uproar, gasps echoing everywhere. On the high platform the principal's smile froze. Wang Fang's face turned pale. On the screen that name ultimately settled at the 19th position. Rank 19 the Lin Feng, points 246 points. This number felt like a resounding slap in the face for Wang Fang, stinging painfully. The Zhao Hao she had been boasting about with his pitiful 82 points seemed utterly ridiculous in comparison. No. It's impossible. This cannot be. Wang Fang murmured in despair, her voice trembling. How could he waste with only 99 calories of vitality? How could this be? Roar. A 3-meter-tall powerful barbarian bear charged towards Zhao Hao, the stench of its breath hitting him like a gust of wind. Damn it. Die, you bastard. Zhao Hao's eyes turned red, seeming insane as he poured all his vitality into the alloy knife and swung down fiercely. Thud. The blade opened a deep wound in the bear's thick fur, but it could not deliver a fatal blow. The bear in pain swung its massive paw with tremendous force, ferociously striking at Zhao Hao. Brother Hao, be careful. 2 lackeys rushed up to shield Zhao Hao with their bodies. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds, the lackeys were sent flying like broken sacks spitting blood. Waste! Taking the opportunity, Zhao Hao circled behind the barbarian bear and stabbed his knife into its back. Points 5, huff. Huff. Zhao Hao leaned on the knife, gasping, heavily covered in blood and looking disheveled. He could not wait to check his ranking on the wristband. 87 points. I've finally made it into the top 35. A trace of pride appeared on his face and his gaze instinctively rose to search for that name he hated so much. The next moment his smile froze on his face. He saw it. At the high 19th position on the leaderboard, that name was so glaring it nearly made him bleed tears. Lin Feng. 246 points. PFF. Zhao Hao spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, trembling with rage. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. That waste. That garbage. How could he? Why? Find him. At any cost. Bring out all the monsters. I will kill them all. I will crush him. His roar echoed through the dense forest filled with impotent fury. On the other side, a tranquil valley. Lu Ruoshi lightly waved her staff and a holy light flashed, creating a tiny blood hole in the forehead of a gale rabbit before her. Points 2. She stood gracefully dressed in white as snow, untainted, as if she were not in battle but dancing under the moonlight. She glanced at her wristband, noting her score was 348 points, ranking 6th. Her delicate face showed little emotion, seemingly unsurprised by this result. Unintentionally her slender fingers swiped across the screen, finding the name that had always piqued her interest. Upon seeing the ranking and score behind the name, Lin Feng, her clear autumn-like eyes widened instantly. 19th place. 246 points. Lu Ruoxi's breath caught slightly. The boy who had been mocked by everyone during the preliminary test, the stubborn figure silently swinging a knife in the rain. For some reason at this moment in her mind it coincided with that dazzling name on the screen. A charming smile quietly blossomed at the corner of her mouth. Lin Feng. You are indeed different from what they said. In the jungle a figure moved like a ghost. Lin Feng's gaze was frighteningly calm. In his eyes this perilous jungle was merely a vast data map. Ding! 300 meters ahead, target detected. Three-tailed fox, level 1 advanced monster, comprehensive strength assessment, D weakness analysis, extremely fast, basic illusion ability. Its body defenses are weak, with a weakness located at the joint of the third vertebra in the back of its neck. System suggestion: ignore illusion interference and use wind breaking / for a remote linear attack, guaranteed to be a one-hit kill. In his mind the system's cold prompt echoed clearly. Lin Feng did not pause at all. As he approached the target area, he even closed his eyes. Sure enough, the surroundings began to distort and multiple illusions of the fox rushed in from all directions. Just a petty trick. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly, his mental strength highly concentrated, locking onto the most authentic source of the demonic aura. Now is the moment. He suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light bursting forth. The navigator in his hand transformed into a bolt of black lightning. Wind breaking / buzz. A solid crescent-shaped blade of energy ripped through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, accurately slashing toward a seemingly empty bush. Screech. A piercing scream erupted and the illusion shattered instantly. A magnificent three-tailed fox's head flew high, its hot blood staining the grass. Points 8. Lin Feng stepped forward, not even glancing at the fox's corpse. He raised his wristband. Name: Lin Feng. Points 302. Ranking 11, 302 points. Officially breaking into the top 11. Surpassing over 90% of so-called top students. At this moment the plaza outside the secret realm had completely erupted. 300. He broke 300 points. 11th. My God. He's about to break into the top 10. Where did this monster come from? On the high platform, Wang Fang's complexion changed from white to green, then from green to purple, like a dye house in full bloom. She felt her heart being gripped tightly by a huge hand, nearly suffocating her. The principal and the teachers had long abandoned their previous ease, each staring at the screen with serious expressions filled with shock and confusion. This Lin Feng. The principal took a deep breath, slowly speaking, his voice carrying a hint of excitement that even he had not noticed. He's an extraordinary talent. Quick. Retrieve all his data. I want to see. In the secret realm, Lin Feng looked at his ranking, his gaze calm. Host, well done. You've made it into the top 11. Do you want to stop and pose for a celebration? This system can provide a BGM. The system's annoying voice rang in his mind. Lin Feng ignored it and took another look at the leaderboard. First place Chen Fan, 500 points. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled into a smile full of fighting spirit. Top 10. Not enough. My goal is. His eyes were sharp as a blade, as if to pierce through the screen, directly pointing at that highest position. First. Lin Feng's figure moved like a wisp of green smoke sweeping through the damp forest. The deeper he ventured, the sturdier the ancient trees became and the dimmer the light grew. The air was thick with a rich scent of blood and a violent aura. A warning sounded, alerting him to the active zone of second-level demon beasts. 300 meters ahead, a high-energy biological cluster was detected. Proceed with caution. The system's alert was more urgent than ever before. Lin Feng halted, his steps hiding behind a giant tree, his gaze sharp as he looked forward. Through the gaps in the branches and leaves he saw. In a clearing, 7 or 8 monsters, each comparable in size to an adult gorilla, were frolicking and playing. They were entirely covered in long black fur with exceptionally robust forearms that gleamed like metal, their claws resembling sharp iron hooks capable of carving deep grooves into rock. Iron Claw Ape. A true second-level demon beast. Each one's strength far surpassed that of the previous mighty bears. Squeak. One Iron Claw Ape spotted him. It let out a piercing shriek, its crimson eyes locking onto Lin Feng's position. Roar. In an instant all the Iron Claw apes stopped their movements and turned their heads in unison. A raging, bloodthirsty, killing intent surged towards him like a tangible storm. Have I been discovered? Lin Feng tightened his grip on the navigator, his eyes betraying no emotion. Hiding was futile. Then let's fight. Roar. The closest Iron Claw ape launched the first attack. It leaped off the ground, its body rocketing towards Lin Feng like a black cannonball. The glinting iron claw sliced through the air, creating 5 fierce gusts aimed directly at Lin Feng's heart. So fast. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, exerting force beneath his feet, his body shifting to the side at its utmost limit. Swoosh. The iron claw grazed his chest, the sharp wind tearing a gash in his combat uniform, a searing pain radiating from his skin. Before he could regain his footing, another iron claw ape had already leapt high from the side, its enormous hand crashing down with a gust of wind. Meanwhile the third and fourth, 7 or 8 iron claw apes formed a well-coordinated encirclement. Some were on the front lines, others flanked him, while some blocked his escape routes. Their coordination surpassed that of the first-level demon beasts who fought individually. Lin Feng's expression turned serious for the first time. He swung his blade in defense. The blade aura of wind break/howled forth, only temporarily pushing back 1 or 2 more iron claw apes charged fearlessly. Bang! Lin Feng kicked one iron claw ape away, but another sharp claws struck his back fiercely. Swoosh! His combat uniform was torn, 3 bloody gashes appearing on his back. The intense pain surged. Damn it! Lin Feng grunted, using the force to surge forward, narrowly dodging another fatal sweep. He was trapped in a bitter struggle. These second-level demon beasts not only exceeded first-level ones in strength and speed, but their combat instincts and intelligence were on a completely different level. Ding! Combat assistance analysis initiated. Target Iron Claw Ape Group, second-level demon beasts, threat level C. Tactical analysis. This group is led by a dominant leader. The largest Iron Claw ape in the back with silver-gray fur is the Ape King. The Ape King commands the group using special sound waves. System suggestion: capture the leader first. Prioritize killing the Ape King at all costs. Once the Ape King dies, the group's offensive will collapse instantly. The system's prompt like a lightning bolt pierced through the fog in Lin Feng's mind. The Ape King. His gaze pierced through the obstacles, locking firmly onto the silver-gray giant ape lurking in the back of the encirclement, which had remained aloof and uninvolved in the attack. It's it. In that moment Lin Feng's eyes became frenzied and resolute. He took the gamble. He ignored the ordinary iron claw apes charging at him, even abandoning all defense. Get out of my way! Lin Feng roared, the blood within him boiling, pouring unreservedly into the navigator in his hand. Buzz! The blade emitted a violent tremor, the black blade shining with an unprecedented blinding light. Wind break slash. The first strike. A crescent-shaped blade aura solidified to the utmost tore through the air with the resolve to sever all, shooting forth with ferocity. Roar! The Ape King seemed to sense danger, letting out a low, confused growl, attempting to evade. Too late. Wind break slash. The second strike. Blood dripped from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. It was the cost of forcibly activating his blood energy. But he cared not. The third strike followed closely. Wind break slash. Triple slash. 3 blades of aura nearly formed a line in the air like a black chain of death, sealing off every escape route for the Ape King. Swoosh. The first blade aura accurately struck the Ape King's right arm, severing it cleanly at the shoulder. Squeak. The Ape King let out a shrill, heart-wrenching scream, blood spraying everywhere. Before it could react, the second and third blade auras solidly struck its chest. Boom. The Ape King's chest was blown open, a massive blood hole forming, splattering its internal organs mixed with blood. Its enormous body collapsed to the ground like a puppet, with its strings cut, vitality rapidly draining away. Squeak. Squeak squeak. The iron claw apes attacking Lin Feng froze abruptly. Upon seeing the tragic fate of their king, fear and chaos bloomed in their crimson eyes for the first time. The brain commanding them was gone. Their formation fell into disarray instantly. Now's the time. Lin Feng seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He endured the sharp pain in his back, his figure darting into the chaotic mass of apes. Swoosh. With a swift motion, a head of an ape flew high into the air. Points 15. Another iron claw ape charged at him frantically, but its formation was in disarray and it left openings everywhere. Lin Feng ducked low, the blade sweeping upward, carving a cunning arc that directly split open its belly. Points 15. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided massacre. The iron claw apes, stripped of command, were merely a group of stronger beasts. And Lin Feng transformed into the most efficient hunter. The blade flashed and blood and flesh flew. In just 2 short minutes the last iron claw ape fell to his blade. Points 30. Ape King. Points 15. Points 15. A series of point notifications rang out frantically in Lin Feng's ears. Huff. Huff. Lin Feng leaned on his blade, half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. He had numerous wounds all over his body with the scratches on his back burning fiercely. Yet he smiled. He smiled with utter exhilaration. He opened his wristband to check his points. Previously he had 302 points. By slaying 7 ordinary Iron Claw apes he earned 15 points each, totaling 105 points. Slaying the Ape King earned him 30 points. In total he skyrocketed by 135 points. Name Lin Feng. Points 437. Rank 3. Third place. He had made it into the top 3. Outside the secret realm in a vast playground the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Look! Li Yu has reached 500 points. She's less than 50 points behind Chen Fan for first place. Lu Ruoshi is also gaining momentum. 425 points. Firmly in third. The competition for the top 10 is fierce. It's like a battle of deities. On the high platform the principal and several teachers wore proud smiles. This batch of students performed far above previous ones. Especially the top 10 each won a genius fiercely contested by major martial arts universities. However, the class teacher Wang Fang's expression was as ugly as if she had swallowed a fly. She fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, ranked 11th, constantly cursing in her heart. 302 points. It must be luck. He surely got lucky breaks. His limits are surely reached here. Just wait until the assessment is over and I will deal with you, you fraud. She thought through gritted teeth. Suddenly, the entire high platform fell silent. All the teachers' gazes seemed magnetically drawn, fixated on the electronic screen. They saw the name ranked 11th suddenly burst forth with blinding light. 10th place Lin Feng points 317. 9th place Lin Feng points 332. 7th place Lin Feng points 362. 5th place Lin Feng points 392. That name shot upwards at an incomprehensible speed like a nuclear bomb launched into the sky. 9th. 7th. 5th. It charged through, surpassing one seemingly insurmountable name after another. Finally, under the watchful gaze of thousands in the audience, that name leaped up, landing firmly in third place. 3rd place Lin Feng points 437. Boom. The entire playground erupted after 3 seconds of silence. What the hell? Third place. Am I blind? Wait, that Lin Feng has climbed to third. 437 points. He jumped over 130 points in one go. Did he wipe out a den of beasts? Monster. This is definitely a monster. Shocked. Incredulous. Frenzied. The faces of all expressed a shock that overturned their understanding. On the high platform. Clatter. A teacher's thermos fell from their hand, hot tea spilling everywhere, but he remained oblivious. The principal's mouth was agape, capable of holding a fist, his expression one of unprecedented disarray. And Wang Feng. Her face was beyond words. It was a dramatic shift from pale to ashen, then to a dark purple hue. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes rolled back and her breathing quickened. No, no, absolutely not. Her throat emitted raspy sounds as if someone were choking her. In the secret realm, Lin Feng briefly tended to his wounds, sitting cross-legged and operating the turtle breathing technique. Warm currents flowed through his body, quickly restoring his blood, energy and stamina. He looked at the glaring third place on his wristband, his gaze calm yet infused with a hint of fervor. Not enough. His eyes pierced through the blood-stained forest, gazing towards the deepest part of the secret realm. On a system map visible only to him, a dark golden point of light, larger and more dazzling than all previous red dots combined, quietly occupied the center of the secret realm. Like a black sun. In this secret realm. Lin Feng slowly stood up, gripping the knife tightly. There seems to be an even stronger presence. In the secret realm, in a dark corner of the jungle, Zhao Hao's chest heaved violently, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the name that hung at third place on the wristband screen. Lin Feng. 437 points. This number pierced his heart like a burning steel needle. Why? How could that useless waste climb to this position? He struggled hard, dragging 2 followers to scrape together a little over 80 points, unable to even break into the top 30. And that Lin Feng, the garbage he had humiliated for 3 years, had soared to great heights, leaving him far behind. Jealousy gnawed at his reason like a venomous snake. Damn it. Zhao Hao punched a nearby tree trunk, causing the leaves to rustle. I don't believe it. He must have had some incredible luck, found some monster's nest. Yes. It must be that way, a follower quickly echoed. Brother Hao, there's actually a hidden rule in this secret realm that most people don't know about. I heard a senior mention it by chance. Students' points can be transferred between each other. As long as we can take him down, all his 400+ points will be ours. This statement struck Zhao Hao's mind like a bolt of lightning. Right. Take it. What belongs to Lin Feng is mine. Greed and resentment sparkled in Zhao Hao's eyes as he immediately opened the team communication channel on his wristband. Hello. Is this Zhang Meng? This is Zhao Hao. Wang Kun. Li Tao. Listen up. That waste named Lin Feng is currently in my area alone with over 400 points in total. Let's work together to block him. If we take him down, we can split the points. Each of us can get at least 70 points. On the other end of the communicator there was silence for a few seconds, followed by heavy breathing. Zhao, how are you sure? That brat has climbed to 3rd place, right? This seems a bit strange. Zhang Meng's voice was filled with doubt. Zhao Hao laughed coldly. Strange my ass. He's just lucky. How strong can a useless waste with under 100 calories of vitality be? Among the 6 of us whose vitality isn't higher than his. Together he's nothing. Let's do it. Damn it, over 70 points is enough for me to break into the top 30. Count me in. Greed overcame reason. The 6 of them struck a deal. Half an hour later, in a narrow canyon. This was the only path leading to the center of the secret realm, with steep stone walls on either side, making it an ideal ambush spot. Zhao Hao and 5 other students were hiding in the grass above the stone wall, holding their breath like 6 hyenas waiting for prey. They were closely watching the canyon entrance. Will he come? Don't worry, according to the point heat map on the wristband, he's active in this area. This is his only way through. Zhao Hao suppressed his excitement, his voice trembling. As long as Lin Feng dares to step here, it will be his death. He could already envision himself stepping on Lin Feng, seizing all his points, regaining everyone's attention, while Lin Feng would be reduced to a complete joke. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was leisurely traversing through the jungle. His target was clear, the large red dot glowing with dark golden light at the center of the map. There lay the final boss of this simulated secret realm. Just as he was about to step into the canyon terrain, an alarm sounded suddenly in his mind. Ding! Warning! 300 meters ahead, canyon terrain detected, multiple human energy fluctuations, ambush formation detected. Target locked on, host malice level high. System analysis, total of 6 individuals, vitality levels between 110 to 130 calories. Overall threat level E. Evaluation, a group of clueless amateurs. Lin Feng's footsteps momentarily halted. He raised his head and gazed at the seemingly calm canyon entrance, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Finally, can't hold back, coming to deliver your heads, huh? Instead of taking a detour, he walked straight into the canyon as if oblivious. Host, are you really going to charge in? Although they are weak, this system still advises you. Use their own tactics against them. Lin Feng silently muttered to himself, cutting off communication with the system. He stepped into the canyon, his footsteps echoing in the vast space, clearly audible. He's here. Zhao Hao's eyes instantly lit up from above the stone wall. He saw Lin Feng's solitary figure and his heart swelled with almost overflowing joy. Fool. What a complete fool. Now's the time. Go. Zhao Hao roared fiercely, the first to leap down from the grass, wearing a fierce smile, blocking Lin Feng's path. Swish. 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 The other 5 figures also jumped down from different directions, instantly forming an encirclement, trapping Lin Feng in the center. Lin Feng. Zhao Hao brandished a metal knife, pointing at Lin Feng, laughing arrogantly. Your luck ends here. Didn't expect this, huh? We've been waiting for you here for a long time. If you're sensible, kneel down and transfer all points from your wristband, maybe we can make your suffering less painful. The 5 behind him also wore sinister smiles, flexing their wrists, closing in step by step. To them, Lin Feng was already a turtle in a jar, unable to escape. However, the surrounded Lin Feng showed no signs of panic. He didn't even glance at Zhao Hao, merely intrigued by the surrounding stone walls, speaking lightly. Is this it? You call this an ambush? Zhao Hao's smile froze on his face. What do you mean? Even when death is imminent you dare to be defiant. Lin Feng finally turned his gaze towards him, his eyes looking at him like he was an idiot. What I mean is your ambush is too amateurish. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng's figure suddenly became blurry in place. Not good. Zhao Hao's mind screamed with alarm just as he was about to shout. A cold voice like a ghost echoed behind the six of them. Looking for me. The six froze, turning around sharply. They saw Lin Feng appearing behind them at some point, arms crossed, looking at them with a mocking expression. His leisurely demeanor made it seem as though he was the hunter and the six in front of him were merely prey that had fallen into a trap. Ghost. A ghost. A timid student let out a terrified scream, his legs turning to jelly. Impossible. How did you get past us? Zhao Hao's eyes nearly popped out, disbelief written all over his face. With your speed slower than a turtle you think you can surround me? Lin Feng scoffed, his gaze suddenly turning cold. The game is over. All together. Take him down. Zhao Hao roared, his bravado faltering as he mustered his courage, being the first to charge forward with his knife. The other five reacted as well, gritting their teeth, launching simultaneous attacks from different directions. The glint of knives and swords sealed off all of Lin Feng's escape routes. Facing the siege of six, Lin Feng didn't even move his feet. He merely slowly raised his navigator. Buzz. The blade trembled lightly, an invisible sharp aura instantly spread. Windbreak slash. Lin Feng casually swung his hand. A solid half-moon-shaped blade aura accompanied by a piercing sound violently slashed out. The speed of that blade aura was beyond imagination. Zhao Hao at the forefront felt a flash of black light before an irresistible force transmitted from the blade. Clang. His metal knife was directly knocked away, his palm splitting open, blood gushing out. After knocking his weapon away, the blade aura continued unabated, crashing violently into his chest. Puff. Zhao Hao hit like a heavy hammer, spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 7 to 8 meters away, landing awkwardly on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. With one move. In just one move, Zhao Hao was defeated. The other five witnessing this scene were terrified, their souls escaping their bodies. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Lin Feng's figure moved. He was like a black lightning bolt, instantly rushing into the five. Pfft. With a swing of his knife, a student's weapon was directly severed and he was kicked away. Bang! Another student was brutally struck in the face by the hilt of Lin Feng's knife, his nose crushed, his face bloodied. The remaining three were slapped by Lin Feng, spinning 3 times in place, their eyes filled with stars, dazed as they fell to the ground. The entire process lasted less than 5 seconds. The battle was already over. The canyon fell into a dead silence. Only the sounds of a few groaning students remained. Lin Feng walked up to Zhao Hao, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, looking down at him. I seem to have told you before, when you see me again take a detour. It seems you didn't remember. Zhao Hao clutched his painful chest, staring at the boy in front of him who looked like a demon god filled with fear and regret. How could he be this strong? This power was not something a waste with 99 calories of vitality could possess. This was more terrifying than a second-level monster. I was wrong. Lin Feng. No, Brother Feng. I want dare again. Zhao Hao was utterly terrified, beginning to weep and plead for mercy. Lin Feng was too lazy to waste words with him and directly raised his wristband. Point transfer. Lin Feng's voice was light, yet it pierced Zhao Hao's ears like an ice pick. I remember this was your idea. Zhao Hao trembled all over, not daring to utter another word. He gritted his teeth against the pain and humiliation, frantically operating his wristband. A red light shot from Zhao Hao's wristband, connecting to Lin Feng's wristband. Ding. Point transfer successful. Points gained 87. Current total points 524. Looking at the pitiful 87 points, Lin Feng curled his lips. So poor. He then walked towards the other five, repeating the same method, borrowing 50 points from each of them. Ding. Points gained 250. Current total points 774. Ranking updated. Lin Feng glanced at his ranking, having surpassed the first place Chen Fan, firmly sitting on the throne of first place. And Zhao Hao, after losing points, fell to last place, becoming a complete laughingstock. Get lost. Lin Feng sheathed his knife coldly, uttering 2 words. Zhao Hao and his 5 companions felt as if they had been granted amnesty, crawling and rolling away, helping each other, not daring to look back as they fled from this canyon they would remember for a lifetime. Host, great job. Against such petty individuals, the most direct method of making them feel despair is best. This system rates your operation a 9 out of 10, deducting 1 point to prevent you from becoming arrogant. The system's annoying voice echoed in his mind. Lin Feng ignored it. He raised his head, his gaze penetrating the canyon, looking towards the depths of the secret realm. There the dark golden light point still quietly emitted a heart-pounding aura. Clown. Lin Feng's eyes became sharper than ever. The final boss should be making its appearance now, right? Outside the secret realm on a vast playground, time was running out with only half an hour left until the assessment ended. Everyone's gaze was glued to the enormous electronic score display as if they were trying to pierce a hole through it. It was a complex expression mixed with dullness, fervor and cognitive upheaval. First place Lin Feng, score 774. Second place Chen Fan, score 562. Third place Li Yue, score 518. Fourth place Lu Ruoxi, score 495. A stark divide. A shocking divide. Lin Feng, the first place, was like a divine dragon soaring above the clouds, ruthlessly leaving all the other geniuses behind by over 200 points. This gap signified despair. It meant that in the remaining half hour, even if Chen Fan ran until his legs broke or blunted his sword, there was no possibility of overtaking. 774 points. My God, I'm terrible at math. Can someone tell me what that means? It means he alone has achieved the total score of our entire class. This is no longer an underdog, it's a prehistoric beast. Where did this monster come from? Lin Feng. I'll remember this name. This year's top student from Jiangnan University of Martial Arts is surely going to be ours from Class 14. The crowd erupted in a frenzy with voices of discussion, exclamations and gasps merging into a tremendous wave that almost threatened to lift the entire playground's roof. On the high platform, the principal's usually stern face was now beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum, his mouth wide open in a grin that wouldn't close. He patted the shoulder of an education department leader beside him, his voice booming. Old Zhang. Did you see that? This is the foundation of our Class 14. The pride of Jiangcheng education. Usually modest, but at critical moments they shine brilliantly. Ha ha ha. Well done. What an impressive Lin Feng. The surrounding teachers shared in the pride, their faces glowing with smiles as they fervently praised the principal's brilliant leadership. Except for one person. The homeroom teacher Wang Feng. She sat rigidly in her seat like a statue devoid of soul. Her expression was a shade of gray that words could not describe. The principal and colleagues' praises felt like burning needles piercing her heart, leaving her wounded and bleeding. Lin Feng. A genius. Pride. The one she had dismissed as a waste of school resources, was now standing at the pinnacle, admired by all in a way she could not comprehend. This was not just a slap in the face, it was as if her skin had been torn off, thrown to the ground and trampled by 1,000 feet. She felt the mocking gazes of those around her pricking her like needles, making her uneasy and uncomfortable. It's fake. It must be fake. He cheated. He must have used some underhanded means. Wang Feng muttered nervously, her lips trembling, her gaze vacant, spiraling into a self-hypnotic madness. She could not accept this reality. In a corner of the secret realm, Lu Ruoxi stood gracefully, her clear autumn water-like eyes quietly gazing at the radiant name on the leaderboard. Unknowingly, a gentle smile that even she herself had not noticed crept onto her lips. That smile was like a spring breeze caressing an icy lake, creating ripples that were beautiful and enchanting. You truly did it, she whispered softly. From the stunning counterattack at the school gate to today's incredible comeback in the assessment. This previously unnoticed boy who only knew how to focus on his swordplay had already enveloped himself in a mysterious and dazzling halo in her heart. She was very curious. Truly curious. What had happened to him in this past week? Just when everyone thought the outcome of this graduation assessment had been set in stone. Suddenly. Roar. A terrifying roar, as if from the depths of ancient times, erupted abruptly from the deepest part of the secret realm. The sound was filled with endless ferocity and ruthlessness. The sonic wave rolled like a tangible shockwave, instantly sweeping across the entire simulated secret realm. Even the playground outside the secret realm could clearly feel the heart-stopping tremor. Buzz. The enormous electronic screen flickered violently, the value representing the energy level of the secret realm skyrocketing from a stable green to a blinding blood red. What's happening? What was that roar? What kind of beast is this? Quick look at the energy index. It's off the charts. There's a problem in the secret realm. The playground, which had just been filled with joy, instantly fell silent. Following that was a surge of panic and commotion. The principal on the high platform had his smile freeze, suddenly standing up and shouting sternly. Technical team. Report the situation immediately. What's happening inside the secret realm? Report principal. In the central area of the secret realm. There's a super high-energy reaction. It far exceeds the set threshold. The final boss has awakened early. A trembling voice from a technician spread throughout the crowd through the loudspeaker. The final boss. Everyone was stunned. According to the assessment design, the final boss would only appear as an Easter egg in the last 5 minutes, and its strength would be suppressed to the initial stage of Tier 2, giving top students a chance to shine. But now with this commotion, this hardly resembled a peak of Tier 1. Deep inside the secret realm, Lin Feng had just dealt with Zhao Hao and his group of clowns. He was preparing to head towards the gigantic dark golden light point in the center of the map to take down the final boss of this realm. The deafening roar reached his ears. Following that, an extreme sense of oppression like a landslide or a tsunami swept toward him from the front. That aura was violent and bloodthirsty, carrying a pure desire for destruction that was several times more terrifying than all the beasts he had encountered before combined. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. His dark pupils constricted slightly. Almost simultaneously in his mind, the system's alarm rang with unprecedented urgency. Warning! 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 Detected that the final boss, Crimson Pattern Demon Leopard, has forcibly awakened. Energy level assessment in progress. Assessment completed. Target: Crimson Pattern Demon Leopard. Strength assessment simulated. Martial Disciple Tier 2 peak. Danger level B. Extremely dangerous. The system's emergency plan activated. Host: this is not a drill. This is not a level you can handle. Immediately abandon the task and retreat at full speed from the secret realm. Repeat. Retreat at full speed. The system's voice carried true urgency for the first time. Tier 2 peak martial disciple. This had completely exceeded the scope of the senior year graduation assessment. Even those formal students from key martial arts universities would need to form teams to carefully handle such a beast. Yet Lin Feng had only just broken through to Tier 1 peak. The difference seemed to be just a small realm, but in reality it was like heaven and earth. However, in the face of the system's frantic retreat alarms and the terrifying pressure that could make any Tier 1 martial disciple's legs go weak, Lin Feng showed no signs of fear on his face. Not only did he not retreat. Instead he smiled. It was a smile filled with excitement and a fervent desire for battle. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the dense forest as if he could see the terrifying existence that was awakening. Finally, a worthy opponent has come. The blood and energy within him surged uncontrollably at that moment, roaring like the Yangtze River. The Voyager, in his hand, seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit, emitting a subtle hum filled with a desire to drink blood. 774 points. First place is already secure. The main quest only requires AB rating or higher. As long as I take down this guy, this assessment will be perfect. Lin Feng's gaze became sharp as a knife, shining brilliantly. Holding the blade in one hand with the tip angled towards the ground, his entire presence soared. That unwavering brilliance, capable of cutting through everything, even tore open a path against the oncoming beast pressure. Host. Are you crazy? Run. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. Charging in now is just asking for death. The system was still screaming wildly in his mind. Shut up. Lin Feng coldly spat out 2 words in his heart. It's just a simulated being, what is there to fear? He took a deep breath, pushing his blood and power to the limit. A Tier 2 peak martial disciple. Just perfect. You will be the one to test my results from this period. Lin Feng no longer hesitated, his feet stomped hard. Boom. The ground exploded into a shallow pit. His figure shot forward like an arrow, not retreating at all but charging directly toward the source of that terrifying aura. Deep within the secret realm, Lin Feng's figure was like a black line rushing against the current, charging straight towards the source of the terrifying aura. Suddenly the dense forest ahead exploded. A strikingly agile crimson silhouette swirling with the scent of blood and a murderous intent leaped out from the shattered trees and flying grass clippings. It is it. The scarlet patterned demon leopard. Its size was a whole circle larger than an ordinary cheetah, with smooth and explosive muscle lines covered in fiery red fur adorned with mysterious black patterns on its back and a pair of amber beast eyes burning with pure brutality and hunger. The pressure of a peak second-tier martial apprentice descended like a heavy iron curtain. This is good. Lin Feng was not shocked but rather delighted, exerting force beneath his feet, his speed increasing instead of decreasing. The distance between the two sides was compressed to the extreme in the blink of an eye. Wind-breaking slash. Lin Feng roared low, the surging blood energy within him frantically pouring into the navigator. Buzz. An unprecedentedly solid azure crescent blade aura ripped through the air, shrieking as it slashed towards the demon leopard's head. This strike was his full force after advancing to the peak of the first tier as a martial apprentice. He was confident that even a steel plate could be easily cut. However, the scarlet patterned demon leopard's reaction was astonishingly fast. Facing this potentially lethal blow, its agile body twisted in midair in an unbelievable manner. At an angle that defied the laws of physics, it narrowly evaded the blade's edge. Swish. The azure blade aura merely grazed its shoulder, causing a splash of blood droplets and a few strands of red beast fur. A shallow wound appeared, yet it was far from enough to hinder its movement. What? Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. His full-force strike had merely caused a light injury. Before he could be shocked, the scarlet-patterned demon leopard had already landed. Its scarlet tongue licked the blood at the wound, and the brutality in its amber beast eyes intensified. Roar. With a low growl, it forcefully kicked off the ground. Boom. The ground beneath it instantly cracked and its figure transformed into a blur of red lightning, crossing several meters in an instant, lunging straight at Lin Feng's face. It was too fast. So fast that Lin Feng's dynamic vision could barely capture it. He could only rely on the instincts honed from countless battles to roll to the side at the limit. Slish. 5 razor-sharp claw marks nearly grazed his back. The fierce gust of wind tore his back's clothing, leaving 5 burning blood trails. A chill of death surged up his spine to the top of his head. If he had been even a tenth of a second slower, he would have been gutted by now. This beast. Lin Feng rolled on the spot, quickly stabilizing his posture, his expression grave to the extreme. Outside the secret realm at the playground, everyone watched this thrilling scene through the huge electronic screen. The entire playground fell into a deathly silence. A pin drop could be heard. It dodged it. Someone exclaimed with a trembling voice, instantly shattering the silence. Wow. The crowd erupted. My God. What speed was that? My eyes are blurry. Lin Feng's reaction is absurdly fast. If it were me, I would already be a corpse. This is terrifying. The strength of the scarlet-patterned demon leopard is definitely above the initial second tier. This assessment must have a bug. Panic and shock spread through the crowd. On the high platform, the principal's face had long lost any trace of a smile, turning pale as sweat dripped from his palms. Technical team. Haven't you found a way to forcibly shut down the secret realm yet? Report principal. The boss's energy level is too high, disrupting the core of the secret realm. We are currently trying. The urgent voice of the technical staff made everyone's heart sink. In the secret realm, Lu Ruoshi tightly clenched the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white from the effort. Her delicate face was filled with worry and her beautiful eyes were fixated on the figure struggling to evade beneath the demon leopard's claws on the wrist screen. Lin Feng. Only Wang Feng, watching Lin Feng in the perilous situation on the screen, had a barely perceptible morbid smile at the corner of her mouth. Waste. Ultimately just waste. She coldly mocked in her heart. Relying on a bit of luck and brute force to defeat a few insignificant thugs, did he really think he was a genius? Now that he encounters a real demon beast facing a true life-and-death crisis, he still reveals his true colors. Die. Better die in there. This way no one will remember your achievements, they will only remember you as an overreaching fool who died a senseless death. She cursed viciously, as if only by doing so could she wash away the humiliation she had previously suffered. In the secret realm, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Wind-breaking slash. Wind-breaking slash. Lin Feng kept roaring, unleashing wave after wave of azure blade aura. He attempted to restrict the demon leopard's movements with concentrated attacks. But the beast's combat intelligence was terrifyingly high. It always managed to evade the most lethal range of the blade aura with minimal cost and the most agile movements. Occasionally a few blade auras would hit, but they only left superficial wounds on its body, further igniting its ferocity. Roar! The scarlet patterned demon leopard let out a roar, its attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. Its claws stirred up gusts of wind, forming an impenetrable net of claws that completely enveloped Lin Feng. Clang! Clang! Bang! Lin Feng had executed the basic sword technique to its utmost, the navigator, in his hand transforming into a veil of light, desperately resisting. With each collision immense force surged along the blade, causing his hands to go numb and his blood to surge. His stamina was rapidly depleting. No. If this continues I will definitely die. While Lin Feng dodged in a panic, his brain was racing. The power of the wind-breaking slash is sufficient, but its consumption is great. Preparation time is long and the movements are too obvious, making it easy for it to anticipate and evade. The basic sword technique, while flexible, is too weak to break through its defense. The two styles are completely disconnected. They cannot form effective cooperation at all. He felt like a soldier holding a heavy cannon but unable to hit a mosquito, utterly frustrated. At that moment. Ding! Battle data is continuously being analyzed. Target action pattern database established 35. Warning. Host's heart rate is too fast. Adrenaline is excessive. Blood energy consumption has reached critical value. System initiating battle assistance plan. Optimizing attack plan for the host. A stream of data refreshed across Lin Feng's retina like a waterfall. Every leap, every swipe of claws, every dodge of the scarlet patterned demon leopard was broken down into countless data frames by the system, undergoing ultra-fast analysis and calculation. Analysis complete. Target weakness locked during its Zape charge. At the moment of the third directional change, its right hind limb has 0.11 seconds of muscle rigidity. There exists a 0.9 second gap in power exhaustion between the second and third claws of its triple claw strike. Suggested plan: feign attack with the basic sword technique, interception style, baited into using the second claw, then instantly unleash wind-breaking slash to strike at the exposed power point of its right hind limb. The system's prompt struck Lin Feng's mind like a bolt of lightning, clearing the fog. Interception style feign attack. Not waiting for its technique to finish, directly using wind-breaking slash for a strong attack. This is simply an unconventional operation. The basic sword technique emphasizes continuity, while wind-breaking slash requires a brief charge, creating a natural conflict between the two. Forcing them together would only deform the action, greatly reducing its power, and might even allow the opponent to seize the flaw and counterattack. But Lin Feng's mind suddenly flashed back to the rewards given by the system before. 200000 Sword Strikes Extreme Achievement Reward, Sword Technique Comprehension Feint. The Waste's Counterattack Mission Reward, Wind-Breaking slash Skill Enhancement. These two things did not merely enhance power and proficiency. They acted like two keys, quietly unlocking two originally closed doors within him. That mysterious comprehension of sword techniques had allowed him to understand the sword far beyond ordinary people. And the enhanced wind-breaking slash seemed to have gained a hint of spirituality. That's right. Why should I treat them as two completely independent things? Who said the basic sword technique couldn't be the starting style for wind-breaking slash? Who said wind-breaking slash must be fully charged before striking? What if I merged the sword energy of wind-breaking slash into the slash's chops, interceptions and lifts of the basic sword technique? A wild and bold thought grew like wild grass in his heart. It was like breaking through a layer of paper. The entire world in his eyes suddenly transformed. The scarlet patterned demon leopard's lightning-fast movement seemed to be slowed down. Every contraction of its muscles, every rotation of its bones was vividly presented in his mind. Those seemingly seamless attacks were now filled with flaws. So that's how it is. Lin Feng dodged the demon leopard's inevitable pounce, his figure appearing somewhat disheveled, but a confident and fervent smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes erupted with a terrifying brilliance, fixated on the crimson beast. I understand now. I understand now. Lin Feng's eyes erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. In that instant of enlightenment, the claw of the crimson-patterned demon leopard carrying a foul wind had already torn through the air and struck fiercely towards his face. The breath of death rushed towards him. Come on. Lin Feng did not retreat but advanced, stomping heavily on the ground. He no longer attempted to awkwardly gather strength to unleash the wind-breaking slash but instead channeled all the vitality within him along a new profound trajectory operating with wild fervor. Basic sword technique block style. Clang. The blade of the Voyager accurately blocked the demon leopard's claw. The sound of metal clashing was deafening, sparks flying. A tremendous force surged along the blade, numbing Lin Feng's arm and causing him to slide backward several meters. Roar. With one strike blocked, the ferocity of the crimson pattern demon leopard intensified. Its other claw followed closely, transforming into a lethal flash aimed straight for Lin Feng's heart. Fast. To the extreme. However, at this moment Lin Feng's face showed no sign of distress. The corner of his mouth curled into a proud arc. Now is the time. The vitality within him seemed to break free from some invisible shackle, surging forward at a speed far surpassing the wind-breaking slash. The blade energy that originally required accumulation to condense now attached to the blade of the Voyager as if guided by his will. Buzz. The blade emitted a clear humming sound with a layer of faint azure light flickering along the edge. Basic sword technique intercepting style. Lin Feng did not evade. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword in his hand transformed into a swift flash of lightning, arriving before the demon leopard's claw. Slash. This time it was no longer a dull impact. Instead it was the piercing sound of a blade cutting through flesh, making one wince. The Voyager, now coated with azure blade energy, had its sharpness increased several-fold. The demon leopard's claw, capable of shattering rocks, was brutally cleaved open, revealing a deep wound down to the bone. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Awar. In agonizing pain, the crimson pattern demon leopard let out a heartrending howl. Its attack abruptly ceased as it instinctively retreated. In its brutal beastly eyes, for the first time, disbelief and fear surfaced. How is this possible? Why has this human sword suddenly become so sharp? Thinking of escaping, Lin Feng's gaze turned icy, merciless in his advantage. Chasing me and hitting me just now felt good, didn't it? The vitality within him flowed endlessly, and that moment of enlightenment allowed him to grasp the sword technique, stepping into a whole new realm. The blade energy of the wind-breaking slash was no longer a standalone skill. It could now be infused into any basic sword technique. Enchanting. If that's the case, then this move shall be called. Lin Feng, enlightened, unleashed a thunderous roar. Wind-breaking chain slash. As soon as he spoke, his body was already in motion. His figure, like a ghost, instantly closed in on the retreating crimson pattern demon leopard. Basic sword technique chain strike. Swish. 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 In an instant the Voyager in Lin Feng's hand transformed into 3 overlapping phantoms. Each phantom was adorned with a layer of condensed azure blade energy. 3 seemingly ordinary strikes unleashed 3 sharp piercing sounds of the air being sliced. This was no longer basic sword technique. This was a killing move infused with the essence of the wind-breaking slash. The crimson pattern demon leopard was astonished, completely unprepared for Lin Feng's attacks to become so swift and continuous. It hastily twisted its body, trying to evade. Pitied. The first beam of light sliced precisely through its hind leg, sending a spray of blood. Pitied. Before it could regain its balance, the second beam of light followed closely, viciously striking its abdomen, tearing open a gruesome wound. Pitied. The third beam of light flashed past its back, skin tearing and flesh ripping. Roar. The continuous heavy blows made the crimson pattern demon leopard emit a roar of utmost pain. Its massive body could no longer maintain balance under the intense pain and impact, crashing to the ground, kicking up a storm of dust. Outside the secret realm, the entire playground fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemed to be under a freezing spell, mouths agape, eyes wide, fixated on the enormous electronic screen. On the screen, the figure that had just moments ago been chased by the demon leopard to the brink of despair now appeared as if possessed by a battle god. He wielded a long sword, relentlessly hacking at the once mighty second-tier peak demon beast. Blades flashed, blood flew. That scene was filled with a primal and violent beauty deeply etched into everyone's retinas. Silence. A deathly silence. After a full dozen seconds, the crowd erupted with a roar of astonishment. What did I just see? He comprehended a technique in the heat of battle. He created a sword technique during combat. Is this something a mere human can achieve? Is this still a basic sword technique? How could its power be so terrifying? A monster. A true monster. This is no longer genius, this is a freak. Gasps of amazement, sounds of disbelief and murmurs of shock converged into a tremendous wave, nearly overturning the entire playground. On the high platform, the principal's face, which had just been tense with worry, was now completely petrified. His lips trembled, pointing at the imposing figure on the screen. He looked towards the educational authority beside him. His voice changed in tone. Old Zhang, pinch me. I can't be dreaming, right? A breakthrough in the heat of battle, creating combat techniques. Such things that only exist in legends are actually happening in our school. His eyes brimmed with ecstasy and shock. This is not just finding treasure, this is uncovering a divine mine. Only one person, however. The homeroom teacher, Wang Feng. She sat rigidly in her chair like a statue struck by lightning. Her complexion transformed from ashen to a pale white, devoid of any color. If Lin Feng's previous achievement in topping the scores had torn her dignity and thrown it on the ground to be trampled upon, then now Lin Feng's miraculous understanding of a technique and counterattack against the demon beast was akin to driving a steamroller over her face, crushing her dignity, her pride, her beliefs, and her entire being into fine powder. No. It can't be. This is fake. It must be fake. The system of the secret realm must have malfunctioned. She muttered in a daze, her gaze unfocused, her mind spiraling toward collapse. Creating combat techniques. What a joke. That was a realm that even many martial artists and grand martial artists yearned for. How could a worthless individual, in her eyes a piece of trash who couldn't even become a martial apprentice, possibly achieve this? She couldn't accept it. She would rather believe in the apocalypse than accept the scene in front of her that shattered her worldview. A corner of the secret realm. Lu Ruox's clear and beautiful eyes sparkled with vibrant colors. Her small hands tightly covered her mouth, suppressing the urge to exclaim. On her exquisite face there was a mix of shock and an unrecognized hint of infatuation. How many secrets are you hiding? She gazed at the blood-soaked figure, a storm of emotion surging within her. This young man had brought her surprises far beyond her imagination. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Lin Feng within the secret realm felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, as if all his thoughts were clear. Boom! The vitality within him surged violently with the continuous execution and refinement of the wind-breaking chain slash. It felt as if something had been completely shattered. A power far more robust and refined than before surged through his limbs like a flood breaking through a dam. Every cell was rejoicing. Every sinew and bone was undergoing transformation. Ding! Detected host's enlightenment in the heat of battle, heart and mind in unity, sword technique and vitality resonating. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through the bottleneck. Current realm martial apprentice 2nd tier. Vitality 218 cards. The system's prompt rang out explosively in his mind. Martial apprentice 2nd tier. He had broken through. Ha! Lin Feng let out a long howl towards the sky, the sound like a dragon filled with boundless exhilaration and pride. He could feel his strength, speed and reflexes achieving a qualitative leap at this moment. Beast, now it's my turn. Lin Feng's gaze turned frosty, his eyes like lightning once more locking onto the struggling crimson pattern demon leopard trying to rise. After breaking through to the 2nd tier of martial apprenticeship, executing the wind-breaking chain slash was more instinctive and powerful. He exerted force beneath his feet, his body like a cannonball instantly charging towards the demon leopard. Slash! The blade's light illuminated the air. This time it was not 3 overlapping phantoms but 5. Swish, 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 swish. 5 strikes adorned with azure blade energy enveloped the crimson pattern demon leopard like a cage of death. Despair flashed in the demon leopard's eyes, letting out a reluctant roar, using its last ounce of strength to swipe and defend. However, it was all in vain. Poochie. 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 The continuous sounds of flesh tearing echoed. Under Lin Feng's storm-like assaults, the wounds on the crimson pattern demon leopard multiplied, growing deeper. It was retreating step by step, utterly powerless to fight back. Its once proud speed became a joke before Lin Feng. Its resilient fur under the blade energy of the Voyager was like paper. Crushing. A thorough and complete crushing. Lin Feng grew stronger as he fought, the speed of the blade in his hand increasing, the azure glow on the blade becoming ever more intense. He regarded this once mighty 2nd-tier peak demon beast as the whetstone for his new technique. Finally, after a series of relentless strikes, the crimson pattern demon leopard, drenched in blood, reached the peak of exhaustion, its movements becoming lethargic. Opportunity. A glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he leaped high, gripping the blade with both hands, pouring all his vitality without reserve. The blade of the Voyager erupted with an unprecedented dazzling azure light. That sharp aura even made some students outside the secret realm feel a tingling sensation on their skin. Lin Feng, looking down from above, locked onto the demon leopard's massive head, his gaze as cold as ice. The final strike. The final strike. Lin Feng's voice resonated like a divine decree from the heavens, cold and ruthless. From his elevated position he channeled the surge of vitality gained after breaking through to the second rank of martial disciples into the Navigator. The blade shimmered with a brilliant green light, dazzling in its brilliance. The sharp aura seemed capable of tearing apart the entire simulated secret realm. On the ground, the crimson-patterned demon leopard sensed an unprecedented deathly threat. In its blood-red beastly eyes a flicker of madness and resolution flashed. Roar. A roar filled with endless ferocity and unwillingness erupted from deep within its throat. It knew it was doomed. But even in death it vowed to take this human down with it. Boom. The battered body of the crimson-patterned demon leopard suddenly swelled and dense blood mist sprayed from every pore, burning its vital blood. A mutual destruction. It abandoned all defenses, concentrating its final strength into its claws, transforming into two intersecting blood-red crescent moons, fearlessly charging towards Lin Feng, who descended from above. This strike gathered all its life and demonic power. The air was torn apart, emitting a sharp wail. Outside the secret realm, all the watching students held their breath, their hearts racing to their throats. Be careful. Lu Ruox's complexion paled, unable to suppress her exclamation. However, Lin Feng in midair showed no signs of wavering in his gaze. Calm. Terrifyingly calm. A dying struggle is utterly meaningless. He parted his thin lips, uttering those 8 words. Faced with the dying counterattack of the demon leopard capable of tearing steel, the force of the knife in his hand showed no sign of hesitation, instead becoming faster, fiercer and more resolute. Wind-cleaving slashes. Slash. 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 Lin Feng shouted 5 times. In his hand the Navigator transformed in an instant into 5 intensely condensed blue blade auras, like a fine net of death descending upon the target. SSS. The first blade aura, arriving after the others, precisely struck the blood-red claw shadow unleashed by the demon leopard. The blood-red claw shadow trembled violently, its radiance dimming by a third. SSS. The second and third blade auras followed closely, like a withered tree being uprooted. The blood-red claw shadow unleashed with the demon leopard's utmost effort was instantly shattered like ice and snow under the blazing sun, dissolving into nothingness. No. The eyes of the crimson-patterned demon leopard finally revealed utter despair and fear. Its final trump card was unexpectedly so fragile before this human. SSS. SSS. The fourth and fifth blade auras fell without obstruction. One flashed past its neck. The other pierced directly through its skull. At that moment time seemed to stand still. The massive body of the crimson-patterned demon leopard froze in place, all actions and sounds abruptly halted. The ferocity and madness in its eyes quickly faded, leaving only endless confusion and unwillingness. The next second, a massive leopard head shot up into the sky. Scalding demon blood gushed forth like a fountain. The headless massive body, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward a few steps before crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous boom, kicking up clouds of dust. Immediately after, the gigantic corpse along with the flying head began to shatter inch by inch. It transformed into a myriad of dazzling golden light particles like a magnificent meteor shower. Killing the peak second-rank demon beast, the crimson-patterned demon leopard. 1000. At this moment, when a melodious and ancient bell chimed, echoing throughout the entire simulated secret realm. The assessment has ended. Lin Feng slowly landed. Holding the Navigator, the tip of the blade angled towards the ground, drops of digitized blood slid down the blade, dissipating into the air. He stood amidst the swirling golden light particles, breathing lightly, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. The entire jungle battlefield lay in ruins. Yet he alone stood proud like an undefeated war god, becoming the sole focus of this realm. On the playground. Silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was like a duck with its neck grasped, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a sound. Their gazes were fixated on the figure bathed in golden light rain on the big screen. Shock. An unparalleled shock. Instant kill. That was a peak second-rank boss. Yet he had slain it in a nearly crushing manner. Moreover, it was after a breakthrough during battle and the creation of his own combat technique. This had exceeded the limits of their barren imagination. Was he even human? Gulp. Someone unknown swallowed hard. This faint sound, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly ignited the entire crowd. He won. He won. Damn. He took down the boss. Am I watching gods fighting? This knife technique. This momentum. So fierce. Fierce to the extreme. A breakthrough in battle. Slaying the boss. If this gets out, the entire Jiangnan province will tremble. Record. This is definitely a historical record. Since the establishment of our No. 14 middle school, no one has ever defeated the final boss in the graduation assessment. A torrent of discussions, gasps of awe and exclamations blended into a terrifying wave of sound soaring into the sky. All the students' gazes towards the figure on the screen changed. From initial disdain and contempt to later shock and disbelief. And to this moment. Awe and fervor. The strong deserve respect no matter where they are. Lin Feng, with his miraculous performance, earned the respect of all. On the high platform, the principal suddenly sprang up from his seat, his face flushed with excitement, hands trembling. He grabbed the arm of the nearby educational bureau leader, shouting incoherently, "Did you see it? Old Zhang. Did you see it? Our students from No. 14 middle school. Our No. 14 middle school. A genius. No. A prodigy. A peerless prodigy. Ha ha ha. Who dares compete with us for the special enrollment quota of Jiangnan Martial University this year? Who dares?" The educational bureau leader beside him was also astonished, nodding repeatedly, looking at Lin Feng with eyes shining brightly. "Old Li, congratulations, congratulations. Your No. 14 middle school is about to produce a true dragon." Lu Ruoshi gazed at the screen with starry eyes. Her little heart raced and two charming blushes appeared on her fair cheeks. The boy who once quietly endured ridicule wielding his blade in the corner finally blossomed today, radiating a light that made the entire world pale. Where there is joy, there is sorrow. No, it was despair. The homeroom teacher Wang Feng slumped in her chair, her face ashen. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her gaze unfocused, muttering in a daze, "It's fake. All fake. It must be a system error. Waste. How could it be? How could it be?" Her proud educational philosophy, her unwavering belief in talent theory, was shattered before Lin Feng's astonishing performance. Her face burned painfully. As if someone had slapped her countless times, it had completely rotted down to the bone. Just as the atmosphere of the whole venue reached its peak. Buzz. Light gathered above the martial arts arena. The final scoreboard slowly unfolded in an incredibly shocking manner. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn in. Jiangcheng No. 14 middle school, the 37th graduation practical assessment final ranking. 10th place Chen, who points 353. 9th place. 4th place Lu Ruoshi, points 502. 3rd place Li Yue, points 577. 2nd place Chen Fan, points 615. When Chen Fan's name and score were revealed, a wave of gasps rose from the crowd. True to form, a scholar from No. 14 middle school, this score was already very high. However, everyone's gaze was fixed on the vacant spot at the very top of the list. What would that person's score be? 1,000. 1,005. Under the spotlight, the golden name finally emerged. First place Lin Feng. Points 1774. The moment that terrifying number froze on the screen, the entire world seemed to quiet for 3 seconds. Then boom. An indescribable shock exploded among the crowd like a nuclear bomb. 1,774 points. Am I seeing things? The second place didn't even reach his decimal. My heavens. Is this score being inflated? Did he slay all the demon beasts in the secret realm? Record. This is absolutely an unprecedented historical record. Completely shattered. Monster. He is not human. He is a monster. Everyone went insane. This score had completely exceeded their cognitive limits. This was no longer excellence, it was a crushing victory. It was a dimensionality reduction strike against all the other candidates. Zhao Hao and his few lackeys stared blankly at the glaring number, their legs going limp as they collapsed to the ground. Zhao Hao's eyes were filled with endless fear and regret. What kind of existence had he provoked? Inside the secret realm. Lin Feng's consciousness returned to his body. A series of rapid system prompt sounds rang like the most beautiful symphony, wildly echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, the Rookie's Reversal Path. Quest Objective 1: raise vitality to 150 calories within a week completed. Quest Objective 2: achieve AB grade or higher in the graduation practical assessment, exceeded special grade historical record level. Quest rewards being calculated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining system currency 1000. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the function skill Insight Extraction Beginner. Lin Feng's heart raced violently. It's here. The reward he had been looking forward to had arrived. Skill Insight Extraction Beginner. The host can spend system currency to gain skill insight, designated existing skills for enhancement or development, or skill extraction, randomly obtained skills that match the host's current strength. Note: each insight or extraction will illuminate your dull and dreary life. Good stuff. This is definitely a core function that can propel his strength to new heights. Lin Feng suppressed his inner excitement and continued to read. Ding! The system detected that the host performed exceptionally well in this assessment, with a standard pose for showing off, a beautiful face-slapping arc, and a full score for shock effect. The system is deeply gratified and hereby rewards the host with a temporary title, Ordinary and Unremarkable Show-Off Genius, valid for 24 hours. Title effect: while wearing this title, the host's aura will become more unfathomable, subtly increasing attractiveness to the opposite sex and intimidation to the same sex. Note: the final interpretation rights of this title belong to the God-level Blade system. Please continue to work hard to strive to become the universe-level show-off king soon. Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. System, can you be serious for once? This was carefully selected by the system. Thank you. Lin Feng was too lazy to argue further with this flashy system. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened the mysterious Beginner's Advancement Gift Pack. Ding! Opening the Beginner's Advancement Gift Pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1. First grade Body Refining Liquid X3 bottles. 2. Grade Movement Technique Skill Book Swift Wind Steps X1. 3. Storage Ring 5 cubic meter Special Edition X1. Looking at the 3 items listed on the light screen, Lin Feng's breathing quickened suddenly. Striking it rich. This time he truly hit the jackpot. His figure began to gradually fade, about to be teleported out of the secret realm. Lin Feng raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the barriers of space, seeing the faces outside the secret realm, some shocked, some ecstatic, some pale, and some mesmerized. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold arc. Jiangnan Martial University, here I come. An. His gaze accurately fell upon a certain position on the high platform. Wang Feng, does your face hurt? The light dissipated. Lin Feng's figure gradually solidified at the center of the training ground. As he appeared, it seemed as if the entire world had been muted, only to be instantaneously ignited. Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng. Holy crap. He's alive. He's the monster that killed the boss. Boom. A tsunami of cheers swept in from all directions. Thousands of gazes mingled with awe, fervor, and admiration inundated him like a tide. At this moment he was the sun. The sole focus of the entire Jiang City No. 14 High School. On the high platform, Principal Li Jinghua could no longer contain his excitement. He snatched the microphone, his flushed face swollen from blood rush, his voice cracking with enthusiasm. Students. Teachers. I announce that the 37th graduation practical assessment of Jiang City No. 14 High School has concluded successfully. His voice echoed through every corner of the playground. In this assessment we witnessed a miracle. We witnessed history. Li Jinghua took a deep breath, his arm pointing fiercely at Lin Feng in the arena, shouting with all his might. Class 3-7 student Lin Feng. With a terrifying score of 1774, he shattered all assessment records since our school's establishment. He is not just first. He is a legend. Not only did he slay the final BOSS, but he also broke through in battle, creating his own combat techniques. What incredible talent. What a freak of nature. Each of Li Zhenguo's words struck like a heavy hammer against everyone's hearts. The entire venue erupted. Awesome. Lin God. From today onwards you are my idol. Li Zhenguo pressed down his hand signaling for silence, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng filled with admiration and pride. I hereby in the name of the principal of Jiang City No. 14 High School officially declare. Our school will utilize all resources to strongly recommend student Lin Feng to the top martial arts academy in Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan Martial University. I believe he will become the most radiant new star of our No. 14 High School and even the entire Jiang City. As his words fell, thunderous applause reverberated endlessly. However, in this ocean of fervor there was a corner that felt as cold as the Siberian chill. Wang Feng sat slumped in her chair looking ashen. Each of the principal's praises felt like an invisible slap striking harshly on her face. Wasting school resources. Just because you got lucky and beat a thug once you are considered a genius. The harsh words she had once said to Lin Feng echoed like demonic whispers in her mind, torturing her already pitiful self-esteem over and over again. Her face burned with pain. The agony was so intense that she lost all sensation. Around her some teachers and students cast glances filled with mockery and pity. Isn't that teacher Wang from class 7? I heard she used to say Lin Feng was useless. Not only that, during the last mock test she publicly humiliated him in front of the whole class, saying he might as well go home and grow sweet potatoes. Tisk tisk tisk, the slap in the face was so loud I could hear it from across the playground. How tragic. These comments pierced Wang Feng's ears like the sharpest needle stabbing through her heart. She trembled all over, her lips quivering, but not a single word could escape her mouth. Pfft. Unable to catch her breath, Wang Feng's vision darkened and she fell straight from her chair, fainting on the spot. On the other side of the crowd, Zhao Hao's face was as pale as paper, staring blankly at the figure revered by thousands. Fear. Endless fear coiled around his heart like a cold venomous snake, nearly suffocating him. What kind of monster had he provoked? Cold sweat soaked his back. His only thought now was to escape. The farther away from this demon the better. He hunched over like a street rat, trying to sneak away amidst the chaos. However, after just 2 steps he was surrounded by a group of sharks smelling blood. Classmate Zhao Hao. What do you think about Lin Feng breaking the historical record? I heard you had some conflicts with Lin Feng before. Do you regret it now? As a former genius now being crushed by the useless you spoke of, what do you want to say to everyone? Reporters seemingly appearing from nowhere shoved microphones in his face, each question sharper than a knife. I. Zhao Hao was blinded by the flashes, his mind blank, stuttering and looking ridiculous. He was completely finished. From today onward he would no longer be the lofty rich second-generation bully. Instead he would become a thorough clown, contrasting Lin Feng's brilliance. At this moment a stir suddenly arose in the crowd. The masses parted like Moses parting the sea, creating a path. Lu Ruoxi, the cool goddess in everyone's hearts, gracefully walked through the sea of people heading straight for Lin Feng. A slight smile of relief adorned her face and her clear beautiful eyes brimmed with unabashed admiration and joy. Under the gaze of countless onlookers she stopped in front of Lin Feng. Congratulations, Lin Feng. Her voice was crisp and pleasant like a mountain spring cleansing the noise of the scene. You were truly dazzling today. Lin Feng looked at the stunning face just inches away, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the girl, and felt a stir in his heart. He nodded, revealing a calm smile. Thank you. Lu Ruox's heart skipped a beat at his serene gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly as she summoned the courage to speak. I also applied to Jiangnan Martial University. I look forward to meeting you there again. With that she took out her communicator, her small face slightly flushed as she handed it over. Can we exchange contact numbers? Wow. The surrounding students instantly erupted with howls of envy and jealousy. The goddess initiated a conversation. She even asked for contact information. This treatment was simply extraordinary. Lin Feng did not hesitate and readily exchanged numbers with her. Alright, see you at Jiangnan Martial University. With a positive response, Lu Ruox's smile deepened like a blooming flower. She gazed at Lin Feng for a moment before turning to leave. Watching the goddess departing figure, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. Was this the change brought about by strength? Just then another person walked briskly through the crowd. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored suit exuding a competent aura. He wore a badge on his chest with the emblem of Jiangnan Martial University. It's someone from the admissions office. The crowd stirred again. The middle-aged man ignored everyone and walked straight to Lin Feng wearing an incredibly enthusiastic smile as he extended his hand. Hello Lin Feng. I am Zhou Hai, the head of the admissions office at Jiangnan Martial University. On behalf of Jiangnan Martial University I officially extend an invitation to you. Zhou Hai's tone was filled with irresistible sincerity. We have witnessed your performance through the secret realm monitoring. It was astonishing. A unseen-a-century talent. A genius like you does not need a recommendation. No assessment required. If you are willing you can become a special recruit at Jiangnan Martial University right now. As he spoke he solemnly took out a golden acceptance letter and a thick envelope from his briefcase. This is your acceptance letter. Additionally, to recognize your extraordinary talent, the school committee has decided to grant you a one-time genius scholarship of 1 million federal coins after urgent discussions. Upon enrollment all your training resources will be provided by the school at the highest standards. Boom. 1 million. This number detonated like a heavy bomb among the crowd. Everyone went wild. That's 1 million. Enough to ensure a lifetime of comfort for an ordinary family. Now it was so casually transformed into a scholarship. Lin Feng looked at the acceptance letter and the check representing a fortune before him. Even he with his resolute character felt his breath quicken slightly. He thought of his grandmother still in the hospital. He thought of the exorbitant medical bills. He thought of the times he had to risk his life for the most inferior qi and blood medicine. His eyes slightly reddened. He took a deep breath suppressing the surging emotions and solemnly accepted the acceptance letter and the check. I Lin Feng accept the invitation from Jiangnan Martial University. Thank you Director Zhou. Ha ha ha. Good. Excellent. Zhou Hai was overjoyed, patting Lin Feng's shoulder firmly. The school awaits your arrival. Lin Feng held this weighty reward in his hand, feeling a surge of emotions. He instinctively opened his system panel. Host Lin Feng, Realm Martial Apprentice, Stage 2 Qi and Blood 218, Strength 46, Agility 36, Constitution 37, Spirit 36, System Coins 3650, Sword Swing Count 326166, Next Stage Achievement 500000, Sword Swing Experience 188700, Skills Wind Break / D-Grade Wind Break Chain / Self-Created D-Grade Gale Step. D-Grade Turtle Breathing Method. Beginner Items. Grade 1 Body Refining Liquid X3 Storage Ring 5 cubic meters. Looking at this refreshed attribute, feeling the unprecedented powerful energy within him, Lin Feng's gaze became increasingly sharp. This is just the beginning. He clenched the check in his hand, a warm current rising in his heart. Grandma's illness has hope. But soon he calmed down again. 1 million is a fortune for ordinary people, but for the gold-devouring beast of martial arts cultivation it is merely a drop in the bucket. This scholarship seems insufficient to purchase better cultivation resources. Lin Feng's gaze flickered slightly. The black market. Perhaps it was time for another visit. At the First People's Hospital of Jiang City, in the special care ward, Lin Feng entered carrying bags of nutritional supplements and a nurturing elixir purchased from the top medicinal hall in Jiang City. On the hospital bed, Grandma's complexion had improved significantly compared to the previous days, but she still appeared weak. Xiaofeng, you are spending money recklessly again. Seeing the items in Lin Feng's hands, her tone carried a hint of reproach, yet her eyes were filled with concern. Grandma, this isn't spending recklessly. Lin Feng set down the items and handed her the light golden elixir with a smile. This is golden silk nourishing liquid, the best medicine for nurturing vitality and blood in Jiang City. The doctor said it will aid your recovery the most. How much does this cost? Grandma was startled as she knew that the price of such high-grade elixirs was astonishingly high. Your grandson has become successful now and can earn money. Lin Feng did not mention the 100,000 scholarship, fearing it would frighten her. He simply deposited half of the money into Grandma's account, enough to cover all her medical and living expenses for the next few years. Watching Grandma take the elixir with the help of a nurse, her face quickly regained a hint of healthy color, and Lin Feng felt a tremendous sense of satisfaction swell within him. This was one of the meanings behind his relentless pursuit of strength. After settling Grandma, Lin Feng returned to the cramped low-rent apartment. He sat by the bed staring at the remaining 500,000 balance in his bank card, lost in thought. This amount of money was a fortune that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. But for a martial artist, especially one eager to grow stronger quickly, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Lin Feng opened the system marketplace and browsed as usual when suddenly he noticed new items appearing in the skills section. Nascent Energy Guidance Technique Civilian Version 10000 System Coins, an essential for martial apprentices, a beginner's method for converting vitality into nascent energy. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on that book, the Nascent Energy Guidance Technique Civilian Version. In the path of martial arts, being a martial apprentice is just the starting point. Martial apprentices cultivate their vitality, refining their physical bodies to the extreme. Above martial apprentices are martial artists. The greatest difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice is the qualitative change in internal energy. By using a special guidance technique, thick vitality can be purified, compressed and transformed into a more advanced and explosive energy, nascent energy. Only by possessing nascent energy can one be considered to have truly stepped into the realm of martial arts. And this Nascent Energy Guidance Technique Civilian Version is the key to that door. 10,000 system coins. I only have a bit over 3,000 now, still lacking over 6,000. Lin Feng frowned. Selling materials at the official acquisition points was too slow and the prices were too low. It seems there is only one place to solve his current problem. Jiang City, the underground black market. As night fell, the city lights began to shine. Lin Feng changed into a plain black tracksuit, wrapping the navigator tightly with cloth and carrying it on his back. He returned to that dark, damp alley. Mouse, on the steps, the shady figure trembled violently, nearly falling. Mouse looked up, and when he recognized Lin Feng, his expression instantly froze. In the next moment, a smile more awkward than crying appeared on his face as he scrambled from behind the counter. Lin Yi. What brings you here? Why didn't you give me a heads-up before coming? I could have come to greet you. Mouse bowed and nodded, his demeanor extremely subservient, even carrying a hint of a flattering tremor in his voice. His appearance was a stark contrast to the shrewd and calculating demeanor he had during their last meeting when he had demanded a 20% cut. Lin Feng understood in his heart. It seems that news of his top score in the assessment has spread throughout Jiang City, even reaching this underground mouse. This is the change that power brings. I need some things. Lin Feng's voice was flat, not deliberately revealing any imposing aura, yet it sounded like thunder in Mouse's ears. You say. As long as it's within Jiang City, there's nothing Mouse can't find out. Mouse patted his chest confidently. The Nascent Energy Guidance Technique Civilian Version. Lin Feng directly stated his goal. And where can I get better quality weapons and pills? Mouse's eyes darted around and he immediately lowered his voice. Lin Yi, you've asked the right person. The official channels only have common goods, the really good stuff circulates only within the circles. He rubbed his hands together, speaking mysteriously. Tonight there happens to be a small underground auction in the black market. It happens once a month and many hard-to-find good items will appear there. Items like the Nascent Energy Guidance Technique Civilian Version may not be top tier, but they occasionally appear. As for weapons and pills, they are the highlights of every auction. An auction? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity. Take me there. Sure thing. Mouse replied eagerly, moving faster than a rabbit. Lin Yi, follow me. This time. I won't take a single cent from you. It's my honor to lead you. Once you become successful, just mention me and that will be enough. He dared not mention any commission now. This person before him was the exceptional talent specially recruited by Jiangnan Martial University. A future martial arts powerhouse. If he didn't cling tightly to this leg, when would he? Just as Lin Feng was about to set off with Mouse, a familiar mechanical voice rang out in his mind again. Ding. Side quest triggered, treasure hunt in the black market. Quest description: it is rumored that the underground black market in Jiang City will hold a small auction where there may be items of interest to you. Please actively participate and successfully bid on at least one item that is useful to you. Quest reward depends on the value of the item you bid on. Rewards include system coins, combat experience or special items. Failure penalty none. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. With the system even issuing a quest, it seemed he absolutely had to attend this auction. Lin Yi, we need to change our attire. Mouse pulled out 2 oversized black robes with hoods from a corner. In the auction with all sorts of people, hiding one's identity is the rule. Lin Feng nodded, took the black robe and put it on. The large hood completely shrouded his face in shadow. Mouse dressed similarly and the two of them quickly blended into the night. Lin Yi, there's one more thing I must remind you. Mouse, walking ahead, became serious. The auction not only looks at wealth but also at strength. Some individuals like to engage in violent theft after the auction ends. Please be cautious. Understood. Lin Feng replied lightly, unconsciously tightening his grip on the navigator behind him. Violent theft. Just right. He was still feeling that system coins were not enough. Passing through a winding alley deeper than last time, Mouse stopped before an inconspicuous wall. He tapped rhythmically 3 times. Boom. The wall slowly moved aside, revealing a deep passage leading downward with the noisy sounds of people and a mixture of blood and desire wafting toward him. They had arrived at the auction venue. Lin Feng's gaze flickered slightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts, and stepped into the darkness. At the end of the deep corridor stood a heavy alloy door. 2 burly men, their muscles bulging and postures imposing, crossed their arms like iron towers guarding the entrance. Their eyes were sharp as eagles, scanning Lin Feng and the Mouse with a scrutinizing and warning gaze. The Mouse skillfully pulled out a metal token engraved with a rat's head from his pocket and handed it over. After inspecting the token, the burly man nodded expressionlessly and the heavy alloy door slid open, revealing a bright expanse ahead. Boom. This was a vast underground space transformed from an abandoned air raid shelter. The ceiling was high with thick pipelines crisscrossing overhead, and industrial lights flickered on the walls, casting dappled shadows throughout the venue. Hundreds of seats were arranged in a tiered fashion, already filled with a considerable number of attendees. Each person was cloaked in black robes, masks, or specially designed hoods concealing their forms. Yet even so, Lin Feng could still sense the intertwining powerful auras within the room, some subtle, others overt. There were the blood energies of martial artists, the mental waves of psychic practitioners, and even some cold metallic figures of cyborgs. Any one of these individuals, if pulled out, would not be of good nature. Lin Yi, let's sit a bit further back, it's less conspicuous. The Mouse whispered, leading Lin Feng to a nondescript corner in the back row. The rules here are to keep wealth hidden and not to provoke anyone easily. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze calmly sweeping the entire venue. His mental power, nurtured by the turtle breathing technique, was significantly stronger than that of a typical martial artist of the same level, enabling him to keenly capture the malicious gazes around. Ding. Warning. A high-risk environment has been detected. The crisis alert module has been automatically activated. There are a total of 387 people in the venue, among them 112 with martial artist levels above 5th stage, 34 martial artists, and 5 suspected to be above 3rd stage martial artists. Warning, there is a martial master level energy fluctuation present in box 3. Please remain vigilant. A martial master. Lin Feng's heart trembled. That was an existence far surpassing a martial artist. It seemed the depths of this black market were even more profound than he had imagined. Dong. A crisp gong sound quieted the noisy venue instantly. A woman with an alluring figure dressed in a high-slit red qipao swayed her hips as she stepped onto the stage. Her seductive eyes sparkled and her voice carried a strange penetrating power. Welcome, distinguished guests, to our Night Owl Guild's monthly auction. I am Hong Xiao, the auctioneer for this event. Without further ado, let us begin with the first item up for bid. 2 strong men carried a cage covered with black cloth onto the stage. Hong Xiao lifted the cloth. Roar. Inside the cage, a pure white cub with a single horn on its forehead let out an angry roar, emanating an aura of coldness. A top-grade beast of 1st stage martial artist level, the Ice Horn Lion Cub. With pure bloodline, it can reach the peak of 3rd stage martial beasts when fully grown, and there is a very small chance it may mutate into a 4th stage Frost Lion King. Starting bid 500,000 Federation coins. Each increment must not be less than 10,000. As soon as Hong Xiao finished speaking, the crowd below immediately stirred. 510,000. 530,000. I bid 600,000. The bidding voices surged one after another. In Lin Feng's mind, the system's prompt echoed simultaneously. Item analysis: name Ice Horn Lion Cub, value assessment medium, bloodline potential no mutation signs, normal cultivation value approximately 650,000 Federation coins. System recommendation: overpriced purchase not advised. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on the cub for just a moment before he lost interest. He was not here to buy a pet. After a fierce competition, the Ice Horn Lion Cub was ultimately auctioned off for 820,000 to a mysterious person in the 2nd floor box. The next few items were also rare treasures hard to find in the market. There was the Bai Shui Dan, which could instantly restore 30% of health, the rare or star pattern steel from a secret realm, and a class battle knife with armor-piercing effects. Each item sparked considerable competition. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained like a true onlooker, observing coldly throughout. In his mind, the system acted like a top-tier appraiser, clearly analyzing the true value and potential pros and cons of each auction item. Bai Shui Dan medicinal effects are superficial with excessive impurities. Long-term use may harm the foundation. Not recommended. Star pattern steel quality is decent, but your Voyager material is superior and no need to replace. Armor-piercing battle knife design flaws. Insufficient force transmission will affect blade speed by 30% in combat. Trash. Hearing the system's scathing evaluation, Lin Feng's lips twitched imperceptibly. He increasingly felt that his 500,000 might not be enough. Alright everyone, the regular warm-up session is over. The auctioneer Hong Xiao clapped her hands, her smile growing even more alluring. Next we have a rather special collection. A servant brought a tray covered with red cloth onto the stage. Hong Xiao did not immediately unveil it, instead creating suspense. This item was discovered by our people in a corner of an ancient ruin. Despite our extensive use of various instruments, we could not analyze its material, nor could we detect any energy fluctuations. As she spoke, she lifted the red cloth. In the center of the tray lay a palm-sized, completely black, inconspicuous metal fragment. It lacked any luster, the edges showing irregular fracture marks, appearing as if it were a piece of scrap picked from a heap of junk. The audience fell silent. Everyone scanned the fragment with their spiritual energy or various mini-detectors. A few seconds later, disappointed murmurs began to arise. What is this? Just a piece of scrap metal. It doesn't even have energy fluctuations. What use is it? The Night Owl Guild is getting worse, bringing this kind of garbage to fill the numbers. Hong Xiao ignored these comments, maintaining her professional smile. It may be a relic of some lost civilization, or perhaps it truly is just a useless piece of scrap metal. It all depends on your perspective. Starting price 10,000 Federation coins. Each increment must be at least 1,000. Now let the bidding begin. As she finished, the venue fell into dead silence. No one placed a bid. Everyone stared at the fragment on stage as if watching a fool. 10,000 for a piece of scrap metal. Are they crazy? Even the mouse whispered beside Lin Feng, "Lin Yi, this thing is a scam, don't fall for it." A trace of expected embarrassment flashed across Hong Xiao's face as she raised a small hammer. 10,000, is there a distinguished guest willing to collect a piece of ancient mystery? Just consider it a fun purchase. 10,000 first call. 10,000 second call. Just as she was about to bring down the hammer for the third time, signaling the item would go unsold. Suddenly the quiet system in Lin Feng's mind erupted with a piercing alarm. Warning! Warning! Detecting a faint but high-frequency spatial fluctuation. Warning! The energy source is correlated with higher dimensional space. Suspected remnants of a hyperdimensional civilization. System task triggered: at all costs acquire this item. System recommendation: the value of this item is immeasurable. Host, your opportunity has arrived. Don't hesitate, just do it. A cascade of red warning messages flooded Lin Feng's consciousness like a waterfall. Lin Feng's heart raced. He maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, but his fingers gripping the armrest suddenly tightened. Higher dimensional civilization. Spatial fluctuations. Each of these terms was enough to drive the entire Federation mad. He took a deep breath, suppressing the ecstasy and shock within. At the moment the hammer was about to fall, he raised his bidding paddle. A calm yet clear voice rang out in the silent venue. 11,000. Whoosh! In an instant hundreds of gazes turned toward the inconspicuous corner in the back row. Some were astonished, some mocked, and others puzzled. Are you insane? Someone is actually bidding. Where did this big spender come from? Probably some young master from a wealthy family here for an experience burning through money. The auctioneer Hong Xiao was also taken aback, but soon was overjoyed, her voice sweetening a bit. This esteemed guest has bid 11,000. Is there a higher bid? No one responded. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if he were an idiot. 11,000 first call. 11,000 second call. Bang! The hammer fell, sealing the deal. Congratulations to this esteemed guest. With your foresight you have acquired a piece of ancient mystery. Hong Xiao's words were filled with praise, but anyone could hear the sarcasm in her tone. Soon a servant approached Lin Feng respectfully carrying the tray. Lin Feng directly swiped his card to pay 11,000 Federation coins. The moment his fingertip touched the black fragment, a bone-chilling sensation surged up his arm to the crown of his head. It felt as if he had touched a piece of eternal ice. Ding! Item acquired. Beginning deep analysis. Analysis progress 1. 10. 50. Analysis complete. Item name unknown. No related information in the database. Item material unknown beyond current technological understanding. Contained energy extremely faint. Spatial power dormant state. Item description suspected core fragment of some higher dimensional spatial device damaged for unknown reasons. Energy nearly depleted. No clear use is available. Specific conditions or absorption of homologous energy are required for activation. Lin Feng tucked the fragment into his clothes, keeping it close. He could feel the gazes that had been watching him like a fool had vanished, replaced by curiosity and inquiry. A person bold enough to spend money on garbage in such a setting was either genuinely foolish or had seen something that others could not. Lin Feng paid no mind to these thoughts. His mind was completely immersed in the system's prompts. A higher dimensional spatial device. Although it was just a fragment and its energy was depleted, its value was undoubtedly beyond imagination. This trip to the black market, just this one unexpected gain, had already more than compensated for his investment. He suppressed his excitement, leaned back in his chair, his gaze becoming more profound. At that moment the auctioneer Hong Xiao's voice suddenly rose, filled with an unprecedented fervor. Everyone! The next item up for bid, I believe, is a treasure that all martial artist friends present dream of. It is the key that can help you break through shackles and glimpse higher realms. The civilian version of energy guidance technique. Starting bid 300,000. Let the bidding begin. On the high platform the auctioneer Hong Xiao's voice was filled with temptation. The universal energy guiding technique civilian version. The only ticket for martial apprentices to enter the path of warriors. The starting price is 300,000 and each bid must increase by no less than 10,000. Let the auction begin. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the hall was instantly ignited. 310,000. I bid 330,000. 350,000. I must secure this item. The price soared crazily, quickly breaking through 400,000. This technique represented a leap in status and was a treasure that countless martial apprentices yearned for. At this price it was still within a reasonable range. He had 500,000 in his account, which could allow him to compete. However, Lin Feng was greatly disappointed as the Universal Energy Guiding Technique civilian version was ultimately auctioned off for 780,000 by a big shot in a box on the third floor. Hong Xiao beamed with delight, surveying the crowd as her voice rose again. To those who missed out earlier, do not lose heart. Next up is another guiding technique, but it is even more special. She snapped her fingers towards the backstage. A servant cautiously carried a wooden box onto the stage. When the box was opened, it revealed not a beautifully bound manual but a few pages of tattered yellowed paper with charred black edges. It looked like discarded waste paper picked up from a garbage heap. A wave of boos erupted from the audience. What is this? Are we offering garbage again? Is there no one in the Night Owl Chamber of Commerce? How dare they put out this rubbish for sale? Hong Xiao ignored the doubts, her red lips parting to utter a few words. The Universal Energy Guiding Technique Military Enhanced Version. The hall fell silent in an instant. The military version. Those three words carried immense weight. Everyone knew that items produced by the military might not be extravagant, but they were undoubtedly the most effective of their kind. Unfortunately, this is a fragment. Hong Xiao's tone carried a hint of regret. According to our appraisers, the completeness of the technique is extremely low and the core part is even more unclear. Attempting to practice it forcibly would lead to a near-death experience. She paused, scanning the entire hall. Therefore we will auction it as a collectible. Perhaps a great master can complete it, or perhaps it is merely a piece of paper that testifies to history. The starting price is 50,000 Federation coins. Each subsequent bid must increase by 5,000. The audience fell into discussion once again. Military version. Too bad it's incomplete, it's no different from a death warrant. 50,000 for a mere thought. I might as well go enjoy a drink. Whoever buys this is a fool. Yet Lin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. In his consciousness the system's prompt tone rang out frantically. Ding. High-value target detected. Analyzing. Item name Universal Energy Guiding Technique Military Enhanced Version Fragment. Item description: a universal energy conversion technique developed by the military of Xia country for elite forces. Its energy conversion efficiency is 35 higher than that of the civilian version on the market. The converted energy is purer and more explosive. Current status completeness is as high as 87. Core conversion loop is missing. Multiple key node records are destroyed. Forcibly practicing it leads to reverse chi and blood flow. Broken meridians as a start. Energy explosion and immediate death as the standard. The suicide success rate is as high as 99.9. System suggestion: high risk, extremely high return. If the host can obtain deductions points, this system can perform completion deductions. Host: take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Be timid and go home to grow sweet potatoes. With a 35 efficiency increase. Lin Feng's heart raced. This meant that he could cultivate for a day and equal the effort of others cultivating for a day and a half. Starting ahead by a large margin. As for the incompleteness, the risks. With the system present, these are not issues. Deductions points. Lin Feng silently recited this new term. Although it was currently 0, he did not believe the system would issue an impossible task. This item must be secured. 50,000. Embedding. In the audience, a fierce-looking one-eyed man was the first to raise his paddle. He was clearly a desperate man wanting to take a risk. 55,000. In another corner, a hoarse voice from a man in a black robe followed suit. 60,000. There weren't many bidders, but all exuded a fierce determination. Lin Feng did not rush to speak. He was waiting. Waiting for these small fish to compete until they were exhausted before he would make his final bid. The price quickly climbed to 95,000. The one-eyed man hesitated. If this price had already surpassed his psychological expectations. 95,000 for the first time. Hong Xiao raised her small hammer. At that moment Lin Feng raised his paddle. His calm voice spread across the hall. 150,000. Whoosh. All eyes once again focused on this mysterious figure in the back row. Him again. Who is this guy? First buying scrap iron, now snatching a death warrant. 150,000. Has he gone mad? That amount could buy a decent class weapon. The one-eyed man glared fiercely at Lin Feng but ultimately gave up. 150,000. Is there no higher bid? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Hong Xiao's eyes as if she recalled something. A similarly built man with a scarred face sitting in a corner listening to the surrounding discussions, his eyes flashed with a glimmer. Who is that kid? He leaned over and whispered to his subordinate. The subordinate leaned in closer and quietly said, "Boss, I heard them say this person might be Lin Feng, the first place from the graduation assessment a few days ago. The prodigy from Jiangcheng's No. 14 middle school." Oh. The scar-faced man licked his lips, his greedy gaze sweeping over Lin Feng. First in the assessment with a bonus of 1 million. Tisk, it's that poor student with no background. A freshly hatched fat sheep. He signaled to his subordinate. Keep a close watch. When he comes out, take the brothers to welcome this genius of Jiangcheng. Yes. Boss. The subordinate grinned and nodded. They were the notorious vulture gang in this black market engaged in murder and trafficking. Lin Feng was oblivious to all of this, his attention fully on the auction stage. 200,000. A cold voice came from the second-floor box, seemingly taking an interest in this fragment as well. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Was there someone else who recognized its value? Or perhaps someone with a hidden card? He did not hesitate for a moment and raised his paddle again. 300,000. Wow. The entire hall erupted in an uproar. 300,000 for a life-threatening technique. This was no longer gambling, it was burning money. The second-floor box fell silent. After a moment that cold voice sounded again, laced with a hint of reluctance. You have quite the audacity, this item is yours. Bang. Hong Xiao's small hammer fell heavily. Congratulations to this esteemed guest. You have successfully bid for the fragment of Universal Energy Guiding Technique Military Enhanced Version at the price of 300,000. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. With a budget of 500,000 he had just under 190,000 left, which was sufficient. The auction continued, and while the subsequent items were precious, none captivated his interest. Half an hour later Hong Xiao announced the end of the auction. Esteemed guests, please proceed to the backstage with your paddles for settlement. The Night Owl Chamber of Commerce guarantees your safety is absolutely assured within the black market. Lin Feng followed the crowd to the backstage. After paying $311,000 with a scholarship card worth $1 million, he kept the mysterious black fragment and the military version technique fragment close to him. After completing all of this, he pulled down his hood and quickly left with Mouse. After parting ways with Mouse, he did not stop at all, heading straight towards the deep passage he had come from. The dim light cast a long shadow behind him. Just after walking a few meters, his steps paused slightly. In the air a faint scent of blood and murderous intent lingered. On the system panel, the crisis warning module was instantly activated, with several red arrows flashing on the map behind him, slowly tracking him. There were a total of 15 individuals. Their chi and blood fluctuations were between the second and third stages of martial apprentices. The one leading them had the strongest aura, already touching the threshold of the fourth stage. Indeed. Wealth should not be flaunted, it is a timeless truth. These guys took him for a rich lamb wandering aimlessly after just leaving the novice village. Want to prey on him? Just see if your teeth are hard enough. Lin Feng lowered his hood and quickened his pace. He had barely walked 20 meters when several dark figures silently emerged from the alley ahead, blocking his way. Under the dim streetlight, the steel knives and iron rods in their hands gleamed with a chilling light. Behind him footsteps echoed as well. His retreat was also cut off. Lin Feng stopped, slowly turning around. A dozen figures surrounded him, each displaying a fierce expression, their eyes like wolves eyeing their prey. In the air, the cheap smell of tobacco mixed with a strong killing intent rushed towards him. He he he. A sinister laugh echoed. The crowd parted, revealing the scar-faced brute who had cast a greedy glance at him during the auction, swaggering forward. He rhythmically tapped his palm with an iron rod, the grotesque scar distorting in the dim light, resembling a centipede. Kid, you're quite bold. The scar-faced man scrutinized Lin Feng, his gaze both contemptuous and fervent. A fresh graduate daring to wander around a black market with over $1 million on you. And you dare buy such dangerous techniques? What do you think, your life is too long? His minions erupted into laughter, their weapons clanking. Lin Feng's gaze was as calm as water, sweeping over the group. 1 peak third-tier martial apprentice, 2 third-tier martial apprentices, 5 second-tier martial apprentices, and the rest were mere first-tier cannon fodder. The crisis warning module in his mind flashed with blinding red light. Kid, I am the leader of the Vulture Gang, Knife Master. The scar-faced man pointed his iron rod at Lin Feng, his tone arrogant. You're unlucky to have crossed paths with us today. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your money and those 2 pieces of trash you bought at the auction. Then kneel and give me 3 kowtows. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll let you keep your corpse intact. A cold arc curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. You want my things? His voice was not loud, but it pierced through everyone's ears like an ice pick in the cold winter. Then let's see if your lives are tough enough. Before his words fell. Clang. A clear sound of a blade rang through the dark alley. The grade alloy knife, Navigator, was drawn in an instant, its bright blade tracing a path of death in the darkness. Seeking death. Attack. Chop him up. The scar-faced man's expression darkened as he shouted angrily. The 2 minions in front grinned savagely, swinging their steel knives towards Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng was just an ignorant student, 1 strike would suffice. However, Lin Feng's figure suddenly vanished from their sight. Where is he? The next second an extreme chill rose from behind them. Lin Feng's figure appeared like a ghost behind the 2, the Navigator, in his hand, leaving a trail of afterimages. Windbreaker continuous slash. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed the killing move he comprehended during the assessment. Virum. Virum. 3 crescent-shaped blue blades of chi blasted forth from the blade, almost simultaneously forming a storm of death. The blade chi tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Pft. Pft. 2 well-formed heads flew into the sky, hot blood spraying like a fountain onto their companions. The 2 headless corpses even maintained their forward momentum, stumbling 2 steps before crashing to the ground. Instant kill. A clean and swift instant kill. The dark alley that was noisy and fierce just a second ago fell into instant silence. Everyone was stunned by this bloody scene. The remaining minions looked at the twitching corpses on the ground, their grins froze in horror. Is this really a student? This must be a demon that crawled out of a slaughterhouse. Trash. The scar-faced man's pupils constricted, then he erupted in fury. He never expected that this lamb in his eyes would turn out to be a tiger revealing its fangs. What the hell are you all doing? He's just one person. Surround him and kill him. The scar-faced man bellowed, taking the lead himself. He stomped the ground fiercely, launching himself towards Lin Feng like a cannonball, the iron rod in his hand infused with overwhelming blood and chi bringing forth a gale as it smashed down. The peak strength of a third-tier martial apprentice was fully displayed. This strike was powerful enough to break stones. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, not daring to take it heeded. The opponent's power and chi far surpassed his. He lightly tapped his toes, retreating with a graceful movement, narrowly evading this ferocious blow. Bang! The iron rod crashed heavily onto the ground where Lin Feng had just stood, instantly creating a shallow pit in the concrete with debris flying everywhere. Such immense strength. Lin Feng's heart sank before he could catch his breath. The vulture gang members had already reacted, pouncing from all directions simultaneously. The glimmers of blades and shadows instantly engulfed him. Lin Feng took a deep breath, the turtle breathing technique in his body operating wildly. His spirit was highly focused, alternating between basic knife techniques and the windbreaker continuous slash. Clang. Clang. Dang. The navigator, in his hand, transformed into streaks of silver lightning, accurately blocking hacking and thrusting. Each swing of the knife was cunning and fierce, targeting the enemy's vital points. Pft. One minion was caught off guard, his arm holding the knife severed by Lin Feng's strike, letting out a piercing scream. Another minion had his throat slashed by the blade, clutching his neck and gasping, collapsing helplessly. The battle reached a boiling point in an instant. Lin Feng was like a lone wolf trapped among a pack, fearlessly fighting to the death. However, his two fists could not match four hands. There were too many members of the vulture gang. Although they were intimidated by Lin Feng's ferocity, under the supervision of the scar-faced man, they still charged forward with bloodshot eyes. His blade chi has a cooldown. Now's our chance. Press forward. The scar-faced man's eyes were sharp, realizing that Lin Feng could not continuously use the windbreaker continuous slash. He personally led the charge, wielding his iron rod with ferocious momentum, constantly compressing Lin Feng's space to maneuver. Lin Feng's pressure suddenly increased. He not only had to deal with attacks from all directions but also had to be on guard against the scar-faced man's deadly strikes. Slish. A moment of negligence, his left arm was grazed by a knife, shredding his sleeve, and a wound instantly appeared. The intense pain made Lin Feng's movement slightly falter. Good opportunity. The scar-faced man's eyes gleamed with ferocity, seizing the opening to sweep his rod horizontally, aiming directly at Lin Feng's waist. If this hit solidly, Lin Feng would be gravely injured, if not dead. In this moment of crisis, Lin Feng endured the excruciating pain, twisting his waist sharply, turning his body at an incredible angle. Pft. The iron rod brushed past his back. Though it avoided the vital points, the immense force still shook his chi and blood, tearing his back's shirt, leaving a fiery scar of blood. Lin Feng let out a muffled grunt, using the force to lunge forward a few steps, finally temporarily breaking free from the encirclement. He leaned against the cold wall, breathing heavily. Sweat mixed with blood dripped down his cheek. The chi and blood within him were rapidly depleting, and the wounds on his arm and back sent waves of intense pain, causing his stamina to drain even faster. System prompt: host's health remaining 68, stamina remaining 41, has entered a state of moderate fatigue. The system's warning was cold and merciless in his mind. Ha ha ha. Kid, weren't you quite tough? The scar-faced man grinned wickedly, slowly closing in. Let's see how long you can last. The remaining 7 or 8 minions also closed in again, their faces twisted with cruel smiles, sealing off all of Lin Feng's escape routes. In the dark alley, only Lin Feng's heavy breathing could be heard. His gaze remained icy, but the hand holding the knife began to tremble slightly due to blood loss and fatigue. The disparity in chi and blood and the numerical disadvantage were infinitely magnified at this moment. The cold wall pressed against his back with no way to retreat. Before him was the relentless advance of death. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. Is it really going to end here today? Is today really the day I meet my end here? Lin Feng gritted his teeth, a trickle of fresh blood slowly oozing from the corner of his mouth. He forced himself to calm down. Inhale. The turtle breathing technique was being pushed to its limits. A faint yet resilient airflow coursed through his limbs, trying to soothe the turbulent chi and suppress the excruciating pain from his wounds. His stamina was slowly recovering, but the rate was far from keeping up with the consumption. This was merely a temporary relief. He had to break through. His gaze was sharp like that of a hawk swiftly scanning the encirclement. 3 on the left, the weakest in strength but in a tricky position. 4 on the right, coordinated and forming an implicit formation. Directly ahead, the greatest threat was the scar-faced man. The only path to survival lies in thinking of running. The scar-faced man seemed to see through Lin Feng's thoughts, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. In front of me, old knife, once you enter this alley, don't even think about getting out alive. Before his words faded, he moved. No fancy moves, he charged like a furious bull. The concrete ground exploded with a loud bang as his body surged forward, enveloped in an unmatched ferocity. He did not swing the iron rod in his hand but tossed it aside. He intended to use his fists. With his most confident iron fists he would beat this daring brat to death. Diamond fist. The scar-faced man roared as a dense aura of blood and chi instantly gathered on his right fist, making his entire arm seem to thicken, veins bulging like coiling dragons. Before the punch even landed, a forceful and domineering fist wind nearly suffocated Lin Feng. It was a full-powered strike from a peak martial disciple of the third stage. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. He couldn't block this punch. The consequence of taking it head-on would be broken bones and torn tendons. In the blink of an eye he unleashed all the remaining stamina he had, pivoting sharply off the wall, his body moving sideways at a physically impossible angle. Boom! The scar-faced man's iron fist smashed heavily against the wall Lin Feng had just leaned against. A deafening roar. Bricks shattered, dust clouded, and a fist-sized imprint was deeply engraved in the wall. What terrifying strength! Lin Feng was horrified, yet he had no chance to catch his breath. The scar-faced man's missed strike unleashed an unending wave of attacks like a relentless river. Where do you think you're hiding? He sneered, his fists transforming into a flurry of shadows enveloping all possible escape routes for Lin Feng. Each punch carried the might to shatter stone. Each punch stirred a violent wind that ripped through the air. Lin Feng was forced to retreat repeatedly, wildly wielding the navigator, pushing his basic sword technique to its limits. Clang! Clang! Ding! The clash of blade against fist erupted in a series of piercing metallic sounds. The scar-faced man was actually using his blood-infused iron fists to clash head-on with a grade alloy blade. With each collision Lin Feng felt an overwhelming force transferring from the blade, numbing his hands and churning his chi. His blade was fast. But the opponent's fists were heavier. Kid, your swordplay is decent, but it's a pity you're just too weak. The gap in realms is a chasm that someone like you cannot fathom. The scar-faced man, amidst his tempestuous assault, still had the energy to taunt. Lin Feng remained silent, his eyes cold as ice. He knew that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. He had to find a breakthrough. At the moment the scar-faced man unleashed a punch, old strength dissipating and new strength not yet born. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. Now is the time. He poured the last trace of available energy in his body into the blade. Windbreaker slash. He let out a low growl. The blade of the navigator ignited with a brilliant azure glow, a solid crescent-shaped blade aura infused with all his unwillingness and rage tore through the air, aimed straight at the scar-faced man's face. This was his strongest strike yet. Facing this lethal blow, the scar-faced man not only showed no panic but instead revealed a cruel smirk. Come on. He didn't dodge but merely tilted his head slightly, raising his left arm, bracing it against the blade aura with his muscular forearm. Break for me. Clang. A sound as deep as a bell reverberated. The blade aura of the windbreaker slash, which Lin Feng had high hopes for, struck solidly against the scar-faced man's arm. The result, however, plunged his heart to the depths. The blade aura shattered, dissipating into flecks of azure light in the air. On the scar-faced man's arm only a faint scratch was left, not even fully breaking the skin. What? Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. Ha ha ha. Kid, you have decent power, but unfortunately you must die today. The scar-faced man shook off the trivial wound on his arm, sneering, his assault becoming even fiercer and more frenzied. He was thoroughly enraged. How could a martial disciple of the second stage injure him? It was a disgrace. His opponent's blood must cleanse this shame. Die. 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 The scar-faced man's fists moved so fast they left only afterimages. Lin Feng's stamina was already depleted, and after his strongest strike failed, he was hit with a tremendous mental shock, causing his movements to show a slight delay. In a battle of experts, just a slight difference can mean life or death. The scar-faced man seized this opening with precision. He feigned an attack to evade Lin Feng's blade, delivering his true killing blow. A right fist infused with all his strength shot towards Lin Feng's chest like a cannonball. It was too fast. Fast enough that Lin Feng could see it with his eyes, yet his body couldn't react in time. He could only watch helplessly as that fist as large as a cooking pot grew larger in his vision. Bang! A dull bone-crunching thud echoed. Lin Feng felt as if his chest had been struck head-on by a speeding truck. Excruciating pain. An indescribable agony coursed through his entire body in an instant. He distinctly heard the crack of his own sternum wailing in despair. PFF. A mouthful of scalding blood mixed with fragments of internal organs erupted forth, spraying a beautiful mist of blood into the air. His body flew backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the wall behind him before sliding helplessly to the ground. The world spun around him. In his ears there was a buzzing. Everything in front of him turned into a blur of gray shapes. Warning! Warning! Host has suffered a fatal attack. Health at 40, 35, 30. Severe fractures in the sternum. Lung rupture. Severe internal bleeding. Combat power assessment below 5. The system's notification sound flashed like a death knell in his mind. Boss is mighty. Ha ha ha. This brat finally fell. Kill him. Damn it, he almost scared me to death earlier. The surrounding thugs erupted in excited cheers as they saw Lin Feng collapse. The fear in their eyes was instantly replaced by greed. What are we waiting for? The scar-faced man panted, wiped the blood from his fist, and issued his final command. Go. Chop him into meat paste. Yes. The remaining 7 or 8 members of the vulture gang surged forward like sharks smelling blood. Bright steel blades and glinting iron rods descended from all directions towards the motionless Lin Feng on the ground. Lin Feng struggled, trying to lift the navigator in his hand. But that once weightless alloy blade now felt as heavy as a mountain. His arms felt as if filled with lead, unable to lift at all. His vision grew increasingly blurry. The cold blade glimmered with the light of death under the dim light, continually magnifying in his view. Faces twisted with greed and malice appeared like demons from hell. Unwilling. Truly unwilling. His life had just begun to glimpse a hint of dawn. He had not yet provided a good life for his grandmother. He had not yet reported to Jiangnan Martial University. He had not yet truly seen this vast world. The admission notice stamped with Jiangnan Martial University seemed to float before his eyes, only to be ruthlessly torn apart by the blade light. His grandmother's worried eyes, Lu Ruox's encouraging smile, Zhao Hao and Wang Fang's shocked faces. Scenes flashed rapidly through his mind like a revolving lantern. Finally it froze in a cold darkness. A steel blade accompanied by a sharp whoosh was already at his neck. Is my life really going to end here like a joke? Lin Feng's consciousness sank into endless darkness. The cold blade carrying the grim smile of death pressed against his neck. He could even smell the rusty scent of the inferior metal on the blade mixed with the foul stench emitted by the thugs. It's over. Everything is over. At this critical moment, a chilling sensation indescribable and emanating from the depths of his soul enveloped the entire dark alley like the eternal ice of the polar regions without warning. The air seemed to freeze at that instant. Time appeared to have been paused. The expressions of the thugs who had raised their butcher knives high instantly froze in a grotesque mix of ferocity and greed. Their bodies, as if immobilized by a spell, remained in their forward-lunging poses, utterly motionless. It wasn't that they didn't want to move. It was that they couldn't move. An invisible, terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain weighed down on each person. It was a fear rooted in their instinct for survival, as if ants looked up at the sky or sheep faced a divine dragon. Wah! What is happening? The scarred face changed drastically, horrified to discover that his proud blood energy was trembling before this pressure like a candle flickering in the wind, nearly forced back into his body. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards the entrance of the dark alley. Lin Feng also used the last bit of his strength to lift his eyelids with great difficulty. Under the dim yellow streetlight a tall and upright black figure had quietly stood there without him noticing. He stood there, yet seemed to be the only center of this world. The surrounding light seemed to be devoured by him, casting him in a deep, inescapable stillness. The man wore a completely black combat suit holding a similarly black non-reflective long sword. Most striking was the sinister Yiksha mask on his face. The mask's lines twisted, revealing a blue face with fangs, and its eyes were two bottomless black holes as if they could devour any soul that dared to gaze upon them. System alert. Warning. Detected an unresolvable source of terrifying energy. Threat level. Analysis failed. Analysis failed. Suggestion. Suggestion for the host to play dead immediately. If you can avoid movement, do not move. In Lin Feng's mind, the system's alarm sounded sharper than ever, even carrying a hint of trembling. A storm surged in Lin Feng's heart. Who is this person? Who are you? The scarred face shouted out in a panic, trying to dissipate his fear with his voice. I am the leader of the Vulture Gang, Brother Dao. Who are you? Do you dare to meddle in the affairs of the Vulture Gang, seeking to end it all with us? The shadow behind the Yiksha mask remained silent. He didn't even glance at the scarred face. The black holes beneath the mask merely swept past Lin Feng, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Then he moved. Without warning. Without any preamble. His figure seemed to merge into the shadows, swaying slightly before vanishing from the spot. Not good. The scarred face's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. He barely had time to let out a startled cry. In the next moment, a black blade, light indescribable by words, flashed through the alley like lightning, tearing the night. Fast. It was unbelievably fast. So fast that even Lin Feng's enhanced dynamic vision, augmented by the system, could not capture its trajectory. He only saw a black line sweep past. PFF. 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 Three synchronized sounds of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out. The three thugs blocking Lin Feng, who were ready to chop him into meat paste, suddenly froze. Their faces still bore expressions of shock. Then three heads flew up into the air, accompanied by three gushing fountains of blood. The headless corpses stood for a moment before thudding down to the ground. One strike. 3 kills. The entire process flowed seamlessly, fast enough to take one's breath away. Ghost. Monster. The remaining thugs completely collapsed. They looked at their fallen comrades, inhaling the suddenly thickening scent of blood, terrified to the point of losing their wits, their weapons clattering to the ground. The desperate outlaws, once fierce and menacing, now turned into a group of scared rabbits spinning around to flee. But could they escape? The shadow beneath the Yiksha mask flickered again. This time his movements seemed to slow down. Lin Feng finally managed to see clearly. He merely swung his second blade casually. A seemingly unremarkable horizontal slash. But this simple stroke carried a terrifying aura that seemed to threaten to annihilate everything before it. The black blade sliced through the air, creating a visible dark ripple. That was not blade energy. It was as if a rift formed when space was cut. No. The shrill scream only half escaped before abruptly stopping. The 4 thugs who were about to scatter in panic suddenly froze in place. A thin line of blood appeared from each of their waists, quickly widening. Thud. 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 4 bodies were severed at the waist. The upper and lower have separated hot entrails, and blood spilled everywhere, staining the filthy ground into a hellish scene. The stench of blood was so intense it made one nauseous. 2 strikes. Just 2 strikes. The once menacing Vulture Gang was left with only the scarred face standing alone. In the dark alley there was a deathly silence. Only the shadow beneath the Yiksha mask remained standing quietly in the pool of blood. The black blade in his hand strangely had not a single drop of blood on it, remaining purely black, so black it sent chills down one's spine. Gulp. The scarred face found it hard to swallow the bloody air, choking him to the point of nearly vomiting. His legs trembled violently as if sifting grain, and a warm liquid uncontrollably flowed down from his pants. He was actually scared to the point of wetting himself. The man before him wearing the Yiksha mask was not human. He was a devil. A killing god risen from hell. Peak of the 3rd stage of martial disciples. Diamond Fist. In front of this person it was simply a huge joke. This was a power from a completely different dimension. Sani. Senior. The scarred face thudded to the ground, his scar contorting grotesquely, his voice filled with endless fear and pleading. Please spare me, Senior. I did not recognize the mountain. I have offended you. This kid. Everything on him belongs to you. I take nothing. Please spare my life. He frantically knocked his forehead hitting the concrete ground with dull thuds, quickly causing it to bleed. To survive he had abandoned all dignity. The shadow beneath the yiksha mask finally turned its gaze toward him. The bottomless black holes on the mask seemed like two abysses coldly gazing at this humble life begging for mercy. There was no intent to kill. No compassion. Not even a hint of emotional fluctuation. Just like a person observing an ant at their feet. Then he raised the knife in his hand. The third strike. No. You can't kill me. My brother is. The scarred face felt the inescapable death aura locking onto him, screaming in terror, trying to invoke his connections. However, his words would never be finished. A pure condensed black blade light was brought down vertically. This strike seemed slow but sealed off all of the scarred face's escape routes and space to dodge. All that remained in the scarred face's eyes was despair. He howled madly, pouring all his blood energy into his arms, crossing them to block in front, making one last effort to resist. Sizzle, a faint sound barely audible like a hot knife cutting through butter echoed. The scarred face's movements came to an abrupt halt. The terror and unwillingness on his face completely froze. A line of blood appeared starting from the top of his head, running down his nose, chin and neck, penetrating his entire body. In the next second. PFF. His robust body along with his prideful iron fists was completely split in half. Blood and entrails splashed against the wall behind him. 3 strikes. Just 3 strikes. The vulture gang which had roamed a corner of the black market was utterly annihilated. The shadow beneath the yiksha mask slowly sheathed his sword. He turned and took a step. Step by step he walked over the corpses and pools of blood towards Lin Feng, who lay on the ground. His steps were light yet felt like heavy hammers striking fiercely at Lin Feng's heart. Leaning against the wall, Lin Feng forgot even how to breathe. Shock. An unprecedented shock. His mind went blank with only the world-shattering 3 strikes replaying over and over. Is this true power? Is this the world of martial arts? It turned out that what he previously called fighting, what he called the wind break slash in the face of such power, was truly just the level of a kindergarten child fighting. Lin Feng couldn't see the expression in the eyes behind the mask, but he could feel that gaze penetrating his flesh, seeing through his soul. Under that gaze all his secrets were laid bare. Fear engulfed him like a tide. He did not know who this person was. Nor did he know why this person who had killed the members of the vulture gang and saved him had done so. Are they an enemy? Are they a friend? Was he next? Nightfall, a dead silence enveloped the surroundings. The scent of blood pervaded the air, thick and tangible, madly invading Lin Feng's nostrils, stimulating his nearly numb nerves. Scattered limbs lay strewn across the ground, warm entrails, and the knife-scarred face split in two and refusing to close its eyes. All of this struck his sanity like the most horrifying nightmare. The man who crafted this hellish scene, a shadow wearing a grotesque yiksha mask, was slowly approaching Lin Feng. Who are you? Why? Save me. These were the only 2 questions he wished to know at this moment. Nightmare. A hoarse, deep voice reminiscent of metal scraping emanated from beneath the yiksha mask. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly closer. Thud. 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 With each step Lin Feng felt a tremor originating from the depths of his soul. This was not mere killing intent. It was a pure, overwhelming suppression of rank. As if a deity was gazing down upon mortals or a dragon was staring at ants. The vigor of Lin Feng's blood and chi, which had surged vigorously during the battle, now felt like a stream frozen by a cold wave, stagnant and even fearful of retreating. Warning. High-dimensional energy suppression. Host's life field is passively shrinking. Warning. Host, immediately cease all resistance intentions. The system's alarm rang sharp and piercing in his mind, filled with unprecedented panic and confusion. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Even the system was afraid. What kind of monster was this man? He was not here to save him. He was. Lin Feng's muscles instantly tensed to their limit, his grip on the navigator tightened, veins bulging from excessive force. Nightmare stopped 3 steps away from Lin Feng. The dim light of the street lamp outlined his tall and solitary silhouette. He simply stood quietly, the blue-faced fanged mask seeming to become the sole focus of the dark alley. The two bottomless black holes of the mask locked onto Lin Feng. That gaze was cold, indifferent, devoid of any human emotion. Lin Feng's body stiffened, a fear akin to being naked in a frigid wilderness instantly engulfed him. He felt like a butterfly nailed to a cutting board, all his struggles appearing so laughable and powerless. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Unaware of how long had passed, perhaps just a moment. Too weak. Boom. Just 3 words, yet they resonated like a thunderclap in Lin Feng's mind. Too weak. He had just broken through to the second rank of martial apprentice. He had just set a historical record in the graduation assessment, shocking the entire audience. He had just comprehended the wind-breaking continuous / even gaining the confidence to battle against a third-rank martial apprentice. Yet this man only had the evaluation of too weak to offer. This was a disdain more despairing than any insult or mockery. A contempt born from an absolute gap in strength, a statement of fact. Lin Feng's lips moved as he attempted to retort, yet found his throat stuffed with cotton, unable to utter a single word. Because he could find no reason to refute. Before those world-destroying 3 slashes, everything he prided himself on was indeed laughably weak. The voice beneath the Yiksha mask ignored Lin Feng's reaction and continued in that tone devoid of any fluctuation. Weaklings cannot even grasp their own fate. This statement pierced Lin Feng's heart like a burning iron needle. Grasping one's fate. Wasn't that the entire meaning he had tirelessly pursued? Let alone protect. Protect. His grandmother's wrinkled, anxious face instantly surfaced in Lin Feng's mind. If this man had not appeared today, he would be dead. What would happen to his grandmother? A chilling dread gripped Lin Feng, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The strength he was proud of, the power he thought could support a world, was utterly fragile in the face of true danger. How could he speak of protection when he could not even safeguard himself? The gaze from beneath the Yiksha mask seemed to divert from Lin Feng, shifting towards the endless darkness at the end of the alley. His voice carried a hint of indescribable fatigue and a scent of decay. This world has long since rotted, unworthy. He halted abruptly. As if there were 1,000 words behind that statement, all swallowed up by the suffocating darkness. What does it mean? The world has long since rotted. Unworthy of what? Unworthy of protection. Lin Feng's mind was utterly confused. He could not comprehend the vast information and profound despair contained in those words. After saying this disjointed phrase, Nightmare slowly extended a finger towards Lin Feng. Instantly a warm current flowed through his entire being. He was healing himself. Why? After the light on his finger faded, Nightmare no longer glanced at Lin Feng. He slowly turned away. His figure seemed to lose physicality, stepping one by one into the shadows of the alley. There were no spatial fluctuations nor any explosive energy. He merged seamlessly like a drop of water dissolving into the sea, or a snowflake falling upon the snow, completely integrating with the darkness. He vanished. Without a trace. As if he had never existed. If it weren't for the corpses scattered on the ground and the unremitting scent of blood, Lin Feng might have thought everything was merely an illusion born from his grave injuries. Huff. 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 The immense pressure suddenly dissipated. Lin Feng's legs weakened and he slid down the wall to the ground, gasping for breath. Cold sweat had long soaked through his clothes. He stared blankly at the direction Nightmare had disappeared, his mind a blank slate echoing only those few words. Too weak. Weaklings cannot even grasp their own fate, let alone protect. This world has long since rotted, unworthy. Each word sliced through his heart and beliefs like a knife again and again. The confidence and pride he had just established were shattered by these words and the terrifying 3 slashes. So this was what true strength meant. So in the eyes of such a powerful being, a peak third-rank martial apprentice like the knife-scarred face did not even count as an ant. And himself. What was a second-rank martial apprentice worth? Dust. Lin Feng's gaze showed confusion for the first time. He had always believed that as long as he wielded his sword with effort and had the system, he could grow stronger step by step, defeat all enemies and ensure a good life for his grandmother. His world was simple. Clearly defined in black and white. Effort would yield rewards and evildoers deserved punishment. But the appearance of Nightmare had torn a grotesque gash in this simple world. Beyond that gash lay an endless, profound darkness that he could not comprehend at all. He looked down at the navigator in his hand. This grade alloy knife had once given him an immense sense of reliability. But now what came to mind was that pitch-black non-reflective katana, as if it could swallow all light. The two knives existed in entirely different dimensions. Just like himself and that man. System. Lin Feng called out in his mind with all his strength. Who exactly was that person just now? The system unusually fell silent. After a full 10 seconds a trembling electronic prompt rang out as if from the brink of survival. Response for the host. Target information is inaccessible, cannot be parsed, cannot be defined. Inaccessible. Aren't you a divine level system? Lin Feng pressed for answers eagerly. Divine level. Also has levels, host. The system's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. This system currently has a permission level of 1 while that target. The energy level contained within has exceeded the scanning and analysis limits of this system's level 1 permissions. Many. What did he mean by the world has long since rotted? Insufficient information cannot analyze. Based on existing database speculation, it may involve the underlying logic of worldview, secrets of advanced civilizations, or certain philosophical metaphors. Host, your current question is akin to a kindergarten child pondering whether the universe will reach heat death. What difference does it make? The system had briefly returned to its nature of sarcasm, yet Lin Feng could not muster a smile. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves within him. One last question. His gaze sharpened once more. System, what must I do to reach the level he just exhibited? The system fell silent again. This time the silence lasted longer. Just when Lin Feng thought the system wouldn't respond, a cold stream of data surged into his mind. Preliminary simulation of the target based on the 3 slashes displayed by the target. A minimum deduction is performed. First/instant/ requires an agility attribute exceeding 700 points and mastery of at least grade instantaneous explosive movement skills, along with a preliminary understanding of the concept of cutting. Second/area/ requires a strength attribute exceeding 800 points, a qualitative change in elemental energy, and mastery of at least grade area attack techniques with the blade carrying a faint space-tearing characteristic. Third/annihilation/ requires both strength and spirit attributes to exceed 900 points and comprehension of annihilation or termination-related blade intent. Comprehensive evaluation. The strength currently displayed by the target is at the martial master level of this world. Host's current attributes: blood and chi 218, strength 46, agility 36, constitution 37, spirit 36. Host, this system suggests you wash up and sleep. In dreams anything is possible. A series of data descended like countless mountains, crashing down and nearly suffocating Lin Feng. Strength 46 compared to 800. Spirit 36 compared to 900. And what about blade intent, space tearing? These terms he had never even heard of. An overwhelming, suffocating sense of powerlessness surged once more. The disparity had truly reached this extent. He sat dazedly in place, gazing at the chaotic scene before him, at the well-valued yet ineffective battle knife he had failed to protect himself with. A long while. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. His eyes, dimmed by confusion, were not crushed by this desperate gap. Instead they gradually reignited with a brightness more intense, more obsessive, and even more frenzied. Is that so? He murmured softly, the corners of his mouth curling into a self-deprecating arc. So I am this weak. So this world is this dangerous. System. Here. Top the previous data for me. Host, are you sure? This will severely impact your confidence and mental health. I am sure. Right now. Immediately. Lin Feng's voice was resolute. Top successful. He gazed at the stark gap in his mind, and instead of feeling despair, a morbid sense of excitement surged from the depths of his heart. Weak. Then grow strong. A large gap. Then pursue it. If swinging the sword 100,000 times isn't enough, then 1,000,000 times. 10 million times. Until one day I can also unleash such 3 slashes. Until one day I can personally stand before that man and ask him, what did you mean? A rotting world, huh? Lin Feng looked up, gazing at the night sky tinged orange by city lights, his eyes deep. I want to see just how rotting it truly is. And you saved me. Regardless of your motives, I will remember this debt. But this punch that shattered my confidence, I will eventually return it to you personally. Lin Feng leaned against the cold wall. In his mind the three devastating strikes of the nightmare and the chilling words "too weak" lingered. Just as his thoughts were in turmoil attempting to digest this immense shock, a sharp alarm crackling with intense electrical noise suddenly exploded in his mind. Warning! Warning! High-dimensional energy information from the remnants of the nightmare detected. Information analysis in progress. Analysis failed. Insufficient permissions. Initiating backup fuzzy scanning protocol. Scan results. Target energy field contains system fluctuations that are homologous but highly differentiated from this system. Its core is filled with extreme negative concepts such as destruction, revenge, and termination. Boom! Lin Feng's head buzzed as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. Homologous. Highly differentiated. He suddenly sprang up from the ground, his eyes wide open, disbelief written all over his face. System. What did you say? What does homologous system mean? Could it be that the nightmare? He also. Lin Feng's voice trembled. A thought like the wildest grass sprouted and spread in his heart, sending chills down his spine. Answering the host, based on the fuzzy scanning results of the backup protocol, the following inference can be made. The system's voice was no longer its usual teasing tone but rather unprecedentedly grave. The individual nightmare is highly likely to be another system holder. Moreover, his system exhibits an inexplicable similarity to this system at its foundational structure, namely homologous. However, his system's energy attributes are entirely opposite to this system's neutral growth characteristics, presenting a pure negative destruction trait. Lin Feng gasped, feeling a chill rise from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. No wonder. No wonder the nightmare was so ridiculously strong. No wonder he could utter words like "the world has long decayed." Turns out he was just like himself, also someone who had opened a cheat. Only his cheat seemed darker and more terrifying than his own. Why? Why are there two homologous systems? Lin Feng pressed desperately, seeking an answer. The system's reply made Lin Feng's heart sink. Even a god-tier system doesn't know. How deep is the secret hidden behind this? Nightmare. This name weighed heavily on Lin Feng's heart. He was no longer just a mysterious powerhouse but a huge enigma related to his own fate. Huh. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath, forcing himself to calm down. There was no use in thinking too much. The nightmare was right. The weak have no right to seek the truth. The urgent matter is to become stronger. To become stronger at all costs. His gaze swept across the ravaged alley. The smell of blood, corpses, severed limbs. In the past he might have felt disgust and fear. But now his eyes held only a cold calm. He took a step forward, heading straight for the corpse of the Bladewing gang leader, split in half. Profiting from the dead may not be honorable. But in this world where human life is as cheap as grass, surviving is the greatest honor. He crouched down, enduring the strong smell of blood, and directly reached into the still relatively intact upper body of the scarred face. His hand grasped something sticky. Lin Feng remained calm. Soon his fingers touched a hard object. He pulled it out forcefully. Clatter. A booklet soaked in blood was pulled from the scarred face's embrace. Lin Feng wiped off the blood and several crooked characters came into view. Guide to Energy Manipulation Civilian Edition. It's actually the complete civilian edition. Lin Feng's heart raced and his breathing quickened. What a lucky break. He had just bought the military version's incomplete copy at the auction and was worrying about how to complete it when the complete civilian edition landed in his hands. Although the civilian edition is far less effective than the military version, its completeness is its advantage. With it as a reference, the likelihood of the system successfully completing the military version will certainly increase significantly. System: can these two techniques be fused and deduced? Ding. Detected two techniques of the same type, one being Energy Manipulation Military Version incomplete and the other Energy Manipulation Civilian Edition complete. Meets the conditions for technique deduction. Would you like to spend 1,000 system coins to perform fusion deduction? Estimated success rate of 95. After deduction will obtain a brand new Energy Manipulation Military Enhanced Version. Deduce. Lin Feng did not hesitate. Money should be spent where it matters. Received. Technique fusion deduction started. Estimated time 24 hours. During this period please remain patient, host. Done. Lin Feng felt a great sense of relief, carefully stowing both techniques into his bosom. This was key to his breakthrough from a martial apprentice to officially stepping onto the path of a martial artist. He suppressed his excitement and continued searching the scarred face's body. Soon he touched a thick oilskin paper package. Upon opening it, Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly. A stack. A thick stack of federal currency exuding the scent of ink. He quickly counted. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. A full 50,000 federal currency. This scarred face was wealthier than he had imagined. This wave is a bloody profit. Lin Feng stuffed the money and techniques into his bosom, casting one last glance at this hell on earth with no lingering attachment. He turned and swiftly disappeared into another dark alley. Tonight's experience was like a bloody lesson, making him fully aware of the cruelty of reality. The Blade Wing gang leader at the peak of the third stage of martial apprentices wielding power in the black market was cut down in an instant with no one to collect the body. And his once proud strength was in front of the nightmare laughably weak. This world is far more dangerous than he had imagined. And far more exciting than he had imagined. Nightmare. Homologous system. Lin Feng hastily navigated through the complex alleys of the slums, his eyes flickering as he processed everything from tonight. No matter who you are and what secrets lie behind you. Wait for me. One day I will stand before you and ask for clarity. His pace quickened. His gaze grew brighter. The urgent matter is to digest tonight's gains and swiftly enhance his strength. The night was thick as ink. In the old corridor the sensor lights flickered, illuminating a weary yet upright figure. Lin Feng gently inserted the key into the lock and turned it. Click. The door opened, revealing a pitch-black silence inside. He sighed in relief, carefully closing the door with the stealth of a raccoon. The stench of blood from the dark alley seemed to linger at the tip of his nose. He looked down at his hands where the bloodstains had been washed clean by the rain on his way back, yet the sticky feeling seemed to be etched into his skin. Lin Feng walked into the cramped bathroom and turned on the faucet. The cold tap water gushed forth as he buried his face in it, rinsing repeatedly until his skin felt numb before lifting his head. The boy in the mirror had cold eyes imbued with a fierceness he had never possessed before. Returning to his small room, he locked the door behind him. This was his sanctuary, the only place where he felt absolutely safe. He pulled out all the spoils of war from that night. The copy of the civilian version of the Origin Energy Guidance Technique soaked in blood. The fragment of the military version of the Origin Energy Guidance Technique that he had won at the auction. A thick stack of federal coins exuding a mix of ink and blood. Lastly, a palm-sized, entirely black, inconspicuous metal fragment. Lin Feng's fingertips brushed against the cold surface of the metal fragment, a peculiar texture transmitted from his fingertips, neither metal nor stone. System, what on earth is this? He lowered his voice and asked in his heart. Ding. Performing deep scan on target item. Scanning. Energy structure analysis in progress. Warning. Unknown high-dimensional energy reaction detected. Energy level exceeds the current analytical range of this system. Scan failed. A series of red warnings flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Failed again. Even the divine-level system couldn't analyze it. Activating backup protocol for vague concept perception. Perception result: this fragment contains an extremely weak but fundamentally high spacetime attribute power. System suggests host store it properly. This thing is quite extraordinary. The system's voice carried a hint of curiosity for the first time. Spacetime attribute. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This was the legendary supreme attribute. Even having a slight connection to it would undoubtedly be a miraculous treasure. He carefully tucked the black fragment into his pocket, keeping it close. The value of this thing probably far exceeded the total of all his gains from tonight. He picked up the civilian version of the Origin Energy Guidance Technique and the smell of blood assaulted him. This scent pulled his thoughts back to that desperate dark alley. Nightmare. The man wearing a grotesque mask like a deity descending upon the earth. Those earth-shattering 3 strikes. 1 strike cut down the henchman. 2 strikes annihilate the entire scene. 3 strikes cleave the leader. The master of the Vulture Gang at the peak of the third stage of martial discipleship was as fragile as paper before him. Lin Feng questioned himself, even if he broke through to the martial artist realm, could he achieve that? The answer was no. Not even comparable to a single finger of the opponent. Too weak. Weaklings cannot even grasp their own fate, let alone protect others. The cold hoarse voice of Nightmare as if from the depths of hell echoed in his ears once more. Every word felt like a red-hot steel needle piercing his heart. Protect. Lin Feng's fists tightened instantly, his knuckles turning white from exertion. He thought of his grandmother weak and lying in the hospital. If Nightmare had not appeared tonight, what would have become of him? What fate would his grandmother have faced? A chill surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He dared not think. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed softly, his eyes slightly reddening. Before he wanted to grow stronger, to no longer be bullied, to ensure a good life for his grandmother, to get into a martial arts university. These goals were grand yet seemed somewhat distant. But now, just moments ago, the shadow of death had truly cast over him once more. He profoundly realized that this world was 1,000 times more brutal than the petty squabbles in school. Without strength you do not even have the qualification to live like a person. Protect. What could he use to protect? With words. Huff. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath, the suffocation and fear in his chest gradually transforming into an unprecedented surge of fiery determination. He had to grow stronger. At any cost he must grow stronger. Strong enough to sever the claws of all who dared to threaten him and his family. Strong enough to firmly grasp his own fate in his hands. His gaze fell upon the 2 martial arts manuals on the table. This was the starting point of his strength. System. His voice echoed in his mind, filled with unwavering determination. How long will it take to merge and deduce these 2 manuals? Received. There are still 22 hours left for manual merging and deduction. The system's prompt sounded. Since the start of the deduction, a massive flow of information had been interweaving, colliding and reorganizing in his mind. Lin Feng felt a slight dizziness but quickly returned to normal. He knew this was the system performing calculations in the background. 22 hours. By this time tomorrow he would receive a powerful technique far beyond the ordinary version. This was the key to officially stepping onto the path of martial artists. The night deepened. Outside the window only a few sparse sounds of insects chirping could be heard. Lin Feng did not go to sleep. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his palms facing upward. He closed his eyes and began to silently circulate the turtle breathing technique. A faint trace of weak natural energy was drawn from the air, slowly merging into his limbs. Though the turtle breathing technique was merely a basic breathing technique and could not directly allow him to break through realms, it could nourish his flesh, restore his vitality and lay the best foundation for tomorrow's training. Tonight's experience was like a heavy hammer shattering the last trace of innocence and fantasy in his heart. Nightmare. The same origin system. The depths of this world were far deeper than he had imagined. A tremendous sense of crisis loomed over his heart like dark clouds. But in his eyes there was no confusion, no fear. Only the burning fighting spirit akin to flames and a determination as solid as cold iron. No matter what this world will become in the future. No matter who Nightmare truly is. Before I possess the strength to overturn the table, the only thing to do is bow my head and madly grow stronger. There are less than 3 months until the opening of Jiangnan Martial University. He set a goal for himself. A goal that must be achieved. Martial artist realm. Before school starts I must break through to the martial artist realm. Lin Feng's heart let out a silent roar. His entire being sank deeply into training. In the dark room only the steady and prolonged breathing of the boy could be heard, like a crouching beast patiently accumulating strength, waiting for the moment to soar into the sky. The night passed without incident. The next day Lin Feng was awakened by the blinding sunlight streaming through the window. He abruptly sat up in bed, his first instinct being to dive into his mind and check the system panel. The fusion of skills is in progress. Time remaining 10 hours 3 minutes and 15 seconds. There are still 10 hours left. Lin Feng ruffled his messy hair, a wave of frustration washing over him. Waiting is the most excruciating form of torture. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Sitting on the bed and waiting idly was not his style. He rolled out of bed, grabbed his sword and walked to the narrow backyard of his home. The sunlight was scorching and the air felt heavy. Lin Feng's gaze was focused as he assumed his stance. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, creating a faint whistle. He began the blade practice that had long been ingrained in his bones. 1 strike, 100 strikes, 1,000 strikes. Sweat quickly soaked his shirt, trickling down his cheeks and dripping onto the cracked ground. But he paid no mind to it. In his eyes there was only the sword in his hand, and in his heart only the ever-changing numbers. Blade Experience 1. Blade Experience 1. Just as he was fully absorbed in his practice, a thought suddenly emerged from the depths of his mind. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. He halted his movements, frowning in contemplation. Last night's experiences were too shocking: the appearance of the nightmare, the annihilation of the Vulture Gang, the astonishing secrets of the Origin system. One after another they assaulted his nerves. System open the task panel. Ding. The task panel is now open. A task that has been completed but not yet claimed lay quietly in the corner of the panel. Side quest treasure hunt in the black market completed. Task description: successfully bid on an item useful to oneself. Task reward system: currency 1000, black market reputation 5, blade experience 10,000. Lin Feng slapped his forehead. Damn. I forgot about this. If it weren't for the Vulture Gang intercepting me last night and running into that disaster called Nightmare, I would have claimed this reward a long time ago. System, why didn't you remind me? Host, your reaction time has successfully surpassed the circumference of the Earth's equator. This system thought you enjoyed hoarding rewards until they grew stale before consuming them, yielding a unique flavor. Lin Feng twitched at the corners of his mouth. Get lost. Claim the reward. Ding. Rewards have been issued. System: currency 1000, black market reputation 5, blade experience 10,000. He suppressed the urge to argue with the system and continued swinging his sword. Time slipped away in this monotonous repetition. As the sun dipped in the west and the sky was painted with gorgeous evening hues, the long-awaited voice finally echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The fusion of skills is complete. Successfully acquired a new skill, Origin Energy Guidance Technique Military Simplified Version. It's here. Lin Feng's breath caught and his heart raced instantly. He quickly clicked to open the skill's detailed introduction. Origin Energy Guidance Technique Military Simplified Version. Grade C. Description: a skill refined and optimized by the God-level sword system, merging the military version incomplete with the civilian version complete. Feature 1 retains 100 of the energy guidance efficiency of the military version, far exceeding the civilian version by more than 3 times. Feature 2 eliminates the latent damage to the meridians in the original military version, ensuring a smoother and safer cultivation process. Feature 3 simplifies the cultivation threshold, perfectly aligning with the host's current second stage warrior realm. System evaluation: a divine skill for graduating from the novice village. Host, kneel down and thank this system for its craftsmanship while casually shouting, "System Daddy is the most handsome in the world." Awesome. Lin Feng directly ignored the system's nonsense, growling in excitement. Without a moment's hesitation he sat cross-legged and began to attempt his first cultivation according to the new skill route in his mind. Boom. The moment the skill activated, Lin Feng felt as though his body had transformed into a gigantic whirlpool. In the world, the faint vital energy that previously required him to exert effort to guide with the turtle breathing technique now surged towards him like a school of sharks sensing blood. The vital energy flowing through his meridians was no longer a gentle trickle but had transformed into a roaring river. Efficiency was at 3 times greater than before. No. Lin Feng felt that it was at least 5 times better. So refreshing. He could distinctly feel his limbs and bones groaning in pleasure under the wash of this vital energy. The vital energy is growing. His physique is strengthening. This rocket-like rate of improvement made him addicted, unable to extricate himself. Time flew by. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In a hunting area somewhere in Jiang City, deep within the dense forest. Roar. A massive tusked steelback boar let out a furious roar as it charged at a figure. That figure was none other than Lin Feng. Compared to 2 months ago, he still appeared lean, but an imposing aura sharp as a blade emanated from him. Facing the steelback boar's charge, he remained calm, not flinching or dodging. Just as the boar was about to collide with him, he moved. His footwork shifted and his figure flashed to the side of the steelback boar like a phantom. With the navigator in hand, he slashed upwards, creating a cunning arc. Windbreaker slash. Swish. A crescent-shaped blade aura sliced precisely through the soft underbelly of the steelback boar. There was no obstruction whatsoever. Blood and entrails gushed out instantly. The massive steelback boar let out a wail and crashed to the ground, convulsing a few times before going still. One-hit kill. Clean and swift. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and stood not sparing a glance at the corpse on the ground. He called up the system panel. Host Lin Feng. Realm Peak 7th Stage Warrior. Vital Energy 799 cards bottleneck. Strength 168 Turtle Breathing Technique 10. Agility 162 Turtle Breathing Technique 10. Constitution 163 Turtle Breathing Technique 10. Spirit 162 Turtle Breathing Technique 10. Free Attribute Points 112. System Currency 10639. Blade Count 406166. Next Milestone Achievement 500000 Swings. Blade Experience 528700. Skills Windbreaker /D Windbreaker Chain /Self-Created D Gale Step D Turtle Breathing Technique Entry Origin Energy Guidance Technique Military Simplified Version. Items Grade 1 Body Refining Liquid X3. Crazy 2 months. Every morning he would practice the Origin Energy Guidance Technique. In the afternoons he dove into the hunting area frantically hunting beasts. Fight. Swing the sword. Fight again. He used the corpses of the beasts to exchange for stacks of federal currency in the black market, and with that money he bought the most basic vital energy pills to support his more intense cultivation. In the evenings he would use the turtle breathing technique to restore his energy and nurture his body. This cycle continued day and night without rest. He was like an unflagging machine frantically squeezing every ounce of potential from himself. His vital energy had skyrocketed from the initial 218 cards to 799 cards. Just one card away from the limit of a warrior. As long as he breaks through that thin layer of paper he can condense the origin energy seed and officially step into the realm of warriors. Just a little more. Lin Feng murmured, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. He could feel that the bottleneck was incredibly resilient, not something that could be broken merely through hard cultivation. A chance was needed. A chance that would gather all his energy and spirit to the peak. It's time to go back. He skillfully processed the materials from the steelback boar, slinging the bulging backpack over his shoulder and heading towards the city. Only half a month remained until Jiangnan Martial University's semester began. In Jiang City's First People's Hospital. In the special care ward, Lin Feng was peeling an apple to hand to his grandmother in the hospital bed. On the wrinkled face of the elderly woman a kind smile overflowed, her complexion much better than 2 months ago. Lin Feng, have you been too tired lately? You've lost weight. The grandmother gently touched his cheek. No grandma, I'm just growing stronger. Lin Feng smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. I'm now a 7th stage warrior. Once school starts I'll be a true martial artist. Good. My little Feng is achieving success. The grandmother beamed with joy. As they chatted the ward door swung open and a doctor in a white coat entered. Grandma Lin, how are you feeling today? Good, very good. Thanks to Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang nodded with a smile, then turned to Lin Feng, his expression becoming a bit serious. Lin Feng, come out for a moment, I need to tell you something. Lin Feng's heart sank as he followed the doctor into the hallway. Dr. Zhang, my grandmother. Don't panic. Dr. Zhang patted his shoulder, letting out a sigh. Your grandmother's condition is stable now, and the nutritional liquids and medications you purchased earlier have been very effective. However, he shifted his tone. These can only maintain her condition, not address the root cause. The elderly woman's age has caused her bodily functions to decline significantly. To truly improve her condition and extend her life, a special genetic serum is needed. What serum? Lin Feng asked anxiously. The Qingmu Nourishing Liquid. Dr. Zhang mentioned a name. This is a new type of serum developed by the military's biological lab, which has miraculous effects on repairing the bodily functions of the elderly. Just one vial can allow your grandmother to live at least 5 more years, and in good health too. Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. Then, how much does this serum cost? Dr. Zhang hesitated for a moment and held up one finger. 1 million. Boom. Lin Feng's head buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer. 1 million. In the past 2 months he had worked himself to the bone hunting beasts, and after deducting the money spent on his grandmother's treatment and his own cultivation expenses he had barely saved up 30,000. 1 million was an astronomical figure for him. Seeing Lin Feng's face turn pale instantly, Dr. Zhang also felt a pang of sympathy. Lin Feng, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Take it slow. Your grandmother's condition can be maintained for another year or two without issue. After speaking, Dr. Zhang patted his shoulder and left. Standing alone in the hallway, Lin Feng felt cold all over. Pressure. An unprecedented pressure weighed heavily on his heart like a mountain. He returned to the ward, chatted with his grandmother for a while, and then wandered out of the hospital in a daze. Night fell and the city lights began to twinkle. Lin Feng walked aimlessly down the street, his mind in chaos. 1 million. Where could he possibly get 1 million? Should he rob someone? He let out a bitter laugh and shook off that insane thought. Just then a piece of news on a massive electronic screen at the streetside mall caught his attention. Attention citizens. The 10th Jiang City Youth Martial Arts Competition organized by the Jiang City Government and the Martial Artists Association will officially commence next week. This competition aims to discover the city's young talents, and all warriors and martial artists aged 18 to 25 can register to participate. The champion of the competition will receive a generous cash prize sponsored by the Tianfeng Group. On the screen, a line of bright red numbers sharply pierced Lin Feng's eyes. Champion reward 1. 2 million federal currency. A Kraid combat skill. A breakthrough pill. 1. 2 million. Lin Feng's breath caught abruptly. His eyes were glued to that screen as if he wanted to imprint that series of numbers into his soul. A blazing flame ignited deep within his chest, instantly engulfing his entire body. Bottleneck. Chance. He needed a goal. A goal that would allow him to concentrate all his strength and will into one point. Now the goal had arrived. Lin Feng slowly lifted his head, the confusion in his eyes replaced by burning fighting spirit. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. Jiang City Youth Martial Arts Competition. He articulated each word, his voice soft but filled with an unyielding determination. I will definitely claim that championship. On the electronic screen at the street corner, the fiery red digits burned fiercely into Lin Feng's pupils. 1,200,000. Breakthrough pill. C-class battle technique. His heart thundered like a drum. All the confusion and pressure he had felt before were ignited at this moment by an incredibly clear and fervent goal. Champion. He wanted that championship. Buzz, just as his emotions surged and his fighting spirit ignited, a familiar yet infuriating voice lazily echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected the host's intense emotional fluctuations and clear goal direction. Main quest triggered. Main quest: The Rookie's Road to Revenge. Quest description: sign up for the 10th Jiangqing Youth Martial Arts Competition and win the championship under the watchful eyes of all. Let the name Lin Feng echo throughout Jiangqing. Quest reward: experience 1,000,000. Skill: Shadow 3-fold/C class. Activate forging table beginner function. Failure penalty: the host will be forced to adopt the title crossdressing master for 1 month and must live stream dancing to New Treasure Island for 1 hour daily at the city center. The corners of Lin Feng's eyes twitched wildly. The rewards from this damn system are so alluring, but the penalties are equally perverse. C-class skill. Shadow 3-fold/. Just hearing the name is already a level above his current strongest technique, wind-shattering chain/. Plus the forging table means he can personally modify and upgrade his weapons. Huff. Lin Feng let out a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He opened the system panel, his gaze fixed on the free attribute points section. 112 points. This is all the wealth he had accumulated from frantically hunting beasts over the past 2 months. If I allocate all these points to strength, my power will skyrocket instantly. At that time, with 1 strike I can defeat 10. Breaking through the martial artist realm will be a breeze. He made a decisive resolution in his heart. System. Allocate all 112 free points to strength. As soon as his thought fell. Warning. Detected that the host is performing an extremely dangerous operation. Please stop immediately. Warning. The host's physical strength is insufficient to withstand such a drastic increase in power. Forcibly allocating points will result in shattered meridians, ruptured blood vessels, and instant transformation into a mist of blood. This system will lose you a host who, although weak, is still somewhat interesting. A series of blood-red warnings flashed wildly in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was bewildered. Explode. Explode to death. What else could it be? The system's voice carried a hint of mockery. Host, do you think cultivating is like playing a game and clicking on skill trees? You can just allocate points however you like. A tall building rises from the ground, but if the foundation is weak, the higher it goes the faster it collapses. Right now you are nothing but a poorly constructed project with an unstable foundation. Then what should I do? Lin Feng furrowed his brows tightly. There was only a week left before the competition and he didn't have the luxury of time to cultivate step by step. Host, has your brain been poked by a tin pig? Have you forgotten what your cultivation method chi energy guidance technique is used for? The system said impatiently. The fundamental difference between a martial disciple and a martial artist lies in whether or not they have condensed a chi energy seed within them. And the fuel for condensing the seed is your vital energy. Your current vital energy is 799 cards stuck at this awkward bottleneck like a stone blocking a water pipe. Your task is not to bypass it but to use a more powerful flow to break through it. Lin Feng instantly understood. You mean I need to push my vital energy to 800 cards? A teachable child indeed. The system replied with satisfaction. Once your vital energy breaks through 800 cards, the power within you will undergo a qualitative change, meeting the standard for condensing the chi energy seed. At that time you will truly have one foot in the realm of martial artists. But I have been stuck at 799 cards for several days, unable to break through. Lin Feng wore a helpless expression. That layer of bottleneck, though seemingly thin as a cicada's wing, was terribly resilient. Tisk, poor memory and poor eyesight. The system said enigmatically. Host, open your system backpack and see what that thing in the corner which is about to grow mushrooms is. System backpack. Lin Feng was taken aback and immediately immersed himself in thought. In the corner of the backpack lay 3 test tubes emitting a faint green glow. First-class body refining liquid. This was the reward from the system when he completed the main quest earlier. He had been so busy with cultivating and making money that he completely forgot about this treasure. Damn. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. Now you remember. The first-class body refining liquid can greatly activate a martial disciple's vital energy and refine their body. For your current state of breaking through the bottleneck, it is extremely effective. Combined with your 112 free points, it is enough for you to burst through that damned paper-thin barrier. Lin Feng's heart ignited once again. He no longer hesitated and turned around, sprinting towards his home. In an old affordable housing unit. Lin Feng closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed, adjusting himself to peak condition. First he unhesitatingly extracted 10 points from the 112 free attribute points. System, allocate 10 points to vital energy. Attribute point allocation in progress. Boom. A warm current surged from his heart, rushing towards his limbs and bones. The vital energy that had previously stagnated became active and boiling once more. But that wasn't enough. The invisible bottleneck still loomed ahead like a chasm. Now is the time. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with determination as he grabbed the 3 test tubes of first-class body refining liquid, twisted open the caps and downed them in one go. The icy liquid slid down his throat into his abdomen. The next second. Boom. A violent surge of energy erupted within him, akin to a volcano erupting. That was by no means a gentle medicinal effect. It was a ferocious beast awakening from its slumber. Ugh. Lin Feng let out a suppressed groan, veins bulging on his forehead, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. He felt as if his internal organs were about to burst from that energy. Countless meridians felt like they were pierced by red-hot needles, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. The wild medicinal power surged like torrents within him, wreaking havoc wherever it went, leaving chaos in its wake. This is bad. The medicinal power is too fierce. He felt like his body was a balloon being filled with high-pressure gas, ready to explode into pieces at any moment. Warning. The host's body is on the verge of collapse. Hurry. Activate Chi Energy Guidance Technique Military Simplified Version. Control it. Guide it. And not let it destroy you. The system's roar was like a wake-up call. Lin Feng bit his tongue, the sharp pain bringing him back to some clarity. He endured the pain of his body tearing apart, merging his mind and spirit, and frantically operated the technique he had long mastered. If the power of the first-class body refining liquid was a rampaging flood, then the Chi Energy Guidance Technique was the dam and river channel he built with his own hands. Come to me. Lin Feng roared like a beast in his heart. He mobilized all his vital energy like a giant net, fiercely casting it over the rampaging energy. Tame it. Fuse with it. Boom. 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 It felt as if thousands of troops were clashing and battling within him. Every second felt incredibly long. Every moment was like hellish torment. Sweat had already drenched his clothes, even soaking the sheets. But he still held on tightly. His will, tempered through countless battles, was as strong as iron. Gradually the wild medicinal power stopped rampaging as it had before. It began to be enveloped and assimilated by Lin Feng's vital energy, guided into the rushing river of vital energy. Lin Feng's river of vital energy surged at a visible pace. Growing wider. Growing more turbulent. Waves crashed one after another against the invisible bottleneck. Crack. A faint, almost illusory sound of cracking echoed from deep within him. The bottleneck had loosened. Lin Feng's spirit soared. Not enough. Bring it on. He extracted another 10 points from the remaining 102 free attribute points. All of it. Allocated to vital energy. Rumble. These 10 points were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The newly born power transformed into a colossal wave, crashing down with the might of thunder, striking the already cracked bottleneck. The kind and gentle face of his grandmother. In the hospital DR. Zhang sighed helplessly. On the electronic screen, the enormous prize of 1,200,000. Countless images flashed rapidly through his mind. Ultimately they all crystallized into 2 words. Become stronger. Break for me. Lin Feng's heart let out a thunderous roar. Boom. It was as if the universe had just been created, chaos shattered. The solid bottleneck that had troubled him for days crumbled at this moment. An unprecedented, purer and more powerful force surged from deep within him, instantly spreading throughout his body. Every inch of his flesh, every bone, every cell was rejoicing, celebrating. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through the bottleneck. Vital energy officially reached 800 cards. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying glint flashed briefly in his gaze. He gently clenched his fist. Crackle. The air seemed to explode under his grasp, producing a series of crisp sounds. He could feel an unprecedented explosive power filling his body. Is this the threshold of a martial artist? Lin Feng slowly stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the dazzling night view of Jiangcheng. His eyes no longer reflected any confusion or hesitation. Only the burning fighting spirit like a blazing flame remained. The next day, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes tightly closed. Breaking through to 800 calories of vitality was merely a ticket to enter the realm of warriors. The real test was only just beginning. System, let's begin. With a thought, he unhesitatingly activated the thoroughly mastered Yuan Energy Guidance Military Simplified version. Boom. The surging river of vitality within him instantly responded to his command. No longer rushing aimlessly through his meridians, it transformed into pure torrents, fiercely converging towards the location of his dantian. Condensing the Yuan energy seed. This was the most crucial and perilous step from martial apprentice to warrior. If successful, he would leap like a fish through the dragon gate, transcending the ordinary. Failure would mean light consequences of scattered vitality or severe consequences of a ruined dantian, forever cutting off the path of martial arts. Ugh. Just the impact of the first wave of vitality made Lin Feng's body tremble violently. An indescribable agony erupted from his dantian, instantly spreading throughout his body. It felt as if someone had taken a red-hot iron and brutally plunged it into his abdomen, frantically stirring within. Veins bulged on his forehead and beads of sweat as big as beans rolled down. Hiss. Lin Feng gasped sharply, his teeth chattering. He felt as if his dantian was a fragile glass bottle. And he was trying to force a roaring dragon into it. Furious. Tearing. Burning. All the meridians in his body throbbed with pain, as if they would burst from the wild surge of vitality at any moment. Warning. Vitality energy is too violent, please stabilize your mind. Control. Control its flow. Imagine it as a lump of clay that needs to be kneaded, not a runaway wild horse. The system's prompt echoed urgently in his mind. Lin Feng bit his tongue sharply, the pain jolting him to attention. He recalled the countless tedious hours of swinging his blade. He remembered the unwillingness of collapsing in the pouring rain. He recalled the despair faced against the scar-faced man in the dark alleys of the black market. What was this little pain compared to that? Give me. Condense. Lin Feng roared like a beast in his heart. His mental energy concentrated intensely, transforming into countless invisible tendrils that tightly ensnared the raging vitality. According to the method of Yuan energy guidance, he forcefully compressed, rotated and mixed them. 1 circle. 10 circles. 100 circles. Time passed second by second. His clothes were completely soaked with sweat, making him feel like he had just been fished out of water. The pain in his dantian had shifted from a sharp sting to a relentless dull ache that felt as if it would grind his very soul to dust. Yet he persisted. He didn't know how long had passed. Maybe a day, maybe 2 days. Just before the Jiang City Youth Martial Arts Tournament began, the vortex of vitality in Lin Feng's dantian suddenly stagnated. Attention! The Yuan energy seed is about to take form. This is the crucial moment. The system issued an unprecedented solemn warning. Lin Feng's spirit jolted, pushing the last bit of his willpower into it. Compress. Further compress. The moment the vortex of vitality was compressed to the size of a grain of rice, almost turning tangible. Pop. A faint yet seemingly soul-shattering crisp sound echoed from the deepest part of his dantian. In an instant, all the pain retreated like a tide. A brand new energy, purer and 100 times more powerful than the vitality force, erupted from that tiny seed. This energy manifested a faint golden hue, warm and vast. It lacked the violence of vitality but contained an even more terrifying explosive power. It flowed gently through Lin Feng's meridians. Where it passed, the previously battered meridians were visibly repaired, widened and strengthened. Every inch of his flesh, every cell was rejoicing. As if the long dry seedlings had finally welcomed the nourishing rain. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully condensing the Yuan energy seed, officially breaking through to first stage warrior. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. A brilliant golden light flickered in his pupils, igniting the very air in the room as if it had been set ablaze. He slowly opened his palm, a thought crossing his mind. Sizzle. A strand of light golden Yuan energy like a mischievous spirit danced and swirled at his fingertips. He could feel that this seemingly weak Yuan energy contained a terrifying power capable of easily piercing through steel. This is the power of a warrior. Lin Feng murmured to himself, his voice trembling with disbelief. He couldn't wait to open the system panel. Host Lin Feng. Realm First Stage Warrior. Yuan energy 800, every 5 points, increase all attributes by 1. Strength 309, crossing realm 140. 140 is the total attribute increase from vitality 100 to 800. Agility 303, crossing realm 140. Constitution 304, crossing realm 140. Mental 303, crossing realm 140. Free attribute points 92. System coins 10,639. Blade swing count 406166. Next phase achievement 500,000 blade swings. Blade swing experience 528700. Skills Gale / grade Gale chain / self-created D grade Gale stepped grade tortoise breathing technique beginner Yuan energy guidance military simplified version. System I've broken through to warrior, my physical strength has increased, can I now allocate all remaining free attribute points? Yes, host. Your body can barely withstand this insignificant enhancement now. Great. 90 free points evenly distributed to Yuan energy, strength, agility, constitution and mental. Ding. Attribute point allocation completed. Boom. An even more terrifying torrent of power surged into his body in an instant. But this time his meridians merely swelled slightly, easily withstanding the wash of this power. The numbers on the panel jumped wildly. Yuan energy 818. Strength 330. Agility 324. Constitution 325. Mental 324. Feeling the explosive power within him, Lin Feng's lips curved into a wild smile. Now he was much stronger than before the breakthrough. System, can I use the skill insight function that was rewarded for completing tasks? It can be used anytime, host. Use it immediately. Ding. Skill insight function activated. Consuming 100000 blade swing experience. Detected that the self-created blade technique Gale chain / has the highest compatibility, proceeding with simulation optimization. Optimization complete. Congratulations, host, for successfully comprehending the skill Mark of the Wind Crade. Mark of the Wind Crade, an advanced skill of Gale chain /. Compressing yuan energy onto the blade, it unleashes an invisible and swift cutting edge with immense speed and power. Lin Feng was ecstatic. This was simply a tailor-made killing move for him. Host-friendly reminder that pitiful amount of system coins won't hatch if you just hold on to it. In the tournament, it's not just foolish monsters. Human hearts are darker than the claws of any beast. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He instantly recalled the terrifying man wearing a night demon mask. Nightmare. Indeed, strength had skyrocketed, but having more trump cards was never a bad thing. Open the system shop. Product categories: weapons, pills, skills, miscellaneous. Lin Feng's gaze was immediately fixed on the skills section. Basic Blade Mastery grade, passive, price 6,000 system coins. Breath Control Technique grade, auxiliary, price 4,000 system coins. Alright. I'll buy Basic Blade Mastery and Breath Control Technique. Ding. Purchase successful. Deducted 10000 system coin. Skills have been automatically mastered. Basic Blade Mastery increases the power of all basic blade techniques by 20. Breath Control Technique conceals one's yuan energy fluctuations, allowing free simulation of martial apprentice 1st to 7th stage breaths. A vast stream of information surged into his mind. Lin Feng instantly felt that his understanding of the blade had reached a whole new level. And the Breath Control Technique was an essential skill for deceiving others. He then looked towards the miscellaneous section. Low-level Stealth Talisman, one-time use, 400 system coins each. I'll take one of these just in case. Ding. Purchase successful. Deducted 400 system coins. After all the spending, his once ample system coins had suddenly dwindled to just 239. But he felt no regret whatsoever. All of this was an investment that could be converted into combat power. Finally, he looked at the Blade Swing Experience section. Still over 400,000 experience remaining. Ding. Host, do you wish to consume 200,000 Blade Swing experience for one instance of skill extraction beginner? Lin Feng was stunned. Although the cost was enormous. But now what he lacked the least was Blade Swing experience. Extract. Ding. Conducting skill extraction. A massive virtual roulette materialized before him. The roulette was filled with various blade techniques, movement techniques, secret arts, auxiliary skills. A dazzling array. The pointer spun swiftly. Stop. The pointer gradually slowed down and finally landed in a gray area. Ding. Congratulations, host, for drawing an auxiliary skill. Eye of Insight grade. Eye of Insight grade consumes a small amount of mental energy to view basic information, vitality, yuan energy values, and weaknesses of targets not exceeding one large realm above oneself. Damn. A divine skill. This is simply a skill even more outrageous than attack skills. With it, any enemy before him would have nowhere to hide. In the Jiangqing Sports Center, the crowd was bustling with excitement. Beneath the massive dome, throngs of people filled the space, their young and defiant faces brimming with confidence and battle intent. This was the registration site for the 10th Jiangqing Youth Martial Arts League. Lin Feng, dressed in ordinary sportswear and carrying the Voyager wrapped in black cloth, blended into the crowd, appearing unremarkable. He activated the breath concealment technique, perfectly disguising his presence at the level of a 6th-tier martial apprentice. This strength was sufficient to compete without drawing too much attention. Feigning weakness to outsmart others was the way to go. Look, isn't that Lin Feng from the 14th middle school? Which Lin Feng? Who else could it be? It's the one who went from the bottom of the class in the graduation assessment to first place, breaking the historical record. Waves of chatter inevitably reached him. His stunning comeback in the graduation assessment made him a somewhat notable figure in the Jiangqing high school scene. What does high school assessment even mean? A youth in a 3rd middle school uniform whose aura had already reached the 7th tier of martial apprentices disdainfully sneered. That kind of child's play, anyone could come in first with a bit of luck. In a true battlefield like the league, a guy who relies on luck will be eliminated in the first round. Exactly the reason a dark horse is a dark horse is that it blooms for only a moment. Just wait and see, he will show his true colors today. A chorus of derisive laughter surrounded him. Lin Feng remained expressionless, ignoring the discussions. A group of rookies who hadn't even touched the threshold of being a martial artist didn't even qualify to make him look their way. His only goal now was the 1.2 million champion prize. As he waited in line, a sudden force crashed into him from behind. Ouch. A plump figure like a bouncing ball collided with his back and then bounced away. Lin Feng frowned but remained still. Turning around he saw a round-faced fat man in designer clothes sparkling with jewelry sitting on the ground and rubbing his head. My goodness, I hit a wall. The fat man wailed, looking up to meet Lin Feng's icy gaze. He jumped up from the ground, a forced smile plastered on his face. Brother. Brother. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. If there were just too many people earlier and I lost my balance. He said, enthusiastically patting the non-existent dust off Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng felt a bit speechless. This fat man, though hefty, wasn't very strong. Insight I activate, he thought to himself. Name Qian Duo Realm 4th Tier Martial Apprentice Vitality 488 Cards Talent Business Acumen Strength Weakness Extremely Afraid of Pain Defenseless Against Shiny Objects Talkative. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. This weakness was indeed peculiar. Brother, are you okay? My name is Qian Duodua from the Qian family of Qian Logistics, but I'm from a collateral branch, just a side branch. The fat man familiarly extended his hand, his eyes squinting with a big smile. I'm not here to compete today, I'm here to cheer for my friend. Lin Feng shook his hand symbolically and said blandly, Lin Feng. He was too lazy to say another word. Lin Feng. Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up as he suddenly pulled out a tablet from his pocket, frantically swiping his fingers across the screen. Oh my. I remember now. You're the super dark horse from the 14th middle school, Lin Feng. His voice suddenly rose several octaves, attracting the attention of those around. Brother. You're that Lin Feng. I've specifically researched your achievements. From being a bottom-tier waste with 99 vitality cards to becoming the top genius in the assessment, this comeback script is simply incredible. Lin Feng's face darkened. Did this fat man not know how to speak? What did he mean by bottom-tier waste? Brother, don't misunderstand, I'm complimenting you. Qian Duo seemed to sense Lin Feng's displeasure and hurriedly explained. My dream in life is to become a top martial arts agent. I specialize in discovering potential talents like you. Your resume is too newsworthy. You're practically a tailor-made signing target for me. Lin Feng. He began to suspect whether this fat man had a problem with his brain. Brother, you're also participating in the competition. Impressive. Seeing the registration form in Lin Feng's hand, Qian Duoduo's eyes widened further. I knew it, someone like you, a child of destiny, would never be satisfied with just a small school assessment. Your stage is the whole Jiangcheng, no, the entire Xia kingdom. Brother, listen to me, nowadays just being able to fight isn't enough. You also need to know how to market yourself. Look at those famous martial artists, which one of them doesn't have a professional team behind them? And I, Qian Duodua, am going to be the future top agent. Lin Feng felt like his head was spinning. This fat man was noisier than 1,000 rapid rabbits. Next, Lin Feng. At last it was his turn. Lin Feng sighed in relief and hurriedly walked to the registration window, handing over his identification information. The staff glanced at him with a hint of surprise but quickly processed the paperwork. Number 9527, here is your competition wristband. Please keep it safe. Lin Feng took the wristband, put it on his wrist and turned to leave. Hey brother, don't go. Qian Duo stuck to him like gum, conspiratorially leaning towards his ear. Brother, I just observed you and your bone structure is astonishing. Your vitality is well contained. You are definitely a rare martial arts genius. Would you consider it? I want to be your agent. Let's sign a contract. I promise within 3 years I'll make you a martial arts superstar known throughout the Xia kingdom. By then endorsements will come pouring in and money will flow in abundance. He spoke while gesturing animatedly, saliva flying everywhere. I've already drafted the contract. A 70-30 split. You get 70, I get 30. What do you think, fair enough? If you think it's not good enough, I can do 80-20. I take 20, you take 80. As long as you nod, I, Qian Duodua, will follow you from now on. Lin Feng looked at him expressionlessly. Not interested. He dropped those 3 words and turned to leave. He participated in the competition for the money to help his grandmother get treatment, to buy cultivation resources to become stronger. As for becoming a martial arts superstar, he had never thought about it for even a second. Hey. Brother. Don't leave. The price is negotiable. 1090. A 1090 split will work, right? Qian Duo jumped up and down in a panic behind him. Lin Feng did not pause his steps and quickly vanished into the crowd. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, the playful smile on Qian Duo's face gradually faded. He adjusted his non-existent glasses on his nose, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. The aura of a sixth-tier martial apprentice. No, it's too stable as a rock. To maintain such calmness in the face of my commercial onslaught. This level of composure doesn't seem like that of an 18-year-old rookie. Lin Feng. Quite interesting. He reopened the tablet, pulling up Lin Feng's information and heavily wrote a few words in the notes section. Potential level SSS. Contact strategy, relentless persistence, move him with money and sincerity. Exiting the sports center, Lin Feng let out a breath. That fat man is truly a character. Host, this system believes his proposal is very constructive. The system's voice lazily echoed in his mind. Once you become a martial arts superstar, want the system coins come rolling in. By then this system can upgrade and buy a beachfront villa skin. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to respond to the system's chatter. He looked up at the blazing sun overhead, clenched his fists. First-tier martial artist. Level skill wind trace. Level divine skill insight eye. These were his true sources of confidence. The league starts tomorrow. I wonder how many so-called geniuses will come to be my whetstone. A cold arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Jiangcheng Sports Arena. The dome is like the sky and the lights are as bright as day. Tens of thousands of seats are filled to capacity and the clamorous voices nearly threaten to overturn the entire venue. Today marks the official opening day of the Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Competition. All the high schools and martial arts academies in the city are focused here. On the podium, leaders from the Jiangcheng Government Education Bureau Martial Arts Association as well as principals from various high schools sit upright wearing formulaic smiles. Beside them some composed middle-aged men with sharp gazes are seated. They are representatives from major enterprises and families and even some admission officers from martial arts universities. They have only one purpose for being here. To discover talent. In a corner of the audience, the principal of No. 14 high school forces a smile, engaging in small talk with leaders from other schools. Behind him, Wang Feng and Zhao Hao are scanning the large contestant waiting area with resentful eyes. Have you seen that waist? Zhao Hao's face has not recovered since the graduation assessment. At this moment it is as dark as a storm cloud. What's the rush? Wang Feng snorts coldly, adjusting her expensive suit, her tone sharp and biting. That kind of clown who relies on luck to get ahead actually dares to participate in the competition. He really doesn't know how to die. Just wait, in the first round he will be beaten back to his original form, and then let's see what face he has left. Exactly. I want to see who will be so lucky as to turn him into a dead dog first. Their self-satisfied conversation was not even whispered deliberately. Nearby, the principal of No. 3 high school smirks disdainfully. Oldly, it seems like your No. 14 high school has only produced one so-called dark horse this year. The smile on the principal of No. 14 stiffens and he can only awkwardly nod. Student Lin Feng did perform quite well in the graduation assessment. He assessments are largely a matter of luck. The principal of No. 3 speaks with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. True strength can only be tested in a real competition like this. Our school's Wang Hao is already a 7th grade martial artist and his goal this time is the top 5. His words are filled with boasting and contempt unmasked. The expression of the principal of No. 14 grows increasingly unsightly. In the waiting area, Lin Feng leans against the wall, closing his eyes to rest. Around him are the noisy discussions, excited shouts, and the faint sounds of various weapons clashing. He isolates himself from all this noise. Under the operation of the breath restraint technique, his presence is perfectly controlled at the 6th level of martial artist. He reveals neither mountains nor rivers. But it is enough to make anyone who dares to underestimate him pay a price. Hey! Brother Lin Feng. A rotund figure squeezes over. It is Qian Duo. Today he is wearing a tracksuit printed with gold ingots, a large gold chain around his neck, and holding a tablet looking exactly like a nouveau riche. How's it going? Nervous? Qian Duo asks with a mischievous grin. I just spent half a day promoting you. I said you are my number 1 ace and this championship is yours. Lin Feng doesn't even lift his eyelids. Boring. Hey, how can this be boring? This is called creating momentum. Do you understand? Qian Duoduo's words are filled with enthusiasm. Look over there at the podium. If the admissions officers from Jiangnan Martial University and Moda Martial University are here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an impression. As long as you fight to fame, I guarantee. Be quiet. Lin Feng finally opens his eyes, glancing at him indifferently. Qian Duoduo instantly shuts his mouth, smiling awkwardly. He knows Lin Feng's temperament and can only quickly jot down something on his tablet. Ace player pre-match status calm, extremely calm, show-off index 5 stars. At this moment the giant full-screen display in the center of the arena flashes, rapidly scrolling the names of the contestants. Preliminary round elimination match. Random matchmaking. Everyone's breath momentarily halts. The names on the screen finally settle. Rows of match information are clearly presented before tens of thousands of eyes. Ring 8 Lin Feng no. 14 High School vs Li Hu no. 7 High School. Ha ha ha. Here it comes. In the audience, Zhao Hao sees this matchup result and suddenly slaps his thigh, shouting excitedly. It's Li Hu from no. 7 High School. I know him, he is at the peak of 5th grade martial artist. His quick knife technique is quite impressive. Wang Fang's face also shows a smug smile. 5th grade martial artist. That's sufficient. That Lin Feng, even if he has improved in these 2 months, at most he can only be a 4th grade martial artist. This time he is doomed. Those around them, hearing their conversation, turn their eyes towards Ring 8, preparing to watch a good show. Li Hu. Qian Duoduo swipes a few times on his tablet to pull up the data. Main player of the No. 7 Schools team, 5th grade martial artist, skilled in the 3-layered wave knife technique, characterized by speed and ferocity but with the flaw of an unstable foundation and insufficient endurance. He leans closer to Lin Feng, whispering an analysis. Brother, this guy has some skills, but compared to you he's just trash. 1 minute no 30 seconds. You can definitely take him out. Lin Feng says nothing, simply taking the navigator off his back and holding it in his hand. The sword, wrapped in black cloth, looks unremarkable. He strides towards Ring 8. At the same time, a robust young man with a proud gaze also approaches the ring from the other side. It is Li Hu. He sizes up Lin Feng from head to toe, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain. You are Lin Feng from No. 14 High School. Li Hu rests the steel blade on his shoulder, tilting his head with a playful expression. I heard you got lucky in the graduation assessment and took 1st place. Kid, I advise you to kneel down and admit defeat now, you might suffer less pain. Otherwise, when we start fighting, I can't guarantee that I won't leave some sort of commemoration on your pretty little face. His arrogant words are clearly amplified through the ring speakers, echoing throughout the entire venue. Laughter erupts from the audience. Wang Feng and Zhao Hao are the most amused. Yes. Just like that. Humiliate him fiercely. Zhao Hao is flushed with excitement. Lin Feng's gaze remains as calm as water. He looks at Li Hu before him as if gazing at a lifeless object. Are you done with the nonsense? What? Li Hu is taken aback, then immediately erupts in anger. Damn it. You waste still dare to act tough. Today I will let you know what true strength is. Referee. Can we start? I can't wait to tear his mouth apart. He yells at the referee below. The referee glances at the two, checks the time, nods and raises his hand. Both sides prepare. The match begins. At the moment the words fall, die. Waste. Li Hu lets out a fierce roar, pushing off with his foot, his body shooting towards Lin Feng like an arrow released from a bow. The steel blade in his hand draws 3 overlapping cold lights in the air, showcasing his proud knife technique, the 3-layered wave knife technique. The blade has not yet reached him, but the fierce wind of the blade is already rushing towards him. He seems to see Lin Feng being cleaved to shreds beneath these 3 strikes, begging for mercy in a pitiful manner. In the audience everyone holds their breath. However, just as Li Hu's blade is less than half a meter away from Lin Feng moves. He does not retreat, nor does he dodge, he doesn't even make any unnecessary movements. He simply stands there quietly. A heavy mountain-like aura suddenly erupts. Boom! A powerful pressure far beyond Li Hu's imagination sweeps across the entire ring like a tsunami. 6th grade martial artist. Fully revealed. What? What? Li Hu, charging forward with all his might, suddenly freezes, his grin solidifying as his pupils shrink to the size of needles. He feels as if he is not charging towards a person but crashing into a towering, unmoving mountain. That overwhelming force of chi and blood nearly suffocates him. 6th grade martial artist. How is this possible? 2 months ago, wasn't this guy just a rookie who had barely broken through to the 2nd grade? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's an illusion. A storm surged within Li Hu's heart, causing his movements to freeze for a brief moment. In a battle between experts, a moment can determine life and death. Now is the time. Lin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpens like a knife. He moves. Using no flashy techniques, not even employing the wind break slash. He simply swings the navigator in the simplest, most direct manner, striking from top to bottom. Basic knife technique, vertical slash. Swish. A pitch-black blade light flashes through the air. Fast. Fast to the extreme. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, that black blade light collides violently with the 3 blade waves Li Hu unleashed. There are no earth-shattering booms. No dazzling lights of energy collisions. Instead, there is only crushing force. Crack. Li Hu's proud 3 blade waves in front of that black blade light crumble like paper, instantly shattering. Immediately afterward, the black blade light shows no sign of stopping as it strikes heavily onto Li Hu's steel blade. Clang. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resonates throughout the venue. Li Hu feels an irresistible, terrifying force surge from the blade. His palm bursts open instantly. Blood sprays. He can no longer hold on to the steel blade, dropping it from his hands. That immense force unabated crashes heavily into his chest. Bang. A dull sound. Li Hu's body flies back like a ragdoll hit by a speeding truck soaring through the air. He traces a chaotic parabolic arc in the air, crossing over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the hard ground outside the ring. Puff. He spits out a mouthful of blood, his ribs caving in, eyes rolling back as he loses consciousness on the spot. 1 strike. Just 1 strike. The battle ends. The entire sports arena falls into a dead silence. The clamorous voices of tens of thousands seem to have been paused at this moment. Everyone's gaze is dazedly fixed on the ring. They watch as the young man slowly sheathes his sword, wrapping the navigator back in black cloth. His expression shows no change at all from beginning to end. As if he has merely accomplished a trivial task. Gulp. The referee below swallows with difficulty, taking a full 3 seconds to react, raising a trembling hand and announcing in a dry voice. Ring 8, Lin Feng victory. Silence. Deathly silence. It is only after a few seconds that the audience erupts into a tsunami of exclamations. Damn. 1 strike. He really took him down in 1 strike. That was Li Hu, a 5th grade martial artist. Just like that. Did you feel that aura just now? Absolutely 6th grade martial artist. No mistake. 2 months. From 2nd grade martial artist to 6th grade. Did he grow up on a rocket? Discussions, gasps of astonishment and shocked whispers fill the air. On the podium, those principals and family representatives who had previously looked down on Lin Feng now sit up straight, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The smile on the principal of No. 3 is frozen on his face. The principal of No. 14 has his mouth agape, trembling with excitement, nearly bouncing out of his seat. In a corner of the audience, Wang Fang's smugness and resentment have long vanished, replaced by a deathly pallor. Her lips tremble, unable to utter a word. Next to her, Zhao Hao is even more like he has seen a ghost, his eyes wide mouth agape as if a chicken egg could fit inside. 6th grade martial artist. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A shrill scream escapes from his throat, filled with endless terror and jealousy. 6th grade martial artist. That Lin Feng. He has actually reached 6th grade martial artist. What the hell is going on? The shout of Lin Feng victory resounded like thunder in the minds of tens of thousands. The principal of the 14th middle school trembled with excitement, gripping the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white and his old face flushed red. It was absolutely exhilarating. He held back the urge to jump up and laugh in the face of the principal of the 3rd middle school, but the upward curve of his lips revealed everything. Ahem, old Wang, it seems your 14th middle school has quite the dark horse. Indeed, defeating Li, who with a single move showcases skills that cannot merely be attributed to luck. What did it represent that a student who had just broken through to the second level of martial disciples 2 months ago now exhibited the strength of a sixth-level martial disciple? Fortuitous encounters. An unparalleled technique. Or was it possible that his previous reputation as a waste was all a facade? Regardless of which, it was enough to prove that this young man named Lin Feng was undoubtedly a super potential stock worth investing in. Lin Feng stepped down from the arena, ignoring the deafening discussions around him. He returned to the waiting area, leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. It was as if the victorious figure who had just shocked the entire venue was not him at all. Damn. Damn. Brother Lin. My dear brother. A round figure charged towards him with an incongruous speed. Qian Duoduo's face was glowing with excitement, his whole body trembling with joy. Awesome. Truly awesome. He handed Lin Feng a towel and quickly opened a bottle of water, presenting it with both hands. Brother Lin, drink some water. I specially prepared this, enriched with electrolytes and trace elements. Lin Feng opened his eyes, glanced at him and did not take it. Qian Duoduo, undeterred, chuckled and took it for himself. Brother Lin, that move you just made was simply stunning. It was art. I've made up my mind. Qian Duoduo slapped his chest with a gold ingot print, producing a muffled thud. I, Qian Duoduo, will officially invest in you. From today on I will be your ace manager and logistics officer. Your gear, pills, intel, post-match recovery. All of it is on me. Just focus on the competition and crush those who look down on you. Lin Feng looked at the spitting fat man before him and a flicker of something unusual crossed his eyes. He could sense that this fat man was not joking. In his small eyes there was unreserved enthusiasm and sincerity. Moreover, he wasn't wrong. Lin Feng indeed needed a reliable person to handle these trivial matters. Especially when it came to intelligence. A good source of intel would be crucial in the upcoming matches. Brother Lin, you must believe me. Although our Qian family is just a branch, we still have some connections in the Jiang City business circle. Qian Duoduo hurriedly added when he saw Lin Feng silent. I can get some high-grade nutrient solutions and detailed information on your opponents without any problem. This is a risk investment. I'm betting on you, the future martial arts superstar. Lin Feng was silent for a moment. He reached out and took the bottle of water from Qian Duoduo's hands. He twisted it open and took a sip. A simple syllable escaped his lips. Qian Duoduo was momentarily stunned, then erupted in joy. Ha ha ha. Brother Lin, you agreed. Wonderful. He jumped in excitement. Don't worry. When Qian Duoduo handles matters, it's absolutely reliable. Just then a notification sound echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Detected the establishment of a bond with reliable partner beginner. Bond effect: when executing tasks or in the same battlefield with partner Qian Duoduo, the host receives a slight attribute boost 0.5 and the partner gains the energized status. Note: a good man relies on 3 helpers. A good fat man can support half a granary. Host, congratulations on acquiring your first mobile wallet and atmosphere group leader. Lin Feng's lips subtly twitched. This function exists. A bond. This system is quite inventive. However, although the 0.5 attribute boost is minimal, it's better than nothing. It seems accepting this fat man was indeed the right decision. The upcoming matches turned into Lin Feng's personal showcase. From the 64 to the 32. The opponent was at the mid-level of the 6th martial disciple. Lin Feng maintained his calm demeanor, his aura steadily controlled at the 6th martial disciple level. When the opponent stepped onto the stage, they exuded a fierce aura, clearly intending to fight for their reputation. However, the 3rd second after the start of the match, the Voyager was unsheathed. A flash of black light passed. The opponent's weapon was directly knocked away, the blades back striking their chest, and they flew off the arena cleanly and decisively. The entire venue erupted in astonishment once more. Another move. And it was just one move. So fast. I didn't even see how he drew his blade. How could his basic sword technique be so solid? Each slash seems as if it has been tempered 1,000 times. From 32 to 16. The opponent stood at the peak of the 6th martial disciple, famous for their blazing fist. This time Lin Feng didn't even draw his sword. He merely sidestepped at the moment the opponent's fist was about to crash into his face, dodging, then delivered a precise knife hand strike to the side of the opponent's carotid artery. Buzz. The opponent felt their brain thundering, their vision darkening, and their strength instantly drained, collapsing weakly. One-hit kill. Still a one-hit kill. If the victory in the first match had a touch of luck involved, then in the next two matches Lin Feng demonstrated his indisputable crushing strength to everyone. Lin Feng was like a prehistoric beast in sheep's clothing. The atmosphere of the entire gymnasium was completely ignited. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. It was unclear who started it first, but a synchronized cheer rose up from the audience. A strong person deserves respect no matter where they are. On the podium, representatives from various universities and enterprises could no longer sit still. They whispered among themselves, inquiring about everything related to Lin Feng. Quick! Go investigate. I want to see all the information on this Lin Feng within 10 minutes. Immediately contact the principal of the 14th Middle School and tell them our Tianhua Group is willing to sponsor all of his future training resources. Call the admissions office of Jiangnan Martial University. Inform them that our Moda Martial University is willing to offer this Lin Feng a special admission quota with an S-level contract. Wang Feng and Zhao Hao had long since left with their tails between their legs, feeling suffocated under the unusual gazes of those around them. Every victory Lin Feng achieved felt like a resounding slap to their souls. Brother Lin. You are simply my idol. As soon as Lin Feng stepped down from the arena, Qian Duo rushed over like a loyal dog, his face brimming with adoration. This is a chilled towel. This is my freshly bought Power Bowl energy drink. It said that martial artists can quickly recover their stamina after drinking it. He eagerly served Lin Feng his tablet, never stopping. It was filled with dense data analyses and fan club establishment plans about Lin Feng. Lin Feng enjoyed this rare service and couldn't help but admit that this fat man was indeed somewhat useful. Have you found the information on the next opponent? I've found it. I've found it. Qian Duo quickly handed the tablet to Lin Feng. On the screen appeared a photo of a fierce-looking young man with bulging muscles. Opponent Zhang Quang. Affiliation Jiang City First High School. Strength peak of the 7th Martial Disciple. Suspected half-step martial artist. Martial skills Gale Blade Technique proficient. Golden Bell Shield. Beginner record in the first 3 rounds of matches. Defeated opponents with a single move. Ruthless tactics. Nicknamed Madman Zhang. Qian Duo's expression turned serious. Brother Lin, this guy is a bit tricky. He's one of the strong contenders for the championship in this league, and his strength is very formidable. At the peak of the 7th Martial Disciple, he is one small realm above you. And although his Golden Bell Shield is only at the beginner level, its defensive power is astonishing, making it hard for ordinary attacks to break through. Lin Feng looked at the information on the screen with calm eyes. Peak of the 7th Martial Disciple. Half-step martial artist. Interesting. Finally, there was an opponent who couldn't be solved with just one move. He downed the energy drink in his hand and stood up. Got it. Qian Duo looked at Lin Feng's calm back, feeling somewhat worried. Brother Lin, how about we play it safe in the next match? Drag it out and look for his weaknesses. Lin Feng's footsteps did not stop. A voice floated over faintly. No need. Just then Qian Duo's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng's aura, which had been stable at the 6th Martial Disciple level, began to slowly rise. Like spring bamboo shoots breaking through the earth, climbing higher and higher. That power of blood and energy became more solid and majestic. Ultimately it firmly settled at the level of the 7th Martial Disciple. Although he only appeared to have just entered the 7th level, the sense of pressure he exuded was no less than that of Zhang Quang in the picture. What? What? Brother Lin, you. Did he break through again? No. No way. He was never a 6th Martial Disciple. He had been hiding his strength from the very beginning. How many trump cards did this man conceal? Lin Feng did not turn around, he merely curved his lips into a faint smile. Since you all believe my limit is the 6th Martial Disciple, then let me give you another surprise. The Madman Zhang at the peak of the 7th Martial Disciple. Just right, I'll use you to test how much stronger I've become after advancing to martial artist. The top 16 advanced to the top 8. When the names of Lin Feng and another contestant collided on the big screen, the atmosphere of the entire gymnasium was instantly pushed to a new climax. Arena No. 3. Lin Feng No. 14 Middle School vs Zhongquang Jiangqing University. Wow. It's Madman Zhang. This is going to be a good show. Zhongquang is one of the trump cards of Jiangqing University's martial arts club at the peak of the 7th stage martial disciple. It is said that he has one foot in the realm of a warrior. Lin Feng, this dark horse, is finally going to hit a wall. The audience was abuzz with discussion. All eyes were focused on the young man slowly rising from Jiangqing University's resting area. He was tall and muscular with a square face that bore an innate ferocity and arrogance. He is Zhongquang. In the first 3 rounds of competition, without exception, he had violently knocked his opponents off the stage in the most brutal and direct manner. His methods were ruthless and merciless. Lin Feng. That dark horse from No. 14 Middle School. Zhongquang twisted his neck, producing a cracking sound, his eyes gleaming with a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. This is interesting. I hope he can last a few more seconds than those previous waste. He hefted a heavy ghost-headed knife and strode towards Arena No. 3. Each step he took seemed to make the ground tremble slightly, an overwhelming and ferocious aura approaching. Lin Go. Lin Go. Qian Duo hurried over, looking anxious, the tablet in his hand flashing. This guy is the Zhongquang I told you about. Peak of the 7th stage martial disciple, proficient in the Furious Wind Blade technique and has the defensive technique Golden Bell Shield. Intelligence indicates he is extremely brutal, preferring to severely injure his opponents in the arena. Lin Gu, you must be careful. Qian Duo was genuinely anxious. Lin Feng's previous opponents were only at most 6th stage martial disciples. This Zhongquang is a solid 7th stage peak. His combat power is on a completely different level. Got it. Lin Feng's response was still just those 2 words. He unfastened the navigator from his back, his gaze calm and unperturbed, and stepped onto the stage. The aura of early 7th stage martial disciple that had just begun to manifest was somewhat thin in the face of Zhongquang's peak 7th stage momentum. Wow. Lin Feng actually broke through to the 7th stage martial disciple. It's useless in front of Zhongquang. His aura is like that of a chick. I bet Zhongquang can knock him down within 10 moves. Most of the audience did not have high hopes for Lin Feng. After all, Zhongquang's infamous reputation preceded him, while Lin Feng appeared to them merely as a lucky but shallow-rooted dark horse. Kid, are you Lin Feng? Zhongquang slammed his ghost-headed knife heavily onto the stage, producing a dull sound. He looked down at Lin Feng with a contemptuous grin. I heard you finished your previous matches in 1 move. Very impressive. However, your good luck ends here. Now kneel down and bow 3 times, calling me Master Quang, and I might consider only breaking one of your legs. His arrogant words echoed throughout the venue. Lin Feng lifted his eyelids and glanced at him indifferently. Insight eye activate. A row of data instantly appeared on his retina. Name Zhongquang, realm 7th stage martial disciple, peak vitality 788 calories, martial technique Furious Wind Blade technique, proficient Golden Bell Shield, beginner, weakness left knee joint, has an old injury, excessive explosive force, can cause chi circulation issues, arrogant personality, underestimates opponents. So that's how it is. Lin Feng understood in his heart. Are you done with the nonsense? He slowly raised the navigator in his hand, the dark blade aimed at Zhongquang. Seeking death. Zhongquang exploded with rage. He hated it most when someone dared to act tough in front of him. Referee. Start. The referee, seeing both sides on edge, immediately announced. The match begins. Roar. Zhongquang let out a beast-like roar, suddenly pushing off the ground, his massive body turning into a blur as he charged at Lin Feng. The ghost-headed knife in his hand whipped up a whirlwind, accompanied by the howling of the air as it came crashing down. This strike was powerful and overwhelming, sealing off all of Lin Feng's escape routes. He intended to use absolute power to smash this ignorant kid into oblivion with one slash. Gasps filled the audience. Many female spectators even closed their eyes in fear. However, facing this furious blow, Lin Feng's gaze showed no sign of wavering. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground, gliding backwards like a ghost for several meters. Swift wind step. Whoosh. The ghost-headed knife, accompanied by a fierce wind, narrowly grazed his nose as it fell crashing heavily onto the steel surface of the arena. Boom. Sparks flew everywhere. A knife mark half an inch deep suddenly appeared. Hiss, what terrifying power. If that knife hit a person, wouldn't they be cut in half? Lin Feng's movement technique is so fast. He actually dodged it. The audience's hearts were in their throats. He dodged quite quickly. Zhang Kuang, after missing his strike, grinned even more savagely. Let's see how long you can dodge. He spun his wrist, the ghost-headed knife sweeping out horizontally, his blade techniques powerful and unrestrained, striking again and again like a torrential storm. Whoosh! 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 On the arena, the wind from the blades howled and fierce energy surged. Zhang Kuang's figure was as swift as lightning, completely enveloping Lin Feng in his blade light. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was like a small boat amidst raging waves. He executed the swift wind step to perfection, his figure constantly darting and weaving through the impenetrable net of blades. Each time he narrowly avoided the blade's edge by mere millimeters. To outsiders it appeared as if Lin Feng was completely suppressed, forced to flee in a panic, unable to retaliate. It's over. Lin Feng has been completely suppressed. Although his movement technique is fast, Zhang Kuang's attack frequency is too high. Sooner or later he'll be hit. On the podium, those representatives who had just begun to regard Lin Feng with newfound respect furrowed their brows once again. Only the principal of No. 14 Middle School was nervously sweating in his palms. On the sidelines. Damn. This bastard is like he's been injected with chicken blood. Qian Duodua, sweating profusely, paced back and forth. Damn it. I'll give it my all. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he rushed to the edge of the arena and shouted with all his might. Lin Go. Strike his left leg. He sustained a severe injury to his left leg 3 years ago. That's his weakness. This shout echoed clearly throughout the entire venue. The entire crowd was stunned. All eyes turned sharply to Zhang Kuang's left leg. The frantically attacking Zhang Kuang suddenly froze, his face instantly turning incredibly grim. The fact that his left leg was injured was his secret. Besides his family and core teammates, no outsiders could possibly know. How did this fat guy know? Damn it. You're seeking death. The furious rage was instantly ignited to its peak. He diverted a sliver of his focus and glared at Qian Duodua with resentment, wishing he could rush down from the stage right now to tear his mouth apart. On the arena, a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Although he had long seen through everything with the eye of insight. However, Qian Duoduo's shout had an unexpectedly remarkable effect. It successfully disturbed Zhang Kuang's state of mind. For a true warrior, distraction during battle is fatal. Now is the moment. Lin Feng, who had been passively evading, suddenly sharpened his gaze. The opportunity has arrived. Die. Zhang Kuang's offensive momentarily stagnated and revealed a flaw due to his disturbed mind. In his rage and humiliation, he poured all his fury into his blade, launching a more violent horizontal slash towards Lin Feng's waist. He wanted to finish off Lin Feng at the fastest speed, then go deal with that fatso. Faced with this deadly strike, Lin Feng did not retreat but advanced. What? Everyone was stunned. Has he gone mad? How could he dare to take Zhang Kuang's blade hidden? At the moment the ghostly blade was about to make contact, Lin Feng suddenly lowered his body. He nearly pressed against the ground, slipping beneath the blade at an incredible angle. At the same time, the navigator in his hand moved. Buzz. A finely honed pale blue blade aura whistled out. The wind-breaking slash. But this blade aura was not aimed at Zhang Kuang's body. Instead, it was directed at Zhang Kuang's right ankle that supported his body at an extremely tricky angle. A feint. Clever little trick. Zhang Kuang sneered, stamping his right foot hard against the ground, activating the golden bell shield to withstand the blade aura. Bang! The blade aura exploded, leaving only a shallow white mark on his ankle. However, the cold smile on his face had yet to fully bloom before it instantly froze. Because Lin Feng's true killing move had arrived. At the same time, he unleashed the wind-breaking slash. Lin Feng's sliding body suddenly twisted, using the strength of his waist and abdomen. The navigator in his hand drew a pitch-black arc like the scythe of death. No blade aura. No fluctuation of elemental energy. What remained was the fundamental sword technique refined through countless trials, the horizontal slash. This strike was as fast as lightning, silent and stealthy. The target was precisely the spot Qian Duoduo had just shouted out. Zhang Kuang's left knee. Not good. Zhang Kuang's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints. He had just exhausted all his strength to block the wind-breaking slash with his old strength spent and new strength not yet born, his center of gravity completely unbalanced. He wanted to evade, but it was far too late. He wanted to defend with the Golden Bell shield, but at that moment, due to the influence of his old injuries, the flow of his blood and energy experienced a delay of a mere 0.01 seconds. In a battle between experts, that 0.01 seconds is a chasm. Poochie. A dull sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed clearly. The sharp blade of the navigator struck accurately and ruthlessly upon Zhang Kuang's old knee injury. A shrill scream that was almost unhuman erupted from Zhang Kuang's throat. Excruciating pain. An unimaginable agony surged through his entire body like an electric current. The strength in his left leg was instantly drained. He could no longer maintain his balance, stumbling as his massive form crashed down to the ground. His storm-like offensive came to a sudden halt. Defeat was already determined. What? Zhang Kuang has been hit. Heavens! That entire series of offense and defense transitions was too fast. Lin Feng actually predicted all of Zhang Kuang's reactions. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Feng's textbook-like counterattack. From passive evasion to Qian Duoduo's shout exposing a flaw to the feint and finally landing the decisive blow. The entire process was fluid and seamless without a single superfluous movement. This was no mere lucky underdog. He was clearly a combat genius with unparalleled experience and near-demonic combat wisdom. It's not over yet. Lin Feng's icy voice like a cold wind from the depths of the abyss echoed in Zhang Kuang's ears. He was relentless in his advantage, stepping forward to instantly close in on the kneeling Zhang Kuang. You! Zhang Kuang was both shocked and angry, raising his head just about to say something. What awaited him was Lin Feng's foot wrapped in a sports shoe but carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Bang! Lin Feng's foot landed squarely and decisively on Zhang Kuang's chin. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed out. Zhang Kuang's head snapped back violently, his mouth spraying a mix of teeth and blood as he flew backward like a kite with a cut string. In the end, he crashed heavily at the edge of the arena, his eyes rolling back as he completely fell unconscious. Silence. The entire gym was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared in disbelief at the young man who was slowly sheathing his blade on the arena. He shook off the blood from the blade and wrapped the navigator back up in a black cloth. From beginning to end, his expression remained that of calm indifference. The referee swallowed hard, raised his hand high and announced with a trembling voice, Arena 3 Lin Feng victory. Advancing to the top 8. Boom! The roar of cheers and shouts erupted after a silence of 5 seconds. He won. Lin Feng won. So strong. This is no longer just a matter of strength but rather an art of combat. He toyed with Zhang Kuang as if he were in the palm of his hand. Is this really something a high school student can accomplish? All representatives at the podium stood up abruptly, their eyes filled with shock and fervor. Lin Feng brought them an immense surprise. He walked down from the arena, ignoring all the frenzied gazes around him. Qian Duoduo was already so excited that he was speechless, rushing over with towels and water. Lin Feng simply took the water calmly, his gaze however crossed over the boiling crowd towards the waiting area of another arena in the distance. There a young man dressed in a white martial arts uniform exuding an aura as deep as the abyss was standing quietly. Li Tianao. The #1 genius of Jiangxing University. The top favorite to win this league championship. A terrifying existence at the peak of the second rank of warriors. As if sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Li Tianao slowly turned his head, their eyes meeting in the air. Li Tianao's eyes were calm yet carried a hint of scrutiny. Lin Feng's eyes were cold yet brimming with a boiling fighting spirit. Top 8. One step closer to the championship. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Li Tianao. It's almost your turn. Lin Feng's battle astonished the entire arena. After decisively defeating Zhang Kuang, he calmly walked down the stage. Before he could stabilize himself, 2 staff members in uniforms with serious expressions walked straight toward Qian Duoduo at the edge of the arena. Sir, you are suspected of providing off-stage guidance to the competitors during the match, which is a serious violation of league regulations. Please leave the arena immediately. Qian Duoduo's face trembled, suddenly anxious. I was just cheering for him. Do you understand what brotherhood means? The staff members remained expressionless, pulling out a law enforcement recording device. Our surveillance clearly records that you publicly shouted out your opponent's physical weaknesses, which constitute substantial interference. Please cooperate or we will take coercive measures. Xian Duo wanted to argue, but seeing the unyielding gaze of the staff, he could only reluctantly close his mouth. He knew that rules are rules. Damn it, you guys are ruthless, he grumbled as he was escorted toward the exit by two staff members. After walking a few steps, he suddenly broke free, turned around and shouted with all his might in Lin Feng's direction, "Brother Lin. The championship must be yours. I will be waiting for you with a celebration feast outside. I've even prepared the contract." His voice echoed throughout the arena, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Lin Feng looked at his back as he was forcibly taken away, a slight smile on his lips as he gave a gentle nod. After a brief pause, the quarterfinals officially commenced. The atmosphere in the gym was even more fervent than before. Those who had made it to the top 8 were all top figures among the young generation of Jiangcheng. The battle list on the big screen rolled rapidly, finally settling. Arena 1: the Lin Feng Shizhou Middle School vs Wang Tao Jiangcheng University, Wang Tao. It's Iron Wall Prince Wang Tao. Damn. Lin Feng is in big trouble now. Wang Tao is a sophomore at Jiangcheng University, a master of the family inheritance Clevel defensive sword technique Iron Wall 13 swords that is impenetrable. That's right. It's said that not a single opponent of the same level has ever been able to break his defense. He can exhaust his opponent's energy completely. This dark horse is finally going to hit a brick wall. A true brick wall. The discussions in the audience instantly escalated the atmosphere to a climax. Lin Feng's gaze turned towards the resting area of Jiangcheng University. A young man well-proportioned and with a calm demeanor slowly stood up. He did not possess the overbearing aura of arrogance, but stood there like an unshakable mountain, steady and substantial. He was Wang Tao. Lin Feng classmate. Wang Tao stepped onto the arena and nodded slightly at Lin Feng as a greeting. His gaze was calm, carrying a unique confidence of a skilled martial artist. I watched your match against Zhang Kuang and your combat wisdom is truly impressive. However, in the face of absolute defense, all flashy techniques will lose their meaning. As soon as he finished speaking, a magnificent aura erupted from Wang Tao. That aura far exceeded the peak of a martial apprentice, carrying pure fluctuations of energy. Martial Artist Level 1. Heavens! Wang Tao is actually a martial artist level 1. No wonder his defense is unbreakable. He is already a true martial artist. Representatives on the podium nodded in agreement. This was the caliber expected from the elite of Jiangcheng University. However, in the next second, everyone's expressions froze on their faces. Boom! An aura that was not weaker than Wang Tao's, even more refined and sharper, erupted from Lin Feng's body. Also a martial artist level 1. What? Am I seeing things? Lin Feng. He is also a martial artist level 1. This guy has been hiding his strength all along. The entire gym exploded. The match begins. The referee's voice trembled slightly. Wang Tao's calm expression was replaced by shock for the first time. But he quickly adjusted his gaze, becoming extremely serious. Clang. He drew his long sword and held it horizontally across his chest. Come on. Lin Feng did not waste words. He moved his feet and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Wang Tao. Navigator transformed into a streak of black lightning striking downwards. Fast. Accurate. Fierce. Facing this fierce strike, Wang Tao did not dodge. He flicked his wrist, the sword tracing a smooth arc accurately meeting Lin Feng's blade. Clang. A clear sound of metal clashing rang out. Lin Feng felt a clever force of deflection. His powerful strike was easily redirected to the side. What an exquisite defensive sword technique. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he renewed his assault. Slash, cut, scoop, stab. The basic sword techniques in his hands transformed into ever-changing killing moves like a torrential storm, enveloping Wang Tao's vital points. Clang. 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 The sounds of intense collisions rang out. Wang Tao stood firm as a mountain, his long sword dancing to create a tight curtain of light blocking all of Lin Feng's attacks. His Iron Wall 13 swords truly lived up to its name. Wind-breaking slash. Lin Feng shouted as a pale blue energy blade instantly coalesced atop his sword, whistling out. This strike was enough to pierce through steel. Wang Tao's eyes narrowed and he shouted, "Iron wall." His sword force sank and the curtain of light instantly became thick and solid like a real wall. Boom! The energy blade slammed into the curtain, producing a muffled sound. The curtain shook violently, rippling in circles, yet ultimately remained unbroken. A deadlock. Lin Feng's attack truly had no effect. Useless. Wang Tao's voice came through his aura, still steady. My Iron Wall 13 swords excels at defending against sharp attacks. The more condensed your energy is, the easier it will be for me to deflect it. Lin Feng, how many more times can your energy sustain such attacks? This was his open strategy. He aimed to exhaust Lin Feng's energy with his strongest defense. Lin Feng paused his attack, breathing slightly heavier. This guy was like a turtle hiding in its shell, impervious to both oil and salt. His pure sharpness and speed were indeed thoroughly countered. He had to think of another way. Just as his thoughts raced, a system prompt tone echoed in his mind with an enticing tone. System prompt: a true man should face men hidden. When the door is locked, why not try to shake it open? Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. Speak plainly. System suggestion: the host can attempt to reverse the energy flow of the wind-breaking slash. This may produce unexpected shock effects. Warning: reversing energy flow is extremely risky. It may cause meridian damage and energy backlash. Young man, do you dare to take a gamble? Reversing energy flow. Shock effect. A glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he glanced at the solid defense opposite him, contemplating the system's suggestion. Risk. The path of martial arts is inherently filled with risks. Not gambling is a slow death. Taking a gamble might just open the door to a new world. Let's do this. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening once more. His sword intent suddenly changed. Wang Tao on the opposite side keenly sensed the change in Lin Feng's aura, and his heart filled with heightened vigilance. What new move was he about to unleash? Lin Feng slowly raised Navigator, and the energy within him no longer flowed along the smooth route of wind-breaking slash. Instead it was reversed. Hiss. A tearing pain instantly surged through the meridians of his arm. The violent energy rampaged like a wild horse within his veins. Lin Feng grunted, veins bulging on his forehead, but he gritted his teeth, forcibly controlling the reversed energy and infusing it into Navigator. Buzz, the pale blue sharp energy on the sword disappeared. In its place was an almost imperceptible high-frequency vibration. The entire sword seemed to transform into a massive tuning fork, emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache. What is this? Wang Tao's pupils constricted, an intense unease surging within him. Lin Feng moved. He did not perform any flashy techniques, just simply delivered a powerful overhead strike. This strike appeared unremarkable. Wang Tao instinctively raised his sword to block, preparing to deflect the attack once more. Iron wall. The clash of blade and sword. Clang, buzz buzz buzz. This time it was not a clear sound of clashing metal. Instead it was a deafening roar, followed by a terrifying shockwave that violently surged through Wang Tao's arm via his sword. What? Wang Tao's expression changed dramatically. He felt his arm instantly numb, as if his palm had been struck by a heavy hammer, immediately crumbling and bleeding profusely. The long sword in his hand buzzed incessantly, nearly flying out of his grip. The shockwave even penetrated his energy defenses, rampaging within him, causing his blood to surge violently. What kind of power is this? It was not sharpness at all, but rather a pure unreasonable shock. Effective. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. He suppressed the pain in his meridians, not letting up as his offensive surged like a tide. Buzz. 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 The sword techniques infused with shock force were unleashed one after another. Wang Tao was completely dazed. His once proud Iron Wall 13 swords completely lost its effect against this unreasonable shock attack. Each block felt like being repeatedly hammered by an invisible giant hammer. His arms grew increasingly numb, his blood surged more violently, and he even coughed up a bit of blood from his mouth. The impenetrable defense he had maintained finally showed a crack. Now is the chance. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened, seizing the fleeting opportunity. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful horizontal slash infused with shock power, forcing Wang Tao to block with all his might, exposing a huge opening in his chest. In the next second, Lin Feng's right leg shot out like a taut steel whip. Bang! A muffled sound. Lin Feng's foot solidly kicked Wang Tao in the chest. Puff! Wang Tao was struck as if by lightning, spewing out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, heavily crashing down from the stage. He fainted instantly. The arena fell into a dead silence. The referee was stunned for a full 3 seconds before reacting, loudly announcing, "Arena 1, Lin Feng wins." Advancing to the top 4. Boom! After the silence, a wave of cheers erupted like a tsunami. They couldn't understand what move Lin Feng had used in the end, but they understood the result. That indestructible iron wall was shattered by Lin Feng in a more overbearing manner. On the podium, a representative from an ordinary martial arts university frowned and said, "What kind of heretic move is this? Reversing energy flow is simply self-destructive." Beside him, a young woman dressed in the mentor uniform of Jiangnan Martial University with a cold demeanor and stunning beauty gently shook her head. Her name was Su Muyu. Her gaze fell on the young man who was slowly sheathing his sword and calmly walking down the stage. A hint of undeniable admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. Heretic move. No. This is called adapting to the situation, called combat talent. Faced with an opponent that counters you, not sticking to the rules, daring to take risks and succeeding. Su Muyu's red lips parted slightly as she murmured to herself. This young man is quite interesting. The next day. The Jiangqing Youth Martial Arts Competition semi-finals. The atmosphere in the city sports arena has reached a boiling point. The crowd is roaring and the heat is palpable. Finally here. The semi-finals. The remaining 4 are all monsters among monsters. Indeed. The Iron Wall Wang Tao was defeated by Lin Feng in an even more monstrous way. Today he faces Ghost Shadow Sword Liu Yang, a true second-tier martial artist. Liu Yang's agility ranks among the top at Jiangqing University. That dark horse Lin Feng is about to be put to an end. Amidst the discussions, Lin Feng slowly walked up to the stage. His expression was calm and his breathing steady. The pain in his meridians from last night's reverse energy flow had been alleviated under the restoration of the turtle breathing technique. Opposite him stood a slender youth with sharp eyes, stepping onto the stage at the same time. He held a long flexible sword in his hand, his whole being like a shadow ready to blend into the wind. Ghost Shadow Sword Liu Yang. A top expert in his second year at Jiangqing University, a second-tier martial artist. You are strong. Liu Yang spoke, his voice hoarse like blades scraping together. To reach this point with a first-tier martial artist's strength, you have every right to be proud. But alas, this is where it ends. Lin Feng said nothing, only tightening his grip on the navigator. Words are futile. On the stage there is only victory or defeat. The match begins. As the referee's voice fell, Liu Yang's figure instantly vanished from the spot. In the next moment, a cold sword edge carrying a bone-chilling aura appeared before Lin Feng's throat. It was too fast. So fast that it was almost unreal. Lin Feng's pupils constricted violently and the swift wind step activated instantly, his body leaning back at an incredible angle. SCZ. A strand of hair was severed by the sword energy falling to the ground. That was close. Before Lin Feng could steady himself, Liu Yang's attack was already upon him like a shadow. The sword light transformed into countless stars, enveloping all his vital points. That was not a sword. That was a death net woven from countless sword shadows. Clang. 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 Lin Feng pushed his basic sword techniques to the limit, wielding the navigator in a swirling black vortex, barely fending off the mercurial onslaught. He was completely suppressed. Forced to defend passively, he couldn't find even a sliver of opportunity to counterattack. Did you see? This is the gap in realms. Lin Feng's speed is already fast, but before Liu Yang it looks like slow motion. Exactly. Liu Yang's energy is denser and his movements are more elusive. Lin Feng has no chance of winning at all. In the audience, gasps of astonishment rose and fell like waves. On the podium, Su Muyu also furrowed her beautiful brows slightly. This Liu Yang was indeed formidable. On the stage, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, yet his mind was unusually calm. A second-tier martial artist was indeed different. The opponent's energy was more refined and each strike carried a penetrating force that made his palms tingle. If not for his basic attributes enhanced by his free attribute points having long surpassed others of the same tier, he would have surely been defeated by the first wave of attacks. Kid, do you only know how to be a turtle? Liu Yang's cold laughter echoed from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. Lin Feng remained unmoved. His mind raced. The long breath provided by the turtle breathing technique allowed him to maintain his stamina in this high-intensity confrontation. At the same time, his eyes never left the countless sword shadows. Eye of Insight activate. Target Liu Yang, Realm 2nd Tier Martial Artist, Energy 950, Weaknesses 1. There was an old injury on his right wrist. When changing directions rapidly there is a 0.1 second delay in exerting force. 2. The connection point between the 7th and 8th swords of the ultimate move, Ghost Shadow Dance, has a slight flaw in energy flow. Found it. Lin Feng's heart stirred. But the timing wasn't right yet. These flaws were fleeting, and with the opponent's speed he couldn't possibly take advantage of them in time. I must drag this out. Drag it until the opponent's stamina declines and their speed slows down. Drag it until I find that one opportunity to strike decisively. Playing a war of attrition with me. Liu Yang seemed to see through Lin Feng's thoughts, his attack suddenly becoming even more fierce. Naive. Let me show you the true power of a second-tier martial artist. Ghost Shadow Dance. Buzz. The soft sword in his hand let out a shrill scream, and the countless sword shadows instantly merged into a grey sword blade storm sweeping toward Lin Feng. There was no escaping. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened and the energy seeds within him began to surge wildly under this immense pressure. He felt it. The barrier leading to the second-tier martial artist seemed to have loosened slightly. Lin Feng took a deep breath and the energy within him began to circulate at an unprecedented speed. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Time passed in torment. The wounds on Lin Feng's body multiplied. Though they were just superficial injuries, they looked alarming, with blood staining half of his clothing. In contrast, Liu Yang's breathing began to quicken, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He was shocked to discover that this guy on the opposite side was simply an indestructible little cockroach. His stamina was terrifying. Is this kid a monster? Liu Yang cursed inwardly. His ultimate move, Ghost Shadow Dance, consumed tremendous energy and could no longer be maintained for long. Just as his attack slightly eased, preparing to catch his breath, Lin Feng had been waiting for this moment. System prompt: opportunity for a lethal strike has appeared. In Lin Feng's mind it was as if thunder had erupted. He recalled that man wearing the Yasha mask. He remembered the ruthlessness and decisiveness of Nightshade, who slaughtered an entire gang with 3 strikes. True combat isn't a back-and-forth performance. It's about seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. To hell with defense. To hell with dodging. Lin Feng's gaze suddenly turned crazed and ruthless. He abandoned all defensive postures, allowing Liu Yang's sword to stab into his left shoulder. He wanted to exchange injury for injury. Seeking death. Liu Yang was overjoyed, thinking Lin Feng had exhausted his strength and given up resistance. Without hesitation he infused energy into the sword and thrust it forward. However, just as his sword tip was about to pierce Lin Feng's flesh, Lin Feng moved. Enduring the intense pain of his shoulder being pierced, he charged forward instead, like a furious beast, crashing into Liu Yang. At the same time, the navigator in his hand emitted a painful buzz. The energy flow was forcibly reversed. That violent shockwave force reappeared. This time he didn't release it all but combined it with the technique of Wind's Trace. He compressed this shockwave power to a pinpoint on the blade. Wind's Trace Star Shatter. This strike had no dazzling light effects. There was no terrifying momentum. Only utter simplicity and efficiency. The blade traced a tricky arc, accurately slicing toward Liu Yang's wrist, which momentarily froze due to an old injury. What? Liu Yang's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He wanted to change tactics, to retreat. But it was too late. Lin Feng's blade was too fast. Too ruthless. SCZ. Crack. A sound that sent chills down the spine. The blade, imbued with shockwave power, violently chopped down on Liu Yang's wrist. No blood spattered. But Liu Yang's entire wrist's bones along with veins were instantly shattered by this overwhelming force. A heart-wrenching scream resonated throughout the arena. Liu Yang's face turned pale and the soft sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He clutched his limp shapeless right hand, kneeling on the ground in pain. His combat ability completely shattered. Lin Feng had the opponent's soft sword stuck in his left shoulder, blood flowing out in torrents. His expression was emotionless, his gaze as cold as ancient ice. He slowly walked in front of Liu Yang. He lifted his right foot. Bang! With a kick he decisively sent the still wailing Liu Yang flying off the stage. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the arena. Everyone was stunned by Lin Feng's final brutal and decisive strike. So ruthless. This was not a competition at all. This was a fight to the death. The referee was stunned for a moment before raising his hand and announcing with a trembling voice, "The winner is Lin Feng, advancing to the finals." Boom! After a brief silence, it was followed by a tsunami of cheers and shouts. They had witnessed a miracle. A fierce, bloody comeback against the odds. Lin Feng stood in the center of the stage, breathing heavily. He slowly pulled out the soft sword from his shoulder, blood gushing out again, but he didn't care. His gaze pierced through the boiling crowd, landing on that figure in the contestant waiting area. Li Tianao, the #1 genius of Jiangcheng. The biggest favorite to win the championship. Li Tianao was also looking at him, his face, which always wore a gentle smile, now only held gravity. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold arc. The finals. Damn the Qingmu health liquid. That 120,000 prize. I, Lin Feng, have made up my mind. Final match day. Inside Jiangcheng Gymnasium, the atmosphere had reached fever pitch. At last, the finals. The dark horse Lin Feng versus the prodigy Li Tianao. Who else could it be? Li Tianao is the young master of the Li group, raised since childhood on rare spiritual herbs and treasures, and the top-ranked martial prodigy of Jiangcheng University. Lin Feng may be fierce, but he's merely a commoner, his foundation pales in comparison. I wager Li Tianao will end this within 10 moves. Chatter surged across the arena like a tidal wave. In the backstage lounge, Xian Duodua, drenched in sweat, handed a tablet to Lin Feng. "Brother Lin, I pulled every string. I got this from inside Jiangcheng University itself, every match video and dossier on Li Tianao. This guy is terrifying, flawless offense and defense, nearly no weakness at all." Lin Feng's gaze remained calm as he turned through the files page by page. On screen, each of Li Tianao's battles ended with effortless dominance, absolute unchallenged mastery. The system is analyzing target data. Analysis complete. Target: Li Tianao. Realm: martial artist 2nd tier, peak suspected concealment. Technique: surging wave saber, art class C. Equipment: class C, battle saber, class C, inner armor. Comprehensive assessment: extremely hazardous. System recommendation: opponent holds overwhelming advantage in strength, yuan, energy and equipment. Direct confrontation is tantamount to suicide. Recommend host leverage superior speed and combat finesse to sustain extreme evasion, exploit fleeting openings with surgical precision. Understood. Lin Feng powered off the tablet and slowly closed his eyes, steadying his breath. Now, let us welcome our finalists with thunderous applause. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena via amplifiers. Boom. From the eastern corridor of the gymnasium, Li Tianao emerged amid deafening roars. He wore a dazzling silver-white combat suit emblazoned with the golden crest of the Li group, a crest shaped like surging waves. In his hand rested a magnificent battle saber, its blade shimmering with a cerulean aura. He stood like a monarch poised for coronation, radiating supreme confidence and haughty grace. That's the Class C saber, Roaring Surge, valued at 3 million federal credits. Judging by that suit's weave, he's definitely wearing Class C advanced alloy inner armor. His gear is absurdly opulent. How can this even be fair? Lin Feng's battered Class saber would shatter at a single touch. All rippled through the stands in overlapping exclamations. Yet this was only the prelude. Li Tianao strode to the center of the ring and swept his gaze across the crowd, savoring the adulation of thousands. Then, without warning, a surge of oppressive force erupted from within him, far more terrifying than any prior competitors. It was dense, immense and suffused with an aura of invincibility. Martial artist 3rd tier. He was truly at the 3rd tier. What? Martial artist 3rd tier, Li Tianao is actually at the 3rd tier. He's been concealing his strength all along. This is monstrous. How can anyone possibly win now? The entire gymnasium exploded into chaos. On the VIP platform, Su Muyue's normally serene face tightened with rare gravity. Third tier, combined with full Class C equipment. The outcome was now inevitable. Amid glances laced with pity and schadenfreude, Lin Feng walked calmly onto the arena from the opposite corridor. He wore nothing but his plain black combat suit. In his hand hung the scarred class saber, Voyager. Beside the radiant Li Tianao he resembled a mere ant stumbling into a royal court, insignificant, invisible. "Surrender," Li Tianao said, gazing down with faint condescension and a trace of pity. "You've done remarkably well, reaching this stage proves your innate talent. But we inhabit different worlds. The chasm between us runs deeper than you dare imagine." Lin Feng ignored him entirely, merely running a finger gently along Voyager's pitted blade. As if soothing a loyal comrade who had fought beside him until this very hour. "Match begins." The referee's voice sounded hollow, almost futile. At that instant, Li Tianao moved. He held nothing back, not even a sliver of restraint. Surging wave saber art, first form thunderous tide. Schwa. His Class C saber, roaring surge, sang a crystalline note. Layer upon layer of cerulean blade light surged forward like a colossal crashing wave, bearing down on Lin Feng with irresistible momentum. The slashes were not only blindingly fast, but carried crushing weight, sealing off every possible avenue of evasion. An astonishing saber art. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. His feet ignited with the gale step pushed to its absolute limit, while Voyager, a streak of black lightning, met the onslaught heat-in. Clang. The first ear-splitting clash of steel. A force beyond resistance jolted up Voyager's length, numbing Lin Feng's entire arm in an instant. His palms tore open with searing agony. He skidded backward several meters before barely regaining his footing. One strike, and the disparity was laid bare. Witness it, the gulf. Li Tianao sneered, launching his next assault. Surging wave saber art, second form raging deluge. The blade light intensified, each wave higher, fiercer than the last. On the ring only a boundless sea of azure light remained, engulfing Lin Feng's solitary black silhouette completely. Clang. 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 A relentless barrage of impacts hammered against every spectator's heart like a storm unleashed. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, channeling the turtle breath technique to its apex, mending his internal organs even as he relied on preternatural combat instinct to endure the maelstrom. He was a lone skiff tossed upon a tempestuous sea, on the verge of annihilation at any moment. With every collision Voyager wailed, a desperate metallic lament against the might of roaring surge. Cracks spiderwebbed across its blade, worsening with every strike. "He's still standing." A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Tianao's eyes. Each of his blows pulsed with the overwhelming yuan energy of a third-tier martial artist, enough to obliterate any first-tier opponent instantly. Yet Lin Feng had endured over a dozen strikes, unbroken. His physical resilience and indomitable will defied human limits. "Let's see how long you last." Li Tianao's gaze hardened, his assault turning savage. Surging wave saber art, third form clouds shattered by waves. He leapt skyward, gripping roaring surge with both hands, channeling every ounce of yuan energy into the blade. Roaring surge blazed with unprecedented cerulean radiance, coalescing into a colossal azure vortex that descended like divine judgment. There was no escape. Lin Feng's eyes burned with feral resolve. He did not retreat. Faced with certain death he chose defiance, pure unyielding confrontation. Trace of the wind. Resonant shock. He poured every fiber of his being, every drop of yuan energy, into that final desperate slash. Black Voyager rose, meeting the roaring azure vortex with fearless defiant fury. Boom. A cataclysmic detonation shook the arena. The entire ring trembled violently. Crack. A brittle piercing snap cut through the thunder. Voyager, pushed beyond endurance, shattered under the impact. A jagged gaping notch was gouged into its blade by roaring surge. A torrent of raw violent force surged through the fractured blade, ripping into Lin Feng's body. Spurt. Struck like lightning he vomited blood and rocketed backward, slamming hard against the ring's perimeter. Silence, absolute suffocating silence, blanketed the arena. All believed the fight was over. Li Tianao landed lightly, then looked down upon Lin Feng, who struggled trembling to rise. A victor's smile graced his lips. Surrender. You cannot defeat me. Lin Feng braced himself with the broken hilt of Voyager, and rose slowly steadily. He wiped blood from his lips, his chest heaved violently. Was it over? No. Not yet. His mind, clearer than ever before, burned with crystalline focus. Li Tianou's seamless ceaseless surging wave saber art replayed in his mind, frame by frame. Yuan energy flow. Power generation mechanics. Seamless transitions between forms. He recalled the life-or-death battle against the Vulture Gang. He remembered Nightmare's 3 devastating peerless slashes. He remembered Yuan energy reversal against Wang Tao, the Iron Wall. He remembered trading wounds for victory against Liu Yang, the Phantom Shadow. Every scrap of combat experience, every insight, fused in that instant into a single incandescent spark. So, that's how. Lin Feng murmured, voice barely a whisper. His own Yuan energy stirred, as if summoned by revelation. Under Li Tianou's crushing pressure, and his own unbreakable will. It began to boil. Boom. The dormant Yuan energy seed deep within his dantian quivered violently. A surge of power, vastly greater than before, erupted uncontrollably from his core. The formidable barrier that had sealed his path to the second tier cracked. A catplay with mouse smile curled on Li Tianeo's face. He stared at the young man propped up by a broken blade drenched in blood, pity nearly spilling from his eyes. Obstinate and foolish, he murmured 4 words like a final verdict on a corpse. If you are so eager to die, I will grant you your wish. Li Tianeo's gaze hardened in an instant as his Yuan energy erupted without restraint. The terrifying pressure of a martial rank 3 descended like a tangible mountain crushing onto Lin Feng. Fulong blade art final form tides to oblivion. The crank war blade Jinglan in his hand flared with a piercing aquamarine radiance. The blade's momentum no longer came as mere waves but coalesced into a vast devouring vortex, a spinning blue-black maw. Wherever it passed, the hard arena floor was swept by blade chi and shattered inch by inch. This stroke was a killing blow. On the judging platform, Su Muyue sprang to her feet, her composed face written over with horror. This move had already transcended the bounds of the match. It was meant to kill. The crowd held their breath, eyes fixed on the arena. Before such world-shattering blade chi, Lin Feng's frail figure was as insignificant as dust. It was over. The miracle of this dark horse ended here. Faced with a blade strike lethal enough to annihilate, the madness in Lin Feng's eyes ebbed away. In its stead came an unprecedented calm, a deathly serenity. In his mind, the 3 merciless cuts of the Nightmare and Li Tianeo's surging blade technique collided and intertwined in frantic conflict. His body cried out. His will roared. The grain-sized seed of Yuan energy in his dantian trembled wildly under the ultimate pressure, its surface light flickering. That impenetrable barrier, the partition that had severed life from death for him. Break for me. Shatter. A thunderous detonation like the first sound of the cosmos ripped open within Lin Feng's spirit. The wall that had bound him and rendered him powerless fractured with a crack. The seed of Yuan energy in his dantian shattered and instantaneously became a purer liquid Yuan energy surging forth like an avalanche. This newborn power rushed through every parched meridian as if a breached dam had burst, healing each injured sinew and sealing every wound. A Yuan energy fluctuation many times stronger than before erupted from Lin Feng like a storm. System notification: congratulations host, under extreme pressure your will and flesh both transformed, you have successfully broken through. Current realm martial rank 2. The aquamarine death vortex loomed almost upon him. Lin Feng slowly lifted his head. His eyes shone with a frightening brilliance. Now it is martial rank 2 against martial rank 3, he rasped, his voice hoarse yet laced with a disquieting force. He moved. His feet unleashed swift wind step with unprecedented velocity, his whole form blurred into a dark shadow that surged deliberately toward the blade storm. What? Li Tianeo's pupils contracted violently. He had broken through. A breakthrough in the midst of combat. Impossible. Die. Li Tianeo's face contorted, he poured his remaining Yuan energy into the strike. Yet Lin Feng, at the fringe of that horrific whirlwind of blade light, performed an inconceivable maneuver. His broken blade kihangs vibrated at a strange frequency. Resonant impact. Not outwardly unleashed but internalized. He did not choose to clash Hedon. Using the side of his blade, he gently flicked along the cutting line of the vortex. A faint hum, 4 ounces moved 1,000 pounds. Li Tianeo's once certain killing trajectory was skewed by that sly oscillation if only by a hair. That single hair was enough for Lin Feng. Like a spectre he clung to the edge of the death vortex and slipped through. With a clash Lin Feng parried a residual wave with his broken blade. His body shook violently yet he did not yield an inch. How? How is this possible? He blocked it. He actually blocked Li Tianeo's killing blow. And his aura. Martial rank 2. He is truly martial rank 2. The arena erupted into hysteria. Everyone leapt from their seats incredulous at the bloodied figure standing on the stage. For the first time Li Tianeo's complexion soured. His strongest move had not killed its target and had instead become the stepping stone for that target's breakthrough. What an humiliation. So what if you broke through? He roared. Martial rank 2 is still only martial rank 2. I will still kill you. He charged again with a feral howl. The battle resumed. The clang of metal rang denser and more savage than before. This time the assault was no longer a one-sided suppression but a desperate needle-to-needle exchange. Though his weapon was battered, Lin Feng's strength, speed and reflexes had surged in all aspects after his breakthrough. More crucially, his martial instincts, honed by countless swings and life-or-death duels, far outstripped Li Tianeo's sheltered refinement. For a time the two fought on equal terms. Blue and black blade lights collided on the arena, sparks scattering. Time slipped away minute by minute. It became a war of attrition. Li Tianao grew increasingly alarmed. His opponent clung like tenacious resin, each cut ruthless and sly, seeking his openings. His combat garb had been slashed in several places. If not for the crank inner armor beneath, he would already have been bleeding. Damn it! How can this man's yuan energy seem endless? Li Tianao panted heavily. His yuan energy had been largely depleted by that killing strike and the prolonged exchange. By contrast, Lin Feng's breath remained long and steady under the abnormal restorative power of the turtle breath technique. When one side wanes and the other waxes, the scales of victory begin to tilt. Another fierce clash. Clang. Lin Feng retreated on the leverage, his gaze electric. His insightful eye had already catalogued every detail of his foe. That splendid crank inner armor seemed flawless, but under precise analysis he had already locked onto 3 weakest connective points of its energy flow. Center chest, slightly left, right under the ribs, and the left shoulder blade joint. The opportunity had arrived. Li Tianao misread Lin Feng's retreat as exhaustion. A flash of triumph crossed his eyes as he surged forward with a horizontal slash. This ends now, he howled. It is over. Lin Feng replied softly. As Li Tianeo's blade neared his body, Lin Feng's figure blurred into illusion. Skill, enlightenment, instant shadow, triple sever slash, incipient form. Wind trace and swift wind step fueled by his post-breakthrough yuan energy fused perfectly. In an instant 3 Lin Fengs appeared on the arena, one ahead, one to the left, one to the right. 3 afterimages indistinguishable from the real. What witchcraft is this? Li Tianeo's mind rocked and his assault faltered. Now Lin Feng's true body slipped into the gap from Li Tianeo's left at an impossible angle. His broken blade seemed to come alive. Yuan energy on its edge compressed to the extreme. The first slice struck like lightning precisely at the connection point beneath Li Tianeo's right ribs. The second cut turned with the stealth of a gazelle hanging from a horn, leaving no trace, and slashed into the weak spot on Li Tianeo's left shoulder. The third stroke, Lin Feng materialized before Li Tianao as if by teleportation, drove his broken blade with uncompromising resolve into the last opening at his chest. 3 streaks of blade light vanished in an instant, a speed so absolute that no one could discern what had happened. The harsh scrape of metal reverberated through the arena. Li Tianeo's assault froze, stilled as if bound by a spell. He stood rigid, then slowly bowed his head, staring at his body in disbelief. Under his right ribs, the left shoulder and the chest, 3 clear fissures marred the supposedly impregnable crank inner armor that had cost a fortune and claimed it could withstand a full strike from a martial rank 3. Thin threads of blood seeped from the rents. The inner armor had failed. A cold dread pressed against his throat. Lin Feng, unseen, had already stood before him. The tip of the battered broken blade rested steadily against his throat. 1 more inch and it would be death. You. Li Tianao parted his lips, his throat was dry and no word would come. His face was a map of terror, humiliation and disbelief. Defeated. Me, Li Tianao, the Li family's prodigy, defeated. Defeated by a commoner. defeated by a man wielding a broken blade. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he slowly withdrew the broken blade. You lost. The three quiet words were the final straw. Li Tianeo's legs buckled and his Jinglan war blade clattered to the ground. He collapsed in a daze, face ashen. The arena fell into a deathly silence, even the slightest sound could be heard. Everyone was shaken to the core by this dramatic reversal. The referee at the ring's edge gaped, momentarily stunned, as if he had forgotten his duty. Only when Lin Feng's eyes swept past did he jolt awake. He raised his hand with all his strength and voice ragged and trembling shouted, "The victor. The champion is, Lin Feng." After a brief hush, an eruption of cheering and shouting like a volcanic blast filled the hall. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. A miracle. A true miracle. The entire municipal gymnasium roared. They had witnessed a legend's birth. Lin Feng stood in the center of the arena, breathing hard, blood still seeping from his chest wound. Yet he stood upright like an unbending spear. His gaze pierced the jubilant crowd toward the hospital district. "Grandma. Your illness can be cured. The 120,000 prize. I have won it. System notification. Congratulations host for completing the main quest Rookie's Road to Revenge 2, winning the Jiangxing Youth Martial Arts League Championship. Rewards are being calculated. Rewards granted 100,000 slashing experience, skill instant shadow, triple sever / crank, and a basic forge bench unlocked." The roar of the crowd was like a tsunami, nearly overturning the dome of the stadium. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Under the spotlight, Lin Feng's figure was infinitely elongated, resembling a deity. However, in a corner of the VIP seating, the atmosphere was as cold as frost. Waste. A middle-aged man resembling Li Tianao but with a more sinister demeanor kicked the railing. He was Li Zhan, the chairman of the Li Group and Li Tianao's father. "Dad. Li Tianao collapsed on the ground, his eyes hollow as if his soul had been drawn out. Li Zhan's face was ashen, his resentful gaze piercing through the noisy crowd, firmly locking onto Lin Feng in the center of the arena. That gaze was like a venomous snake lurking in the darkness. "Take him away." Li Zhan snorted coldly, and several bodyguards in black immediately stepped forward, hoisting the dazed Li Tianao away. Before leaving, Li Zhan cast one last glance at Lin Feng, his lips moving silently to utter two words. "Wait. Next, let's welcome our champion Lin Feng to the stage to receive his award." The mayor personally walked onto the stage, his face beaming with a warm smile. He handed Lin Feng a huge trophy, a beautifully crafted gift box containing a crate combat skill and a breakthrough pill, and a giant check representing 1,200,000 federal coins. Click. Click. Countless flashes lit up, forever capturing this moment. Reporters surged forward like madmen. "Classmate Lin Feng. What is the secret to your breakthrough at such a critical moment? As the biggest dark horse of this competition, do you have anything to say to your opponent Li Tianao? Are you considering joining Jiangxing University?" Lin Feng ignored these questions, his gaze frantically searching through the crowd. Finally he spotted the chubby figure in the corner bouncing up and down with excitement, his face flushed. "Qian Duo." Lin Feng pushed through the crowd and rushed over without a care. "Brother Lin. You are my real brother." Qian Duo hugged Lin Feng tightly, almost crying out of excitement. "Cut the nonsense." Lin Feng shoved the giant check into Qian Duo's arms. "Money. 1 million. Now. Immediately go buy Qingmu Health Liquid." His voice was hoarse with excitement and his eyes were bloodshot. "Hurry up." Qian Duo looked at Lin Feng, state his heart trembling. He nodded vigorously. "Don't worry. Brother Lin. I will take care of it." With the check in hand, the chubby man turned and ran, his hefty body displaying unprecedented agility. Watching Qian Duo's disappearing figure, Lin Feng's taut nerves finally relaxed. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. "Grandma. I did it. Jiangxing First People's Hospital Special Care Ward." Dr. Zhang, the attending physician, was holding the latest medical report, his hands trembling like he had Parkinson's. "A miracle. This is simply a medical miracle." On the hospital bed, the elderly woman who was once barely alive now had a rosy complexion and steady, strong breaths. She could even sit up by herself and drink a bowl of hot porridge. The effect of Qingmu Health Liquid was immediate. Lin Feng sat by the bed holding his grandmother's warm hand, the massive stone that had been hanging in his heart finally crashing down. "Little Feng, I made you. Suffer. His grandmother gently stroked his cheek with concern. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled broadly. Not at all, Grandma, not at all. 3 days later. In Lin Feng's small low-rent apartment. Qian Duo waved a printed plan, spitting as he spoke. Brother Lin. Now you are a famous person in Jiangcheng. The son of the humble family. The genius who turned the tide. The miracle maker on the arena. We must seize this opportunity. Build your personal brand. I've already registered the trademark Crazy Blade Lin Feng for you. He paused, pulled out a gold-embossed business card from his pocket and solemnly handed it to Lin Feng. From today on, I Qian Duo am your gold medal agent and chief financial officer. From now on, all your endorsements, commercial performances and resource connections will be handled by me. Lin Feng looked at his serious demeanor and couldn't help but want to laugh. You even invested in your own information business. Qian Duo chuckled, scratching his head with some embarrassment. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one will never be defeated. I used the little bonus you gave me to invest in my cousin's information studio. From now on in Jiangcheng, nothing that stirs the air will escape my eyes. In recent days, the front pages of major media outlets in Jiangcheng have all been filled with Lin Feng's name. Countless martial arts universities' recruitment calls nearly overwhelmed Qian Duo's newly purchased communicator. Brother Lin. Both Yanjing Martial University in the north and Zhenhai Martial University in the south have offered special recruitment conditions with scholarships even higher than this championship reward. Qian Duo said excitedly. Lin Feng only shook his head calmly. I rejected them all. My goal is singular. Jiangnan Martial University. It was the dream of his parents and the place where Lu Ruoxi was located. Qian Duo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded earnestly. All right. Then it's Jiangnan Martial University. I'll go check all their information right away. After sending off the excited chubby man, Lin Feng finally had time to himself. He immersed himself in thought and opened the system panel. Main quest rewards distributed. Reward 100000 slashing experience skill instant shadow 3 absolute cuts crade forge table beginner unlocked. He clicked on the introduction of the new skill. Instant shadow 3 absolute cuts crade, merging the essence of swift wind steps and trace of wind, utilizing a rapid body technique combined with 3 consecutive lethal strikes, indistinguishable, swift and unparalleled. This was indeed the killing move that reversed the situation in the finals. Now solidified as a skill by the system, its power became even more stable and formidable. Next he turned his gaze to the brand new icon. Forge table beginner. With a thought, a futuristic virtual operation table appeared before him. At the center of the operation table floated his broken battle knife, the Voyager. Detected upgradable equipment, Voyager grade damaged, upgrade plan, reforge and promote to crade battle knife, growth type, required materials 100-year star pattern, steel x3, flame crystal powder x10, wind grinding stone x1, demon beast essence warrior level x1, required cost 500,000 federal coins or 5,000 system coins. System prompt materials can be purchased in the system mall or collected in the black market wilderness area. 500,000. Lin Feng sucked in a cold breath. The 120,000 he just received after spending 100,000 to buy medicine for his grandmother left him with just 20,000, which combined with the remaining 19,000 from Jiangnan Martial University was still not enough to upgrade a knife. Poorer. Still poorer. Just then Qian Duo's communicator rang urgently. Lin Feng answered. On the other end of the line, Qian Duo's usual playful tone was replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Brother Lin, something happened. I just received news that the Li family has taken action. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. What do they want? Before entering Jiangnan Martial University, isn't there a test? To understand our real strength, Jiangnan Martial University has set up preliminary tests in every city, including cultural courses and physical assessments. Qian Duo's voice was low. They plan to sabotage you during the physical assessment. A week has passed since the end of the league. During this week, Lin Feng devoted almost all his time to cultivation. In the rental apartment he was bare-chested, sweat flowing down like a stream, outlining smooth and explosive muscle lines. With his eyes tightly closed, the energy within his body circulated according to the route of the energy guidance technique, military simplified version, operating in cycles. With each cycle the liquid energy in his dantian grew stronger. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath, the white air shooting out more than half a meter. He opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing and fading. Host Lin Feng. Realm 2nd tier martial artist midstage. Energy 955. Strength 335 turtle breathing technique 2 Voyager damage 5. Agility 334 turtle breathing technique 2. Physique 335 turtle breathing technique 2. Spirit 334 turtle breathing technique 2. Free attribute points 15. System currency 2243. Times of sword swing 478322. Next stage achievement 500000 swings. Sword swing experience 697400. Skills wind breaking / D-grade wind breaking chain / self-created D-grade gale step D-grade turtle breathing technique entry energy guidance technique military simplified version trace of wind C-grade eye of insight D-grade instant shadow 3 absolute slashes C-grade basic sword mastery D-grade breath control technique D-grade. 2nd tier martial artist midstage. If this speed were to spread, it would make all the martial arts geniuses in Jiang City question their lives. Still too slow. Lin Feng frowned, his thoughts moving as he called up the system's forge platform. On the virtual control panel, the broken Voyager quietly floated. Next to it, a list of materials lit up. 100-year star pattern steel X3 collected. Flame crystal powder X10 collected. Wind grindstone X1 collected. Beast spirit essence martial artist level X1 collected. These materials drained all his remaining money and cost him many favors from the Qian Duo intelligence network, which he managed to acquire from the black market and certain specific hunting areas. However, the last line was gray. Required cost 500,000 federal coins, not met 500,000. Right now he couldn't even come up with 5,000. There was still Lin Feng's savings in his grandmother's account, but he couldn't dare to touch it as he needed a large sum for future medical care. Being poor is the original sin. Lin Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Without a suitable weapon, his combat power would at least be reduced by 20%. Just as he was at a loss, an emotionless prompt from the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is troubled, triggering a side quest. Quest name Street Phantom. Quest content: in Jiang City's most bustling central commercial street, perform a limit parkour run of no less than 500 meters without touching any pedestrians, and during this process receive at least 3 different exclamations of admiration from the opposite sex. Quest reward title: Street Phantom, time limited. Failure penalty: randomly draw a social death penalty e.g. live streaming jumping Pure Land of Bliss. Lin Feng's face instantly darkened. System, are you sick? Running parkour in a commercial street. And I have to get girls to scream. Do you think I'm a street performing monkey? The system fell silent for a moment before mechanically responding. Ding. Quest has been issued, cannot be cancelled. Please face it positively, life needs a bit of excitement. Excitement my ass. Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. But looking at the penalty of social death, he hesitated. Fine. Half an hour later at Jiang City Central Commercial Street. This is the busiest place in Jiang City, with crowds bustling and shoulders brushing against each other. Lin Feng, dressed in a low-key black sports outfit, wearing a cap and a mask, stood at the street corner feeling like a robber about to rob a bank. Deep breath. It's just a run. Not embarrassing. He was mentally preparing himself, but his legs still felt a bit weak. Damn it, I'm going for it. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed and the energy beneath his feet stirred. Gale step. Whoosh. He transformed into an arrow released from a bow and instantly rushed into the crowd. Holy shit. A young man who was looking down at his phone felt a gust of wind pass by him. When he looked up, he didn't even see a shadow. Lin Feng's speed was at its peak and his dynamic vision was enhanced to the limit with the system's assistance. Ahead, 3 girls were walking side by side, completely blocking his path. He lightly tapped the edge of a nearby trash can with his toes, his body soaring into the air, performing a graceful sideways flip, gliding over the heads of the 3 girls, landing silently. Wow! One of the girls was startled by the shadow above her head, and upon seeing the elegant movement she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. So cool! Did you get that on camera? No. Not in time. Too fast. Ding. Obtained admiration from the opposite sex X1. The system's prompt gave Lin Feng a bit of motivation. He hesitated no more and completely let loose. A shadow dashed through the bustling commercial street performing an unbelievable urban traversal. At times he flashed like a spirit cat through the gaps in the crowd. At other times he used benches, railings and billboards to perform various high-difficulty anti-gravity moves. The entire street erupted because of his performance. Whoa! Who is that? Filming a movie. Look! He jumped again. Lin Feng stepped on the ground and directly leaped onto the roof of a slowly moving bus. After running a few steps he jumped down from the roof, accurately landing on the awning of a shop across the street, rolling smoothly back to the ground without a scratch. Heavens! So cool. My idol. Two fashionable girls shopping had their eyes shining, letting out incredibly high-pitched screams. Ding! Obtained admiration from the opposite sex X2. Ding! Obtained admiration from the opposite sex X3. Quest completed. Lin Feng didn't dare to linger and dashed into a nearby alley. After twisting and turning he confirmed that no one was following before leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. Half from exhaustion, half from embarrassment. Ding! Quest rewards have been issued. Title: Street Phantom, time limited for 24 hours. Effect: when equipped Agility 5, Charm 1, only effective in urban environments. Agility +5. And Charm. Lin Feng was taken aback. The reward for this ridiculous quest was surprisingly practical. Just then his communicator rang urgently. It was Qian Duo. Lin Go, there's news from the Li family. Lin Feng's heart sank. Speak. Qian Duo's voice was extremely low, as if he was avoiding someone. I just got information from my cousin's intelligence studio. The Li family spent a large sum of money to bribe a deputy director of the Jiang City Education Office named Zhao Desheng. Zhongnan Martial University has an entrance assessment in every city, and this Zhao Desheng is one of the main persons in charge of the Jiang City testing site. Lin Feng's gaze instantly turned cold. The heat that had just dissipated from parkour was completely replaced by a bone-chilling cold. Qian Duo gritted his teeth and said they planned to go all out during the physical test. I've heard that the equipment they prepared has been tampered with and will instantly output a load far exceeding the limit during your combat test. Light injuries could lead to severed meridians, heavy injuries could lead to instant death. They want to cripple you, Lin Go. In the alley there was a deep silence. Lin Feng remained silent, but the air around him seemed to solidify. After a long time he slowly spoke, his voice eerily calm. I understand. Lin Go, you must not go. We should report this directly to Zhongnan Martial University. If this gets out they won't be able to handle it. Qian Duo was anxious. No. Lin Feng's mouth curled into a cold arc. If he wants to play, I'll play with him. Hanging up the communication, a flash of killing intent flickered in Lin Feng's eyes but was quickly suppressed. The immediate priority wasn't just the physical test. There were also cultural classes. As Jiangnan Martial University is the top academy in Long Country, the requirements for cultural class scores are equally strict. Most of his previous focus had been on swordsmanship and cultivation, and he had already fallen behind too much in cultural classes. He took out his communicator and scrolled to a familiar name. Lu Ruoshi. He hesitated for a moment, then dialed the number. The call quickly connected and a clear and pleasant voice of a girl came through. Lin Feng. It's me. Lin Feng felt a bit dry in his throat. Lu classmate, I want to ask about the cultural class assessment of Jiangnan Martial University. Are you worried about the cultural class? Lu Ruoshi seemed to sense his thoughts, her voice carrying a hint of laughter. Yes. My home is very close to the city library. If you don't mind, I can help you with tutoring there this afternoon for the next few days. The girl's voice was gentle and sincere, carrying no hint of condescension. Lin Feng felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Okay, thank you. The next afternoon at the city library. In a corner by the window, Lin Feng sat opposite Lu Ruoshi. The afternoon sun filtered through the glass, casting a soft glow on the girl's fair cheeks. She was patiently explaining a complex rune theory question to Lin Feng, a faint fragrance emanating from her. Lin Feng found it difficult to concentrate. His gaze was unconsciously drawn to the girl's long eyelashes and serious profile. So do you understand the conduction logic of this energy node? Lu Ruoshi raised her head, her clear eyes looking at him. Oh, got it. Lin Feng suddenly came to his senses, his face turning red. Seeing his awkwardness, Lu Ruoshi couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter like the blooming of 100 flowers. You focus a bit more. In the following days the two were almost inseparable. With the help of this super academic powerhouse Lu Ruoshi, Lin Feng's cultural class scores skyrocketed and many previously obscure knowledge points became clear at once with her simple explanations. Their relationship also quietly changed during this time spent together, from initial politeness to later familiarity. Occasionally during the handover of books, even the unintentional brush of fingertips would create a subtle atmosphere of ambiguity in the air. After this day's tutoring the two walked out of the library side by side. The entrance assessment is the day after tomorrow. Do you have confidence? Lu Ruoshi asked softly. Yes. Lin Feng nodded, a confident light sparkling in his eyes. He looked at the girl beside him, a warm current surging in his heart. Ruoshi, thank you. Lu Ruoshi paused, her cheeks slightly flushed, lowering her head as she said softly, good luck. Watching the girl leave, the warmth on Lin Feng's face gradually faded, replaced by an unfathomable coldness. The physical test before entering Jiangnan Martial University. Li family. Zhao Desheng. He raised his head, looking towards the Jiang City Education Office building, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Want to cripple me? I fear your teeth aren't strong enough. Jiang City, Jiangnan Martial University's temporary examination site. In the vast gymnasium the crowd was bustling, the atmosphere solemn yet tinged with a sense of suppressed excitement. Top graduates from various high schools in Jiang City gathered here, undergoing the final test before entering the prestigious institutions of Long Country, the preliminary assessment. Lin Feng stood in the crowd, his expression calm, setting him apart from the surrounding peers who were either anxious or excited. Next, Lin Feng prepare for the strength test. As the announcement rang out, all eyes instantly focused on him. Lin Feng. Is he the league champion? The dark horse from No. 14 Middle School. I heard he broke through during the finals and defeated Li Tianao of the Li family. Amidst the discussions, Lin Feng walked expressionlessly to a massive strength testing machine. The teacher in charge of recording adjusted his glasses and said in a business-like manner, deliver a full-force punch targeting the bullseye. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his right arm's muscles bulging instantly as he channeled power through his waist and back. No flashy techniques, just the purest form of a punch. Bang! A deep thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the entire testing machine. The numbers on the machine screen skyrocketed, finally settling on a value that left the entire venue in stunned silence. Strength 3800 kg. Hiss, the sound of gasps echoed. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? 3,800 kilograms. Isn't that the level of a second-tier martial artist? Even a peak third-tier martial artist wouldn't reach this level. The recording teacher trembled, nearly dropping his pen on the ground. He suddenly looked up, staring intently at Lin Feng as if trying to uncover the secrets within his body. This kid, is he a monster? Lin Feng withdrew his fist and flexed his wrist as if he had merely accomplished something trivial. Next, the speed test. On the 100-meter track, as the starter's gun fired, Lin Feng's figure shot forward like an arrow, suddenly disappearing from sight. Wind step. To everyone's astonishment, there was suddenly another figure at the finish line. The numbers on the timer stung everyone's eyes. Time 3.5 seconds. Holy shit. That speed. I couldn't even see his shadow. The crowd erupted again. If the strength test could be attributed to innate power, then this terrifying speed could only indicate one thing. Lin Feng's strength was absolutely beyond the second tier of martial artists. In the subsequent physical and mental tests, Lin Feng's performance continued to astonish. Each data point far exceeded the average level of a second-tier martial artist, even approaching the limits of a third-tier martial artist. The teacher responsible for recording was shaking his gaze towards Lin Feng, shifting from surprise to awe. Basic testing concluded, Lin Feng results all excellent. The teacher's voice trembled slightly. Next, we will proceed to the final item, the practical combat test. The chief examiner was a stern middle-aged man. As soon as he finished speaking, a man with shifty eyes and a slightly plump figure approached, wearing a fawning smile. Examiner Wang, this must be student Lin Feng, right? Truly a young talent. The man was Zhao Desheng, the deputy director of the education department, bribed by the Li family. As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to the chief examiner and then turned to walk towards the control panel. Test target: combat dummy, difficulty second tier martial artist. Withstand attacks from the dummy for 3 minutes or destroy its core to pass. The chief examiner announced the rules with a neutral expression. Lin Feng picked up a standard-grade testing knife, his gaze sweeping over the distant Zhao Disheng, a barely perceptible cold smile playing on his lips. He could sense that Guy's gaze was glued to him like a venomous snake. Testing start. Buzz. In the center of the arena, a black humanoid dummy's eyes lit up in red as it suddenly sprang from its base. A violent aura erupted. Wait. This momentum is wrong. A well-informed candidate shouted in shock from the sidelines. This is no ordinary second-tier martial artist dummy. This pressure. It's almost on par with a fourth-tier martial artist. Is there a mistake? This level of difficulty could easily be fatal. The chief examiner frowned, seemingly sensing the anomaly and about to speak. However, Zhao Disheng far away preemptively shouted into the microphone, all testing equipment is functioning normally. Jiangnan Martial University demands only the top geniuses. If one can't handle this bit of pressure, how can they talk about the future? His voice was filled with glee as he relished the misfortune. The Li family wants him to eliminate this kid. He would certainly go all out. Watching that imposing, nearly double the size of a normal testing dummy combat machine, Zhao Disheng seemed to envision Lin Feng's limbs being broken and meridians shattered on the spot. However, Lin Feng's response left him utterly astonished. Faced with the terrifying pressure comparable to a fourth-tier martial artist, Lin Feng not only remained unfazed but instead ignited a fierce fighting spirit in his eyes. "Come at me!" he shouted lowly, advancing instead of retreating. The dummy charged at him with a roar, its metal fist bringing a howling wind as it struck down. Lin Feng's footwork shifted, executing wind step to its utmost, turning into a blurred afterimage as he narrowly avoided the attack. Bang! The fist struck the ground, creating a shallow pit in the hard metal floor. Lin Feng appeared beside the dummy, his testing knife carving a sharp arc. Instant shadow triple slash. Swish. 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 3 streaks of blade light as swift as lightning accurately sliced through the joints of the dummy at almost the same moment. Clang. 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 A series of ear-piercing metallic sounds erupted, sparks flying. The massive dummy staggered, its movements momentarily stalling. What a fast knife. His movement technique is so bizarre. He can actually keep pace with a fourth-tier dummy's speed. The astonished voices from the sidelines made Zhao Disheng's face turn grim. Trash. How can this kid be so strong? He stared intently at the arena, his fingers subtly reaching for a hidden red button beneath the control panel. That was his last resort. In the arena, Lin Feng and the dummy were locked in combat, blades and fists colliding continuously. He showcased all the results of his training during this time, his knife techniques becoming increasingly cunning and vicious, his form elusive, forcing the ferocious dummy to retreat steadily. He's about to win. Heavens! He's really going to defeat a fourth-tier dummy using just second-tier martial artist strength. Just as everyone thought victory was assured, Lin Feng's knife was about to stab into the dummy's chest core. An unexpected change occurred. Buzz. The dummy's eyes glowed brightly. A terrifying energy far exceeding limits was wildly gathering at its core. A lethal sense of crisis instantly enveloped Lin Feng. Almost simultaneously in his mind, the system's alert sounded. Warning. Detected lethal malicious attack. Triggered temporary mission, turn the tables. Mission content: uncover and counter the conspiracy exposing the puppet master in public. Mission reward system: coins 500. Host: take him down. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. Eye of insight. In an instant the entire world appeared different in his vision. The complex internal energy circuits of the dummy were clearly presented before him. That violent energy was being directed by an invisible signal locking onto his heart. And the source of that signal. Lin Feng's gaze pierced through layers of obstruction, pinpointing Zhao Disheng's twisted face behind the control panel. I see. Lin Feng's killing intent surged within, but his face displayed a perfectly timed hint of panic. He acted as if he were dumbstruck, his movements slowed by half a beat. Die. Trash. Zhao Disheng sneered fiercely, pressing the red button. Boom. A beam of energy capable of instantly vaporizing a third-tier martial artist shot out from the dummy's chest, heading straight for Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Watch out. Cries of alarm erupted from the sidelines, many even closing their eyes in fear. However, just as the beam was about to engulf Lin Feng in an instant, Lin Feng moved. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took a step forward at an unbelievable angle. The testing knife in his hand with a trajectory as intricate as a gazelle's antlers gently redirected, making a flick. The knife's edge precisely tapped a seemingly inconspicuous protrusion on the dummy's chest. That action was both incredibly swift and incredibly light. To everyone it appeared as if he had randomly swung his knife in desperation. Only Lin Feng knew. That spot was the turning axis of the energy cannon on this dummy. In the next second, the energy beam capable of destroying everything brushed past Lin Feng's body. It traced a bizarre arc in the air, changing direction and hurtling back with even greater speed, directly blasting towards the control panel. No. Zhao Disheng's sinister smile instantly froze, replaced by endless terror and despair. He tried to flee but found his legs had turned to jelly from fright. Boom! A deafening blast resounded throughout the entire gymnasium. The sturdy control panel was blown to pieces and a terrifying shockwave created a large hole in the wall. Thick smoke billowed, flames soared. A charred figure accompanied by a wailing scream was violently blasted out from the breach, landing on the ground like a tattered sack, twitching uncontrollably. He was completely charred, his clothes in tatters, still clutching a melted and warped remote control tightly. The entire venue fell into dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared in shock at this miraculous turn of events. From Lin Feng's peril to the puppet master suffering his own consequences, the entire process took barely 2 seconds. Amidst the smoke, Lin Feng slowly sheathed his knife, shaking off his slightly numbed arms. He blew away non-existent dust from the blade and turned to the petrified chief examiner, revealing a bright smile. "Teacher does this count as passing?" The chief examiner opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. He glanced at the chaos around him, then at the unconscious Zhao Disheng on the ground, finally resting his gaze on Lin Feng's seemingly harmless face. A chill shot up his spine. Too ruthless. This kid was simply a devil in human guise. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward 500 system coins awarded. Host, your use of the knife to kill with borrowed power is truly impressive. The chief examiner finally regained his composure, his face pale, pointing at the lying Zhao Disheng as he let out a thunderous roar. Someone arrest this scoundrel who attempted to harm the examinee. Thorough investigation. I want to see who gave him the audacity. Several examination site guards rushed up, dragging the barely alive Zhao Disheng away. It was the Li family. The Li family made me do it. Zhao Disheng's weak and desperate cries echoed in the vast gymnasium. The Li family. These two words sent shockwaves through everyone present. Their gazes towards Lin Feng completely changed. Lin Feng remained oblivious. The physical tests had concluded, but the real challenges were just beginning. Next up was the cultural subject examination. I wonder how effective Awakens after-class tutoring was. The final results of the entrance assessment at Jiangnan Martial University will be announced 3 days later. Almost all the candidates in Jiangcheng rushed to the official website to check at the same time. Inside Lin Feng's rental apartment, he lightly tapped his fingertip to input his candidate number. The page refreshed. A striking line of numbers jumped into view. Candidate Lin Feng, comprehensive score in cultural courses 88, excellent comprehensive score in martial arts assessment 100, outstanding overall ranking 5th in Jiangcheng. Phew, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off his heart. He thought for a moment and then input another familiar candidate number. For Lu Ruoshi. Candidate Lu Ruoshi, comprehensive score in cultural courses 100, outstanding comprehensive score in martial arts assessment 85, excellent overall ranking 7th in Jiangcheng. Both of them achieved remarkable rankings in the entrance assessment at Jiangnan Martial University. A smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Feng's lips. At the same time, the chat groups of high school graduates in Jiangcheng had erupted. Damn. Go check the rankings. The top few are monsters from the old No. 1 and No. 2 high schools. I can accept that. But who is this 5th place? Lin Feng. The one from the 14th high school. That's Lin Feng, the league champion. What the hell? Isn't he a martial arts student? How is he so good in cultural courses too? 88 points. And a score of 100 in the martial arts assessment is even more outrageous. Is he even human? I heard that during the assessment he dismantled a martial artist's level 4 combat dummy. Is that true? Absolutely. My cousin was there. It said that an examiner tried to target him but he countered with a single move, nearly sending the examiner away on the spot. That scene was incredible, like watching a movie. Watching the chat filled with 666 and various exclamation marks, Lin Feng smiled calmly and closed the communicator. He got up, took out a small object carefully wrapped in beast skin from the drawer and walked out the door. At the riverside park. The willow trees swayed gently in the breeze. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxi walked side by side on the gravel path, neither of them speaking first, creating a subtly serene atmosphere. Congratulations. Finally Lin Feng broke the silence. You too. Lu Ruoxi turned her head, her clear eyes carrying a hint of a smile. Your cultural scores are even better than I imagined. It's all thanks to your teaching. Lin Feng scratched his head, speaking honestly. Lu Ruoxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, kicking at the small stones on the ground. Shall we see each other at the start of school? See you at school. Lin Feng nodded and handed over the beast skin package. This is for you. What is this? Lu Ruoxi curiously took it and carefully opened it. Inside was a protective talisman made from an unknown beast's bone, warm to the touch, with a vividly carved snowflake pattern etched with an extremely fine knife. In the center of the talisman a small crystal-clear gem was embedded, emitting a faint energy fluctuation. I made this from materials I obtained from the forehead bone of a wind wolf in the wilderness area. Lin Feng explained. The piece in the middle is its demon core fragment, which can nurture the spirit and might help shield you in critical moments. Lu Ruoxi held the small talisman, feeling the warmth emanating from it as if it still carried the essence of that person. Her heart inexplicably raced a little faster. Thank you. I really like it. The girl tightly grasped the talisman in her palm, her voice barely above a whisper. That's good. Lin Feng looked at her shy demeanor, feeling warmth in his heart. Watching her figure disappear around the street corner, he turned back home. A new journey was about to begin, but he still had one crucial thing to do. Inside the rental apartment, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, his mind sinking within. The second-tier martial artist's energy flowed like a rushing river through his meridians. After this period of rigorous training, his realm had quietly reached the peak of second-tier martial artist. He was just a step away from breaking through to the third tier. System open the panel. Host Lin Feng, realm second-tier martial artist, peak energy 899, strength 343, agility 342, constitution 343, spirit 342, free attribute points 15, system currency 2743, blade swing count 499999, next stage achievement 500000, blade swing experience 719077. Looking at the number in the blade swing count, Lin Feng's breathing became rapid. Just one more. He suddenly got up, grabbing the practice sword from the corner. There was no hesitation, no delay. He assumed the most standard basic sword technique stance, took a deep breath, his arm muscles tensing, and swung at the air with this historic strike. Buzz! It felt as if some invisible shackles shattered at that moment. In his mind the system's mechanical prompt sounded now like heavenly music. Ding! Congratulations, the host has accumulated 500,000 blade swings. Epic achievement, perseverance has been achieved. Reward settling. Congratulations, host gains system currency 5,000. 5,000 system currency. Along with the original more than 2,000, the total was nearly 8,000. Ha ha ha. That's enough. Finally enough. Lin Feng couldn't contain his inner joy, laughing out loud. He wasted no time and immediately gave an order to the system. System. Open forging table. Upgrade my battle knife. Ding. Forging table has been opened. A familiar virtual operation panel appeared before him. The broken Voyager quietly floated in the center. Previously gray material lists now shone with dazzling light. Upgrade plan: reforge and promote to class battle knife. Growth type: required materials 100-year star pattern steel x3 collected flame crystal powder x10 collected wind grinding stone x1 collected demon beast essence martial artist level x1 collected. Required cost 500,000 federal currency or 5,000 system currency. Met. Confirm upgrade. Lin Feng shouted without hesitation. Ding. System currency 5,000. Forging begins. As his voice fell, those four precious materials instantly transformed into four streams of light, merging into the floating broken knife. Buzz buzz buzz. The broken Voyager trembled violently, completely enveloped in a blinding white light. Inside, the light metals melted, recombined, and were tempered. Countless mysterious runes flowed across the surface of the light as if performing a sacred ritual. Lin Feng could sense an unmatched sharp aura wildly gestating and rising within the light. After a full 5 minutes, the light gradually faded away. A brand new battle knife quietly floated before Lin Feng. It presented a deep dark silver color, and the blade was longer and smoother than the Voyager. At the blade edge, natural starry patterns formed, twinkling with a cold light like the Milky Way in the night sky. The hilt perfectly fit Lin Feng's hand, as if merging with his arm. Lin Feng reached out and gently grasped the hilt. A feeling of blood connection arose. Ding! Forging completed. Congratulations, host gains class growth type battle knife, Star Slasher. Star Slasher level C, growth sharpness C, durability C, trait 1, a wind break passive, reduces 100 air resistance when swinging the blade. Trait 2, a star pattern passive. The star patterns on the blade can automatically absorb free energy, slowly repairing its own damage and slightly enhancing the power of energy slashes. Equipment effect, strength 15, agility 5, growth conditions, devour rare metals, powerful demon beast essences or items containing the power of laws. Star Slasher. Lin Feng stroked the cold blade, feeling the terrifying sharpness contained within his eyes, full of obsession. At that moment, the communicator rang urgently, interrupting his reverie. It was Qian Duo. Lin Go. Lin Go. Big news. A huge event. On the other end, the chubby one sounded so excited his voice cracked. The Li family. The Li family is done for. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? It's because that idiot Zhao Dusheng from the last assessment was exposed on the spot, and he implicated the Li family. Qian Duo stated gleefully. This matter has directly reached the Jiangnan Martial University admissions headquarters. The headquarters is furious and has reported this as a malicious incident to the entire Dragon Country education system. The stock price of the Li Group evaporated by 30% overnight. Several ongoing major projects fell through. I heard that Li Zhan was so angry he spat blood on the spot and was admitted to ICU. They are now in such a dire situation that they have no time to find trouble with you. Ha ha ha. This is karma. This is karma. Hanging up the phone, Lin Feng slowly exhaled. The threat from the Li family was temporarily lifted. He tightened his grip on the Star Slasher, feeling the surging power within him, his heart filled with emotion. In just a few months, he had leaped from being a so-called blade-swinging waste, who couldn't even break through as a martial apprentice, to a martial arts genius in Jiangxing, the league champion. His grandmother's illness had hope, and he was about to step into the esteemed academy he had always dreamed of. All of this felt like a dream. Yet he knew this was not the end, nor even the beginning. The words of the nightmarish echoed in his ears like a nightmare. This world was far crueler than he had imagined. He had to become stronger. Strong enough to protect everything he cherished. As if sensing his intense desire, the system's prompt sounded in his mind once more. Ding. Detected that the host is about to embark on a new stage of life. Main quest has been updated. Lin Feng's spirit jolted and he immediately checked. Main quest, new college life quest description. A new stage has been prepared for you. Jiangnan Martial University, a place filled with geniuses, is a land of dragons and tigers, and also your best springboard to soar high. Go young man, let your name resound throughout the academy. Quest objective: successfully report to Jiangnan Martial University and achieve its level evaluation in the entrance trials. Quest reward: free attribute points 50. Class movement technique selection pack X1. Unlock new function simulation trial space beginner. S-level evaluation. 50 free attribute points. Class movement technique selection pack. And a brand new system function. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. His blood boiled at that moment. Jiangnan Martial University. Entrance trials. He tightened his grip on the Star Slasher, the blade emitting a clear dragon's roar. It seemed that the peaceful days were coming to an end. A real storm was about to unfold in that cradle of genius. At the First People's Hospital of Jiang City, in the intensive care unit, Lin Feng gently tucked the blanket around his grandmother, watching her peaceful and rosy sleeping face, and the last trace of worry in his heart dissipated. The effect of the Qingmu health tonic is even better than expected. Lin Feng, let's go, the train is about to depart, Lu Ruoxi gently urged at the door. Today she wore a light blue dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, looking elegant and ethereal. "I'm coming." Lin Feng took a final glance before turning to close the door to the ward. Outside the corridor, Qian Duo was dragging 3 huge suitcases, sweating profusely. "Lin Go's sister-in-law. Ruoshi, you finally made it out. Did you pack everything?" "Don't worry, Lin Go. Food, drinks, necessities, and even my exclusive VIP account for the Jiangnan Wuda internal forum, I've got it all." Qian Duo patted his chest, looking proud. He successfully enrolled in Jiangnan Wuda's combat resources management and investment major through his family's special recruitment channel and could continue to serve as Lin Feng's logistics manager. Buzz, the maglev train to Jiangnan City glided smoothly as if it were sliding over the ground. Inside the luxurious business carriage, the 3 sat facing each other. Outside the window, the scenery of Jiang City whizzed past, turning into a blur of light. "Goodbye, Jiang City," Lin Feng silently thought. Lu Ruoshi gazed out the window, her clear eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation and unease for the future. Only Qian Duo was busy devouring a bucket of fried chicken, his mouth covered in grease. "Lin Go Ruoshi, do you think Jiangnan Wuda is filled with geniuses? I heard that among this year's new students there are several at the 3rd stage of martial arts." Qian Duo mumbled indistinctly. "When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it with soil," Lin Feng said lightly, his mind focused on the Star Slayer in his storage space. Just then a frivolous voice interrupted their conversation from nearby. "Hey beautiful, all alone." A young man with slick back hair and dressed in designer clothes approached Lu Ruoshi holding a glass of red wine. His eyes sparkled with unabashed desire, his gaze sweeping over Lu Ruoshi without restraint. Where did such a gem come from? The young man thought to himself, completely ignoring Lin Feng and Qian Duo next to him. Lu Ruoshi frowned slightly, subtly leaning closer to Lin Feng and coldly said, "Sorry, I have a companion." "Companion?" The young man finally glanced at Lin Feng and Qian Duo, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Just these 2 country bumpkins. One is as thin as a stick and the other is as fat as a pig. How dare they sit with a beauty like you? My name is Wang Shuo from the Wang family of Jiangnan and am also a new student at Jiangnan Wuda this year." Wang Shuo puffed out his chest proudly. "Beautiful, let's be friends. Once we get to school I'll take care of you." Qian Duo upon hearing this instantly became furious. He jumped up, slamming his chicken leg on the table. "Hey! Who are you calling a pig? My Lin Go is not skinny. That's muscle." One of Wang Shuo's black-clad bodyguards stepped forward, his eyes flashing with cold light. A 2nd-stage martial artist's aura surged toward Qian Duo. Bang! The bodyguard simply extended a hand and gently pushed. Qian Duo's body, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent crashing back into his seat, the chair groaning under the force. "A waste at the 6th stage of martial arts dares to shout in front of me." The bodyguard's expression was emotionless, his voice cold. "Pfft!" Qian Duo almost spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling both angry and humiliated. Seeing this, Wang Shuo became even more arrogant. He reached out as if to grab Lu Ruoxi's wrist. "Beautiful, don't waste time with these losers. Stick with me and you can walk proudly in Jiangnan Wuda. As for you." Wang Shuo's gaze shifted to Lin Feng, filled with provocation and disdain. "Kid, what are you looking at? Keep staring and it'll dig your eyeballs out. If you're smart, just obediently roll aside. Once we get to Jiangnan Wuda you'll be in for a tough time." Everyone in the carriage was drawn to the commotion. Upon seeing it was someone from the Wang family, many familiar faces revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Isn't that Wang Shuo from the Wang family? Infamous for being arrogant and domineering. Those new students from out of town are in for trouble. Indeed, offending the Wang family in Jiangnan City means no good days ahead. Amid the murmurs, Lu Ruoxi's expression turned icy. However, just as Wang Shuo's lecherous hand was about to touch Lu Ruoshi, a hand as strong as a vice suddenly appeared out of nowhere, firmly gripping his wrist. It was Lin Feng. He didn't even rise, just sitting there, his gaze was as cold as ancient ice. Wang Shuo's smug expression froze in an instant, replaced by distorted pain. He felt as if his wrist were caught in a 10th hydraulic press, his bones nearly crushed. "Let go of me. Do you know who I am?" Wang Shuo yelled in agony, his forehead bulging with veins. Lin Feng remained expressionless, slowly tightening his grip. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking resonated throughout the carriage. At that moment a cheerful system notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Detected a foolish person recklessly courting death in front of the host. Triggered temporary mission: the brutality of society. Mission objective: make this pretentious person feel the brutality of society and force him to sincerely say, "Big brother, I was wrong, I failed to recognize a great person." Mission reward: Aura 10 lasts 1 hour, 500 system coins. Host: take him down. Let him know that not everyone can show off in front of you. Lin Feng's lips curved into a cold smile. Young master. The second stage martial artist bodyguard's face changed drastically, roaring as he swung a fist the size of a sand pot straight at Lin Feng's temple. This punch was powerful enough to pierce through a steel plate if it landed. You're seeking death, the bodyguard glared fiercely. However, facing this deadly strike, Lin Feng didn't even blink. Just as the fist was about to reach him, an aura far more terrifying and solid than the bodyguard's erupted violently from Lin Feng's body. Peak of the second stage of martial arts. The violent aura surged like a tangible shockwave, instantly stalling the bodyguard's fist. The bodyguard was filled with dread. This kid. How is it possible? His strength is even greater than mine. Before he could react, Lin Feng's figure moved. Rapid wind step. Whoosh. Lin Feng's figure suddenly became blurry in his seat, as if a wisp of green smoke instantly disappearing from sight. Where'd he go? The bodyguard's punch hit nothing but air and his pupils contracted in shock. A profound sense of crisis surged from behind him. He turned around abruptly, only to see a cold face that had somehow appeared right in front of him. A hand like a blade grew larger in his sight. Bang! A crisp chop struck precisely at the bodyguard's neck. The bodyguard's eyes rolled back and his robust body like an ox collapsed to the ground without a sound, completely unconscious. Instant kill. The entire process was shockingly fast. The carriage fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. I can't be seeing this wrong. That second stage bodyguard from the Wang family just got taken out in one move. What level of power does that boy possess? Just moments ago those who were enjoying the spectacle now looked at Lin Feng with expressions filled with fear and awe. Qian Duo was so excited that his entire body shook. Wow! Lin Gu is awesome. Lu Ruox's beautiful eyes sparkled, a hint of relief and admiration quietly surfacing. After doing all this, Lin Feng seemed as if he merely dusted off his hands. He casually lifted the now dazed Wang Shuo as if carrying a small chick. Now it's your turn. His cold voice whispered in Wang Shuo's ear like a demon's whisper. Wang Shuo shivered all over, feeling a warm wetness spreading in his pants. He actually wet himself from fear. Big brother. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Wang Shuo cried, tears streaming down his face, completely devoid of the arrogance he had moments ago. I failed to recognize a great person. I'm not even a person. I'm just a waste. Please let me go. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The lines are wrong, let's do it again. Huh? Wang Shuo looked confused. Lin Feng tightened his grip slightly. Crack. Wang Shuo's other wrist also made a sound under the strain. Another blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Big brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize a great person. Wang Shuo screamed with all his might, his voice cracking. Ding. Mission completed. Reward: Aura 10 lasts 1 hour, 500 system coins have been issued. Host: well done. When dealing with such people one mustn't be soft-hearted. Lin Feng finally nodded in satisfaction, casually tossing Wang Shuo aside. Wang Shuo landed on the aisle like a pile of goo, completely crumpled. Lin Feng pulled out a few tissue papers, carefully wiped his hands as if he had touched something dirty, and then accurately tossed the tissues into the trash can. He sat back down, picked up a chicken wing and leisurely began to eat, as if the person who just made a thunderous move, defeating a second-stage martial artist and scaring the wealthy young master into submission, was not him. The entire carriage was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. No one dared to look their way again. After a while the train's announcement sounded. Dear passengers, we will soon arrive at Jiangnan City. Please prepare to disembark. Lin Feng looked out the window. A super city several times larger than Jiang City, filled with a sense of technology and futurism, came into view. Skyscrapers pierced the clouds and flying vehicles whizzed through the air. This is Jiangnan City, the holy land of martial arts in the south of Long Country. It is also the new stage where he will soon battle. Lin Ge, what about that kid? Qian Duo pointed at Wang Shuo, who was still twitching on the ground, and asked softly. Just a jumping clown, Lin Feng replied lightly, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He was well aware that this matter would not end so simply. Having just arrived in Jiangnan, before even entering the school, he had already offended a local martial arts family. It seems that life at Jiangnan Wuda is destined not to be peaceful. However, he likes it. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the magnificent buildings in the city center, which loomed like a giant beast. That is Jiangnan Wuda. What kind of dragon's den and tiger's lair will the school trial be? At the entrance of Jiangnan Martial University, comparable to a small plaza, the crowd surged, creating a deafening commotion. Talented freshmen from all over the Dragon Kingdom, surrounded by their families, stepped into this hall of martial arts with anticipation and pride. Lin Ge's sister-in-law. Ruoshi, over here. Qian Duo had already contacted his distant cousin who worked in Jiangnan City, and at this moment he was excitedly holding the latest tactical tablet, gesticulating animatedly. My cousin said that every year at the freshman registration there are members of the student council who like to show off their authority, specifically targeting the easy targets. We need to be careful. Lin Feng nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The three of them followed the flow of people to the freshman registration area. In front of the long queue, several upperclassmen in uniform wearing student council badges on their chests were handling the procedures with impatience. At the forefront was a tall and slender young man, his gaze haughty with a steady aura, evidently possessing the strength of a peak third-tier warrior. When it was Lin Feng's turn, the tall young man's eyes swept over, and upon seeing Lin Feng his pupils slightly contracted, followed by a cold smirk of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Oh! Is this not the one who was so formidable on the train? The young man was Wang Shuo's cousin Li Yang. He picked up Lin Feng's ID card and leisurely swiped it across the device. Beep. Verification failed. The harsh alert sounded. Li Yang shrugged, a false smile plastered on his face. Sorry student, it seems there's an issue with the system and it cannot recognize your information. Please wait to the side for a moment. He said this while not pausing his actions, directly taking the ID card of the person behind Lin Feng and swiftly processing it. Next. This operation instantly drew the attention of everyone around to Lin Feng. Hey, this is going to be good. That's Li Yang, the vice president of the student council. If that kid is in trouble, he must have offended someone, and Li Yang is giving him a show of authority. Some upperclassmen crossed their arms, gleefully jeering from the side. Meanwhile, the freshmen cast sympathetic or curious glances, instinctively distancing themselves from Lin Feng. Qian Duo's face flushed with anger, wanting to step forward to argue. You! Lin Feng raised a hand to stop him. He looked at Li Yang, his gaze calm as water, without a hint of fluctuation. According to the regulations of Martial University, the enrollment procedures must be completed today. If there's an issue with the system, you can ask the technical staff for repairs, but you have no right to deprive me of my normal registration qualifications. Li Yang's expression darkened. He did not expect that this seemingly ordinary kid would dare to confront him in public. Kid, you're quite arrogant, huh? Do you know that in Jiangnan City some things shouldn't be said lightly, and some people you definitely cannot provoke? Cannot provoke? Lin Feng chuckled. For instance, that waste who wet his pants on the train because of me. You! Li Yang's eyes instantly blazed with fury, the aura of a peak third-tier warrior crashing down on Lin Feng. The surrounding freshmen were taken aback by this overwhelming pressure, quickly stepping back a few more paces. What? Want to make a move? Lin Feng's gaze gradually grew colder. At that moment a clear and cold female voice rang out. Can a student council member openly threaten freshmen? Lu Ruoshi stepped forward, her elegant features and untainted demeanor instantly captivating the attention of the entire crowd. She looked directly at Li Yang, fearless. If you continue to cause trouble, we will directly report you to the school's inspection office. Li Yang's expression turned even uglier. He didn't expect that this kid would have such a stunning woman by his side. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely in his heart. Good. One is arrogant and ignorant, the other is oblivious to their own insignificance. Today I will let you know that offending me, Li Yang, means you will find it hard to move an inch at Jiangnan Martial University. Just as he was about to erupt, a faint voice unexpectedly emanated from behind him. Li Yang, is your skill only used to bully freshmen? The voice was not loud, yet it was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing all of Li Yang's bravado. He stiffly turned around seeing the newcomer, and his face instantly filled with a flattering smile. Su. Mentor Su. What are you doing here? I was just joking with the younger students to lighten the atmosphere. The newcomer was Su Muyu. She possessed breathtaking beauty with a cool demeanor and a hint of laziness, her long dark hair casually draped over her shoulders. She simply stood there, yet it felt as if she was the center of the entire world. Lin Feng's pupils contracted. He sensed no distinct wave of energy from this woman, yet his instincts were sounding alarms. It was a feeling of insignificance when faced with towering mountains or boundless seas. Incomprehensible. Su Muyu didn't even glance at Li Yang, her gaze lingered on Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxi for a couple of seconds longer. Why are you not processing their paperwork yet? She spoke again, her tone still flat. Yes. Yes. I'll do it right away. Li Yang trembled in fright, no longer daring to utter any nonsense, quickly took Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxi's ID cards and operated on the device at the fastest speed. This time the device did not emit any verification failed alert. Su Muyu turned to Lin Feng, a hint of an elusive smile lingering at the corner of her mouth. Having backbone is a good thing. But at Jiangnan Martial University, strength is the only hard truth. I look forward to your performance in the school trial. After saying this, she turned and gracefully walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure and respectfully bowed. Thank you, mentor. Qian Duo exhaled a sigh of relief, patting his chest with lingering fear. That scared me. Lin Ge, that mentor Su had such a strong aura. What realm does she even belong to? I feel she's more terrifying than the county head of Jiangcheng. Lin Feng shook his head, still in shock. I can't see through her. But that feeling definitely surpasses that of a grand martial master. Lu Ruoxi spoke up, her voice carrying a hint of seriousness. I once saw in an internal document that the elite mentors of Jiangnan Martial University are all at the martial sovereign level. Martial sovereign. Lin Feng's heart shook violently. Due to his humble background, all his knowledge of martial arts came from school textbooks and free information online. In his past understanding, grand martial masters were already figures high above, akin to the county head of Jiangcheng. As for what lay above grand martial masters, he had no way of knowing. Lin Ge, your worldview needs an update. Seeing this, Qian Duo immediately perked up, starting to flaunt the information he had heard from his cousin. Martial disciple, martial artist, martial master, grand martial master. This is just the initial stage of martial arts. In a small place like Jiangcheng, the county head being at the peak of grand martial master is already quite impressive, so the principal of the first high school being a beginner martial master can dominate. But here is Jiangnan City. One of the top 5 super metropolises in the Dragon Kingdom. The mayors here are truly martial sovereigns. Above martial sovereign there are martial venerables who can guard an entire province. And above that there are martial kings who can be referred to as the pillars of the nation. And standing at the very top of the Dragon Kingdom and even the world pyramid is the legendary martial emperor. Qian Duo spoke with admiration. Yes. Martial emperor. There are less than 10 in total worldwide. Each one is a nuclear weapon level existence and the backbone of a superpower. Our Dragon Kingdom has one. A whole new door seemed to burst open before Lin Feng. Martial sovereign. Martial venerable. Martial king. Martial emperor. It turned out that the path of martial arts was so vast and boundless. The achievements he had previously reached seemed insignificant on this true world stage. A strong desire surged from deep within him. He wanted to grow strong. To become stronger than anyone else. At that moment a new message popped up on Qian Duo's tactical tablet. He glanced at it and his expression suddenly turned strange. Lin Ge, the notification for the school trial has come down. It starts in 3 days and the location is a school-controlled secret realm on the back mountain called Qingmu Forest. The trial lasts for 7 days and the core task is to hunt monster beasts and gather spiritual herbs to exchange for points. The final ranking of points will directly determine our class divisions and resource allocations for the entire semester. Qian Duo swiped the screen, bringing up a list pointing to one of the names. The most crucial part is this. In the list of supervising officers for this trial, Li Yang's name is glaringly present. Lin Feng's gaze followed Qian Duo's finger. He slowly raised his head, looking towards the misty green mountains deep within the campus, his eyes sharpening. The Star Slayer seemingly sensed its owner's fighting spirit, emitting a faint hum within the storage space. The school trial. This was not just a test. This was his first battlefield at Jiangnan Martial University. After completing the procedures, Li Yang's face, which resembled someone who had eaten something foul, was instantly forgotten by the three. Lin Gu's sister-in-law, we got our dormitory number. We are in the same dormitory, building 7, room 404. Sister-in-law, yours is in building 5, room 301, and not far away. Lin Feng took his student card, which had a metallic feel and was slightly cool to the touch, displaying his photo and name with a line of small text below: Martial Arts Combat Department. He looked up, gazing at the terrifyingly vast super university. Jiangnan Martial University, rather than being a school, was more like a small city. On the wide road, students occasionally zoomed past on hovering skateboards, creating gusts of wind. On either side of the road stood magnificent buildings of various styles. Some buildings resembled gigantic metal fortresses with energy shields flickering in the sunlight on their outer walls, specifically designed for practical training. Other buildings were ancient in style with flying eaves and bracketed roofs, and a large stone tablet stood at the entrance, intricately engraved with the words Alchemy Institute, Artifact Pavilion, and more. The most eye-catching were the massive holographic screens suspended in midair, scrolling with the school's news, real-time changes in various rankings, and highlights of battles from powerful individuals. My goodness! Qian Duo gaped, nearly drooling. This is too exaggerated. It's more sci-fi than the most prosperous commercial center in Jiang City. Lu Ruox's cold eyes also flickered with shock and novelty. Compared to Jiang City, this place was like a small village in the countryside. Buzz! Just then a sleek silver shuttled flying vehicle silently glided above them, heading deeper into the campus. The flying vehicle had no propellers or jet ports, seemingly defying gravity, moving smoothly and swiftly. Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to it, reminding him of when he first arrived in Jiangnan City. Stepping out of the maglev train station, he was greeted by a futuristic city interwoven with steel and neon. Countless flying vehicles zipped between the skyscrapers, creating a busy yet orderly aerial traffic network. A massive electronic screen in the mall played a promotional video on repeat, welcoming visitors to Jiangnan City, its splendor and prosperity nearly suffocating. He Lin Gu, you look stunned. Qian Duo came over, using information he had wholesale from his uncle to enlighten Lin Feng. This is called Kong Shuo, a unique transportation tool in Jiangnan City. Few cities in Long Country have it. It operates on a special energy grid that covers the entire city, capable of flying only within Jiangnan City. The chubby boy pointed at the shuttle that had just flown by, lowering his voice. But this thing is incredibly expensive. Those who can afford to use shuttles at school are either top-tier rich second-generation kids from families with mines, or those prominent mentors and professors at the school. Lin Feng nodded, feeling a myriad of emotions. This was a top martial arts university, the core city of southern Long Country. Standing here, he truly felt the vastness of the world and understood that the road ahead of him was still long. The three walked while observing, and soon arrived at the fork in the road leading to the dormitory area. In front of the girls' dormitory, blooming jacaranda trees filled the air with a hint of sweetness. I'll head up first. Lu Ruoxi paused, a blush appearing on her fair cheeks. Qian Duo immediately revealed a mischievous smile, dragging Lin Feng's suitcase and retreating. Lin Gu's sister-in-law, you guys chat, I'll go scout ahead. Lin Feng felt a bit helpless, looking at Lu Ruoxi and softly saying, contact me if you need anything. Lu Ruoxi nodded gently and turned to quickly enter the dormitory building like a startled deer. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, a smile unconsciously lifting the corners of his mouth. After bidding farewell to Lu Ruoxi, he and Qian Duo dragged their luggage into the masculine atmosphere of the boys' dormitory. Building 7, room 404. The room door was unlocked. Lin Feng pushed the door open, and a mixed scent of sweat and metal maintenance oil rushed at him. The dormitory was a 4-person room, relatively spacious, with upper and lower bunks and a separate bathroom. At this moment there were already 2 people in the room. By the window, a burly man, his muscles bulging like small mountains, was shirtless, meticulously polishing a giant axe wider than a door panel with a deerskin cloth. The giant axe was pitch black and its blade shimmered with a chilling light, clearly not an ordinary item. In another corner, a slender young man wearing black-framed glasses sat cross-legged on a chair, a thick book as heavy as a brick spread across his lap. The book was titled, On the Lethal Weaknesses and Cooking Methods of 372 Common Monster Beasts. Upon hearing the sound of the door, both raised their heads simultaneously. Yo! New roommate has arrived. The muscular man grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, his voice booming like a bell. I'm Chen Hu from the combat department. He slapped his arm, which was as thick as Lin Feng's thigh, and the muscles made a sound. I'm Zhao Shu from the Theoretical Research and Tactical Analysis Department. Lin Feng succinctly introduced himself. Lin Feng Combat Department. Qian Duo. Combat Resource Management and Investment Department. The chubby boy casually tossed his luggage under an empty bed and approached Chen Hu with shining eyes. Brother Hu. Is that axe of yours? The class pathbreaker. Wow, that's impressive. It must cost over 500,000 federal coins, right? Chen Hu was taken aback, not expecting this chubby boy to have such sharp insight. Hey, you kid are impressive, you know your stuff. It was a gift from my dad for enrolling. The few quickly struck up a conversation. Chen Hu had a straightforward personality, while Zhao Shu, though quiet, could talk endlessly about professional topics. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Night fell. The nights at Jiangnan Martial University were even more splendid than during the day. Energy lights illuminated the entire campus brightly, and training halls were still bustling with voices. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxi agreed to meet by the artificial lake on campus. The lake was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the crescent moon in the sky, while the willows by the lake swayed gently in the wind, casting mottled shadows. Lu Ruoxi stood quietly by the lakeside, the moonlight streaming down on her as if draping her in a layer of pure veil. You called me out, is there something you need? Lin Feng walked up to her softly, asking. Lu Ruoxi hesitated for a moment but eventually spoke, her voice tinged with confusion and unease. Lin Feng. I broke through to the first level of martial arts the night before yesterday. Congratulations. Lin Feng smiled, having expected this. Lu Ruoxi's talent was not lacking. But Lu Ruoxi bit her lip, confusion flickering in her clear eyes. Since the breakthrough, my mental power seems a bit uncontrollable. Sometimes when I just look at a cup, it sways lightly on its own. Occasionally I also have headaches with many chaotic voices in my head. She appeared somewhat frightened. Did I encounter a problem during cultivation? Mental power out of control. Lin Feng's heart stirred. He discreetly mobilized his extraordinary mental power, quietly probing toward Lu Ruoxi. In his perception, a layer of pale purple aura surrounded Lu Ruoxi's sea of consciousness. That mental energy was pure and vast, but resembled a group of soldiers without a commander, disorganized and occasionally spilling outwards. This was not a sign of cultivation going awry. This was a precursor to the awakening of her talent. Don't worry. Lin Feng withdrew his perception, his voice steady, carrying a reassuring strength. This is not a bad thing. Your mental power talent is very strong, and breaking through to the martial artist realm has triggered the elemental energy of heaven and earth, stimulating its growth. The current situation is simply because the power has increased too quickly and you haven't learned how to control it yet. It's like a baby suddenly having the strength of an adult but not knowing how to use it. Hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Lu Ruoxi's tense, beautiful face finally relaxed. She looked at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes filled with trust. Really? Really? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. What you need to do is calm down, feel it, familiarize yourself with it rather than fear it. After some time, the school should offer specialized mental power guidance courses. The two stayed by the lake for a while longer, discussing their plans for the future before returning to their respective dormitories. Returning to room 404, Qian Duo was playing a game with Chen Hu, yelling and shouting. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, the chubby boy immediately dropped the game controller and crept over with a mischievous grin. Lin Gu, how was your date? Lin Feng ignored him and directly explained Lu Ruoxi's situation. Mental power overflowing out of control. After listening, the lewd smile on Qian Duo's face vanished, instantly replaced by extreme shock and excitement. He slapped his thigh forcefully. Holy crap. Lin Gu. Sister-in-law. She's about to awaken her talent. What talent? Chen Hu, curious, leaned in as well. Qian Duo lowered his voice as if afraid of being overheard and said mysteriously, mental telekinesis. That's an incredibly rare talent, 1 in a million. It's far more precious than us pure martial artists. It's said that powerful mental telekinesis masters can kill with just a glance and with a thought, control flying swords to take heads from 1,000 miles away. The chubby boy spoke passionately, his face full of admiration. I heard that mental telekinesis masters experience a period of mental energy turbulence during the early awakening, exactly like sister-in-law's situation. Heavens! Lin Gu, your martial arts talent is monstrous, and sister-in-law is a future mental telekinesis master. What a divine combination you two have. Lin Feng understood in his heart, and Qian Duoduo's information confirmed his suspicions. It seemed Lu Ruox's future was destined to be extraordinary. The next 2 days were for new students to familiarize themselves with the environment and attend various orientation lectures. Lin Feng also seized the opportunity to tell Lu Ruoxi about the talent awakening, putting her completely at ease. He, on the other hand, used these 2 days to reacquaint himself with star slaying and continuously simulate various changes of instant shadow / in his mind. Time flew by. The 3-day deadline arrived in the blink of an eye. On this day, a tense yet excited atmosphere permeated the entire new student area of Jiangnan Martial University. The school trial was about to begin. In the morning, a piercing assembly whistle echoed throughout the campus. Thousands of new students dressed in uniform training gear poured out from various dormitory buildings, gathering towards the back mountain of the school. At the foot of the back mountain was a massive square. At the end of the square stood a towering 100-meter-high giant alloy gate inscribed with intricate runes emanating powerful energy fluctuations. That was the entrance to the school-controlled secret realm, Qingmu Forest. At this moment the square was already packed with people. On a high platform stood a row of powerful mentors. Lin Feng's gaze swept across, easily spotting Li Yang among them. Li Yang was also looking at him, his eyes cold and snake-like, a cruel smile on his lips, even making a slicing gesture across his throat. The provocation was blatant. Students, quiet. A stern-looking middle-aged mentor stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder, instantly silencing the crowd. I am the chief instructor for this trial, Zhou Zheng. The trial rules are quite simple. Enter Qingmu Forest, hunt monsters, gather spiritual herbs and exchange them for points. Lasting for 7 days. After 7 days, the top 100 in points will enter the elite class and enjoy the best resources. The bottom 100 will be eliminated. Jiangnan Martial University does not raise useless individuals. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was in an uproar. Being eliminated for being at the bottom. How ruthlessly cruel. Zhou Zheng ignored the crowd's shock and continued, fighting is allowed within the secret realm, but killing is prohibited. Your life monitoring system on the wristbands will monitor you in real time, and once malicious killers are detected, their cultivation will be abolished and they will be expelled immediately. However, unintentional injuries like broken arms and legs are inevitable. As he spoke, his gaze subtly swept towards Li Yang and Lin Feng. Is that clear? Understood. Thousands of voices roared in unison, shaking the heavens. Good. Zhou Zheng nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand. Open the gate. Boom. The 100-meter-high alloy gate slowly opened to both sides. A complex aura, primal and vast, mixed with the smell of blood and the fragrance of vegetation, rushed towards them. Behind the gate was an endless primordial forest, ancient trees soaring high, blocking out the sun, filled with unknowns and dangers. Zhou Zheng's voice resounded again like a battle drum, beating in everyone's hearts. The school trial. Now begin. At the entrance to the secret realm behind the school, students are lining up to enter. When it is Lin Feng's turn, his gaze sweeps across Qian Duoduo's nervous chubby face, pausing momentarily on Lu Ruox's exquisite features. He solemnly nodded, casting a reassuring glance. Then, without any hesitation, he resolutely turned around and stepped into the distorted light curtain. Buzz. A violent whirlwind of chaos ensued, as if he had been thrust into a washing machine and violently spun out. The feeling of weightlessness lasted less than 3 seconds. Underfoot, a soft texture of rotting leaves was felt. A humid air mixed with the fragrance of damp earth and the scent of decaying plants suddenly rushed into his nostrils. Lin Feng opened his eyes to behold a vast sun-blocking primordial jungle. Towering ancient trees fragmented the sky, allowing only scattered rays of sunlight to transform into mottled spots that illuminated the dark green moss. Ding! Welcome to the school-controlled secret realm, Qingmu Forest. The trial has officially begun. Trial duration 7 days. System map function activated, synchronizing secret realm data. Synchronization complete. A semi-transparent 3D map unfolded instantly on Lin Feng's retina. On the map, a blue dot representing himself was faintly glowing. In 2 other directions on the map, a yellow and a purple dot, slightly smaller, were also clearly pulsating. Qian Duo and Ruoshi. Lin Feng felt relieved. The map not only marked the positions of the three of them but also indicated dozens of resource points flickering with faint light as well as some areas marked in deep red as dangerous. This system is essentially a portable battlefield radar. Let's regroup. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng quickly pinpointed Qian Duoduo's location and with a swift motion he blended into the jungle like a wisp of smoke. Roar! About 10 minutes into his advance, three giant armadillo-like creatures covered in black spiny armor and protruding fangs suddenly lunged out from the bushes blocking his path. Their crimson eyes locked onto Lin Feng, nostrils exhaling hot white vapor. Spiked armadillo-level martial apprentice rank 7 points, 10 points each flashed briefly in the system's prompt. Perfect, I'll use you to make my debut. Lin Feng's gaze was unwavering as he flipped his right hand, the crank battle knife Starbreaker firmly in his grasp. The blade reflected a chilling cold light in the dim forest. Whoosh! Before the three armadillos could charge, Lin Feng moved. Swift wind step. His figure left a faint afterimage in place and he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, instantly closing the distance to the beasts. The leading spiked armadillo let out a brutal roar, lowering its head as it charged, its back spikes resembling rows of sharp steel knives directly crashing towards Lin Feng. Facing this fierce onslaught, Lin Feng did not flinch or evade. Just as the two were about to collide, his steps shifted peculiarly and he slid past the armadillo's sharp spikes like a ghost. Seeking death. Lin Feng uttered two icy words. The Starbreaker in his hand slashed upward, drawing a razor-sharp arc. Instant shadow triple slash. Whoosh! 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 Three blade lights almost at the same time erupted brilliantly. The blade's edge surged with elemental energy, carrying an unstoppable sharpness. The first slash precisely cut through the most vulnerable abdomen of the spiked armadillo. Poochie. The tough beast hide crumbled before the crank battle knife, as fragile as paper. A deep wound visible to the bone appeared instantly and scalding blood mixed with internal organs gushed forth. The armadillo's charge abruptly halted, emitting a chillingly mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, twitching a few times before falling silent. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's figure had already appeared behind the other two armadillos. The two beasts hadn't even reacted to their companion's death before feeling a chill at their necks. In the next second, two massive pig heads flew into the air. Scalding blood sprayed like a fountain, staining the ground beneath them. Ding! Successfully killed spiked armadillo X3. Obtained points 30 points. Current points 30. Newcomer ranking 1756. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his blade and glanced at the ranking, raising an eyebrow. Only 1700 plus. Looks like there are quite a few quick movers. Without lingering, he sheathed his knife and continued towards Qian Duoduo's direction. After traversing another dense forest, Lin Feng suddenly halted. Above his head, a palm-sized sci-fi-styled miniature drone hovered, its red camera light blinking. Lin Go. From behind a giant tree that required three people to embrace, a round head emerged. It was Qian Duoduo. Seeing Lin Feng, he immediately beamed with joy and hurriedly crawled out. Finally, I found you. I almost thought I'd be eaten by wolves. Qian Duoduo patted his chest with a look of fear. What happened? Lin Feng inquired. Don't mention it. Qian Duoduo pointed at the tactical tablet on his wrist, which displayed a thermal infrared image. As soon as I landed, I saw a large group of red dots over there, and they were quite large. I was so scared that I quickly activated ghost mode and hid here without daring to move. All this gear was bought with all my pocket money, military surplus from my uncle. It can really save lives at critical moments. Qian Duoduo boasted proudly. Lin Feng nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of Qian Duoduo's role. Although this guy lacked combat power, his high-tech gear was undeniably excellent at reconnaissance and avoiding danger. Ruoshi is not far from us, let's go. The two did not waste words and immediately set off. Soon they found Lu Ruoshi by a small stream. At this moment, Lu Ruoshi appeared to be in some trouble. She was cornered against a rock by several green vines covered with barbs that had erupted from the ground, her elegant face slightly pale. These vines writhed like venomous snakes attempting to ensnare her body. It's blood-sucking vine. A first-tier plant-type demon beast. Qian Duoduo exclaimed, his face paling. These things are the trickiest of physical attacks, are ineffective, and they are poisonous. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed just as he was about to draw his knife. However, the trapped Lu Ruoxi suddenly made a move. A faint purple glow flashed across her clear water-like eyes. An invisible weak wave emanated from her. The wildly thrashing blood-sucking vines abruptly froze as if the playback speed had been slowed down. Psychic talent. Though still very weak, it had indeed awakened. What an opportunity. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he seized this critical moment. Starbreaker unsheathed. A condensed blade light swept out like a silver silk. Where the blade light passed, the resilient vines snapped apart like butter cut by a hot knife, splattering dark green juice everywhere. The crisis was instantly averted. Ruoxi, are you okay? Lin Feng stepped forward, asking with concern. Lu Ruoxi gently shook her head, her face still carrying a hint of fear and surprise. I just seemed to feel their thoughts chaotic and violent, and then I tried to make them stop. You awakened your psychic power, Lin Feng affirmed. This is a rare talent. Sister-in-law is amazing. Qian Duo shouted excitedly from the side, only to be shot a glare by Lu Ruoxi, prompting him to shut his mouth. Alright, now is not the time to discuss this. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, his expression turning serious. Since the three of us have regrouped, from now on we are a team. I will take the lead and break through the front. He looked at Lu Ruoxi. Ruoxi, your psychic power can disrupt enemies at critical moments, creating opportunities for me while also being responsible for alerting us to surrounding dangers. Lastly, my gaze fell on Qian Duo. Fatty, your task is the heaviest. You are in charge of reconnaissance, intelligence analysis, trap setting, and our logistics support. You are our eyes and ears. The three exchanged glances, seeing trust in each other's eyes. No problem. Qian Duo patted his chest, brimming with excitement. Lu Ruoxi also nodded firmly. A triangular team centered around Lin Feng, equipped for both offense and defense, combining long-range and close-range capabilities, officially formed on the first day in Qingmu Forest. Meanwhile, in another area of Qingmu Forest, Li Yang stood on a towering rock, his gaze coldly sweeping over the group of new students gathered below. These individuals had either chosen to affiliate with him before enrollment or had been lured by him with benefits. Everyone, I believe I don't need to elaborate on the goals of this trial. Li Yang's voice carried an air of undeniable arrogance. Hunt demon beasts, gather spiritual herbs and exchange them for points. As long as you follow me, Li Yang, I guarantee each of you will receive a rank evaluation and be placed in the best elite class. The crowd below erupted in excited chatter. Li Yang was satisfied with their response, but then his tone shifted to a chilling coldness. However, besides these, we have an even more important goal. He produced a tactical tablet from his pocket, prominently displaying a photo of Lin Feng. This guy named Lin Feng. He is oblivious to the dangers and has offended me as well as the Wang family. I want him to become a complete waste in this trial. I will make all his points ours. I want him to be driven out of Qingmu Forest like a dog. Whoever can cripple him first, I will personally reward him with 100,000 federal coins. Plus a crank technique. Under such a heavy reward there will surely be brave souls. The eyes of the new students instantly sparkled with greed, their breaths becoming heavier. Rest assured, young Master Li. We will make that kid wish he could live but can't. Exactly. Anyone who dares oppose young Master Li is doomed. As he watched the crowd below stir with enthusiasm, Li Yang's lips curled into a cruel arc. Lin Feng. Enjoy your time at Jiangnan Martial University. By the stream, Lin Feng and his companions took a brief rest. Qian Duo's miniature drone had silently ascended, beginning a thorough reconnaissance of the surroundings. Soon a clear image was relayed back to the fat boy's tactical tablet. The scene depicted Li Yang gathering people and eloquently making his case. Though the sound was inaudible, Li Yang's eyes filled with resentment and his gestures pointing at Lin Feng's photo conveyed everything. Damn it! These bastards! Qian Duo punched the ground in anger. Lin Go, they are definitely coming for us. Lin Feng observed the image on the tablet, his eyes terrifyingly calm. He slowly stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes and directed his gaze towards Li Yang and his group, the area marked in deep red on the map. Since they want to play this way. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold arc. Then let's accompany them and have some fun. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo immediately perked up, his chubby face filled with excitement. Lin Go, what do you say? Let's take them down. A flash of battle intent also crossed Lu Ruoxi's cool eyes. She was not a delicate flower in a greenhouse and would never back down from such a provocation offered on a silver platter. No rush. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, his expression returning to serene calmness. If they want to find us, let them. Our primary task now is to gather points. He opened his wristband, looking at the mere 30 points and his ranking of over 1700, shaking his head. This ranking is just too embarrassing. Let's go and get to work. The Iron Triangle Squad officially began its operation. Qian Duoduo's high-tech equipment showcased its extraordinary capabilities beyond mere combat. Lin Gu, 300 meters to the northeast, I found a small patch of moonlight grass. This is a great find. It can quickly restore spiritual energy, and one stock sells for at least 3,000 federal coins on the market. The chubby fellow lowered his voice, pointing at the thermal imaging on the tactical tablet like a treasure hunter who had discovered a stash. The three of them immediately crept over. The patch of moonlight grass grew beside a small pond, about 7 or 8 stalks emanating a soft silvery glow in the dim forest. The surroundings are safe. Qian Duoduo's mini-drone circled in the air, confirming there were no lurking beasts. Lin Feng and Lu Ruoxi quickly sprang into action, carefully uprooting the moonlight grass and placing it in a specially designed preservation box. Ding! Successfully harvested the spiritual herb moonlight grass X8. Points gained 80. Current total points 110. New student ranking 982. The ranking instantly jumped from 4 digits to 3. Hee, what a great start. Qian Duoduo grinned widely. The three continued forward, their goals clear and efficiency high. Qian Duoduo was in charge of reconnaissance and vigilance. Lin Feng dealt with the unseeing beasts they encountered, while Lu Ruoxi supported from the side, working hard to familiarize herself with her uncontrollable spiritual power. Half an hour later. Hiss! A shadow as swift as lightning suddenly sprang from the grass ahead, charging straight at Lin Feng, who was at the front. It was a giant snake covered in iron-gray scales as thick as a barrel. Iron-line snake. Level peak of warrior, 2nd stage. Characteristics: extremely fast skin, as tough as iron. Points 150. This is a good opportunity. Lin Feng was not startled but rather pleased. He exerted strength in his legs and charged forward rather than retreating. The star-slashing battle knife in his hand let out a sharp whistle as he swung it down towards the snake's head. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing. Lin Feng felt a tremendous recoil from the sword, causing his tiger's mouth to go numb. The iron-lined snake's head was merely marked with a shallow white imprint, not even breaking its scales. Such tough skin. The iron-lined snake let out a sharp hiss of pain, its massive tail sweeping towards Lin Feng like a steel whip, stirring up a fierce wind. Lin Feng swiftly dodged, avoiding this heavy strike. Ruoxi! He called out in a low voice. Lu Ruoxi was already prepared. A faint purple glow suddenly brightened in her clear eyes. An invisible wave instantly enveloped the iron-lined snake, which was about to attack once more. Buzz! The massive body of the iron-lined snake froze abruptly, its frantic movements momentarily pausing. In its snake eyes a hint of confusion and chaos flashed. Now's the time. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Windwalker. His figure left an afterimage in place, appearing as if he had teleported to the side of the iron-lined snake. Strike the snake 7 inches. This is common knowledge. Shadow slash. Lin Feng poured all his spiritual energy into the star slashing. The blade emitted an excited light chirp. Swish. 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 3 blades of light refined to perfection were so fast they seemed to condense into one. The blade light landed precisely at the same spot on the iron-lined snake, 7 inches. Thud. The first strike pierced through the tough scales. The second cut through the thick flesh. The third blade drove straight in, completely severing its spine. Hiss. The iron-lined snake let out a mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, thrashing violently and kicking up a cloud of dust before finally falling silent. Ding. The host and teammates cooperatively killed the peak 2nd stage beast iron-lined snake. Team Coherence 1. Teammate Lu Ruoxi's proficiency in spiritual power slightly increased. Points gained 150. Current total points 260, ranking 415. A series of system notifications rejuvenated the spirits of the three. Huff. Huff. Lu Ruoxi's delicate face turned slightly pale, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. That last move had nearly drained all her spiritual power. Sister-in-law is amazing. Qian Duo gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. That last move was crucial. How do you feel? Lin Feng handed her a bottle of water, asking with concern. A bit tired, but it feels wonderful. Lu Ruoxi took the water, sipping it slowly, excitement sparkling in her bright eyes. I feel like I can sense it more clearly now. What she referred to was her spiritual power. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, real combat is the best catalyst. Night fell. The night in the Qingmu forest was even more dangerous than during the day. Countless beasts that were active at night began to stir, with unknown dangers lurking in the darkness. The three found a concealed cave at a higher elevation with a narrow entrance. Leave it to me. Qian Duo took out a pile of odd parts from his jingling backpack. Infrared sensors, high-voltage shock nets, micro-explosive mines. In less than 10 minutes he had set up a series of interconnected traps near the cave entrance that would catch any intruder off guard. This Bagua confusion array of mine, let alone a third-stage warrior, even a fourth-stage beast would be dazed if they stumbled in here. The chubby fellow patted his chest, looking quite proud. Inside the cave a small campfire flickered to life. Qian Duo was preparing a generous feast of roasted snake meat from the iron-lined snake. Lu Ruoxi sat cross-legged on a clean rock, her eyes closed in meditation, stabilizing the spiritual power she had just begun to comprehend today. A faint purple glow surrounded her, pure and mysterious. Lin Feng took guard at the cave entrance. He remained vigilant, observing the slightest movement in the surroundings while operating the turtle breath technique to recover the spiritual energy he had expended during the day. His aura was steady and deep like a rock, providing his companions with a strong sense of security. Meanwhile, about 2 kilometers away in a dense forest, Li Yang was crouched beside a patch of fresh blood, accompanied by a dozen people. A follower skilled in tracking dipped his finger in the blood and sniffed it. Li Xiao, it's the blood of the iron-lined snake. The blood is still fresh, they must be nearby. Humph, they dare to kill a second-stage beast, making quite the commotion. A cruel smile crept across Li Yang's face. Do they think hiding in a cave will keep them safe? Naive. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the eager subordinates behind him, his tone cold. Listen up. When we find them, hold nothing back. First incapacitate that fatso and the girl, make them lose their fighting capability. As for Lin Feng, Li Yang licked his lips, his eyes filled with brutal light. I want to break his limbs myself, forcing him to kneel before me and beg like a dog. Don't worry, Li Xiao. Tonight that kid will know what despair truly means. Anyone who dares to offend Li Xiao is asking for trouble. The group laughed menacingly, like wolves hunting in the night, silently surrounding the cave where Lin Feng and the others were. Inside the cave, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. His mental power was far superior to ordinary people, and just moments ago he had keenly detected an unusual sound. Not a beast. It was people. And not just one. Almost simultaneously a cold system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected a large amount of malice approaching at high speed. Temporary mission issued. Mission name: Night Raid Counterattack. Mission description: A moonless night of murder. Uncover and retaliate against Li Yang's squad's ambush, making them understand who the real prey is. Mission reward: Grade equipment, invisibility cloak, double points card, valid for 24 hours. They're coming. In Lin Feng's eyes there was no trace of panic, but rather a flash of cold, killing intent. A double points card. This reward was tailor-made for the situation at hand. He slowly stood up, glancing at Lu Ruoxi, who was still meditating, and Qian Duo, who was focused on grilling meat, making a shushing gesture. Then he pointed outside the cave, a sinister arc appearing at the corners of his mouth. Qian Duo immediately understood his expression, turning sly as he stealthily moved towards the trap control device he had set up. Lu Ruoxi also opened her beautiful eyes, showing no trace of fear, only a cold determination. Lin Feng's gaze turned towards the pitch black outside the cave. It was as if he could already see Li Yang's sinister face, who believed victory was in his grasp. Free points and equipment were too good to pass up. Pray. Tonight let them know who the true hunter is. The night deepened further. In the depths of the Qingmu forest all was silent save for the occasional crackling of the campfire echoing within the narrow cave. Outside the cave a dozen shadows crept closer under the cover of trees, like a group of specters silently surrounding the entrance. Leading them was Li Yang, a sinister and triumphant smile etched across his face. He gestured and one of his underlings immediately understood, crouching low and cautiously feeling his way forward. Young Masterly, there's a flicker of light inside. That brat must be there. It seems he's sound asleep. What a fool. Hee, I'll be the first to break his legs. Excited whispers filled the group as they envisioned the pitiful sight of Lin Feng and his companions begging for mercy. Greed and brutality flickered in Li Yang's eyes. A country bumpkin from Jiang City dares to defy him. Tonight he would make Lin Feng understand what despair truly meant. Just as he prepared to issue the order for a full assault. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, piercing the dead silence of the night. Immediately following that clang, a series of empty cans hanging at the cave entrance were set in motion by a taut tripwire shaking and clashing wildly. The noise erupted through the forest. Damn! We've been discovered. Li Yang's face instantly turned ashen. He hadn't expected the enemy to have set such a primitive yet effective warning trap. Shit! If we're exposed, go for a full assault. Li Yang roared, throwing caution to the wind. Charge! Take them out. Yes. A dozen underlings charged towards the cave like wolves roaring, but what awaited them was a high-voltage electric net and miniature explosive grenades. Inside the cave, Qian Duo was grinning mischievously at the controller of his masterpiece. Hee, brother Lin, what do you think of my Bagua confusion formation? Lu Ruoshi also stood up, her clear eyes devoid of any panic, instead glinting with battle intent. Stop your nonsense. Lin Feng's voice was terrifyingly calm. You two retreat to the back of the cave and don't come out. As he spoke, he took out a yellowed talisman from his pocket on which were drawn twisted runes in vermilion. Low-level stealth talisman effect greatly reduces one's presence for 3 minutes with diminished effects on higher-tier targets. This was a life-saving item he had exchanged for 400 system coins in the system shop. Originally meant for dealing with powerful demon beasts. Now it seemed using it to hit dogs should work quite well too. Brother Lin, you. Qian Duo began to speak. Lin Feng had already crushed the talisman. Buzz. A faint ripple of space passed by, and under the firelight Lin Feng's figure faded like ink in water, ultimately vanishing completely. His breath, voice and figure seemed to have been completely erased from this world. Damn. Invisibility. Qian Duo's chubby face trembled in shock. Lu Ruoshi's beautiful eyes were also filled with astonishment. How many more secrets were hidden within Lin Feng? Boom. At that moment Li Yang and his men charged wildly into the cave. Lin Feng. Come out and die. Li Yang shouted fiercely, wielding a Class C battle knife. However, within the cave, apart from the trembling fat man in the corner and Lu Ruoshi with a frosty expression, there was no one. Only a campfire continued to burn quietly. Where are they? Li Yang frowned, an ominous premonition welling up inside him. That useless brat ran away, one underling sneered, raising his knife and heading towards Qian Duo. Let's deal with this fat man first. Just as he took a step forward, darkness descended. A cold, emotionless blade flashed silently from the shadows beside him. Fast. Faster than ever. Instant shadow, 3 absolute slashes. Pfft. The sneer on the underling's face froze instantly. He didn't even have time to let out a single scream. He only saw 3 lines of blood explode in his vision. Immediately after, excruciating pain radiated from his limbs. His hand tendons and foot tendons were severed in one stroke. Ding. Target has lost combat ability judged out. Points being deducted, deduction successful. That underling's body transformed into countless light spots amidst a flash of white light, being teleported out of the secret realm. A barely discernible stream of light entered the position where Lin Feng had vanished. Ding. Successfully killed target. Points gained 20. Current total points 280, ranking 402 ND. Who? Li Yang turned sharply, his pupils constricting violently. He only caught a glimpse of a fleeting afterimage. Another shrill scream rang out. Another underling clutching his severed leg fell down in disbelief. At the thigh a line of blood slowly widened, gushing forth. White light flashed and another person disappeared. Ding. Target has lost combat ability judged out. Points gained 15. Current total points 295, ranking 389 th. Panic. Like a plague it instantly spread through the remaining crowd. Ghost. There's a ghost. Where is he? I can't see him. Young Master Li. Save me. They waved their weapons in terror, slashing wildly, but they couldn't even touch the shadow of their enemy. At this moment the cave had turned into a slaughterhouse. Lin Feng was the reaper wielding the butcher's knife. Swift wind step. His figure traversed the boundary between darkness and firelight like a phantom. Each appearance was accompanied by a deadly blade flash. Each blade flash signified the end of a life. Pft, pft, pft. The cries of agony rang out in succession. White light continued to flash. Ding. Successfully killed target. Points gained 18. Ding. Successfully killed target. Points gained 32. The points on Lin Feng's wristband soared like a rocket. His ranking also surged forward at a terrifying speed. 371 ST. 257 TH. 129 TH. Damn it. Come out. Li Yang like a madman swung his battle knife wildly, the blade energy cutting through the air and shattering the mountain wall. But all his attacks landed in empty space. He couldn't even graze Lin Feng's clothing. This sense of helplessness nearly drove him insane. He helplessly watched as his subordinates fell one after another, vanishing into white light. In less than 30 seconds. The once fierce dozen were now reduced to just himself, a lonely commander. The entire cave fell into a deathly silence. Only Li Yang's heavy breathing and the sound of the campfire burning remained. Qian Duo and Lu Ruoxi were completely stunned. This is Lin Feng's true strength. This is not a battle. This is clearly a one-sided massacre. Come out, if you have the guts, come out. Li Yang, leaning against the cold stone wall, spoke with a hoarse tremor due to fear. He gripped the battle knife tightly, bloodshot eyes fixed on the surrounding darkness. Every shadow seemed to conceal a beast awaiting to pounce. Didn't you want to find me? A cold voice echoed eerily behind him. Li Yang's hair stood on end. He turned abruptly and swung his knife. Whoosh! The blade cut through the air but struck nothing. Lin Feng's figure had appeared at the cave entrance, leisurely observing him, a smirk of Catan mouse mockery on his face. The effect of the stealth talisman had ended. But it was already enough. Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng, hatred instantly eclipsed his fear. I will kill you. He roared, channeling all his energy into the battle knife, transforming himself into a streak of light rushing towards Lin Feng. Facing this aggressive attack, Lin Feng's gaze showed no sign of fluctuation. Just as Li Yang was about to reach him, Lin Feng merely stepped lightly to the left. Swift wind step. Li Yang's full force strike grazed Lin Feng's clothing, crashing down into empty space. The immense inertia caused him to stagger, nearly falling. Is that all you've got? Lin Feng's voice echoed again from behind him. Li Yang spun around violently and swung again. Missed. Too slow. Lin Feng's figure appeared to his left. Useless. Li Yang had completely lost his mind, recklessly swinging his battle knife, the blade light enveloping the cave entrance. But no matter how he attacked, Lin Feng always managed to dodge effortlessly with the slightest of movements, as if he were a grown-up toying with a 3-year-old child. Huff, huff, huff. After several seconds, Li Yang's attacks grew slower, ultimately coming to a powerless halt. He leaned on his battle knife like a thirsty dog, gasping for breath, sweat soaking his clothes. His energy was depleted. His stamina was also exhausted. You. Li Yang raised his head, only fear and despair remaining in his eyes. He finally understood just how great the disparity between himself and Lin Feng was. This was not a difference in realms. This was a crushing at the level of life. Lin Feng slowly walked up to him, looking down at him from above. I told you, don't provoke me. With those words, Lin Feng raised his knife and decisively struck at Li Yang's chest. Bang! Li Yang let out a muffled groan, his body flying back like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily to the ground. You can't. Li Yang's body began to grow illusory. No. Li Yang let out one last unwilling roar as his body completely transformed into light points, vanishing without a trace. Ding. Temporary mission Night Raid Counterkill completed. Mission rewards issued: Class Gear Concealment Cloak, double points card, valid for 24 hours. The cave finally returned to tranquility. Lin Feng glanced at the surging points and ranking on his wristband, nodding in satisfaction. All done. He turned to the dumbfounded Qian Duo and Lu Ruoxi. Let's go if this place is not suitable for a long stay. We are going to pull off a big score. Having dealt with this annoying swarm of flies, the real trial was just beginning. At the entrance of the secret realm, disturbances quickly arose. Several teachers dressed in the uniforms of Jiangnan Martial University arrived with serious expressions. When they saw Li Yang, who had been teleported out and was in a disheveled state, their faces instantly turned grim. Li Yang. The leading middle-aged teacher's voice was laden with suppressed anger. As an inspector, how dare you openly attack a new student during the examination? Who gave you the audacity? Li Yang's face turned ashen. He knew he was finished. Attacking a candidate was a serious taboo during the trial, enough to get him expelled from the academy. Take him away. The middle-aged teacher waved his hand and two teachers immediately stepped forward, dragging Li Yang away like a dead dog, directly removing him from the scene. Inside the cave, Qian Duo watched in trepidation. Damn, Lin Gu, you were too ruthless this time. You directly incapacitated an inspector. Lin Feng's expression showed no change. He was asking for it. He was too lazy to pay any more attention to Li Yang and directly opened the system interface. Ding. Do you wish to use the points doubling card, valid for 24 hours? Use it. Lin Feng did not hesitate. The points doubling card has been activated. For the next 24 hours, all points obtained by the host through killing monsters or eliminating opponents will be automatically doubled. Next, he took out the newly acquired grade equipment. Invisibility cloak, quality grade effect. After equipping it, significantly reduces one's presence and aura, blending into the environment with a certain shielding effect against spiritual perception. Note: when standing still you are just an ordinary stone. Lin Feng draped the cloak over himself, feeling a slight chill as his aura seemed to retract by 3 parts, blending even more tightly with the surrounding darkness. Good stuff. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. With this item, ambushes and stealth would be like adding wings to a tiger. Fatty, open the map. Alright. Qian Duo immediately opened the tactical tablet, which displayed a 3-dimensional map of the Qingmu forest synchronized by the system. In the northwest part of the map, a deep mountain area was flashing with a prominent red glow, indicating a strong energy fluctuation. Lin Gu, this place is about 10 kilometers away from us. Qian Duo pointed at the map. The energy response is very strong. It's probably not a good place. The more dangerous it is, the more good things there are. Excitement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. The time for the points doubling card is limited. We can't waste it. Lin Feng waved his hand. Target energy anomaly zone. All members march quickly. The 3-man team set off again. With the invisibility cloak's enhancement, Lin Feng walked in the lead like a true phantom. The scattered monsters they encountered along the way were oblivious to his presence and were silently eliminated by him with the star severing. Ding. Killed a first-level monster, Night Shadow Cat. Earned points 10 points. Points doubling card activated. Final points earned 20 points. Ding. Killed a second-level monster, Venomous Fang Spider. Earned points 50 points. Points doubling card activated. Final points earned 100 points. Watching the rapidly increasing points on his wristband, Qian Duo was almost drooling. Lin Gu, you are simply a mobile points harvesting machine. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding environment became increasingly eerie. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun and the air was filled with a damp, decaying odor. Aww. Suddenly a loud wolf howl echoed from the dense forest ahead. Following that, howls rose and fell from all directions. Qian Duo's expression changed. Not good. It's a wolf pack. His controlled miniature drone immediately ascended, transmitting visuals from the front. On an open ground ahead, at least 30 grayish-blue giant wolves had gathered. Each wolf was agile with an aura that reached the 3rd level of martial arts. In the center of the wolf pack, a head wolf significantly larger with light blue fur was howling at the sky. Windblade wolf pack, normal individuals, early stage 3rd level, head wolf midstage 3rd level, characteristics extremely fast, skilled in teamwork, capable of unleashing wind blades for ranged attacks. Hiss. More than 30 3rd level monsters. Qian Duo gasped. Lin Gu, this is a bit overwhelming. Should we take a detour? Take a detour. Lin Feng smiled. There was no fear in his eyes, instead they burned with fierce battle intent. No. They are walking points. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the surrounding terrain. Fatty, follow my instructions. 30 meters to the left, front, seal off that passage with high explosive mines. On that big tree to the right hang an electric net. Ruoshi. Lin Feng looked at Lu Ruoshi. When the battle starts, your target is only one. Use your spiritual power to keep a close watch on that Wolf King. The longer you can interfere, the better. Lu Ruoshi nodded heavily, her cold eyes filled with determination. She took out a white short staff from her backpack, which was a grade staff she had bought with her savings in high school, capable of slightly amplifying the release effect of spiritual power. Understood. Good. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the star, severing. Leave the rest to me. Today let us, the Iron Triangle, hunt down the wolf pack. Go. At Lin Feng's command, Xian Duo instantly pressed the detonator. Boom. At the passage, a violent explosion erupted, sending dirt and debris flying, completely sealing off the retreat of the wolf pack. The sudden explosion threw the entire wolf pack into brief chaos. Now is the time. Ruoshi. Lu Ruoshi was already prepared. The white short staff in her hand glowed with a soft light. Her light purple eyes locked onto the Wolf King, who was about to issue commands. Buzz. An invisible mental shock crossed a distance of over 100 meters and struck precisely into the Wolf King's mind. The massive body of the Wolf King trembled violently, letting out a howl mixed with pain and confusion, interrupting its commanding actions. Dawn of the new day. Lu Ruoshi bit her silver teeth, pushing her spiritual power to the limit. At the tip of the staff, a blinding white light erupted suddenly, like a small sun rising in the dark. The intense light caused all the Wind Blade Wolves to experience a momentary blindness. Kill. Lin Feng's figure, like an arrow released from a bow, charged fiercely into the wolf pack. Quick wind steps. His speed reached its peak. The star Severinge in his hand traced cold arcs of death in the darkness. Instant shadow, 3 absolute cuts. PFF. A wind blade wolf closest to him hadn't reacted from the blindness before its throat burst open in a spray of blood, its massive body crashing to the ground. Ding. Killed a 3rd level monster, wind blade wolf. Earned points 180 points. Points doubling card activated. Final points earned 360 points. Refreshing. Lin Feng felt his blood boiling. The wolf pack finally reacted, their crimson eyes locking onto Lin Feng, the intruder. Swish. 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 Dozens of crescent-shaped blue wind blades shot towards Lin Feng like a torrential downpour. Bring it on. Lin Feng neither retreated nor advanced, the blade light forming an impenetrable curtain of light. Cling. Cling. The crisp sounds of clashes rang out incessantly as he accurately blocked and sliced through all the wind blades. His swordsmanship had been honed to perfection through countless battles. Every strike was concise, efficient, and deadly. Slaughter unfolded at this moment. Lin Feng, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, stirred up a storm of blood and gore among the wolf pack. PFF. 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 The blade light flickered and severed limbs flew. Every second a wind blade wolf met its demise under his blade. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoshi was firmly suppressing the Wolf King. Her mental shock repeatedly interrupted the Wolf King's commands, turning the entire wolf pack into a scattered mess, unable to form an effective encirclement. Her delicate face became increasingly pale. The consumption of spiritual power was immense, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. Xian Duo was also busy controlling several drones equipped with miniature machine guns, constantly hovering in the air, providing firepower suppression against those lone wolves trying to attack Lin Feng from the flanks. Tat 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 tat. The tongues of fire spat out, forcing the wind blade wolves to retreat continuously. At this moment the Iron Triangle unleashed a terrifying combat power far exceeding the sum of its parts. 10 minutes later. Accompanied by the last unwilling wail, the huge head of the Wolf King soared into the sky. Lin Feng stood holding his sword drenched in blood, unable to distinguish whether it was his or the wolves'. Beneath his feet lay the corpses of the wind blade wolves. Ding. Killed a mid-stage 3rd level monster, wind blade Wolf King. Earned points 200 points. Points doubling card activated. Final points earned 400 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host team for annihilating the Wind Blade Wolf Pack. Team Synergy 10. Current total points 2850. Freshman ranking 12th. From outside the top 100 they directly climbed into the top 15. This is the power of the points doubling card. Huff. Huff. Lin Feng gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. This battle had drained him immensely as well. Ruo Shi. He turned to see Lu Ruozai's body going limp, collapsing towards the ground. Lin Feng dashed forward, catching her delicate body in his arms. I'm fine. Lu Ruoshi leaned against Lin Feng, her pretty face as pale as paper, her voice weak. Just a bit exhausted. Sister-in-law is amazing. Xian Duo ran over, admiration evident on his chubby face. If it weren't for you holding down the Wolf King earlier, we would definitely have been wiped out. Everyone had witnessed Lu Ruozai's progress. From initially being able to create only weak disturbances, she could now briefly stun mid-stage third-level monsters. If this growth rate was terrifying. Lin Feng took out a moonlight grass from his backpack and brought it to Lu Ruozai's lips. Eat this to recover. Feeling the masculine aura coming from his nose, Lu Ruozai's cheeks flushed slightly as she obediently opened her small mouth and ate the moonlight grass. After a brief rest, the three continued on their journey. After about half an hour, the scenery ahead opened up. In the mist, an ancient crumbling stone altar was faintly visible. The altar was built of massive blue stones covered with ancient runes eroded by time, emanating a desolate and mysterious aura. Ding! Detecting high concentrations of life energy and weak spatial fluctuations in the area ahead. Warning! Strong life form reaction detected. Suspected location of important items. The system's prompt made Lin Feng's spirit lift. They had found the right place. Just as they were about to step into the thick fog, a roar that seemed to come from ancient times suddenly echoed from the direction of the altar. The thick fog rolled violently and a colossal shadow slowly rose from the altar. It was a terrifying giant wolf 3 times larger than the previous Wolf King. It was covered entirely in steel blue fur, its back arched high, shimmering with a metallic sheen, and its blood-red pupils like 2 massive lanterns locked onto Lin Feng and the others. Ironback Tsang Wolf King level, early stage 4th level characteristics, extremely strong defense, terrifying strength, possesses preliminary control over wind elements. Status Guardian points 1000 points, early stage 4th level. Xian Duoduo's chubby face turned pale. My goodness. A 4th level monster. Lin Gu, can we really take this thing down? Lu Ruoshi tightened her grip on her staff, her expression extremely grave. Faced with this Ironback Tsang Wolf King, she felt her spiritual power becoming sluggish, the terrifying pressure making it hard for her to breathe. However, there was no trace of retreat on Lin Feng's face. His gaze crossed the terrifying Tsang Wolf King, fixated on the altar behind it. He could sense that the rich life energy impossible to dissipate originated from above the altar. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. Fatty Ruoshi. Lin Feng's voice was deep and powerful. Are you willing to take a gamble with me? Fire burned wildly in his eyes. There were still over 20 hours left for the points doubling card. This Tsang Wolf King had a base point value of 1000. Doubled, that's 2000. Plus the treasures on the altar. This stake is worth it. Can Lin Feng's team successfully kill the early stage 4th level Ironback Tsang Wolf King? What kind of shocking treasures are hidden on the altar? I'll take the bet. A fierce resolve replaced the fear on Xian Duoduo's plump face as he slammed his chest with a heavy thud. Damn it. Fortune favors the bold, let's do it. Lu Ruoshi said nothing. She simply stepped forward half a pace, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng. Her drank arcane staff shimmered with a soft white light, her silent vow of commitment. Lin Feng smiled. In his eyes battle intent boiled like molten lava. Roar. Upon the altar, the iron-backed grey Wolf King, sensing the defiance of these 3 insignificant beings, erupted into utter fury. Its pair of blood-red colossal eyes locked unerringly onto Lin Feng, the strongest aura among them. Boom. Its massive body lunged forward with explosive force, and the hard bluestone altar beneath it instantly fractured like dried earth. It became a streak of ashen black afterimage, whipping up a miasmic gale and bearing down upon Lin Feng with overwhelming, irresistible pressure. Fast. Too fast. A 4th-tier demonic beast's speed utterly surpassed every opponent Lin Feng had ever faced before. Brother Lin, watch out. Xian Duoduo's cry of alarm had barely left his lips. The beast's enormous fanged maw was already inches from Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, every muscle in his body snapped taut. He did not retreat. Before absolute power and velocity, evasion alone would only shrink his space, until he met a death with no grave to claim him. Excellent, bring it on. Lin Feng roared, channeling every ounce of his primordial energy into the blade Zhanxing. Hum. With a clear chime, the crank warblade flared with blinding radiance. He braced his legs slightly apart, coiled his waist and abdomen, and launched a devastating upward slash in textbook perfect form. Wind-cleaving slash. Clang. A deafening clang of metal striking metal exploded across the air. Sparks flew in all directions. Lin Feng felt an unstoppable, terrifying force surge violently up the blade. Crack. The ground beneath his feet shattered instantly into a spiderweb of fissures. His entire body was hurled backward like a ragdoll struck head-on by a maglev train at full speed. Ugh. Still airborne, Lin Feng spat a mouthful of blood. His palm split open, blood streaming freely. His right arm screamed with searing, tearing agony, nearly wrenching the warblade from his grip. Powerful. Unbelievably powerful. This was the raw might of a fourth-tier demonic beast. From a single frontal clash he'd sustained serious internal injuries. Roar. Having landed its blow, the iron-backed Grey Wolf King let loose a triumphant howl. Its claws, gleaming with metallic coldness, bore only a faint silvery scratch. Even a full-strength strike from a crank warblade failed to breach its defenses. Muscles coiling, it shot forth once more, a streak of light, hunting Lin Feng mid-flight, determined to shred this insolent ant who dared challenge its sovereignty. Not a chance. Eat this, you fat bastard, my flash grenade. At this razor-thin moment, Qian Duo bellowed and slammed his controller. Shoo! A miniature drone hovering overhead instantly dropped a metallic sphere the size of an egg. Midair it detonated. Hum! A flash of light 100-fold brighter than the sun engulfed the entire area. Instantly thereafter, a sonic boom grenade dropped by another drone detonated. An ear-splitting shriek, capable of rupturing eardrums. Ow! The iron-backed Grey Wolf King, caught mid-pursuit at full velocity, was struck down instantly. Its vision and hearing were obliterated in that instant. Before it, only blinding whiteness, within its ears only ceaseless deafening resonance. Disoriented, unbalanced, and deprived of its target, its massive frame staggered, and crashed heavily into a nearby boulder with a thunderous hollow boom. Ruoshi, now! Lin Feng twisted his body midair, stabilizing himself as he shouted toward Lu Ruoshi. Dawn's first light. Lu Ruoshi had been ready all along. Her beautiful pale violet eyes blazed with startling intensity. All her spiritual energy converged upon her arcane staff. Hum. An invisible psychic assault, sharper than a spearhead and several times stronger than her earlier barrage against the wolf pack, pierced straight into the iron-backed Grey Wolf King's disordered mind. Oh! The iron-backed Grey Wolf King unleashed a howl of excruciating agony. Its head thrashed wildly as if trying to shake off the unbearable drilling pain. Its spirit plunged into unprecedented chaos and blind rage. Brilliant work. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng pushed off the ground with his toes. Gale step. His figure blurred into a phantom silhouette, not retreating but surging forward straight toward the enraged iron-backed Grey Wolf King. He knew full well the effects of the sonic blast and psychic assault would last mere moments against a fourth-tier demonic beast. He had to land decisive damage before it recovered. Die. Lin Feng's gaze turned glacial. His Zhanxing carved a treacherous arc through the air, aiming unerringly for the beast's comparatively vulnerable eye. Yet, a fourth-tier demonic beast's combat instincts far exceeded imagination. Even blinded and deafened, even mentally shattered the moment it sensed mortal peril, the iron-backed Grey Wolf King instinctively wrenched its head aside. Shink. Zhanxing's razor-sharp edge sliced past its eye socket, gouging a deep bone-exposed wound across its hardened skull. Blood instantly drenched half its face. Roar. The searing pain hurled the iron-backed Grey Wolf King into absolute madness. Its maw yawned wide and a visible orb of azure energy rapidly coalesced within. Wind elemental energy. Alert. High-energy wind art wind splitter orb detected. Immediate evasion advised. The system's warning shrieked incessantly inside Lin Feng's mind. Every hair on Lin Feng's body stood on end. Without hesitation he drove Gale Step to its absolute limit, launching himself violently sideways and backward. And in that very instant, Boom! The azure wind splitter orb detonated. Countless slender wind blades erupted outward like a storm lashing in all directions. Shish shish. The ground was slashed into intersecting gashes of horrifying depth. Surrounding trees and boulders crumbled into dust, as if sliced by divine blades through soft tofu. Lin Feng felt a sudden chill across his back. Several wind blades grazed past him, slicing open his combat suit and drawing thin crimson lines across his skin. Too close. Had he hesitated by even 1/10 of a second, he'd have been reduced to minced flesh. Oh! The iron-backed Grey Wolf King descended fully into berserk frenzy. Its single crimson eye locked onto Lin Feng with murderous fixation. It abandoned the other two targets entirely, its mind now held but one thought. Tear this human apart. Boom! 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 It charged forward on all fours, its massive frame transforming into an uncontrolled heavy tank launching the most frenzied pursuit imaginable. Claws slashed, leaving trails of afterimage. Jaws snapped, stirring waves of putrid gale. One wind splitter orb after another erupted from its maw, reducing the entire battlefield to utter ruin. For a time Lin Feng teetered on the brink of disaster. He pushed Gale's step to its absolute limit, his figure weaving through the tempest of attacks like a fragile skiff adrift on a raging sea, perpetually threatening to capsize. Brother Lin. Xian Duo sweated profusely, frantically directing drones to harass the beast, but with negligible effect. Lu Ruoshi continued unleashing psychic assaults, yet the beast's resistance to mental attack surged dramatically in its enraged state, rendering her interference almost imperceptible. Her delicate face paled further from spiritual exhaustion. The entire weight of the battle pressed down upon Lin Feng alone. Yes, faster. Exactly. Rage. More rage. Yet within Lin Feng's heart reigned icy calm. His nerves taut as drawn wire, his eyes remained fixed, unblinking, on every motion of the beast. Each evasion was calculated to perfection. Each maneuver danced precisely within the narrowest gaps between attacks. Under the crucible of life and death, his combat experience surged at a terrifying pace. He absorbed this battle, a clash beyond his rank, like a sponge soaking in water. Shink. During one evasion a claw still grazed his shoulder, spraying droplets of blood. Agony flared, but Lin Feng felt not fear, only elation. He realized in its blind fury the beast's attacks, though savage, had lost all discipline. Each movement grew wider, exposing ever more openings. Opportunity. Just as the beast leapt high into the air, descending with a crushing downward strike of its claw. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with sharp insight. He did not retreat. Instead he maximized the concealment effect of his cloak of obscurity. Hum. His form and aura vanished abruptly from the beast's perception. Ow. The beast's lethal strike slammed into empty air. Its massive body, overextended by the force of its own blow, landed awkwardly, stiffening for a fleeting fatal instant. Old strength spent, new strength not yet gathered. Now. Alert. Target weakness exposed. Abdominal defense reduced by 70. Duration 0. 5 seconds. The system's prompt rang like celestial music. Die. Lin Feng's long-suppressed killing intent erupted like a volcano. All his primordial energy, all his vital qi, all his spiritual focus, flooded into Zhanxing. 3 solid ethereal afterimages flickered into existence above the blade. Phantom Tri-Slash. Lin Feng's figure appeared, like instantaneous teleportation, beneath the iron-backed Grey Wolf King's soft exposed abdomen. In 0.1 seconds his blade slashed 3 times, faster than human perception could follow. 3 frigid arcs of light blazed simultaneously, forming a perfect triangular formation. Ultimate speed. Ultimate ferocity. Shink. Like a red-hot knife through butter. This time there was no ringing clash of steel, no resistance whatsoever. Zhanxing's razor edge effortlessly pierced the beast's vaunted armor. 3 horrific wounds, over half a meter long, deep enough to expose bone, exploded open across its soft underbelly. Blood. Shreds of viscera. Spewed forth like a breached dam. Oh! The iron-backed Grey Wolf King unleashed the most harrowing, agonized howl in its existence. Its voice trembled with disbelief and bottomless terror. Boom! Its colossal frame crashed onto the earth, cratering the ground beneath it. It writhed desperately, struggling to rise, but each convulsion forced forth torrents of blood and organs. Its vitality ebbed away at terrifying speed. Its combat prowess plummeted. Alert! Congratulations, 4th tier demonic beast iron-backed Grey Wolf King critically wounded. Lin Feng leaned heavily on his blade, gasping ragged breaths. Those 3 ultimate slashes had drained nearly every ounce of his strength. He gazed upon the beast, howling and writhing on the ground, with no pity, only glacial unyielding killing intent. It's not over yet. He pulled a chi blood pill from his pack and swallowed it without hesitation, forcing down his injuries and replenishing his reserves. Strike when your enemy is weak, finish them when they fall. That was the iron law he'd learned through countless battles. Lin Feng dragged his exhausted body step by step toward the dying iron-backed Grey Wolf King. He raised Zhan Xing high above his head, its blade aimed directly at the beast's massive skull. Yet just as he prepared to deliver the final decisive stroke, to end the life of this 4th-tier demonic beast, the mortally wounded iron-backed Grey Wolf King suddenly fell silent. Its single remaining eye fixed upon Lin Feng, not with fury or agony anymore, but with something else, absolute resolve, and utter madness. Oh! It emitted a low mournful whimper. Then from the 3 ghastly wounds across its abdomen its flesh began collapsing inward, while an intensely volatile, dangerously unstable energy surged violently within its core. Alert! Critical warning. Target initiating life sacrifice. Imminent wind origin detonation. Power assessment peak 4th tier full force detonation. Countdown initiated 10. 9. 8. The cold system notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind like a death knell. It's going to self-destruct. Lin Feng's scalp erupted in alarm as a chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He had no doubt that if it exploded, not only the 3 of them but everything within a kilometer radius would be reduced to rubble. Run! Brother Lin! Run now! From a distance Qian Duoduo's chubby face had lost all color as he rolled and crawled backward, his voice cracking with fear. Run! Lin Feng's peripheral vision swept over the iron-backed Wolf King, which was wildly expanding and exuding a sense of annihilation. There was no time. Its aura had firmly locked onto him. Under the self-detonation lock of a 4th-tier monster, escape was impossible. The only chance for survival was to interrupt it before it detonated completely. Kill it. Ruoxi. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and shouted at the swaying Lu Ruoxi, who was not far away. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a madman. Use your strongest mental impact. Smash its head for me. Right now. Lu Ruoxi's delicate face was as pale as paper, her mental energy already exhausted, her body trembling slightly. However, when she saw Lin Feng's determined gaze, she hesitated not for a moment. The girl bit her soft pink lip, a trickle of blood oozing out, bringing pain but also a moment of clarity. She pressed the tire staff firmly against her forehead. Buzz. In her beautiful lavender eyes it seemed as if stars were burning and shattering. She burned her last shred of mental energy along with her elemental power, converging it into an invisible yet solidified mental spike. Break for me. Lu Ruoxi let out a barely audible whisper. That mental spike, disregarding spatial distance, pierced violently into the chaotic sea of consciousness of the iron-backed Wolf King. Award. The iron-backed Wolf King, which was frantically gathering energy, suddenly stiffened. Its concentrated energy experienced a brief moment of stagnation and chaos. The madness in its eyes was replaced by a moment of intense pain and confusion. Now's the time. Lin Feng moved. He crushed the blood elixir in his mouth, allowing the violent medicinal power to surge through his limbs. Awe! Lin Feng let out a beastly roar towards the heavens. He squeezed out the last bit of strength from his body, all of his elemental energy flooding into the blade in his hand, the Star Slayer. Buzzing. The tire battle knife emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, 3 tangible blade shadows reappearing on its surface. They were even clearer and more menacing than before. Triple shadow slash. Lin Feng's figure left a residual image at the spot. He transformed into a straight black line, charging fearlessly towards the impending explosion source. His target was extremely clear. It was the gigantic eye stained with blood. That was the wound he had inflicted before, and it was now the weakest point in its defenses. Fast. To the extreme. In Qian Duoduo's horrified gaze, Lin Feng's figure brushed past the colossal iron-backed Wolf King. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. With a soft thud, a barely audible sound of flesh-piercing resonated. The Star Slayer, in Lin Feng's hand, accurately stabbed into the Ironback Wolf King's left eye socket, the blade penetrating all the way to the hilt. He could even feel the sensation of the blade crushing its warm brain. Whoa! The Ironback Wolf King's madness, pain and fury instantly froze. What replaced it was boundless silence. The violent energy that had reached its peak within it, threatening to destroy the world, dissipated into nothingness as if a balloon had been popped. Boom! The massive wolf body lost all support and crashed heavily to the ground. The earth trembled. Dust scattered everywhere. The world fell silent. Ding! Congratulations to the host team for successfully slaying the 4th-tier early-stage monster Ironback Wolf King. Double points card activated. Congratulations, the host has gained 2,000 points. Current total points 4850. Newborn ranking 1st place. Congratulations, the host has obtained Loot Claws of the Wolf King Tire Material X2. Congratulations, the host has obtained Loot Beast Crystal Core 4th-tier Wind Attribute X1. A series of system notifications rang in Lin Feng's mind like heavenly music. But at that moment Lin Feng could no longer hear clearly. The tension in his nerves tightened to the limit, completely relaxed at the instant he confirmed the target's death. Endless fatigue and agony overwhelmed him like a tide. Thud. Lin Feng could no longer hold on, kneeling on one knee on the ground, the Star Slayer, deeply embedded in the earth, barely preventing him from collapsing. He gasped for breath, sweat mingled with blood continuously sliding down his face. On the other side, after releasing that mental spike, Lu Ruo's eyes vision darkened and her soft body slumped down. Sister-in-law. Xian Duo rushed over, rolling and crawling, supporting her as he frantically dug out a recovery potion from his backpack. We won. Did we win? Xian Duo looked at the wolf corpse the size of a small mountain, then at Lin Feng, who was kneeling, his chubby face filled with ecstatic disbelief. The 3 of them, actually took down a 4th-tier monster. Who would believe that if it were told? Cough cough. Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling a bit better. He looked up at Lu Ruo, who was supported by Qian Duodua, and seeing that she was merely fainted from exhaustion, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fatty, well done. Lin Feng grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile filled with fatigue and satisfaction. Brother Lin. You're the real deal. Xian Duo looked at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with nothing but admiration. The earlier scene of charging fearlessly had been deeply imprinted in his mind. This was the true strong. The 3 sat on the ground resting for over half an hour, barely recovering some energy. Lin Feng carefully stowed away the 4th-tier wind attribute crystal core radiating pure energy, and then laboriously cut off 2 giant claws shimmering with metallic luster from the wolf corpse. These were all valuable items that could fetch a good price outside. Brother Lin, look quickly. Xian Duo suddenly pointed at the ancient altar, exclaiming in surprise. With the death of the Ironback Wolf King, the dense fog that enveloped the altar began to slowly dissipate. An ancient altar built from massive blue stones appeared intact before the 3. In the center of the altar, a depression cradled a fist-sized stone entirely emerald green, resembling an exquisite jade carving. No, that wasn't a stone. That object seemed to possess life. It was gently breathing, each breath radiating an intense life energy and a trace of extremely faint yet profoundly mysterious spatial fluctuations. Just by getting close, Lin Feng felt that all his pains were being rapidly healed by this life energy. What kind of treasure is this? Xian Duo stared wide-eyed, nearly drooling. Lu Ruo also gradually regained consciousness, her beautiful eyes filled with shock upon seeing the emerald bud at the center of the altar. Lin Feng's heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. He could sense the system's reaction to this object was unprecedentedly intense. He took step by step towards the altar, slowly reaching out his hand towards the emerald bud fossil. Just as his fingertips touched the fossil. Ding! Detected high-purity life source material. Detected fragments of incomplete spatial laws. Detected a trace of the undying world's origin aura. Determined as World Tree Bud Fossil Ancient Relic. This item can charge and upgrade the system's core module. Would you like to absorb it immediately? Warning: the absorption process will generate massive energy fluctuations and may cause the host to fall into a brief slumber. Please ensure the environment is absolutely safe. After absorption, it is expected to unlock a new module for the system and optimize the existing functions. Lin Feng's breath instantly halted. World Tree. Bud Fossil. System upgrade. He never expected that this trial at the start of school would lead to such a heaven-defying opportunity. This was no longer just a simple rare treasure. This was a divine object. Absorb. Lin Feng shouted frantically in his heart without hesitation. One must seek wealth through risk. With such a divine object before him, how could he let it slip away? As his intention was conveyed, a humming sound resonated. The sprout fossil of the World Tree erupted with an exquisite emerald glow. It transformed into a streak of light directly merging from Lin Feng's fingertips into his body. Ugh! A massive, gentle yet boundless life energy indescribable by words exploded within him. Lin Feng felt as if he had been thrown into an ocean of life energy. Every cell in his body was rejoicing, exulting, and frantically devouring this energy. His injuries were healing at a visibly rapid pace. The bottleneck he had just reached at the peak of the second level of martial arts began to tremble violently under the surge of this energy, as if it was about to break through at any moment. At the same time, an enigmatic sense of space surged into his mind. Ding! The system began to absorb energy, performing a core module upgrade. Upgrade progress 1, 1. 1, 1. 2. Detected that the host's body cannot withstand the overload of energy, activating protection mechanism. The host is about to enter deep sleep. In the final notes of the system's prompt, Lin Feng's vision went dark and he completely lost consciousness. In the moment he collapsed, a gentle green light shield spread from within his body. Lin Go. Lin Feng. Qian Duo and Lu Ruox's exclamations rang out simultaneously. The two looked at Lin Feng, who had fallen straight down, their hearts racing in their throats. They rushed over only to be blocked by a layer of gentle green light. The light shield enveloped Lin Feng like a giant eggshell, emanating a powerful vitality that brought peace to the heart. What is going on? Lin Ge won't be in trouble, will he? Qian Duo was anxiously pacing, his chubby hands touching the light shield but unable to penetrate it. Lu Ruoxi struggled to stand, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Feng inside the shield. She could sense that Lin Feng's breath was not only not weakening but was instead rising at a terrifying speed. Don't worry, he should be absorbing the energy from that fossil. Lu Ruox's voice was still a bit weak, but her tone was firm. Both she and Qian Duo, having merely absorbed a trace of the aura emanating from the shield, felt their mental fatigue rapidly recovering and their physical condition was being nourished and enhanced. It was evident that Lin Feng at the center was undergoing an enormous transformation. Time passed by second by second. 10 minutes felt as long as a century. Just as Qian Duo was about to wear a hole in the ground from pacing, the green light shield enveloping Lin Feng suddenly trembled. Humming. All the green light, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, instantly rolled back and was absorbed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Boom! A formidable aura far beyond the second level of martial arts erupted explosively from within him. This aura swept like a fierce wind, stirring up the sand and dirt on the ground, causing Qian Duo and Lu Ruoxi to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Qian Duo's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. I can't believe it. This aura. Lin Guyu. Lu Ruox's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock and delight. Lin Feng slowly stood up, feeling the surging energy within him, his bones cracking loudly. He clenched his fists, feeling as if he could punch a cow to death. No, he could kill a spiked porcupine. Ding! System upgrade completed. System version 1. 5. New feature unlocked. Skill simulation beginner. Existing feature enhancement. Weapon skill experience conversion efficiency permanently increased by 50. Existing feature enhancement. Task system rewards permanently increased by 20. A series of system prompts made Lin Feng's heart race wildly. Upgraded. The system really upgraded. And the improvements it brought were simply earth-shattering. Ding! Detected that the host absorbed the dissipated energy from the World Tree sprout fossil. The bottleneck has been broken. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to martial artist 3rd level. Indeed. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. He opened his attributes panel. Host Lin Feng Realm Martial Artist 3rd Level Initial Energy 1010 Strength 361 Zhongqing 15 Agility 350 Zhongqing 5 Physique 346 Spirit 345 Free Attribute Points 25 System Coins 32 12 times of Weapon Use 506322 Next Phase Achievement 1 million times Weapon Experience 835320 Skills Breaking Wind / D-Level Breaking Wind Series / Self-Created D-Level Gale Step D-Level Turtle Breath Technique Entry Energy Guidance Technique Military Simplified version Trace of Wind C-Level Eye of Insight D-Level Instant Shadow Triple / C-Level Basic Swordsmanship Mastery D-Level Breath Control Technique D-Level His strength surged. After a fainting episode, not only had his injuries healed completely but he had also directly broken through a major realm. Lin Feng, are you okay? Lu Ruoshi asked with concern. I'm fine, very well. Lin Feng grinned, retracting the aura he had emitted. He shook his neck and explained to the two, the energy from that fossil was too immense, I absorbed some of it and lost control, which led to the breakthrough. This explanation was reasonable. Qian Duo approached with envy and resentment on his face. Lin Gu, your luck is simply off the charts. You broke through just by sleeping. Why can't I have such good fortune? He then felt the changes in himself and exclaimed joyfully, hee, but I also benefited, feeling much stronger. Lu Ruoshi nodded gently, clearly sensing that her newly awakened mental power not only recovered completely but also became more solid and powerful. This adventure had yielded tremendous rewards. Lin Feng's attention returned to the new features of the system. Skill Simulation Beginner Function Description allows consumption of system coins and simulation points to optimize complete and fuse level and below skills. Simulation points can be obtained through combat insights, deep meditation, absorbing special knowledge and analyzing precious materials. Current simulation points 0. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. This function was simply a divine skill. I've hit the jackpot this time, I really hit the jackpot. Lin Feng laughed wildly in his heart. Lin Gu, what are you grinning about? Qian Duo asked, unable to help but notice Lin Feng's silly smile. It's nothing, just thinking about how we're currently in first place in points, feeling a bit happy. Lin Feng casually replied, opening the leaderboard. First place Lin Feng's team points 4850, second place Qin Haoran's team points 3280, third place Zhao Tianlong's team points 3150, a significant lead. Ha ha ha. First. We are first. Qian Duo jumped up in excitement upon seeing the leaderboard, his body shaking with jiggling fat. This guarantees an great evaluation. No. Lin Feng shook his head, his gaze shifting deeper into the Qingmu forest. His eyes were sharp as a knife. Not stable enough. Lin Feng slowly spoke, his voice calm yet filled with undeniable confidence. What I want is not a possible grade, but an absolute grade, one so far ahead that they won't even think of chasing after it. Brother Lin, you're right. Qian Duo's chubby face set hard as she nodded fiercely. Well, overturn everything. Let those self-important fools see who truly rules the freshmen. Day 3 in the Qingmu Lin secret realm. A monstrous Li Xiong, its bulk rivaling a truck, reared and slammed its massive claws toward Lin Feng. This third-rank peak beast struck with the force to split mountains and crack stone. Ruoshi. Lin Feng barked, sliding like a wraith to the side and evading with ease. Lu Ruoshi, already prepared, let spiritual will surge in her pale lilac eyes. An invisible psychic shock detonated and struck the Li Xiong squarely in the skull. The great beast's huge body froze, a fleeting daze passing through its gaze. Now. Before anyone could tell when Lin Feng had appeared at the beast's flank, his Zhongqing drawing a cold arc through the air. Shunnying Sanju slash, 3 blades of light tore at once, cleaving the Li Xiong's vulnerable neck. Blood spouted in a geyser. The enormous head tossed skyward and the massive body crashed down with a thunderous roar. Ding. Killed third-rank peak beast Li Xiong. Gained 300 points. Ding. Detection. The host gained a new comprehension in combat, awarded 5 simulation points. Done, we're finished. Qian Duo guided a micro-drone down from the sky, her round face alight with excitement. Brother Lin, you killing these third-rank peaks is like slicing vegetables now. Lin Feng flicked blood from his blade and exhaled. After breaking through to martial rank 3, his power had undergone a fundamental change. Coupled with these days of relentless combat, his mastery of strength had grown ever surer. Still, it was Ruox's support that made the difference. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Ruoxi. Her pretty face was slightly pale from yuan energy expenditure, yet her spirit shone with exhilaration. Her spiritual telekinesis had leapt forward through repeated battle and had become the team's indispensable control core. It was your command that was sharp, he added. Lu Ruoxi smiled faintly, her eyes flickering. Lin Feng returned the smile but did not continue the mutual praise. His attention had already fallen on the system's recent notice of simulation points. System open the technique deduction function. Technique deduction novice. Available technique for deduction Gui Shiju entry. Optimization direction: improve yuan energy recovery efficiency and strengthen yuan energy nurturing effect. Cost required: system coins x 500, simulation points x 100. Current simulation points 100. Deduce. Lin Feng did not hesitate. Ding. Consumed system coins x 500 and simulation points x 100. Gui Shiju begins deduction. A warm pulsing stream of data surged into Lin Feng's mind. He felt the circulation route of Gui Shiju within him being forcibly optimized and rewritten by an inscrutable power. Obscure nodes unclogged, inefficient loops were reorganized. The whole process lasted only a few seconds. Ding. Deduction complete. Gui Shiju entry has been successfully optimized to Gui Shiju proficient. Effect: permanent 100 increase to yuan energy and stamina recovery efficiency. Yuan energy nurturing effect increased by 100. Lin Feng immediately executed the new technique. Boom. He felt the world's energies flowing into his body more than twice as fast as before. The yuan energy spent in battle replenished at a rate visible to the naked eye. He swore under his breath. This new function was nothing short of godlike. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Why does your aura feel suddenly full? Qian Duo watched, jaw dropping. Nothing much, just a little insight just now, Lin Feng said casually, though his heart swelled with delight. With this he felt like a perpetual motion machine. Over the next days Lin Feng's team became a scoring machine in the secret realm. Using the system map they located one rare herb stand after another. Found 3 Longsuico. Points 150. Collected 1 Xingchenhua. Points 200. They also became the nightmare of every high-grade beast in Qingmulin. Killed a mid-third rank Fenglei leopard. Points 150. Encircled and annihilated a late third rank Yueying wolf pack. Points 800. Lin Feng's score rocketed like a rocket, leaving the second place far behind. Other freshman teams in the realm glanced at the leaderboard in stunned silence. What is Lin Feng, some kind of monster? Damn it, our points are crawling while his are flying. Over 25,000 points. Did he slaughter half the beasts in the realm? Don't say any more, comparing ourselves to him is infuriating. Keeping top 100 would be lucky. 7th day dusk. When the bell above the secret realm told the trial's end, the 3 of them sat beneath a waterfall leisurely roasting meat. A shaft of white light enveloped them. Space shifted. In the next instant they were back on that familiar vast plaza of Jiangnanwu University. Thousands of freshmen streamed out, most bearing exhaustion and wounds, faces lit with the grateful relief of survival. All eyes turned as if by instinct to the giant holographic screen at the plaza's center. The final point rankings were about to be revealed. Numbers on the screen scrolled like a fever in names, and points flashed by. The atmosphere tightened to a breaking point. Finally the image froze. A gilded list appeared before everyone. 3rd Zhao Tianlong team points 25950. 2nd Qin Haoran team points 26320. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Both names belonged to talents already famous before enrollment. Yet every gaze was fixed on the empty topmost slot. In the next breath a blaze of gold erupted and one blinding line of text seized every eye. First Lin Feng team total points 35880. A long stunned hiss swept the plaza. Silence fell like a blanket. Everyone drew a sharp breath, eyes wide as if beholding an impossibility. 35,880. The number struck like a hammer on every heart. I didn't misread, did I? Over 35,000 points. Impossible. How could this be real? Is that a score a human could possibly earn? Lin Feng, that name sounds familiar. Isn't he the freshman who clashed with Li Yang from the student council on reporting day? Rumors crashed like waves. 1,000 mixed looks of shock, awe and disbelief locked onto the calm figure standing in the plaza: Lin Feng, Qian Duodua and Lu Ruoxi. The three were clean and composed, their auras steady, a stark contrast to the ragged, exhausted newcomers around them. At that moment a graceful silhouette ascended the dais. It was the beautiful instructor Su Muyue. Her cool gaze swept the field and finally rested on Lin Feng, a faint inscrutable smile touching her lips. Silence. Su Muyue's voice carried clearly to every ear. The opening trial concludes here. I will now announce the final evaluations of this trial. She paused, eyes glancing over the scoreboard. Qin Haoran team and Zhao Tianlong team, outstanding performance, team rating a level. Lu Ruoxi and Qian Duodua as core support and strategist, your coordination was exemplary and contributions notable, individual rating A. Qian Duoduo's face flushed with excitement and she clenched her fists. There would be no shortage of rewards for that, she thought. All eyes fixed on Su Muyue, waiting for the final decisive announcement. Su Muyue looked at Lin Feng with undisguised admiration. Lin Feng, she called, raising her voice. As captain you commanded with decisive action and led from the front. As a spearhead your combat prowess is unmatched. Single-handedly you achieved results far beyond anyone else, breaking our school's 5-year record for the freshman trial. After unanimous evaluation by all instructors, congratulations, you are awarded the only rank evaluation for this opening trial. The plaza erupted. Rank, the legendary highest praise, hadn't appeared in years. Ding. Main quest: University new life completed. Task rating S perfect. Ding. Congratulations, host awarded 50 free attribute points. Crate Agility Selection Pack X1. New function unlocked: Simulated Trial Space Novice. A smile tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Su Muyue's voice rose again as she announced the rewards that sent the crowd into frenzy. Rank rewards: Jiangnan Wu University credits 1,000 points. 1 priority selection from the 3rd floor of the Wuji Pavilion. 1 month's free access to a grade advanced practice chamber. The crowd went wild. 1,000 credits, an ocean of resources. The 3rd floor of the Wuji Pavilion housed priceless techniques of grade and above. An grade practice chamber, usually reserved only for core disciples and instructors, was now theirs for a month. Countless envious, covetous gazes pinned on Lin Feng. In this moment he was the brightest star in the plaza. As the trial ended and the crowd dispersed, Lin Feng and his 2 companions prepared to leave when Su Muyue descended from the dais and came straight to them. Her presence, that of a Wuzong-level powerhouse, made surrounding students instinctively part away. Lin Feng, Su Muyue said, her beautiful eyes carrying both curiosity and approval. Qian Duoduo and Lu Ruoxi tense up a little. Instructor, Lin Feng replied with neither servility nor presumption. Well done, she acknowledged, then her tone dropped low enough that only the 3 of them could hear. After enrollment many student societies and clubs will come to recruit you. My advice: do not rush to join any faction just yet. She looked at Lin Feng, a different light flickered in those pretty eyes. Once you are settled, come to Qinglian Peak to see me. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Su Muyue turned and walked away, leaving behind a silhouette that stirred endless imagination among countless onlookers. A private conversation. Qian Duoduo trembled with excitement, every fold of his plump cheeks quivered as he vigorously clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. Senior brother. Senior brother. Did you hear? Mentor Su Muyue wishes to meet with you alone. Lu Ruoxi's cool, serene eyes shimmered with genuine delight and quiet curiosity. Lin Feng drew a deep breath, shutting out the surrounding clamor. He remained unswayed by this sudden surge of attention. Opportunity. Challenge. Whatever it was, strength remained the sole foundation upon which all else could be seized. With a single thought, Lin Feng activated the system interface. The radiant reward notification gleamed before him, the most tangible reality in this very moment. Ding. S-rank appraisal reward distributed. 50 free attribute points. Crank movement technique selection pack 1. New feature unlocked: Simulation Trial Realm Basic. Adding the 25 points remaining from earlier brings my total to 75 free attribute points. Lin Feng's heart burned with fervor. Data, this was the bedrock of everything. System, distribute these points evenly. Without hesitation, balanced cultivation was the only path to supremacy. Ding. Attribute point allocation complete. A resonant hum vibrated through his being. A warm current surged instantly through his limbs and marrow, infusing his body with renewed vitality, his strength, speed and constitution elevated in perfect unison. He opened his personal attribute panel. Host Lin Feng. Realm Martial Artist 3rd Tier Initial Stage. Chi Energy 1025. Strength 379. Agility 368. Constitution 364. Spirit 363. Free Attribute Points 0. System Coins 3212. Exhilarating. Lin Feng silently exulted within. This palpable visible surge in power felt utterly sublime. His gaze then drifted toward the crank movement technique selection pack. Open it. Ding. Please select one technique from the following 3 options. 1. Ghost Shadow Mirage Step C Rank Movement Art, unpredictable in motion, excelling in close-range evasion and repositioning. 2. Tidewalking Step C Rank Movement Art, exceptional endurance and minimal chi consumption, ideal for long-distance pursuit. 3. Windrift Step C Rank Movement Art, explosive acceleration over short distances, shares its origin with Gale Step, allowing seamless integration. At peak mastery, the cultivator dissolves into pure breeze, near instantaneous translocation within brief ranges. Lin Feng's eyes flared with instant brilliance. Was there even a choice to make? It was as if forged expressly for him. I choose Windrift Steps. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the C rank movement art Windrift Steps, automatically mastered. A thunderous surge. An immense torrent of information flooded his mind. The cultivation methodology, kinetic principles and chi circulation pathways of Windrift Steps were instantly internalized, fused into his very being. He even sensed, with absolute certainty, that with a single step he could appear 10 meters away. His speed had soared once more. Just as Lin Feng reveled in the euphoria of his meteoric ascension, every freshman's wristband simultaneously pulsed. A notification flashed across each display. Class assignments have been published. All freshmen are instructed to report to their designated teaching building according to their assigned class. Qian Duo eagerly tapped open his wristband. Elite Class 1. Ha, I'm in Elite Class 1 too. He burst into triumphant laughter. Lu Ruoshi raised her wristband and offered Lin Feng a gentle affirming nod. She too belonged to the same elite cohort. Let's go, report now. Lin Feng steeled his focus and gestured decisively. Elite Class 1's classroom occupied the topmost floor of a sleek high-tech teaching building. When Lin Feng and his companions entered, 2 or 3 dozen students already filled the room. The silence was unnerving, absolute, taut, electric. Dozens of sharp, appraising, fiercely competitive gazes locked onto them in unison. Each of these individuals was a prodigy hailing from major southern cities across Long Kingdom, scions of noble lineages or blessed with extraordinary talent, undisputed sovereigns in their own domains. Pride, unbending and unyielding, was their defining trait. That's Lin Feng. The one who earned the S-rank appraisal. Muffled murmurs rippled from the corners, low yet piercingly distinct against the heavy stillness. Qin Haoran and Zhao Tianlong, seated in the front row, both turned their heads in unison. Qin Haoran's eyes blazed with unmistakable combat fervor. Zhao Tianlong merely curled a faint sardonic smile, his gaze laced with quiet disdain. Lin Feng paid no heed to those glances, striding straight to 3 vacant seats and taking his place. Qian Duodua, however, bristled with irritation, muttering under his breath. Damn, do their eyes really grow upward from their foreheads? Senior brother earned an S-rank appraisal. Ignore them. Lin Feng replied coolly. In the world of Wu University, fists speak louder than words. No amount of talk changes anything. At that moment the classroom door swung open. A tall, elegant figure stepped inside, Su Muyue herself. Her entrance silenced the room instantly, every gaze ignited with blazing heat and reverent awe. Mentor Su Muyue. Heavens, she's one of Elite Class 1 specially appointed mentors. Oh no, I'll be sliced in half if I so much as blink during class. Su Muyue strode to the podium and swept the room with her icy, penetrating gaze. The overwhelming aura of a martial sovereign pressed down upon them all. Instinctively, even these haughty geniuses straightened their spines, daring not a single trace of insolence. My name is Su Muyue. I am one of your specially appointed mentors for the next 4 years. Her voice, soft yet crystalline, reached every ear with flawless clarity. Elite Class 1 represents the pinnacle of incoming talent at Jiangnan Martial University. But here past honors hold no weight whatsoever. What you must do is compete, fiercely relentlessly, for resources, for advancement, for strength. Survival of the fittest is the sole law governing this place. Understood? Understood. A unified thunderous response echoed through the hall. Su Muyue nodded approvingly, her gaze traversed the sea of faces, then settled unwaveringly upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng. She called his name directly. Every heartbeat in the room skipped violently. Lin Feng rose to his feet. Mentor. Su Muyue studied him, her expression unreservedly admiring. I've reviewed your trial performance. It was exceptional. An S-rank appraisal is not an ending, it is merely the first threshold. Your potential is vast. I trust you will not disappoint me. A thunderclap of revelation shook Elite Class 1 to its core. Eyes widened in stunned disbelief, utterly speechless. This was Su Muyue, the ice goddess mentor famed for her exacting standards and rare praise. On the very first day of class she had publicly endorsed a freshman, in front of everyone. Such favor was unprecedented in history. A storm of envious, jealous, even venomous, glares transformed into lethal blades stabbing mercilessly toward Lin Feng. Had glances possessed killing force, Lin Feng would already lie eviscerated 1,000 times over. Below, Qian Duo jostled Lin Feng's arm furiously, his grin stretching ear to ear. Senior brother. Senior brother. Did you hear? Mentor Su believes in you. He whispered rapidly, voice hushed but urgent, right beside Lin Feng's ear. You're set, you're truly set. According to intel from my uncle, Mentor Su Muyue is a genuine martial sovereign, authentic, battle-tested, peerless. Her blade artistry is legendary, among the very finest across all Jiangnan Martial University. She almost never takes disciples. Her standards are terrifyingly high. If she accepts you as her direct disciple, you'll walk unchallenged throughout Jiangnan Martial University. Martial sovereign. Blade artistry. Lin Feng's heart hammered fiercely, once more. He sensed it, the gaze from the podium carried more than admiration, it held scrutiny, probing depth and quiet expectation. This was both a colossal opportunity, and a perilous precipice, placing him squarely at the center of every challenge yet to come. Very well. Be seated. Su Muyue withdrew her gaze as though she'd merely uttered a trivial observation. After announcing essential orientation details, she concluded the brief inaugural ceremony. The inaugural ceremony of Elite Class 1 concluded in an eerie, unsettling silence. No sooner had Su Muyue departed than the very air within the classroom shifted, tangible, charged and thick with unspoken tension. A dozen pairs of eyes locked onto Lin Feng like searchlights, their expressions a volatile confluence of emotion. Admiration. Jealousy. And raw, unmasked resentment. Brother, you've just become the entire school's public enemy number one. Qian Duo lowered his voice, yet his plump face radiated irrepressible excitement. Publicly commended by instructor Su Muyue, that honor. Tisk tsk, I doubt even last year's top-ranked student ever received such recognition. Lin Feng remained outwardly serene. He could distinctly sense the surging battle intent emanating from Qin Haoren in the front row, a palpable, almost physical force rising like a gale. From the other side, Zhao Tianlong's gaze was laced with glacial disdain so dense it seemed to congeal in the air. It did not matter. He would act. Just as Lin Feng rose to leave and examine his system's newly unlocked features, his wristband vibrated once more. A message from Su Muyue. A concise address, and a single character. Come. Qinglian Peak. The exclusive residential and cultivation enclave reserved for Jiangnan Martial Academy's senior instructors, where spiritual energy density far surpassed that of the lower slopes. Following the coordinates, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of a secluded courtyard. The gate stood unlatched, a gentle push swung it open. An indescribable razor-sharp aura rushed forth, keen, piercing, overwhelming. It bore no malice, yet its sharpness was absolute, so acute it seemed to cleave the very air into countless infinitesimal fragments, pricking his skin with stinging discomfort. He drew a slow, deep breath and stepped across the threshold. Inside, the courtyard exuded refined elegance, clusters of emerald bamboo, a stone pavilion, a clear spring shimmering under soft light. Yet this tranquil beauty was utterly subsumed by the omnipresent cutting blade intent, an uncanny paradox of serenity and severity. Lin Feng's gaze settled upon the wall of the bamboo pavilion at the courtyard's heart. There, suspended in silent majesty, hung an array of long blades. A heavy ancient Zhanma saber. A nimble willow-leaf blade. A tyrannical demon-headed Gui Tu Dao. Each weapon pulsed with formidable malevolence and sentient vitality, undoubtedly masterpieces forged in blood having claimed countless elite foes. This was no mere dwelling. This was a sacred temple of blades. The bamboo pavilion's door slid open soundlessly. Su Muyue's voice emerged, crisp, cool and unwavering. Enter. Lin Feng steadied his spirit and stepped inside. The interior was austere, only a meditation cushion and a low lacquered tea table, nothing else. Su Muyue sat cross-legged upon the cushion, a plain unadorned long sword resting horizontally before her, its scabbard still sealed. She wasted no words, cut straight to the heart of the matter. Demonstrate your strongest blade technique, for me. Lin Feng's pulse quickened. He knew, this was the true test. Yes, instructor. Without hesitation he strode to the center of the room and slowly unsheathed his Zhongqing saber from his back. The Class C combat blade hummed softly, a resonant metallic chime, as its edge caught the dim light flashing with a cold predatory gleam. Lin Feng closed his eyes, gathering every memory of battle, every insight gleaned since the opening trial, and fused them into his consciousness. In the next instant his eyes snapped open. He moved. Swift wind steps. His figure blurred, vanishing like a sudden gale erupting from still earth surging forward. Instant shadow tri-slash. Shriyik. 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 3 blinding slashes carved through the air, so swift they converged into a chilling inverted pin formation. The blade edge tore the air with a shrieking whine. The pavilion's pervasive blade intent surged in resonance, coalescing, converging, channeling itself entirely into Zhongqing. This was his ultimate strike, the pinnacle of his current power. A single blow he trusted could fell any apex tier 3-rank demonic beast. As the light faded, Lin Feng stood firm, blade held steady, his breath slightly ragged. He looked toward Su Muyue, his gaze edged with quiet anticipation. Yet she merely observed him in silence, her crystalline eyes as still and fathomless as a frozen mountain lake. She offered only the faintest, most imperceptible nod. Nothing more. Your speed is commendable. Your strength sufficient. Her voice remained detached, devoid of warmth or reproach. But that is all. Lin Feng's heart plummeted. Instructor, please guide me. He voiced no protest, offered no justification. The judgment of a master carried immutable weight. Your blade possesses form, velocity and edge. Su Muyue lifted the unsheathed long sword before her and ran her fingers gently along its scabbard. But your blade lacks intent. Intent. Lin Feng's brow furrowed, this term was wholly unfamiliar. You rely too heavily on technique itself, chasing perfect speed, perfect sharpness, believing that is all a blade can be. Su Muyue arose and approached him with unhurried grace. You wield the blade, you do not command it. What you perform is blade artistry. You remain 10,000 miles away from the true Blade Dao. Blade artistry. Blade Dao. It felt as though a colossal hammer had struck Lin Feng's mind, leaving it ringing, disoriented. He sensed a vast new world just beyond reach, yet its gate remained sealed tight. Watch closely. Su Muyue's voice held a subtle magnetic resonance, drawing every fiber of his attention inward. I shall use the simplest movement imaginable, to show you what intent truly means. She did not draw her blade. Merely gripping the scabbard hilt, she executed a casual downward slash. A motion elementary, so basic Lin Feng had practiced it over 10,000 times in foundational martial drills. Yet in Su Muyue's hands it was transformed utterly. Lin Feng saw no flash of steel, heard no sonic rupture. He only perceived the world before him, split cleanly, perfectly down the middle, as if cleaved by an invisible absolute line. Air, light, even his own sensory awareness, shattered along that axis. It was not the blade that divided the world. It was the world yielding, bowing, making way for the blade. Lin Feng's pupils contracted to needle-fine points. Then without pause Su Muyue thrust forward, another effortless unadorned lunge. Vroom. In Lin Feng's mind's eye a meteor streaked, trailing incandescent fire, piercing infinite void. That indomitable, unstoppable, reality-shattering will to cut, made every hair on his body stand rigid with awe. Ding. Host detected observing a martial grandmaster demonstrate blade intent. Ding. Host's comprehension of the Blade Dao is rapidly ascending. Ding. System Module Blade Intent Blade Soul Cultivation Unlock Progress 10. 30. 60. System alerts flooded his consciousness in rapid succession. Lin Feng paid them no heed. His entire being was immersed, utterly consumed, by Su Muyue's deceptively simple infinitely profound blade movements. He beheld gales soar raging waves, envisioned unyielding boulders, glimpsed roaring flames. Each stroke embodied a distinct realm of meaning. Each stroke resonated, not with the body, but with heaven and earth themselves. This was true blade. This was true Tao. Long moments passed. Su Muyue lowered her blade and stood motionless. Silence returned to the bamboo pavilion, so complete it felt as though the preceding moments had been a shared illusion. But Lin Feng knew, they were not. In those fleeting minutes his entire worldview had shattered, and been reborn anew. He looked down at Jiangqing in his hand, and for the first time felt the staggering shallowness of his understanding. Did you feel it? Watching his rapt awestruck expression, a flicker of quiet satisfaction, so faint it might have been imagined, flashed across Su Muyue's icy gaze. I felt it. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, his eyes blazing with shock and fervent revelation. That was but the merest sliver of its essence. Su Muyue casually tossed something toward him. Lin Feng caught it instinctively. It was an aged thread-bound notebook, its cover yellowed with time, bearing no title or inscription whatsoever. These are my personal notes, compiled during my transition from martial artist to martial master while cultivating blade techniques. Su Muyue spoke with calm detachment. To grasp blade intent directly is premature for your current realm. First fortify your foundation. Take this notebook home. Study it deeply. Contemplate it thoroughly. Lin Feng cradled the notebook in both hands, his heart hammering against his ribs. A grandmaster's early cultivation insights. Its worth defied quantification. Infinitely more precious than any Class C, Class B, or even Class A martial technique. Instructor I. Overwhelmed, Lin Feng faltered, yearning to ask for discipleship yet too daunted to speak the words. Su Muyue seemed to read his thoughts. I do not take disciples lightly. She settled back onto her cushion, her tone returning to its customary frost. This notebook is granted solely in acknowledgement of your S-class evaluation, a token bonus, nothing more. Whether you achieve greatness depends entirely upon your own enlightenment. Should you encounter questions of genuine profundity, come here. Trivial matters, do not trouble me with them. Lin Feng drew a deep steadying breath, burying his gratitude deep within his chest. He understood, though her words were distant, this gesture was an extraordinary act of mentorship, of grace. Thank you, instructor. He bowed deeply, profoundly, before Su Muyue. Go. She waved dismissively, and closed her eyes, slipping once more into serene stillness. Lin Feng said nothing further. He bowed again, then carefully tucked the notebook into his inner robe, holding it as though it were the rarest treasure in existence, and withdrew silently from the pavilion. Emerging from the courtyard, he glanced back, once, at Qinglian Peak, shrouded in that ceaseless cutting blade intent. Within Lin Feng's eyes burned a flame fiercer than any he had ever known. The blade Tao. So, this was the true blade Tao. He clenched his fist, feeling the torrential flow of primordial energy within his veins and the fierce irresistible surge of battle intent rising to meet it. He did not return to his dormitory. Instead, he immediately summoned his system interface, his gaze locking onto the newly revealed function. Simulation Trial Realm Basic. Function description: consume system currency to generate virtual adversaries or tailored cultivation environments. Within this space the host may train and battle freely, without risk of injury or death. Currently simulatable opponents: Earth-Shattering Bear, Apex Tier 3, Ironback Grey Wolf, King Tier 4. Initiate. Enter. A slow wild curve lifted the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. He carried a Grandmaster's theoretical wisdom in his robe. His mind held a flawless systemic advantage, engineered by divine providence. What more perfect crucible for cultivation could exist? He would master every principle in Instructor Su Muyue's notebook, in the shortest time possible. And then, he would grasp that elusive transcendent truth. Blade intent. Lin Feng found an empty corner, sat cross-legged, his gaze as tranquil as a deep well, yet his consciousness had already plunged into his mind. System: enter the simulation trial space. The scene of the dormitory twisted in an instant, transforming into an endless expanse of pure white. Please select a simulated opponent. A light screen unfolded before Lin Feng, displaying the various demonic beasts he had previously battled. Ironback Wolf King, Wind Blade Wolf Pack. His finger skimmed over these familiar names without a moment's pause. He manually typed a name into the input box on the light screen. Su Muyu. New target detected. Data collection in progress. Collection complete. Warning. The target Su Muyu's strength is at the martial sect level, far exceeding the host's current limit. Forcibly simulating may lead to mental collapse. The system's warning sounded urgently. Suppress her strength to the peak of martial artist tier 4. Lin Feng's tone was devoid of any fluctuations. Strength suppression setting complete. Simulated opponent Su Muyu martial artist tier 4 peak generate. Generate. In an instant, light and shadow converged in the white space ahead. A tall and graceful figure slowly took shape, revealing Su Muyu's exquisitely cold and beautiful face. Even the indifference in her eyes was flawlessly mimicked. We can begin. The simulated Su Muyu spoke, her voice devoid of any emotion. Lin Feng did not utter a single unnecessary word. He moved. With a burst of energy beneath his feet, he charged forward like a cannonball. Unsheathed, the blade sang like a dragon. Shadow 3 absolute slashes. He infused all the killing intent and insights he had accumulated from the Qingmu Forest trial into this one strike. However, Su Muyu across from him did not even budge. She merely raised her hand. Then she extended a finger as white as jade. Ding! A light sound. That seemingly delicate fingertip precisely tapped the flat surface of the star slash. A strange shockwave surged along the blade. Lin Feng felt as if his full-force strike had struck a pile of cotton, instantly dissipated without a trace. He hadn't even had time to be shocked. A whip-like leg slicing through the air with a whistle struck his chest at an extremely tricky angle. Crack. The world before Lin Feng instantly turned pitch black and he was sent flying. Host has died, reviving in 10 seconds. In a flash of white light he appeared back at the original spot, breathing heavily. Again. He roared, charging forward once more. This time he utilized the wind step, pushing his speed to the limit, his figure leaving behind trails of afterimages in the pure white space, trying to find a flaw from the side. The simulated Su Muyu remained still. Just as Lin Feng's figure circled behind her, she casually stepped to the left. Just that simple step. Yet it seemed to transcend distance, accurately predicting where he would land next. A hand lightly pressed against the center of his back. Bang! Lin Feng died again. 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 For a full hour. In this pure white space, only Lin Feng's unyielding roars echoed, along with the dull thuds of his body being knocked down time and again. He was kicked, struck, slapped and poked. He exerted all his might, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of her clothing once. He finally deeply understood. It was not merely a gap in strength and speed. It was a crushing difference in realm. An absolute suppression of intent over technique. His proud techniques were like childish doodles, laughable and naive in the face of her straightforward essence targeting attacks. Simulation time ended. In a dizzying whirl, Lin Feng's consciousness was ejected from the space, heavily crashing to the ground. He was drenched in cold sweat, breathing heavily, his head throbbing like needles. Every experience of death was terrifyingly real. Yet his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. Ignoring his physical exhaustion and mental pain, he pulled out the yellowed notebook from his chest. He opened the first page. The elegant yet sharp handwriting came into view. The blade wielder is an extension of the arm. The intent is the manifestation of the spirit. Wielding the blade is not merely swinging the arm, but truly wielding the intent. Lin Feng's mind flashed back to the simulated space, to Su Muyu's seemingly nonchalant finger. So that's how it is. It was not just pure spiritual energy, but she had condensed her will into an indestructible blade intent, which internally shattered his techniques. He greedily continued to read. In the initial realm, seeing the mountain is just a mountain responding to moves as they come. In the entering realm, the mountain is not a mountain, all methods return to one. In the divine realm, the mountain is still a mountain, I am the Tao. Every word struck his soul like a heavy hammer. He closed his eyes, repeatedly replaying his Shadow 3 absolute slashes in his mind. Too cumbersome. Too many useless movements, too much waste of spiritual energy. I was only pursuing form, yet neglected spirit. He picked up the star slash. Without rising, he sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly swinging it. Ding. The host is engaging in deep comprehension of blade techniques. Blade swinging experience conversion efficiency 50. 1/. Another /. He frantically combined and validated the theories from the notebook with the brutal hour of practice he had just endured. Gradually the path of the blade in his hand changed. It became simpler, more direct and purer. The 3 beams of light from shadow, 3 absolute slashes, seemed to begin merging in his comprehension. No longer isolated strikes, but rather a will of cutting through everything, erupting 3 times in an instant. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. The blade technique was progressing. But his movement technique remained a fundamental flaw. He recalled Su Mu Yu's seemingly divine step. What he needed was not just speed, but also the efficiency of being able to foresee the initiative and predict the enemy's moves. System activate the technique fusion function. Technique fusion beginner has been activated. I want to fuse techniques. Please select the main technique and fusion material. Main technique C level wind step. Fusion material the fundamental evasion techniques I have understood from countless battles. He aimed to completely meld the principle of the technique with the wildness of his battle instinct. Fusion simulation starting. Simulation complete. New text appeared on the light screen. Fusion plan wind step modified success rate 30 consumption 200 system coins 50 simulation points. 30%. Lin Feng's pupils slightly constricted. This success rate was pitifully low. Yet he hesitated for only a fraction of a second. Fortune favors the bold. The path of martial arts is filled with thorns. If one is timid, what great things can be accomplished. Confirm fusion. Confirming fusion will consume resources. Please concentrate and guide the simulation. Lin Feng immediately closed his eyes, immersing himself in focus. Boom. A torrent of chaotic information instantly surged into his mind. Countless energy operation route diagrams of wind step collided and intertwined violently with the chaotic fragments of his evasive actions during battle. He attempted to guide them to fuse with his will. Yet the 2 entirely different systems seemed to be irreconcilable, mutually repelling, and couldn't merge at all. The entire process was wild and unstable. Oh no! Lin Feng's heart raced with alarm. Just then the torrent of information in his mind erupted violently. Boom! An indescribable excruciating pain stabbed deep into his brain like a steel needle. Ding! Technique fusion failed. Consumed 200 system coins. Lost 50 simulation points. Warning: the host's mental strength has suffered a slight backlash. Please refrain from high-intensity mental activities within 24 hours. Ugh! Lin Feng let out a painful groan, clutching his head tightly. The world before him spun, his face turning pale in an instant. He failed. To think. He really failed. The loss of system coins and simulation points made him feel a pang of pain. But more than that was an unwilling sense of defeat. Leaning against the wall, he gasped heavily, the headache gradually receding like a tide. He did not lose heart. Nor did he despair. In his eyes, which had become bloodshot from pain, there flickered a clarity born from reflection. I was too presumptuous. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. He thought that having a system would allow him to do as he pleased, to ascend to the heavens in one step. He was wrong. The system was merely the most advanced tool, not an omnipotent god. Technique fusion requires an extremely profound understanding of both techniques. His comprehension of wind step was still superficial, and his battle instincts were chaotic and unstructured. Forcing a fusion in such a crude manner was no different from a fool's errand. I need more knowledge. I need to learn more complete techniques to understand their essence, to draw parallels. He needed true foundational knowledge. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. This great reward. That privilege he had yet to use. Lin Feng's eyes reignited with light. Jiangnan Martial University, home to countless tomes, renowned as the holy land of martial arts in southern Long Country. The Martial Arts Pavilion. He abruptly stood up, the mental pain having been replaced by a new fervent desire. This failure did not break him. Instead, it pointed him in the direction to move forward. First establish a foundation, then build a towering structure from the ground up. He gazed longingly toward the ancient tower deep within the campus. Martial Arts Pavilion. Here I come. The Martial Arts Pavilion. One of the core buildings of Jiangnan Martial University, it stands tall in the depths of the campus like an ancient sword piercing the heavens. Lin Feng stood beneath the tower gazing upwards. After yesterday's simulated practice, the stinging sensation in his mind had not completely faded, but it was replaced by an even hotter desire. The system is not omnipotent. Without sufficient knowledge and theoretical support, no matter how strong the external aid, it would merely be a castle in the air. He needs a foundation. And here is the starting point of his foundation establishment. At the entrance of the martial arts pavilion, people came and went, mostly new students like him, their faces showing curiosity and reverence. Lin Feng stepped inside. A mixed aura of scholarly atmosphere and fierce martial will rushed toward him. Stop. An older student in charge of management lifted his eyelids, his tone flat. New students can enter with their student card but may only move about on the first floor. Those rated S level may go to the third floor and have the privilege to select any A level or below martial arts techniques once. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Feng, clearly not believing that this ordinary-looking new student could be the legendary S level. Lin Feng did not waste words and directly handed over his student wristband. Beep. A light sound echoed. A golden S-grade symbol popped up on the light screen in front of the older student. His pupils suddenly constricted. The previously indifferent face instantly filled with astonishment and shock, and the way he looked at Lin Feng completely changed. You are Lin Feng, right? Please come in. Feel free on the third floor. Lin Feng nodded and walked straight in. He did not notice that many new students around had heard the words S-level rating, and envious and jealous gazes instantly focused on him. Just as he was about to go upstairs, a forgotten system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Beep. Detected that the host has a champion reward from the Jiangxing Youth League yet to be claimed. Would you like to open it now? The reward from the Jiangxing League. Lin Feng paused in his steps. He had almost forgotten about it. Open it. Beep. Opening champion reward gift box. Congratulations, host has obtained a clever auxiliary technique, flow of qi and blood. Flow of qi and blood, a passive technique that slightly increases the host's energy circulation speed and recovery efficiency, enhancing endurance and explosive power in combat. Not bad. Although it is not an offensive technique, it greatly benefits prolonged battles. Better than nothing. Lin Feng casually learned it, feeling the flow of energy in his body slightly quicken, then he paid it no further mind. His goal is upstairs. On the first floor the noise was deafening, filled with D and C level techniques, most of which were the basics. Lin Feng kept his gaze straight and walked directly through. On the second floor the C and B level techniques section had half the number of people, and the jade slips and scrolls began to emit faint energy fluctuations. He still did not stop. He headed straight up to the third floor. In stark contrast to the noise below, the third floor was silent. Those who could come up here were all among the best of this year's new students or powerful older students. Everyone was quietly flipping through books, and an invisible pressure of competition hung in the air. The techniques here were all at least grade. Lin Feng did not rush to find those dazzling offensive techniques. He walked toward the most secluded corner. There lay rows of seemingly unremarkable theoretical texts. On the techniques of inertial force release in body movement. 36 techniques of energy node eruption. The secrets of power generation in sword techniques, from waist and hip to fingertips. These books have no rank and will not directly increase combat power, but they are the true foundation of a martial artist. Lin Feng casually picked up a book titled On the Techniques of Inertial Force Release in Body Movement and opened the first page. Beep. In his mind the system prompt sounded crisp and clear. Detected absorbable knowledge fragments. Would you like to consume 1 system coin for recording and preliminary analysis? Yes. Lin Feng did not hesitate. Beep. Knowledge fragment recorded successfully. The host's understanding of body movement has slightly improved. A glint of light flashed in his eyes as he immediately picked up the second book. Beep. Detected absorbable knowledge fragment 36 techniques of energy node eruption. Would you like to consume 2 system coins? Yes. Beep. Detected. Yes. All of them. For the next hour Lin Feng devoured this knowledge like a glutton who had been starving for centuries. His system coins rapidly depleted. But his understanding of martial arts, especially body movement and sword techniques, was surging at a terrifying speed. Countless confusions from previous battles suddenly became clear. Many of the obscure theories in Sumu use notes also became clear at this moment. So that's how it is. My previous dodging was all based on instinct and speed without utilizing the Bodhi's inertia at all. And the power generation of Shadow Slash of 3 instants wasted at least 30% of energy from the Dantian to the arm and then to the blade tip. If I follow the micro-techniques in this book. His breathing gradually became rapid. This is the true treasure. After absorbing all the knowledge fragments from the theoretical texts, Lin Feng finally walked contentedly toward the core area of the 3rd floor. A level technique area. There were only a few light shields here, and each light shield held a brilliantly glowing jade slip emanating an intimidating pressure. With his level privilege, Lin Feng could choose any one of them. Around him several older students looked at him with envious eyes. Is that the level new student of this session? What incredible luck. A level techniques. We dreamed of acquiring one and he can just take one for free. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the jade slips. Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. Mountain Burning Fist. Phantom Steps. Each of these is enough to make the outside world fight for it. But his final gaze fell on a jade slip that was comparatively subdued in brilliance, its aura not overwhelming. Eye of All Laws. Eye of All Laws, a level auxiliary eye technique. After cultivation, it can greatly enhance dynamic vision and insight, easily allowing one to see through the energy operation trajectories and flaws of a level and below martial arts techniques. This is it. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them a fish. No matter how strong the offensive techniques are, this auxiliary divine technique that can enhance his learning ability and insight is far more important. Junior, are you sure you want to choose this one? The supervising mentor could not help but remind him. This is just an auxiliary technique, although its rank is A, its actual value is far less than those offensive techniques. The surrounding older students also cast bewildered glances at him. Is he crazy? Passing up an A-level offensive sword technique to pick an auxiliary eye technique. Wasting a treasure. Truly wasting a treasure. Lin Feng turned a deaf ear. He calmly nodded at the mentor. I am certain. The mentor looked at him deeply, no longer persuading him, and waved his hand to unlock the light shield. Lin Feng reached out and grasped the warm jade slip in his hand. Thus the reward for this level evaluation was used up. But he still had 1,000 credits from the opening trial reward. Lin Feng turned and walked toward the level technique area on the 2nd floor, preparing to choose a new sword technique for himself. In a corner of a dusty shelf he stopped. An ancient yellowed scroll was carelessly stuffed there with several large characters written on it. 7 Styles of Breaking Waves. 7 Styles of Breaking Waves, level sword technique incomplete. It is said to have been created by an ancient powerful being who observed the tides with an unending wave-like momentum crashing like furious waves against the shore. This is an incomplete version, only preserving the first 3 styles. Redemption price 800 credits. Lin Feng's heart jumped fiercely. Beep. The system prompt sound arrived on cue. Detected an executable and completable level sword technique, 7 Styles of Breaking Waves, with a compatibility rate of 75 with the host's current sword path. Estimated completion success rate 60. Found it. Lin Feng's eyes erupted with intense joy as he reached out to grab the scroll. But just then a long and powerful hand was quicker, pressing down on the scroll. A voice full of mockery and disdain came from the side. Oh, isn't this our genius from Elite Class 1 Lin Feng with an S-level evaluation? Lin Feng frowned and turned to look. The newcomer was tall and handsome, but the arrogance and disdain in his eyes tarnished his looks. It was none other than Zhao Tianlong, a scion from a prominent family in the same class. Behind him were 2 lackeys following like dogs. Zhao Tianlong's finger gently tapped the scroll of 7 Styles of Breaking Waves, a mocking smile forming on his lips. What? Just wasted your opportunity for an A-level technique and now you want to pick up something like this in a corner. An incomplete version. Still level trash. Lin Feng, do you think you are the protagonist of a story able to pick up any trash and practice it into a supreme skill? His voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for everyone around to hear. Many people immediately turned their attention to watch the fun. How ridiculous. Zhao Tianlong shook his head, his gaze as if looking at a clown. Coming from a poor background, you always have such a low vision and perspective. You don't even know the basics of investment. I truly don't know how you obtained your S-level evaluation. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. He could not be bothered to argue with such a person. He simply let go and turned to leave. You think you can just walk away? Zhao Tianlong snickered, thinking Lin Feng was afraid, feeling increasingly pleased. Of course, a mere commoner wouldn't dare compete with someone from the Zhao family for something. However, Lin Feng simply walked towards the redemption counter, handing over his student wristband. Mentor, I want to redeem that book. He pointed toward Zhao Tianlong's direction without looking back. I want the incomplete version of 7 Styles of Breaking Waves. What? Zhao Tianlong's smile instantly froze on his face. The surrounding students who were watching also froze. This is ignoring him. Naked disregard. From beginning to end, Lin Feng had not taken Zhao Tianlong seriously at all. You. Zhao Tianlong's face instantly turned the color of pig's liver. He felt as if he had punched into cotton. All his sense of superiority and mockery turned into a joke. The mentor in charge of redemption looked at Lin Feng, then at the ashen-faced Zhao Tianlong, and proceeded according to the rules. The 7 Styles of Breaking Waves belongs to whoever takes it first. Lin Feng said calmly. He was just touching it. I was the one who took it first. Zhao Tianlong trembled with anger. As a prominent young master of the Zhao family, he had never endured such humiliation. But in the end he dared not act against Lin Feng in the martial arts pavilion. He could only watch helplessly as the mentor took the scroll of 7 Styles of Breaking Waves and handed it to Lin Feng. Beep. Consumed 800 credits. Lin Feng stored the item and turned to leave, not casting a glance at Zhao Tianlong again. Bastard. Zhao Tianlong clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. A mere peasant dares to challenge me. Lin Feng, you wait. In the new student challenge I will definitely ruin you. Back in the dormitory, Qian Duo immediately rushed over like a lapdog. Boss, you're back. I heard you made a huge splash at the martial arts pavilion, publicly slapping Zhao Tianlong, that show-off. And got an A-level technique for free. Awesome, boss. Lin Feng tossed the scroll and jade slip onto the table. I just got a few things. His mind was already completely immersed in these gains. He sat cross-legged and picked up the A-level technique jade slip, Eye of All Laws. System learn. Beep. Starting to impart a level auxiliary skill, Eye of All Laws. Boom. A torrent of cool and complex information surged into his mind in an instant. Lin Feng's eyes felt a sharp pain which quickly turned into an unparalleled comfort. He suddenly opened his eyes. The entire world in his vision seemed to have changed. The pores on Qian Duoduo's face, the details of the wood grain on the table, the floating dust in the air. Everything became incredibly clear. This is the Eye of All Laws. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and picked up the yellowed scroll, 7 Styles of Breaking Waves. With the new theoretical knowledge and the insight enhancement from Eye of All Laws, this time he was absolutely confident. Lin Feng took a deep breath and sank his consciousness into his mind. Inside the dormitory there was a dead silence. Qian Duo had long been intimidated by Lin Feng's aura that repelled others, shrinking into a corner and daring not to make a sound. He could only watch helplessly as his leader sat cross-legged, eyes tightly closed, while the aura surrounding him surged like boiling water. Lin Feng's consciousness had already sunk into that pure white system space. Before him floated 2 items. One was an A-level pupil technique jade slip, Eye of All Methods. The other scroll was a B-level fragment he had salvaged from the corner, 7 Styles of Broken Waves. System, start the simulation. Lin Feng's voice resonated in his mind, carrying an undeniable determination. Ding. Basic technique simulation has been initiated. Please select the main technique and fusion materials. Main technique 7 Styles of Broken Waves. With a thought, the yellowed scroll transformed into a streak of light, merging into the core of the simulation system. Fusion materials. A confident smile curled at the corner of his mouth. All the theoretical knowledge I just absorbed from the martial skill pavilion. The insight bonus from Eye of All Methods. And the core essentials from Mentor Su Mu use notes. Boom. As he inputted each item, the entire simulation system began to tremble violently. A vast amount of knowledge fragments surged in like rivers converging into the sea. Ding. Detected a large number of high-quality fusion materials. The compatibility of materials with the main technique has significantly increased. Conducting a new fusion scheme simulation. Simulation complete. A light screen unfolded before Lin Feng. Completion scheme simulation of the remaining 4 styles of 7 styles of broken waves. Success rate 80. Base success rate 60. Insight bonus from Eye of all methods 20. Required consumption 1000 system coins 200 simulation points. 80%. Seeing this number, Lin Feng's heart leaped violently. Compared to the pathetic 30% last time, this was a drastic difference. This is the power of knowledge. This is the value of Eye of all methods. As for the consumption, he glanced at his balance. The gains from the Qingmu forest trial gave him ample confidence. Consume it then. All wealth spent can return. Confirm the simulation. Without a shred of hesitation, Lin Feng slammed down the confirm button. Confirmation successful. Resources deducted. Simulation starting. Buzz, the entire pure white space was suddenly enveloped in dazzling light. Countless complex trajectories of sword paths, diagrams of energy flow, and the secrets of power techniques flickered and collided in Lin Feng's mind like stars. This time it was no longer as chaotic as before. With the support of Eye of all methods, his thoughts became exceptionally clear. He could see the essence of each knowledge fragment, recognizing the perfect points of their combination. He resembled a master chess player guiding these wild energies toward the one correct answer. The light flickered between dim and bright. The entire process was exhilarating. Sweat beads formed on Lin Feng's forehead. Finally, after an unknown duration, the blinding light suddenly contracted. A heavenly system prompt echoed thunderously. Ding! Congratulations, host. Completion of 7 styles of broken waves successful. Due to the high quality of fusion materials, the technique quality has been elevated. A new level sword technique, Rapid Snowstorm Blade, has been generated. Success. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, delight evident on his face. He immediately checked the introduction of the new sword technique. Rapid Snowstorm Blade level sword technique. Comprises 7 styles. Its sword force sometimes crashes like a torrential wave, relentless and forceful, sometimes swift like falling snow, mysterious and rapid with no gaps to exploit. Its power far surpasses other sword techniques of the same level. Good. What an excellent Rapid Snowstorm Blade. Lin Feng excitedly slapped his thigh. Just looking at the introduction, he knew this technique's power would definitely crush the previous Shadow 3 fatal strikes. Enter the simulation trial space. He could hardly wait. Ding! Entering the simulation trial space, consuming 100 system coins per hour. The scene shifted. Lin Feng once again stood in that familiar pure white space. Simulated opponent, early stage 4th tier Ironback Wolf King. Roar! A massive and fierce Ironback Wolf King coalesced out of thin air, its crimson gaze locking onto Lin Feng. Come on! Lin Feng advanced instead of retreating, gripping Star Slayer energy within him surged along the path of Rapid Snowstorm Blade. First style Fury Wave Slash. With a thunderous shout, he struck out like a fully drawn bow, unleashing a slash. There were no complex light and shadows. Only an incredibly solid sword, light as if it could sever rivers. The sword force was as heavy as a mountain, carrying an unstoppable dominance. The Ironback Wolf King let out a roar, swinging its claws to meet the attack. Clang! A deafening clash of metal echoed. The claws, capable of tearing steel, were actually pushed back by this one strike. The massive body of the Ironback Wolf King staggered back a step. Refreshing. Lin Feng felt an exhilarating surge of pleasure spread throughout his body. Second style 1000 waves. He didn't stop, the sword force shifted. The previously domineering blade transformed into an unending torrent, each strike faster than the last, each hit heavier than the last. Clang! 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 The sounds of rapid collisions resonated throughout the space. The Ironback Wolf King was battered by this storm-like assault, retreating step by step, white marks beginning to appear on its tough fur. Not done yet. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. 5th style Flying Snow Induction. The sword force changed again. The originally heavy sword blade instantly became light and mysterious, the sword light transforming into a flurry of snowflakes enveloping the Ironback Wolf King from all directions. Each snowflake was a deadly blade aura. Puff! 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 The Ironback Wolf King could not defend against such relentless attacks, instantly suffering dozens of precise cuts, blood splattering everywhere. Final strike. Seventh style wave breaks no silence. Lin Feng took a deep breath, channeling his internal energy to the utmost limit. The concepts of surging waves and swift snow perfectly fused in this moment. The star slayer in his hand seemed to vanish. Replacing it was a blade light that was both supremely fast and overwhelmingly heavy, a blade of annihilation. Swish! The blade light flashed and vanished. Lin Feng's figure appeared behind the ironback Wolf King, slowly sheathing his sword. The once proud fourth-tier beast stood frozen in place. In the next second its body silently split in half from head to tail. Simulated opponent has died. With one strike. Just one strike. The ultimate killing move fused with the essence of the seven styles instantly obliterated the early fourth-tier ironback Wolf King. So strong. Lin Feng looked at his hands, murmuring to himself. This power was several times stronger than Shadow 3 fatal strikes. This is true martial prowess. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and did not exit the space. While the iron is hot. The sword technique issue was resolved, but movement techniques were still a weakness. System initiate technique simulation again. He wanted to learn from the previous failure and try once more. Technique simulation has been initiated. Main technique C-level windwalk. Fusion materials. Lin Feng's gaze became intensely focused. Comprehensive guide on movement techniques from the Martial Skill Pavilion. Knowledge fragments from techniques to dissipate inertia. Insight bonus from Eye of All Methods. My insights on Mentor Sumu use movements in the simulation space. He placed all available trump cards on the table. Ding. Detected a large number of high-quality fusion materials. Conducting a new fusion scheme simulation. Simulation complete. The light screen reappeared. Fusion scheme windwalk revamp, success rate 70. Base success rate 50. Insight bonus from Eye of All Methods 20. Required consumption 500 system coins, 100 simulation points. 70%. The success rate surged once again. Lin Feng smiled. This time he had absolute confidence. Confirm fusion. Buzz. A gentle light illuminated no longer the heart-pounding intensity of before. Countless secrets regarding movement techniques flowed and fused in an orderly manner in his mind. The lightness of windwalk, the cleverness of inertia dissipation, the precision of energy manipulation. Everything fell into place. Ding. The crisp prompt sound signaled yet another success. Movement technique fusion successful. Congratulations host, you have created a new level movement technique, Phantom Dragon Step. With a thought, Lin Feng's internal energy flowed naturally beneath his feet. Whoosh! His figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next second he had appeared at the other end of the space. The entire process was devoid of any smoke or fire, as if it were instantaneous teleportation. Fast. Too fast. And utterly silent, enigmatic and unpredictable. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily. Sword techniques and movement techniques all upgraded to a whole new level. His overall combat power was drastically different compared to just a few hours ago. At that moment, continuous successes and a deepening understanding of martial arts felt like breaking through an invisible barrier. Lin Feng sensed his internal energy boiling uncontrollably. The bottleneck of the third-tier warrior shook violently. A breakthrough was imminent. What a great opportunity. Lin Feng decisively exited the system space. His consciousness returned to his body and he sprang up. Dwedwa, help me guard. Before he finished speaking he rushed out of the dormitory. Destination, a level training room. That was one of the rewards for S-level evaluation, granting a full month of usage rights. Amidst the envious gazes of countless new students, Lin Feng swiped open the door to a top-tier training room rich in spiritual energy nearly materializing. Boom. The door closed, isolating the inside from the outside. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, disregarding all else, fully activating the energy guidance technique military simplified version. The rich and pure energy in the surrounding space seemed to find an outlet, transforming into visible white streams that surged wildly into his body. The bottleneck within him crumbled instantly under the onslaught of this immense energy. Crack. It was as if something had shattered. An aura several times stronger than before erupted from him. Mid-stage third-tier warrior. Latest-stage third-tier warrior. The momentum was unstoppable. A night passed in silence. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the training room's window onto Lin Feng's face the next morning, he slowly opened his eyes. Two piercing lights flashed by. Feeling the abundant and powerful energy within him, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Host Lin Feng, Realm 3rd Tier Warrior, Peak Energy 1099, Strength 393, Agility 382, Physique 378, Spirit 377, System Coins 1207, Simulation Points 150, Skills Windbreaker / Level Windbreaker Chain / Self-Created D-Level Gale Stepped Level Turtle Breath Technique Proficient Energy Guidance Technique Military Simplified Version Winds Trace Clevel Eye of Insight Level Shadow 3 Fatal Strikes Clevel Mastery of Basic Sword Techniques Level Breath Restraining Technique Level Rapid Snowstorm Blade Level Phantom Dragon Step Level Eye of All Methods, a Level Blood Flow Clevel. In a single night his power had soared once again. Now he could undoubtedly be considered a top-tier powerhouse among the entire elite Class 1. Lin Feng stood up, clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power. His joints cracked in a series of sharp sounds. Zhao Tianlong. The proud and disdainful face from the martial skill pavilion floated in his mind. The new student challenge, is it? A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He was looking forward to it. Looking forward to the moment a week later when his blade was poised at the opponent's neck. What kind of wonderful expression would the young master of the Zhao family have? A week passed in the blink of an eye. The privileges of the A-level training room allowed Lin Feng's cultivation speed to soar. Every day a unique scenery could be seen on the campus of Jiangnan Martial University. Lin Feng walked side by side with Lu Ruoxi on their way to the training grounds, while behind them Qian Duoduo followed, panting heavily. "Boss, sister-in-law, wait for me." Qian Duoduo carried a large bag of supplies, looking exhausted like a dog. "You guys are going to cultivate? Why do I feel like I'm just a logistics nanny for you?" Lu Ruoxi's face flushed slightly as she glared at Qian Duoduo but did not retort. She glanced at Lin Feng's profile, her beautiful eyes revealing an undeniable tenderness. In this past week Lin Feng had thoroughly stabilized his peak of the third stage of martial artists, with his inner energy becoming powerful and solid, exuding a compelling aura with every gesture. Under Lin Feng's guidance and the lingering aura of the fossil energy, she successfully broke through to the midstage of the first level of martial artists, with her mental control becoming increasingly adept. "Hurry up." Lin Feng smiled, his footsteps unceasing. He could feel his strength growing stronger every day. That feeling of being in control of everything was intoxicating. A week later. Jiangnan Martial University Central Martial Arena. The crowd roared a wave of excitement. The annual Freshman Challenge officially commenced. This was a stage for newcomers but also a hunting ground for upperclassmen. It was the perfect opportunity for all talents to showcase their worth before their mentors. On the high spectator platform, Su Muyu, dressed in a red skirt, had a graceful figure, her cold gaze sweeping over the youthful and vibrant faces below. Her gaze paused momentarily in a corner of the crowd. "I hope to see some surprises," she murmured to herself. The competition began. The rules of the challenge were simple: arena style. The victor remains on stage to face the next challenger. New students could challenge their peers or upperclassmen. Of course, successfully challenging an upperclassman would yield exponentially increased credits and resource rewards. "Elite class Zhao Tianlong, please enlighten me." A proud voice rang out. Zhao Tianlong, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, leaped onto the central arena. His gaze swept across the audience, directly pointing to the upperclassman area. "Which senior from the second year dares to come up and play? Arrogant. Conceited." The entire venue was instantly ignited. "This newcomer is too arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson." A burly second-year student exuding the aura of a mid-level martial artist shouted angrily and jumped onto the stage. "Zhao Tianlong. Never heard of you. Remember my name, Zhang Meng." Zhao Tianlong curled his lips in disdain. "I'm not interested in remembering the name of a defeated foe. Looking for death." Zhang Meng roared in anger, channeling his energy as he charged at Zhao Tianlong like an enraged bull. Ocean cover fist. Zhao Tianlong did not evade but also threw a punch. His fist surged with energy, eerily echoing the sound of roaring waves. Sea-level fist technique. Boom. The two fists collided with a dull thud. Zhang Meng's expression of anger instantly froze, replaced by shock. An overwhelming force surged from the opponent's fist like a true tidal wave, instantly crashing through his defenses. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Zhang Mang let out a pained scream as he was sent flying, landing heavily beneath the arena, his arm twisted at an odd angle. One punch. Just one punch. The mid-level martial artist of the fourth stage was defeated. The crowd fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into a chorus of astonished gasps. My God! Peak of the fourth stage. This Zhao Tianlong is actually a peak fourth stage. So strong. The power of that punch is simply tyrannical. Ocean cover fist. That's a passed-down martial technique from the Zhao family. I didn't expect him to have trained it to this level. Qian Duoduo's complexion paled slightly. Boss, this guy has some skills. Lu Ruoxi frowned slightly, a hint of concern flashing in her eyes. Lin Feng's expression remained calm as he watched Zhao Tianlong on the stage, his eyes deep and unwavering. The following moments became Zhao Tianlong's personal showcase. He continuously defeated 3 second-year seniors, and even a senior who was at the early stage of the 5th level of martial artists was forced to concede after a hard-fought battle. Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong. The entire crowd chanted his name. He stood in the center of the arena, basking in the glory of thousands of gazes, his pride almost overflowing. He felt that he was the only protagonist today. Is there anyone else? Zhao Tianlong surveyed the crowd, brimming with confidence. Just then someone in the crowd shouted. What's the point of just you being impressive? Where's that S-level-rated Lin Feng? Why has he turned into a shrinking turtle? Yeah. I heard he's the best of this cohort. Why doesn't he dare to come up? Could it be that he's scared? That S-level rating is just a facade. A chorus of heckling voices arose. These sounds pierced Zhao Tianlong's ears like needles. S-level. Lin Feng. The name he loathed the most. How could a mere commoner stand above him, a genius from a prestigious family? Zhao Tianlong suddenly turned around, his gaze like lightning piercing through the sea of heads, locking onto the figure in the corner of the audience. Lin Feng. His voice thundered throughout the entire martial arena. Dare you come up here? Face me in battle. Swish. All eyes in the arena instantly focused on Lin Feng. The noise abruptly ceased. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Qian Duoduo's face turned pale. Damn. This mad dog. Lu Ruoxi's delicate hand involuntarily clenched the hem of her clothes. Lin Feng slowly stood up. He hadn't intended to reveal his strength so soon. The tall tree attracts the wind. But Zhao Tianlong's direct challenge left him with no way to avoid it. Retreat. That was not his style. Moreover, Su Muyu's words echoed in his ears. At the martial university, strength was the only hard truth. He patted Qian Duoduo on the shoulder, casting a reassuring glance at Lu Ruoxi. Then, under the gaze of thousands, he walked towards the arena step by step, calm and composed. No overwhelming aura. No arrogant words. He walked steadily, yet it seemed as if an invisible force cleared the chaos for him. On the spectator platform, Su Muyu's lips slightly curled up, a hint of deep interest flashing in her eyes. Is he finally going to make a move? Let me see how much he has grown in this past week. Lin Feng stepped onto the arena, facing Zhao Tianlong from afar. I thought you were going to be a turtle for the rest of your life. Zhao Tianlong looked at him, his eyes filled with disdain and cruelty. I will let you know that an S-level rating is just a joke in front of me. Lin Feng merely looked at him indifferently, as if he were watching a clown. Are you done with the nonsense? If you're done, let's get started. You. Zhao Tianlong's anger ignited instantly. Being ignored felt worse than any insult. Referee. We can start now, he roared. The referee nodded, raised his hand high, and then brought it down forcefully. The match begins. Before the words had even faded, Zhao Tianlong moved. He stomped hard on the arena, causing it to tremble. His whole body transformed into a white blur, carrying a violent momentum, charging straight at Lin Feng. Ocean cover fist, first form, raging waves. Before the fist even arrived, a fierce wind from the punch blew towards Lin Feng, causing his hair to fly back. This punch was more ferocious than any he had faced before. He wanted to incapacitate Lin Feng with just one punch. Below, Lu Ruoxi and Qian Duoduo felt their hearts leap to their throats. However, facing this earth-shattering punch, Lin Feng made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. He did not evade, did not block. He didn't even draw his weapon. He simply took a gentle step to the left. One step. Just that simple step. Whoosh! Zhao Tianlong's seemingly unstoppable iron fist grazed the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, crashing violently into empty space. What? Zhao Tianlong's pupils constricted sharply. Without hesitation he exerted force in his waist and his other fist shot out like a cannonball sweeping towards Lin Feng's ribs. Ocean cover fist second form returning waves. The fist momentum was even faster. Even more urgent. But Lin Feng merely tapped his toes, his body floating back like a weightless willow catkin. Again it was a hair's breadth. The violent punch missed again, and even the gust it created didn't even ruffle Lin Feng's clothes. Impossible. Zhao Tianlong was utterly enraged. He threw both fists out, unleashing his energy without holding back. Ocean cover fist. Thousand tides. In an instant the air was filled with violent shadows of fists. Wave after wave of fist shadows like true raging waves completely engulfed Lin Feng. The entire arena was shrouded by this terrifying fist momentum. The new students below had long turned pale, their hearts in their throats. They questioned themselves, facing such a stormy assault they would not last a second. But in the center of the arena Lin Feng was like a tiny boat. No. He was not a boat. He was a dragon frolicking in the fierce waves. Level movement technique, Phantom Dragon Step. For the first time it revealed its brilliance to the world. Lin Feng's figure moved leisurely within the impenetrable net of fists. At times flickering like a phantom, at times gliding like a dragon or snake. Every movement of his was perfect, as if he had anticipated all of Zhao Tianlong's attack paths. No matter how violent and dense Zhao Tianlong's fist momentum was, it could never touch him even slightly. The entire martial arena fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, watching the incredible scene unfold on stage with disbelief. What? What? Am I seeing things? Is he dancing? What the hell kind of movement technique is this? So bizarre. Zhao Tianlong's ocean cover fist can't even touch his clothes. The cheers that had once roared for Zhao Tianlong had long since vanished. In their place were gasps of astonishment and a chorus of amazement. This. On the spectator platform, Su Mu Yue, who had remained calm, suddenly sat up straight. For the first time her eyes, having seen countless geniuses, revealed a deep shock. Control over the body. Timing. Precise manipulation of energy. This is no longer just a simple movement technique. Is this kid a monster? On the arena, Zhao Tianlong was almost going insane. He had thrown out hundreds of punches with all his might, exhausting nearly 30% of his energy. Sweat beads had already formed on his forehead. Yet his opponent hadn't even ruffled a corner of his clothing. The feeling of hitting cotton using all his strength yet still unable to touch his opponent was infuriating. Bastard! If you have the guts, don't dodge. Zhao Tianlong roared in frustration. Lin Feng's figure finally came to a halt. He stood 3 steps away from Zhao Tianlong, calmly looking at him, his eyes carrying a hint of faint pity. Dodge. I was just giving you a chance. He slowly raised his hand, gripping the hilt of the sword behind him. Now the opportunity has run out. It's my turn. It's my turn. These 4 words, plain and unadorned, struck Zhao Tianlong's face like an invisible slap. Like a bucket of ice water poured over a boiling martial arts arena. Everyone was stunned. You're giving him a chance. You, a peak 3rd-tier martial artist, are being suppressed and beaten by the peak 4th-tier Zhao Tianlong, not daring to draw your sword, scurrying around in a pitiful manner. Now you actually say you're giving the other party a chance. How arrogant. How brazen. Boss is awesome. Xian Duo excitedly punched the air, nearly tossing the snack bag from his hand. In Lu Ruox's beautiful eyes brilliant light blossomed, and her tightly clenched jade fist quietly relaxed. She knew it. Lin Feng never undertakes anything without assurance. You. Seeking death. Zhao Tianlong's face instantly turned as dark as a pig's liver. Anger and humiliation erupted within him like a volcano. He felt as if he were being toyed with like a monkey in front of thousands. I want you dead. Zhao Tianlong completely lost it, unleashing all the energy within him without reservation. The terrifying aura of a peak 4th-tier martial artist swept across the entire arena like a fierce wind. Yet Lin Feng remained calm in the face of this violent wave of energy. Deep within his pupils a barely perceptible blue light quietly flickered. The Eye of Insight has been activated. Scanning target Zhao Tianlong weakness analysis in progress. In an instant the entire world transformed in Lin Feng's vision. Zhao Tianlong was no longer just a person. Instead he became a precise model composed of countless routes of energy operation and muscle power trajectories. Every breath, every heartbeat, every flow of energy became exceedingly clear data flowing through Lin Feng's mind. Analysis complete. Weakness: the punches are wide and open, and during the transition between moves there is a 0.3-second defensive gap under the right rib. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth slightly curved upwards. It's over. Final form of the sea covering fist. Raging sea and unruly waves. Zhao Tianlong let out a beast-like roar, channeling all his strength into his fists. He seemed to merge with the storm of fists, transforming into a true tsunami aimed at completely devouring and tearing Lin Feng apart. This was his strongest strike. It was also a strike that gambled away all his dignity. Gasps erupted from the audience. Everyone was stunned by the might of this punch. However, just as the earth-shattering punch was about to touch Lin Feng, he moved. No longer dodging, no longer retreating. Clang! A clear dragon's roar. The battle knife Star Slayer finally unsheathed. A bright blade, light like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night, suddenly ignited. What is that? Someone shrieked. Lin Feng's figure left behind an almost solid afterimage on the spot. And his true form, with a trajectory that completely defied the laws of physics, ghosted past the most violent onslaught of fists. Phantom dragon step. So fast. Eerie steps. He instantly closed in on Zhao Tianlong's side, the deadly gap marked by the Eye of Insight. Zhao Tianlong's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of a pinhead. He watched helplessly as Lin Feng's figure appeared in the most defensively impossible position. A chill from the depths of his soul made every hair on his body stand on end. Not good. He wanted to change his move, wanted to defend. But it was all too late. Lin Feng's gaze was as cold as a millennium of ice. The Star Slayer in his hand made no sound of whistling wind. It was like a venomous snake that had long been lying in wait, silent yet striking like thunder. Directly stabbing at the vital point under Zhao Tianlong's ribs. Swift Snow Blade. This strike contained no overwhelming force, only the mystery and lethality of swift snow. At the brink of life and death, Zhao Tianlong unleashed all his potential, forcibly twisting his body, redirecting the originally forward-moving iron fist, slamming it toward the lethal blade. Bang! A muffled thunderous sound exploded at the center of the arena. No longer the crisp clash of metal, but a savage collision of flesh and blade. An unmatched force surged wildly along the blade. Lin Feng only felt a numbness in his right arm, his whole body jolted back 2 steps. The strength of a peak 4th-tier martial artist was indeed formidable. But Zhao Tianlong suffered even more. Though he blocked the deadly strike with his fist, the unparalleled sharpness and chilling energy contained in the blade instantly invaded his meridians. Pfft! Zhao Tianlong felt a sweetness in his throat as if struck by a speeding truck, staggering backward. Thud! 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 He retreated 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing himself, a deep wound visible to the bone on his right fist, gushing blood. The entire fist was a bloody mess. The audience fell into silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just a second ago the imposing Zhao Tianlong, who had been suppressing Lin Feng, how could he be injured in an instant? Moreover, it looked like he was seriously hurt. Lin Feng had only made a single cut. You. Zhao Tianlong looked at Lin Feng with shock and anger, disbelief filling his eyes. He couldn't comprehend. He completely couldn't understand. How did the opponent evade his deadly strike, and how did he find the fleeting gap in his fist technique? I told you. Lin Feng shook his slightly numb arm, holding the Star Slayer horizontally across his chest, the blade tip angled toward the ground. Your chance is used up. Before the words fell, with an explosion of energy beneath his feet, he disappeared from the spot again. Not good. Zhao Tianlong's heart raced, disregarding the pain in his fist, hurriedly adopting a defensive stance. But this time Lin Feng did not play any strange steps. He chose a direct assault. Swift Snow Blade, first style, raging wave slash. Lin Feng shouted, his Star Slayer drawing a domineering arc from bottom to top. A solid blade light like a 100-meter-high giant wave with the momentum to sever everything slashed down towards Zhao Tianlong's head. Mighty. Overbearing. In stark contrast to the previous mysterious strike. Bastard. Don't underestimate me. Zhao Tianlong roared, enduring the excruciating pain, swinging his uninjured left fist to meet it. Sea-covering fist. Boom. The blade and fist collided once more. This time the outcome was completely different. Zhao Tianlong let out a muffled groan, his body sent airborne by the strike, his feet leaving the ground crashing backward. How is this possible? His strength. Zhao Tianlong's heart surged with monstrous waves. Lin Feng, seizing the advantage, stepped forward, the blade's momentum shifting again. Second-style thousand-fold waves. The previously domineering blade edge instantly transformed into a relentless torrent. Swish. 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 The sky was filled with bright blade lights cascading like layered tsunamis, each slash quicker and heavier than the last, pouring down madly upon Zhao Tianlong. Clang. 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 The deafening sounds of collision echoed across the martial arena. Zhao Tianlong was utterly bewildered. He could only rely on his combat instincts, clumsily swinging his fists to block, but the unending blade momentum left him gasping for breath. New wounds began to appear on his body. It's not over yet. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity. Fifth style flying snow induction. The blade's momentum changed for the third time. The originally heavy and violent blade edge instantly became light and eerie. The blade light transformed into a flurry of snow, seemingly slow yet omnipresent, completely enveloping Zhao Tianlong from all sides. Each snowflake was a deadly blade aura. Pft. 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 Zhao Tianlong could not defend against such all-pervasive attacks, instantly being sliced open with dozens of fine blood marks. His white martial arts uniform was instantly stained red. He had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. Completely suppressed. What? What the hell? What kind of sword technique is this? Sometimes fierce and domineering, sometimes relentless, sometimes eerie and lethal. Is this really a sword technique that a newcomer can master? It's terrifying. Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong has no power to retaliate at all. The students below were completely dumbfounded. Their expressions transformed from initial astonishment to shock, then to sheer horror. What unfolded before their eyes had completely surpassed their understanding. This was not a battle. It was art. A massacre filled with the aesthetics of violence. On the observation platform, the mentors had long since lost their previous calm. One by one they stood up abruptly, leaning forward, their eyes fixed on the figure in the arena, filled with shock. This is a Blevel sword technique. Absolutely a Blevel sword technique. A senior instructor of sword technique spoke with a quiver in his voice. Moreover, not an ordinary Blevel. This balance of hardness and softness, the freedom of speed and slowness, this kid's understanding of sword technique surpasses that of his peers. No. It even exceeds many third and fourth-year students. A monster. Truly a monster. Su Muyu's red lips parted slightly, her clear and cold beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. She recognized it. Lin Feng's sword technique was not merely Blevel. It even contained a hint of the embryonic form of the Tao mentioned in her notes. Although it was just a trivial hint. But it was enough to leave her feeling immensely shocked. This kid. He not only understood my notes but even integrated them into his sword technique. Su Muyu's heart raced uncontrollably. She had struck gold. This time she truly discovered an extraordinary treasure. On the arena, the battle was nearing its end. Zhao Tianlong, disheveled and drenched in blood, looked like a blood-soaked figure. He clenched his fists, gasping heavily, his eyes filled with fear, unwillingness and profound despair. He had lost. He had lost utterly. From the moment Lin Feng drew his blade, he had no chance left. The opponent's sword technique was like an insurmountable mountain, crushing all his pride and confidence into dust. Lin Feng slowly walked up to him, a drop of blood sliding off the blade. Do you want to continue fighting? The calm voice sounded in Zhao Tianlong's ears like the whisper of a devil. I. Zhao Tianlong opened his mouth but could not utter a single word. Surrender. The dignity of the Zhao family's young master did not allow him to say these two words in front of the entire school. I haven't lost yet. Zhao Tianlong suddenly raised his head, a hint of final madness flashing in his bloodshot eyes. He let out a roar, pulling out a completely crimson pill from his bosom and unhesitatingly stuffing it into his mouth. You forced me. This is what you forced me to do. Boom. The moment the pill entered his mouth, a violent surge of blood energy erupted explosively from Zhao Tianlong's body. His previously waning momentum surged wildly at an incredible speed. The peak of a fourth-tier martial artist. The bottleneck shattered with a bang. A horrifying pressure far beyond before suddenly descended. It's the blood-exploding pill. A mentor on the observation platform exclaimed in shock. He's gone mad. Using such a life-threatening drug during the competition. Zhao Tianlong's breath finally stabilized at early fifth-tier martial artist. He felt an unprecedented powerful force within him, a twisted and ferocious smile appearing on his face. Nonsense. A referee mentor shouted angrily, intending to intervene. However, Su Muyu raised her delicate hand and gently stopped him. Her gaze remained fixed on the young man standing with a knife unruffled even in the face of fifth-tier pressure. Let's watch a little longer. Her voice carried a hint of inexplicable anticipation. On the arena, Lin Feng. Zhao Tianlong stared intently at Lin Feng. Now die for me. Before his words faded, he channeled all the power gained through forbidden drugs into his bloodied right fist. A faint blue glow of elemental energy emerged from his fist as if he had donned an energy gauntlet. A violent destructive aura erupted explosively. The entire arena vibrated under this force, seeming ready to shatter at any moment. Faced with a punch capable of annihilating an ordinary fourth-tier warrior, Lin Feng's eyes were as calm as a still pond. Taking drugs. Breaking through realms. In his eyes it was merely a desperate struggle. Through the vision of the Eye of Insight, Zhao Tianlong's body looked like a balloon forcefully inflated. His power had increased, but his inability to perfectly control the surging strength revealed even more significant flaws. It was simply riddled with flaws. Lin Feng did not retreat, instead he stepped forward to meet the destructive force of the punch. The star-cutter blade in his hand let out an excited chirp, seemingly eager to drink in stronger blood. Looking for death. Seeing Lin Feng advance instead of retreating, Zhao Tianlong's sinister smile grew wider. He unleashed his charged right fist, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. With this punch he was absolutely confident he could turn Lin Feng and his blade into mush. However, at the very moment he struck, Lin Feng also moved. Although he acted later, he arrived first. He fully unleashed the concept of swift snow from the tidal wave snow blade. Clang. A blade was slashed out. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a dazzling blade light that was almost too fast to see. The blade light bizarrely split into 7 in midair. The 7 blade lights struck like 7 deadly bolts of lightning, resembling 7 falling snowflakes. Indistinguishable and unpredictable. With a speed and angle completely beyond ordinary understanding, they simultaneously slashed toward the 7 marked lethal flaws on Zhao Tianlong's body. Throat. Heart. Dantian. Knees. Wrists. All critical points. Zhao Tianlong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of the most dangerous needle tip. His world-destroying punch had only just been unleashed halfway. Yet the 7 fatal blade lights were already right before him. Fast. Too fast. So fast that he couldn't react at all. So fast that his thoughts couldn't keep up with the speed of the blade light. No. He let out a horrified scream from his throat. He wanted to withdraw his fist to defend. But it was all too late. Thud. 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 7 sounds of blades slicing into flesh rang out almost simultaneously. The sounds were not loud, yet they struck like 7 heavy hammers on the hearts of everyone present. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Thousands of spectators watched in disbelief as an incredible scene unfolded. The 7 brilliant blade lights effortlessly sliced through Zhao Tianlong's protective elemental energy as if cutting tofu. Then precisely they landed on 7 locations on his body. In the next second a scream that was hauntingly inhuman echoed into the sky. Zhao Tianlong's punch, charged to its peak, abruptly halted. The raging elemental energy lost control, rampaging wildly within him. He violently spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with shattered internal organs. His entire being resembled a punctured balloon deflating instantly. Staggering backward, 7 terrifying wounds deep enough to see bone erupted with scorching blood. In the blink of an eye he became a bloody figure. Meanwhile Lin Feng had somehow appeared behind him like a ghost. Like a shadow. He looked down at the collapsing Zhao Tianlong with no hint of emotion in his eyes. He raised his blade. Turned it. With the back of the blade he lightly tapped Zhao Tianlong's neck. Snap. A crisp sound rang out. Zhao Tianlong's scream abruptly ceased. His eyes rolled back and his body slumped like a pile of goo, collapsing unconscious. Lin Feng casually flicked his wrist. Zhao Tianlong's limp body was gently tossed off the arena. Thud. A muffled sound. The battle was over. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone widened their eyes and gaped as if turned into wooden sculptures under a spell, staring blankly at the figure on the arena who slowly sheathed his blade. Their minds were blank. What just happened? What on earth just transpired? Zhao Tianlong, who had taken drugs and broken through to 5th-tier warrior, was defeated just like that. From punching to defeat, did it even take 3 seconds? What were those 7 blade lights that were so fast? What was that leisurely movement? What was that casual act of tossing a 5th-tier warrior off the stage? Gulp. Someone not knowing who swallowed hard, breaking the silence. In the next moment a tumultuous wave of discussions erupted. What? What the hell did I just see? In one move. Just one move. A 5th-tier warrior who had taken drugs was defeated in a second. Those 7 blade lights. Was it an illusion? How could anyone possibly slash 7 times simultaneously? A devil. He's a devil. This is not the power a newcomer should possess. Xian Duo was so excited that his chubby body trembled, not even noticing the snacks he dropped everywhere, only knowing to shout hoarsely. Boss is incredible. Boss is invincible. Lu Ruox's pretty face was also filled with shock and pride, her clear eyes shimmering as if wanting to engrave that figure on the arena deep into her soul. On the viewing platform the group of mentors were already so shocked they could hardly speak. They looked at Zhao Tianlong being carried away by medical personnel, blood-soaked and unconscious, then glanced at the calm Lin Feng on the arena, feeling as if their worldview had been profoundly shaken. That was the intent of the blade. Swift snow blade intent. A senior mentor of blade techniques trembled in his voice, pointing at Lin Feng as if he had spotted a rare treasure. Not only has he mastered level blade techniques, but he has also even touched the threshold of intent. A monster. This is an absolute monster. Good. 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 She repeated the word good 3 times. She had struck gold. This time she had truly discovered an extraordinary treasure. On the arena Lin Feng slowly returned the star cutter to its sheath. He surveyed the entire venue. Wherever his gaze landed, whether it was the freshmen from the first year or the second-year seniors who had initially come to watch the spectacle, they instinctively avoided his gaze, their faces filled with reverence and fear. After this battle no one dared to underestimate this class-rated newcomer. No. It wasn't underestimating. It was fear. Like fearing a primal beast draped in human skin. The referee was dumbfounded for a long time before reacting, trembling as he raised his hand. The winner, Class Elite 1 Lin Feng. Yet there was no cheer from the crowd. Only a collective gasp could be heard. Lin Feng's name seemed to have become a taboo. The challenge rules prevented 3rd and 4th-year students from participating. Among the 1st and 2nd-year students who would dare to humiliate themselves when even a 5th-tier warrior on drugs was defeated in one move. For a moment no one dared to step up and challenge. Lin Feng waited a moment, seeing no one willing to challenge, and was too lazy to waste time further. He nodded slightly to the referee and then, under the gaze of thousands of awe-filled eyes, voluntarily stepped down from the arena. He came for a battle. Winning was enough. However, Lin Feng did not notice. In the highest viewing area of the martial arts arena, several young men dressed in standardized martial arts uniforms, their auras far deeper than those of second-year students, were coldly watching his departing figure. They wore a badge depicting an interwoven sword and shield on their chests. It was the emblem of the Student Union, one of the most powerful organizations in Jiangnan Martial University. Interesting. The leading young man smiled with a hint of amusement, lightly tapping the armrest. A newcomer has mastered level blade techniques and even grasped the embryonic form of blade intent. Li Yang is such a waste, it wouldn't be unjust for him to fall to this guy. He turned to one of his companions and faintly instructed. Investigate his background. I'm quite interested in him. The challenge match has concluded. The entire martial arts arena remains enveloped in a silence tinged with fear and shock. Countless gazes converge upon him. There is envy, jealousy and fear, as well as fervent attempts to recruit him from various clubs and student unions. Classmate Lin Feng. Our Battle Axe Club sincerely invites you to join us. The benefits are negotiable. Classmate. How about considering our sword pavilion? Blades and swords are one family. Student Union's Public Relations Department, are you interested? Noisy voices surged from all directions. Lin Feng, however, turned a deaf ear. He walked straight off the stage, parting the crowd as he headed towards the dormitory. The clamor and glory of the outside world seemed to be separated from him by an invisible barrier. Qian Duo and Lu Ruoshi quickly caught up with him. Boss. You were absolutely amazing. You should have seen that Zhao Tianlong being carried away like a dead dog. Qian Duo was so excited that his face turned crimson, waving his hands animatedly. Lu Ruoxi's beautiful eyes also sparkled with amusement as she softly asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Lin Feng replied succinctly. In his mind there was no thought of Zhao Tianlong. Instead he kept replaying the 7 strikes he had delivered in the finale, quick, bizarre, deadly. Yet he knew that he was still leagues away from the sword intent demonstrated by mentor Su Mu Yu. "Boss, it seems those high and mighty folks from the student union were watching you just now. You need to be careful." Qian Duo lowered his voice to warn him. Lin Feng nodded absently. The student union. He had no time to deal with that now. Upon returning to the dorm area and bidding farewell to the two, Lin Feng bolted into his room. He didn't even have time to change out of his bloodstained martial arts uniform, immediately sitting cross-legged on the floor. "System," he silently intoned. "Activate simulated trial space." Ding. Simulated trial space has been activated. Please select a simulation target and power level. Lin Feng's gaze was more focused than ever. In his mind the image of that cold and stunning figure who had entranced him with just one strike emerged. Simulation target, mentor Su Mu Yu. Power level suppression peak, 4th stage martial artist. Ding. Simulation target has been set. Scene generation in progress. Spiritual entity transmission preparation. Buzz. Lin Feng felt a darkness envelop him, and in the next moment his consciousness appeared in a vast expanse of pure white space. A figure slowly materialized 100 meters ahead of him. Tall and beautiful, dressed in a moon-white martial arts uniform exuding a cold elegance like a lotus atop a snowy mountain. It was indeed Su Mu Yu. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the instinctual tremor within him. He was not here for victory, but rather to seek punishment. To once again experience that unreachable gap. "Come on." Lin Feng growled, his fighting spirit soaring. He did not hold back. The moment he struck, it was his strongest killing move. Phantom Dragon Step. His figure instantly became erratic, leaving behind a series of afterimages, charging towards Su Mu Yu at a bewildering angle with incredible speed. At the same time the Star Slayer in his hand was unsheathed with ferocity. Tidal Wave Snow Blade. The blade light erupted at that moment. At times it crashed like furious waves against the shore, fierce and domineering. At times it resembled 1,000 layers of waves endlessly cascading. At times it flew like snow, bizarrely lethal. All the sword techniques he had comprehended in his battle against Zhao Tianlong poured forth without reservation. The entire pure white space was instantly engulfed by the raging blade light. Each strike was enough to easily slay martial artists of the same rank. Yet in the face of this earth-shattering onslaught, the virtual Su Mu Yu did not even flinch. She didn't even draw her sword. Just as Lin Feng's first blade light was about to reach her, she moved. Her motion was strikingly simple. Merely raising her left hand holding the sword sheath, she gently pointed forward. Ding! A clear, crisp sound echoed. That seemingly casual point precisely struck the weakest point of Lin Feng's blade momentum. Lin Feng felt an exceptionally clever force come through. His fierce raging wave slash was suddenly deflected, the blade edge brushing past her clothing and missing entirely. Lin Feng was greatly alarmed. Without time to think, his blade momentum instantaneously changed. 1,000-layer wave. Swish. 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 The continuous blade light enveloped Su Muyu from all directions. But Su Muyu merely shifted her foot slightly. Her seemingly slow movement each time placed her perfectly within the gaps of the blade light network. At the same time, the sword sheath in her hand moved like the most elegant of brushes. Whether pointing, flicking, guiding, or drawing. Ding. 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 The sound of dense collisions rang out. Lin Feng felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire. His proud continuous blade momentum was resolved one by her with the simplest and most effortless methods. Every block from her left him with a feeling of exerting all his strength yet hitting nothing but cotton. Flying snow guide. Lin Feng roared, changing his blade momentum again. The bizarre and crafty blade light flew like snow, finding every gap. This time Su Muyu didn't even move again. She simply traced a circle with the sword sheath in front of her. A circle that appeared slow yet contained a certain mysterious rhythm. Buzz. An invisible force field radiated outward from the sword sheath. All of Lin Feng's bizarre blade energy upon nearing that circle seemed to encounter its nemesis, being drawn, distorted, and obliterated into nothingness. Not even the corner of her clothing was touched. How? How do I fight this? Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. Lin Feng, unwilling to accept defeat, went completely mad. He channeled all his energy into his legs, pushing Phantom Dragon Step to the limit, his figure transforming into streaks of light as he frantically struck at Su Muyu. He abandoned all formalities, only seeking to land one strike even if it merely grazed her. However, Su Muyu finally lost her patience. Or perhaps the simulation program decided it was time for the game to end. Facing Lin Feng's desperate strike from behind, she slowly turned around. Still, she did not draw her sword. She merely swung the sword sheath in a basic downward chop, as if casually. This swing was very slow. Slow enough for Lin Feng to clearly see every inch of the trajectory that the sword sheath traced. But at the moment the sword sheath swung out, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of the most dangerous needle. He felt as if he was not facing a sword sheath, but rather a piece of sky. A boundless sky that was collapsing and pouring down upon him. An indescribable, irresistible, and incomprehensible will of terror descended with that seemingly casual swing. That will was cold, domineering, and sharp. As if to say, before me everything is but an ant. In that moment Lin Feng's thoughts froze. His body became stiff. He watched helplessly as the sword sheath expanded in his field of vision. He even forgot to evade, forgot to defend. Because he understood all was futile. This was sword intent. Boom. Lin Feng's spiritual entity along with the Star Slayer in his hand shattered upon contact with that will like glass struck by a giant hammer. Shattering into countless fragments. Turning into a shower of light. Ding. Host spiritual entity has collapsed. Simulation trial forcibly terminated. Inside the dormitory. Pooh. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his entire being bouncing off the ground, his face as pale as paper. He gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat as if he had just been pulled out of water. Waves of sharp pain like needles surged through his brain. His mental energy was severely depleted. The scene from just now was too real. The despair and helplessness of being locked by that will still lingered deep within his soul, sending chills through him. It took him a good 10 minutes to regain his composure. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he slumped onto the ground. Though his spirit was utterly exhausted, his eyes shone with a terrifying brightness. It was a light mixed with horror, excitement, and fervor. He muttered to himself, "This is true swordsmanship. My tidal wave snow blade is still insufficient." The feeling of defeat from being bloodily beaten did not discourage him. Instead, it acted as the most potent catalyst, igniting the fighting spirit deep within him. Lin Feng struggled to rise, retrieving the somewhat dog-eared cultivation notes that Su Muyu had given him from his storage space. After that immersive lesson, every word and every hasty drawing in the notes appeared entirely different in his eyes. Intent arises from the heart, manifests in chi, solidifies in spirit, and is not found in the technique. The sword extends the hand and foot and is also the manifestation of will. Abandon the form but grasp the spirit. Lin Feng's eyes grew brighter as he eagerly flipped through, engraving every word into his mind. He sat cross-legged, swallowed a pill to restore his mental energy and closed his eyes. In his mind he replayed every detail of the past torment, correlating it with the theories in the notes. Uncertain how much time passed. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce light bursting forth. System. Let's go again. Madness. Lin Feng felt as if he was about to go insane. 7 consecutive days. Other than eating, using the restroom, and spending a brief moment by the lake with Lu Ruoxi, all his time was consumed in the simulation trial space. His only goal was one. Su Muyu. That woman who crushed him utterly with nothing but the sheath of her sword like a deity. Once. 10 times. 100 times. 1,000 times. He tirelessly challenged the virtual shadow set at the peak of the 4th level of martial artists by the system. From being defeated in one strike at the beginning, his spiritual entity collapsed in an instant. Later he managed to endure 3 strikes, 5 strikes. And by today he could barely survive 10 strikes under his opponent's hand. Though he was still bloodily beaten, and every time he exited the space he was met with excruciating pain and weakness from the severe depletion of his mental energy, the light in Lin Feng's eyes grew brighter. Every instance of being beaten was a lesson. Every collapse was a rebirth. The theories and messy sketches in Su Muyu's notes became clearer and more three-dimensional in his mind. Every detail of the 9 heavens mystic art had been tempered and ingrained into his very bones. Not enough. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the cold floor of his dormitory, swallowing a pill to restore his mental energy, feeling sharp pains coursing through his mind. My sword is still too scattered. The form is there, but the spirit is far from enough. He could sense that he was getting closer to breaking through that thin barrier. But no matter what, he just couldn't break through. Again. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot yet burning with fierce battle intent. He had a faint premonition. Today. He would definitely touch that threshold. System. Open the simulation trial space. Ding. The simulation trial space has been opened. Setting simulation target: Su Muyu, strength suppression, peak of 4th level martial artist. Scene generation. Familiar processes, familiar prompt sounds. Lin Feng closed his eyes, waiting for his consciousness to be transported to that pure white space. However, an anomaly occurred. A violent tremor erupted from the depths of his spiritual sea without warning. Immediately after, a series of unprecedented piercing alarm sounds blared in his mind. Warning. Warning. Unknown high-dimensional energy interference detected. System defense module under attack. Damage 1. 3. 7. Lin Feng's expression changed in an instant. What is happening? The system is under attack. How is that possible? The system is his greatest secret, the foundation of his survival. Warning. System firewall has been bypassed. Warning. An unknown spiritual entity is forcibly invading this space. Invasion intensity assessment extremely dangerous. The system is attempting to expel. Expulsion failed. Defense module damaged 15. Space stability decreased. Before Lin Feng could react to these terrifying alarms, boom. The world before him, that pure white space he was so familiar with, shattered like a mirror struck by a giant hammer. Instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Then with a loud crash it shattered completely. Endless darkness surged in like a tide, instantly swallowing everything. This was no longer the vast pure white trial space. Instead it was a dead silence, cold and devoid of any light. Lin Feng's spiritual entity floated alone in the darkness. A chill from the depths of his soul rendered him completely rigid. Who? He gripped the Zhanqing tightly, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. But this darkness seemed boundless, without any points of reference. At that moment a figure slowly emerged from the darkness directly in front of him. It was a shadow formed entirely of darkness, its features indistinct, only a vague human outline could be seen. The only thing clear was the mask it wore on its face. A green-faced fanged mask, grinning from ear to ear, filled with ferocity and malice. The Yiksha mask. Nightmare. It was him. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of the most dangerous needle. A pressure far more terrifying than facing the simulated Su Muyu surged in from all directions like billions of tons of seawater. Before this pressure Lin Feng felt as small as a speck of dust. His spiritual entity trembled violently under this pressure, as if it would collapse at any moment. Martial master level. No. This pressure was even more terrifying than any martial master he had ever seen. Tisk. A hoarse disdainful click of the tongue came from behind the Yiksha mask. Nightmare walked closer. Each step felt like a stomp on Lin Feng's heart, making his breathing increasingly difficult. He stopped 10 meters in front of Lin Feng, and those eyes hidden behind the mask seemed capable of seeing through everything, examining Lin Feng with great interest. Still playing this child's game? Nightmare's voice carried unmasked ridicule and sarcasm. Your sword is as weak as a woman's tears. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. A surge of anger shot from his heart to the top of his head. He could tolerate anyone looking down on him. But he absolutely could not tolerate anyone insulting his sword. That was the result of countless days of sweating and countless hours of tedious practice. It was everything he took pride in. What do you know? Lin Feng growled, suppressing his fear. His battle intent ignited completely. Phantom Dragon Step. Without any hesitation he transformed into a streak of flowing light and took the initiative to attack. 9 Heavens Mystic Art. Sword light burst forth. He poured all his insights from the past 7 days, all his anger, all his unwillingness into this one strike. The overwhelming momentum of the sword intertwined with a strange trajectory as swift as flying snow slashed down at Nightmare with unprecedented might. This strike was the pinnacle of what he could achieve at this moment. However, Nightmare simply stood there motionless. He did not even draw any weapon. He casually broke off a branch. From the surrounding darkness, that branch was as black as ink, utterly ordinary. Facing Lin Feng's earth-shattering strike, Nightmare moved. He merely extended the branch forward gently. No fluctuation of energy. No sword intent. Not even any technique involved. Just that simple extension. Ding. A light sound. The tip of the branch precisely tapped the blade of Zhanxing. Lin Feng felt an indescribable strange force come through, and his violent sword momentum was instantly deflated like a balloon that had been pricked. All his power was drained in that instant. The sword's edge stopped just an inch from Nightmare's mask, unable to advance any further. This. How is this possible? Lin Feng's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. Flowery nonsense. Nightmare's hoarse voice like a devil's whisper echoed in Lin Feng's ear. What you call stormy waves is merely a meaningless display of power, seemingly fierce but full of flaws. Before his words had even faded, he flicked his wrist lightly. That pitch-black branch slid down Lin Feng's blade like a venomous snake, instantly reaching Lin Feng's chest. Puff. A light sound. Lin Feng's spiritual entity was effortlessly pierced by the branch. A sharp pain surged. Lin Feng groaned and hurriedly retreated. But Nightmare followed like a shadow. What you call fast snow is even more laughable. Speed is not for show but for killing. Your speed has no intent to kill, no soul, just pure speed. In my eyes it is no different from slow motion. Nightmare's figure suddenly blurred. The next moment. Puff. 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 A series of sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed. Lin Feng didn't even see how the opponent struck. His limbs had already been simultaneously pierced by that seemingly fragile branch. His spiritual entity instantly became ethereal, nearly collapsing. Lin Feng let out a painful scream, wanting to counterattack, but his body was unresponsive. Now watch closely. Nightmare's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. What is truly called a sword? He slowly raised the branch in his hand. This time he did not use any technique. Just in the simplest, most direct way, he aimed a thrust at Lin Feng. No, that wasn't a thrust. In Lin Feng's perception, that branch vanished. Replaced instead by an intent to kill that was pure to the extreme. Cold. Silent. Despair. As if all things in the world would return to silence before this killing intent. Lin Feng's thoughts froze completely at that moment. He watched helplessly as that destructive aura enveloped him. He wanted to dodge, to escape. But his spiritual entity felt like it was bound by invisible shackles, unable to move. This is the swordsmanship of Nightmare. No. This is no longer swordsmanship. This is a pure path that exists solely for slaughter. Boom. Lin Feng's spiritual entity couldn't even let out a scream. Before that obliterating killing intent, it melted and evaporated in an instant like snow under the sun. Pain. A deep agony that pierces the soul. Lin Feng's spiritual entity once again took shape in the endless darkness. Each reunion felt as if millions of steel needles were simultaneously tearing at his consciousness, the pain far exceeding the limits of what the flesh could endure. Come again. He let out a roar from the depths of his soul, his eyes glowing crimson as he fixated on the indistinct shadow ahead. Fear. It had long been crushed in hundreds of collapses. What sustained him now was nothing but an unyielding fighting spirit and an obsession with the way of the blade ingrained in his bones. He must learn. Even if he were to be tortured and killed 1,000 times, a myriad of times. He would steal that true way from this devilish man. Virum. Lin Feng's figure surged once more, the star cutter in his hand, devoid of any embellishments, mimicking the previous actions of the nightshade, delivering a strike from the simplest, most direct angle. He attempted to replicate that essence of returning to simplicity. However, pitiful. The hoarse voice of Nightshade echoed, tinged with a hint of weariness. He didn't even need to use that branch. Merely extending 2 fingers. Ding. So fast, so precise. Lin Feng's blade, which had gathered all his focus, was easily caught by the tip of the opponent's fingers. Not a single movement. What? Lin Feng's pupils shook violently. What use is technique alone? Nightshade's voice was as cold as eternal ice, each word striking at Lin Feng's most fragile nerves. Without experiencing true despair, your blade will forever be nothing but a child's toy. Before the words faded, Nightshade's figure vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a cold hand pressed against Lin Feng's forehead. He barely had time to react before an irresistible force instantly bound his spiritual entity. Let me show you. Nightshade's voice, like a devil's whisper, resonated throughout Lin Feng's entire sea of consciousness. What your ridiculous persistence is truly guarding. Boom. A torrent of cold, lifeless information filled with destruction and despair surged into Lin Feng's brain like a flood breaking its dam. Lin Feng's consciousness was instantly torn apart and pulled. The darkness before him shattered like broken glass, cracking inch by inch. Booming. The deafening explosion drowned Lin Feng's consciousness completely. He abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself suspended over a city that was both strange and familiar. Familiar because those towering, iconic buildings were where he had lived for 18 years, Jiangcheng. Strange because at that moment Jiangcheng had turned into a sea of flames. Ruined walls and broken bricks. Thick smoke billowed. The once prosperous streets had transformed into a hell intertwined with blood and fire. The sky was no longer blue. Instead, it was a nauseating dark red. At the highest point of the sky, a massive blood-red rift loomed like an eye of an evil god, coldly gazing down upon the ruins of humanity below. Roar. Awar. Countless grotesque beasts exuding a terrifying aura rampaged and roared amidst the ruins of the city. Some resembled mountains, causing the earth to quake with every move. Others breathed flames, melting buildings into molten iron. Human warriors before these terrifying beasts were as insignificant as ants torn apart and devoured in droves. The desperate screams, the furious roars, the sound of collapsing buildings, merged into a requiem of the apocalypse. Lin Feng's mind went blank. What is this? An illusion? Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar figure burst into his view. Fatty! Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. He saw Qian Duo controlling dozens of drones, flashing with electric light, frantically unleashing firepower at a giant lizard over 50 meters long. Boss. Ruashi. You all run. I'll hold the rear. Qian Duo was drenched in blood, his specially designed combat suit tattered, yet his plump face wore a determined madness. He turned back, seemingly seeing something, and shouted in a certain direction. Run. However, that giant lizard seemed thoroughly enraged by this pesky fly. It suddenly opened its massive mouth. A thick, foul tongue shot out like lightning. Puff. The swarm of drones' firepower was as fragile as paper before that tongue instantly pierced through. Qian Duoduo's body stiffened suddenly. He lowered his head, incredulous, as he looked at the tongue that pierced through his chest covered in slime. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the next second the giant lizard's tongue violently coiled. No. Lin Feng's eyes widened, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. In midair, Qian Duoduo's body was torn in half by that immense force. Blood and guts rained down like a torrential storm. His round upper body was swallowed whole by the giant lizard, leaving only 2 legs to fall weakly onto the ruins. Ah! Lin Feng felt as if his soul was about to be ripped apart. He wanted to rush over to tear that giant beast into pieces. But his spiritual entity was bound in place by an invisible force, unable to do anything but watch. An overwhelming rage and sorrow nearly burned away all his sanity. Yet this was merely the beginning. His gaze was forcibly turned towards the other end of the city. The central square. There gathered tens of thousands of civilians who had not evacuated in time, their faces filled with terror and despair. At the forefront of the crowd stood a stunning figure, proud and resolute. Lu Ruoxi. At that moment she wore a silver-white spiritual master battle armor, her eyes shimmering with brilliant silver light. A tremendous spiritual force formed a massive translucent barrier before her, desperately blocking the meteor-like attacks raining down from above. Her complexion was as pale as paper. A streak of glaring blood hung at the corner of her mouth. Clearly she had reached her limits. Ruoxi. Lin Feng's heart tightened painfully. He saw that behind Lu Ruoxi the civilians she protected had no gratitude in their eyes, only urgency and blame. Hurry up. Can't you hold it anymore? You're a powerful spiritual master. How can you be so useless? If we die, it's all your fault. Hearing these voices, Lu Ruoxi's body trembled imperceptibly. Yet she still gritted her teeth and squeezed out the last bit of her spiritual power. I will never retreat. Her voice was cold and resolute. However, just then, the massive blood-red rift above suddenly contracted violently. Immediately after, a bolt of pitch-black lightning exuding a destructive aura fell from the depths of the rift without warning. That black lightning moved faster than thought. Faster than light. Its target was none other than Lu Ruoxi, who was burning herself to protect everyone. Lin Feng's pupils abruptly contracted to the extreme. An unprecedented sense of death enveloped him completely. No! Get away! Get away! He roared, madly struggling. But it was all in vain. Lu Ruoxi seemed to sense something as she raised her head, looking up at the black lightning tearing through the sky. On her stunning face there was no fear. Only a trace of regret and a smile of relief. It seemed she saw Lin Feng, who was screaming through time and space. Her lips moved slightly. Live on. Boom. The black lightning crashed down. No earth-shattering sound. Nor was there a devastating shockwave. At the moment the black lightning touched Lu Ruoxi, it obliterated her along with her enormous spiritual barrier. Yes. Obliterated. Completely erased from this world. Not even a trace of ash was left. As if she had never existed at all. Silence. A deathly silence. Lin Feng's scream abruptly ceased. His brain halted its thoughts. His world lost all sound and color. Only that horrifying void remained. Qian Duo was dead. Lu Ruoxi was gone too. The most important people in his life were dying before him, one after another, in the most brutal way. And he could do nothing. Only watch. Like a pathetic spectator. Hee. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng's spiritual entity trembled violently, emitting incomprehensible laughter. As he laughed, 2 streams of blood tears slowly slid down from the corners of his eyes. Just as his consciousness was about to be completely consumed by this boundless despair, about to collapse entirely. Nightshade's cold, emotionless voice, like a demon sound from the underworld, slowly echoed in his ears. Do you see? This is the future you naively protect. This is the ridiculous hope you hold. The final outcome. Ugh. Lin Feng suddenly sat up from the ground, gasping for breath. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the water. The inferno-like Jiang City. Qian Duoduo's body torn in half. Lu Ruoxi's smile turning to ashes under the black lightning. Scenes replayed like the most vicious of brands etched deeply into his soul, with every breath bringing forth a searing pain. Despair. An endless, boundless despair, like a cold hand gripping his heart. Do you see? The hoarse, icy voice, as if from the depths of the netherworld, echoed in his mind once more. The figure of Nightmare had once again coalesced before him, still wearing that menacing mask with its green face and sharp fangs. Everything you desperately tried to protect will ultimately end in destruction. Your friends will die. Your loved ones will die. Everything you hold dear will turn to ashes. The voice of Nightmare was devoid of any emotion, as if stating an all-too-simple fact. He slowly extended his hand towards Lin Feng. Give up. Give up those trivial emotions, give up that ridiculous persistence. Accept my power and together let us seek true liberation. Only through destruction can all pain be ended. Only through nothingness can eternal peace be found. His words carried an eerie charm, as if they were the most enticing poison in the world. Lin Feng's gaze began to dull. Yes. If the end is predetermined. If all efforts are in vain. Then what is he struggling for here? At that moment his Tao heart displayed an unprecedented crack, plunging him into the abyss of self-doubt. Just as he was about to sink, images surged uncontrollably from the depths of his mind. In the hospital, the wrinkled face of his grandmother with her hopeful yet gentle gaze. Xiaofeng, grandma doesn't ask for much from you, just to keep you safe. Lu Ruox's blushing cheeks and her starlit gentle eyes as she received the talisman. Lin Feng, thank you. We shall meet at Jiangnan Martial University. Xian Duo patted his shoulder vigorously, laughing heartily. Boss. From now on I will follow you. You point east and I will never go west. One scene after another, one frame after another. Those warm, vibrant, hopeful memories shone like rays of sunlight, piercing through the darkness, tearing apart the despair that encased him. Lin Feng's dazed pupils suddenly refocused. A scorching flame ignited wildly from the cracks of his Tao heart. Shut up. He let out a desperate roar towards the nightmare before him. The voice was hoarse but filled with unyielding anger. Nightmare's outstretched hand halted in midair, a flicker of surprise flashing beneath the mask. My future is not for you to dictate. Lin Feng summoned all his strength, bracing himself against the floor, wobbling to stand up. His spiritual body was still weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. Yet his gaze burned fiercely like two blazing flames. My future, I will walk it myself. My world, I will save it myself. He pointed at Nightmare, every word squeezed out like blood from his teeth. Nightmare fell silent. He simply gazed at Lin Feng, his eyes hidden beneath the mask, deep and boundless like an endless starry sky. What if the future is a sea of fire? Lin Feng threw his head back and howled, his laughter filled with madness and determination. Then I will wield my blade. In the endless darkness I will carve a path through blood. In the boundless despair I will carve out a ray of light. Boom! Accompanied by his roar, his entire momentum underwent a transformative change at that moment. The shattered Tao heart not only did not collapse but was reforged and refined in that unyielding flame. Becoming more solid than ever before. More pure. This is my Tao. Lin Feng stared intently at Nightmare, declaring each word slowly. His Tao was not that coldness and stillness of Nightmare who saw through everything. But rather the persistence of knowing there are tigers on the mountain yet still choosing to walk towards it. The madness of knowing the road ahead is an abyss but still leaping into it. It is protection. It is hope. It is the resilience to stand up and smile after falling time and again, flipping the bird to the damned fate. The entire space fell into a deathly silence. Only Lin Feng's heavy panting could be heard. After a long time, Nightmare gazed deeply at him. That gaze was complex to the extreme, filled with surprise, confusion, reminiscence, and even a hint of almost imperceptible relief. Ultimately all emotions transformed into a cold sigh. Foolish. He spat out those two words in disappointment. The body formed of darkness began to turn transparent like sand in the wind, slowly dissipating. You will regret this. One day you will understand that I was right. Leaving behind one last sentence, Nightmare's figure completely vanished from this mental space. Warning. Unknown high-dimensional energy interference has ceased. System self-repair program initiated. Estimated repair time 24 hours. During the repair period the simulated trial space function will be temporarily closed. The cold system prompt pulled Lin Feng's consciousness back to reality. Thud. He could no longer hold on his legs, buckling, crashing down to the ground. The severe overdraw of his mental energy erupted fully, as if his head was about to split open and his vision faded to black. But Lin Feng smiled. He looked at his trembling hands from the exertion and there was no trace of confusion in his eyes. That future. Is it real? Perhaps it is not. But what does it matter? The appearance of Nightmare was like the loudest alarm bell ringing harshly in his heart. His current strength was still too weak. Too weak. Weak enough that he did not even have the right to protect what he cherished. He did not want to experience the helplessness of watching everything beautiful shatter before him again. Absolutely not. Strength. I need stronger strength. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers, yet he felt nothing. In his eyes an unprecedented desire burned fiercely. The entire advanced cultivation chamber. The dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth nearly materialized, enveloped Lin Feng, who sat cross-legged. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath, the air slicing through like an arrow, leaving a clear white trace in its wake that lingered for a long time. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The fiery inferno of hell and the ruins of Jiang City washed over his mind once more. Boss. Run. The image of Qian Duo being torn in half by a giant lizard, the rain of blood shocking and heart-wrenching. Survive. The smile of Lu Ruoshi disintegrating under the black lightning filled with determination and tenderness tore at his heart. Ah! Lin Feng let out a suppressed low roar, his eyes instantly turning crimson, veins bulging from his temples. Despair. Pain. Helplessness. These negative emotions gnawed at his sanity like maggots. No. I will never accept such a future. Power. I need stronger power. Lin Feng leaped up from the ground, grabbing the star-cutting blade by his side, transforming the despair and fear that nearly devoured him into motivation for cultivation. He went mad. Completely mad. In the cultivation chamber only a blurred shadow remained, along with the sharp whistling that tore through the air. The stormy snow blade. The phantom dragon step. He tirelessly pushed his limits time and again, regardless of the cost. When his internal energy was exhausted, he activated the turtle breathing technique to force a recovery. When his mental energy was drained, he used the deeply ingrained pain to stimulate his nerves. He wanted to become stronger. At any cost. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted around him. The rich spiritual energy in the cultivation chamber was stirred into a massive vortex, surging madly into his body. His limbs and bones cracked with a series of sharp sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through under extreme pressure. Current level 4th tier warrior. Lin Feng felt the surging power within him, but there was no trace of joy in his eyes. Not enough. Far from enough. 4th tier warrior in the face of that apocalyptic vision didn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The 1-month attire cultivation chamber privilege awarded at the start of school had long been exhausted. But Lin Feng's cultivation was even more frenzied and obsessive than before. He picked up the most tedious yet fundamental special training again. Swinging his blade. 10,000 times a day. Rain or shine. On the rooftop of the dormitory, in the corner of the training ground, and even in the virtual combat room, his figure swung the blade with mechanical precision. At first his classmates looked on with a mix of admiration and confusion. Wow, is Lin Feng practicing basic sword techniques again? He's already a top student in the elite class, why is he working so hard? Gradually they discovered that Lin Feng's blade work seemed different from the basic sword techniques they understood. Every swing he made carried an indescribable charm. Sometimes sharp, sometimes heavy, sometimes elusive. It was as if the ordinary tire battle blade in his hands had come to life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 1 million blade swings. Reward 100 free attribute points. 1000 deduction points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 2 million blade swings. Reward 200 free attribute points. System Mall access upgraded. Acquired tire special item Blade Intent Insight Talisman X1. The cold system notification echoed in his mind. At that moment he stood on the rooftop of the dormitory holding the star-cutting blade, slowly closing his eyes. He didn't channel any spiritual energy. Simply relying on his instincts, he swung the blade casually. Swish! An invisible sharp aura instantly cut through the air 3 meters in front of him, letting out a soft tearing sound. Is this my blade intent? Lin Feng murmured to himself. He seemed to understand a bit. A blade is not just a weapon. It is also an extension of will. The blade of the night demon is destruction, is deathly silence. The blade of mentor Su Muyue is fierce as pride. And his blade. The kind face of his grandmother flashed in Lin Feng's mind along with Qian Duoduo's honest smile and Lu Ruox's gentle eyes. His blade is protection. Even if the road ahead is shrouded in endless darkness, it must carve out a radiant light of guardianship. Buzz. At that moment the aura around him subtly changed. The sharpness retracted yet became even more unfathomable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for transcending his state of mind and comprehending the embryonic form of his blade path. Current level peak 4th tier warrior. During these 2 months he did not solely focus on harsh training. Whenever he felt mentally exhausted he would spend time with Lu Ruoxi and Qian Duoduo. Whether it was eating together in the cafeteria listening to Qian Duoduo boast about his latest big deal or strolling by the lake under the moonlight quietly chatting with Lu Ruoxi. The girl's thoughts were delicate and sensitive. She could clearly feel that Lin Feng had changed. He was more composed than before and even more gentle. In his deep-set eyes a hint of heaviness she could not comprehend occasionally flashed, but more often there was an unbreakable warmth when he looked at her. Their relationship rapidly heated up in these unspoken moments of companionship. Only the final barrier remained unbroken. Lin Feng. A clear pleasant voice with a hint of complex emotion sounded behind him. Lin Feng regained his senses and turned around. Not far below the dormitory Su Muyue stood there in her martial arts attire, her graceful figure quietly watching him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with undisguised shock and a touch of heartfelt relief. Very good. Su Muyu's red lips parted, sincerely praising him. You are far more outstanding than I imagined. She had thought that if Lin Feng could break through to the peak of 4th tier warrior before graduation he would already be a rare talent. But now in just over 2 months. Not only had he achieved that, but the faint sharpness around him also made even her, a martial arts master, feel a tinge of shock. Is this guy a monster? You're too kind, mentor. Lin Feng leaped down from the rooftop and landed steadily in front of Su Muyue. I just don't want to lose. Su Muyue looked at him deeply, her expression suddenly serious, and a pressure belonging to a martial arts master instantly enveloped the area. To make a long story short, trouble has arisen. In the Black Wind Gorge outside the Jiangnan region's defense line there has been unusual activity from demon beasts. According to intelligence from the front line, signs of a suspected warrior-level demon beast have appeared deep within the gorge. Warrior level. Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. That was an existence capable of directly contending with warrior-level experts. With a wave of their hand they could destroy a small base. The military and the Warrior Association have jointly issued the highest level of summons, forming a youth elite pioneer team tasked with delving into the Black Wind Gorge to execute high-risk reconnaissance and extermination missions. Su Muyue stared at Lin Feng, speaking deliberately. I have already signed you up. What? A worried, crisp female voice came from nearby. Lu Ruoxi had also approached without him noticing. She had just heard Su Muyue's words and her delicate face instantly turned pale. Mentor. It's too dangerous there. Lin Feng is only a 4th tier warrior. Don't worry, I will handle the warrior-level demon beasts. The pioneer team's mission is to exterminate the surrounding demon beasts. Moreover, Ruoxi, do you think he is just an ordinary 4th tier warrior? Su Muyue said lightly. Lu Ruoxi was immediately rendered speechless. She looked at Lin Feng's calm face, bit her lip, and her eyes were filled with determination. Then. I want to go too. I am already a 2nd tier warrior level spirit master and can handle logistical and support work. Seeing the resoluteness in the girl's eyes, Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart. He was about to speak. At that moment, a piercing alarm rang out in his mind. Ding! Emergency alert! Emergency alert! Detected high concentrations of negative energy fluctuations near the Black Wind Gorge. Initiating energy characteristic comparison. Comparison complete. The energy characteristic bears an 87 similarity to Night Demon. Lin Feng's mind felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Night Demon. Again with the Night Demon. Could that apocalyptic vision be related to the Black Wind Gorge? Warrior-level demon beasts. Traces of the Night Demon. A new crisis. An even larger stage. All the clues connected at this moment. The confusion and shock in Lin Feng's eyes were instantly replaced by an overwhelming fighting spirit. He raised his head, meeting the concerned gazes of Su Muyue and Lu Ruoxi, a smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. That smile was filled with confidence and determination. Mentor. I accept this mission,